Chapter 1: Awakening. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, a cargo ship glided silently through the tumultuous sea. The lights aboard flickered like a feeble beacon, illuminating the surrounding darkness, yet failing to disrupt the profound silence that enveloped the scene. An elderly man stood resolutely at the helm, his figure partially obscured by the dim light. He gazed into the boundless void, as if searching for something elusive. Beside him, a group of crew members clad in gray busily reported various updates, their faces reflecting a mixture of reverence and caution. "Master, the vessel has departed from EC Bay, the isolation array is activated, and the demon-repelling incense has been ignited. We shall arrive at the base in 15 days. One of the gray-clad crew members stepped forward, bowing slightly to deliver his report. The old man lifted his gaze, peering through the murky light at the gray-clad individual. His eyes were deep and resolute. "How are the children faring? Were there any casualties among the other incense divisions?" The gray-clad man responded respectfully. "Currently, the children are all quite energetic and have not caused any disturbances. As for the other incense divisions, while there were some losses, they have all managed to escape safely." The old man nodded silently, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This time, our Heavenly Shadow sect has dealt a significant blow to the Federation, inflicting heavy losses on their newly emerging forces. Simultaneously, we have fortified our own reserves. It seems we shall need to remain dormant for a few years to weather this crisis." His gaze shifted toward the horizon, where the endless stars and unknown future lay. "Tomorrow, we shall change course towards Wuhing Island to test this batch of individuals. We require elites." The gray-clad man nodded in understanding. "Yes, I comprehend. The conflict between the two realms has endured the ravages of time, and given the current circumstances, this war appears destined to persist for countless years. Now, with the demon race once again encroaching upon the north, chaos reigns in various regions. The shadow of war will loom over Yuan Star for an extended period, expanding this land beyond measure. The atmosphere has grown increasingly oppressive, with the wars of otherworldly realms and the struggles between the vast and the minute worlds manifesting everywhere. Aligning with the demon race? What good can rebellious traitors expect to gain? It is merely mutual exploitation. Nevertheless, the source blood and causal laws at headquarters will invariably yield a solution." The old man gazed deeply into the starry sky, his hands gently caressing his chest as he murmured softly. Amidst the cacophony of cries, the cargo hold of the ship was filled with the clamoring of children. In a dim corner, a frail figure let out a groan, yet it went unnoticed by anyone. "My head hurts, ugh." In the corner, a figure slowly lifted his head. It was Ching-Yi, cradling his head in his hands, his gaze dazed. He scanned his surroundings with confusion. Under the dim lights, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children wailed incessantly. He touched his clothing, a small jacket, long pants, and sneakers, a modern ensemble. He surveyed the cramped environment, noting a small window above that allowed a faint light to filter in. The cargo hold was packed with dozens of children, their fear, tears, and noise intertwining. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and the briny scent of the sea, nauseating in its intensity. Chung-Yi pondered, is this a case of transmigration or reincarnation? But if I have been reincarnated, I should retain memories of my past life. This place seems akin to a kidnapping, yet reincarnation shouldn't come with such memories. I need to calm down and sort out my thoughts. He glanced around the steel walls of the cargo hold indicated it was indeed a cargo ship. A thought flickered through his mind. Even if a kidnapping were to occur, it is unlikely that dozens of children would be taken. These children's skin is yellow, their eyes black, and the language they speak is utterly incomprehensible to me. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. The mortgage on my new home remains unpaid, and awakening from slumber feels like plunging into an endless predicament. Is this a surprise or a fright? I cannot discern. I can only choose to accept and adapt to this new reality. He looked helplessly at his small arms and legs, realizing that he now embodied a child of 7 or 8 years. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled, a reminder that he had not eaten for a considerable time. The pangs of hunger clung to him. Abruptly, a loud noise echoed from above, akin to the sound of an iron door slamming shut, followed by a fierce voice. "If you keep making noise, they'll throw you all into the sea. Settle down and stop crying." Chung-Yi could not comprehend the harsh words. Silence enveloped the hold instantaneously, with only the sound of children's sobs reverberating. It appeared the children had gained some experience, understanding that crying would only lead to further punishment. Chung-Yi looked up at the ceiling of the hold, catching a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the vent, followed by receding footsteps. He turned to observe the other children nearby, acutely aware that communication was impossible at present. He could only wait in silence, gently pressing his head to temporarily alleviate the throbbing pain. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, when suddenly an unfamiliar scene flashed before him. Name, Chung-Yi. Attribute, Gold 20. Talent low. Partner, Yiming Yao. Fate stealing. Lifespan, talent, and attributes reduced by 70 destiny artifact, unique to fate. What is this, a system? Chung-Yi's thoughts raced. A must-have for transmigration, though the start isn't smooth. This is the real surprise. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chung-Yi meticulously examined the system. The rest is self-explanatory, but what is this partner and fate stealing? Lifespan, talent, and attributes have been taken? System? Deep Blue? Open Sesame? This bizarre system provided no explanations, not even a hint of customer service. After studying for a while, he found that only one partner marked with an asterisk could be accessed. Partner, Yiming Yao. Name, Yiming Yao. Attribute, Gold 100, Fire 80, Yang 100, Space 70. The host and partner can share one attribute each. Talent, Bloodbath Body. Martial God Bloodline. The host and partner can share one talent, provided the necessary conditions are met. Fate Stealing Artifact. Uniquely bestows the Bloodbath Body on a female. With a dangerously short lifespan, those with great powers may alter fate, possessing unparalleled talent. Martial Arts. Human Race Body Refining Technique Level 18670. 010-0000. Mighty Bull Demon Fist Proficient 900-1000. Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist Proficient 900-1000. Raging Fire Scorching Spear Beginner 200-1000. Skills. Language and Writing 39, Mathematics 20, Physics and Chemistry 20, Demonology 30, Botany 20. Gazing at Yi Mingjio's skill list, Chung-Yi felt a wave of astonishment. These skills seemed to portray a future Valkyrie, and the system within him likely belonged to her. He couldn't help but wonder why his interface appeared so simplistic while the martial arts section was entirely empty. In a world brimming with enchantment and opportunity, every boy harbors a dream of martial prowess. Chung-Yi was no exception. He trembled with excitement. However, he quickly composed himself, taking several deep breaths to force himself to confront reality. Fate stealing, he murmured. It appears that my talent has been taken by her. Curiosity gnawed at him. Why had Yiming Yao become his partner? Did this have anything to do with the fate stealing? He had heard tales of systems concealing treachery, yet he found himself unable to resist this reality, compelled to adapt. Reality was paramount. Chung-Yi resolved to study the sharing of attributes and talents. Time is king. Space revered. He decided to select space. This choice would allow him to switch attributes and talents at will. The Bloodbath Body was unusable due to insufficient attributes, and without the martial god bloodline, it too was off-limits, likely belonging to her lineage. Thus, he could only opt for the Bloodbath Body. System. Name, Chung-Yi. Attribute, Gold 20, Space 70. Talent, Bloodbath Body. Partner, Yiming Yao. Fate Stealing. Lifespan, talent, and attributes reduced by 70 destiny artifact, unique to fate. Logically, with the addition of attributes and talents, my talent should not remain low. Is the fate stealing the cause? I wonder what the implications of the Bloodbath Body are. Not a single explanation provided. Even experimentation is beyond current circumstances. Chung-Yi pored over the system. Repeatedly, he understood what he could, but remained baffled by other aspects. Perhaps due to his tender age, he drifted in a slumber amidst the confusion. Once more, an intense wave of hunger assailed him. Chung-Yi rubbed his stomach, feeling dizzy and weak. He glanced up at the small window above, sunlight filtering through the grid and casting beams of light. The surrounding children lay on the ground, likely too drained to continue crying. With little else to do, Chung-Yi resumed his study of the system, focusing first on his partner Yiming Yao. Regardless of the circumstances, a partner can also be seen as a wife, and currently, I bear no enmity. He gazed at Yi Mingjio's resplendent attribute panel, unable to suppress his admiration. The martial arts and skills panels have changed. All martial arts proficiency had increased, and several skills had undergone alterations. It seemed Yi Mingyao must have been diligently practicing her martial arts. Cheng Yi checked his own panel, discovering no changes whatsoever, not even an increase in martial arts or skills. He speculated that certain conditions must be met to acquire these skills. Chapter 2. Trial. Time slipped by, and Cheng Yi sensed the ship lurching violently. He surmised they were nearing the shore. Suddenly, he heard a commotion overhead, followed by the hatch being flung open, allowing beams of sunlight to spill into the cabin, shimmering like gold. The gentle light filtered through the porthole, illuminating the entire space. It danced in the air, as though invisible sprites were frolicking within the confines of the ship. The warm and comforting radiance enveloped him, making him feel as though he had been transported to a mysterious and tranquil realm. A ladder descended, and a tall figure slowly climbed down. Cheng Yi heard the sound of roaring, yet he remained oblivious to its meaning. He watched as the towering silhouette lifted children one by one and tossed them upward, where others awaited to catch them. Suddenly, he felt a large hand grasp his neck, and in an instant, he was whisked away to a realm of brightness. A violent cough seized him, nearly choking him in the process. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and looked around. Before him stretched a vast expanse of azure sea and sky, and in the distance, a small island appeared, lush and verdant, draped in golden sands that formed a picturesque tableau against the cerulean waters. Along the coastline, gentle waves caressed the shore, akin to a soft melody. The island's jungle appeared particularly fresh in the morning light, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding ocean and sky. This was a cargo ship having undergone modifications, yet its deck remained spacious. One by one, the children were placed onto a small boat, which was then launched onto the beach. Cheng Yi scrutinized several imposing figures on the deck, where a dozen burly men stood. Their robust and towering frames instilled a sense of fear in the 80-year-old. They were busy distributing food, and one of them approached Cheng Yi, extending an offering of darkness and dread. A bottle of water and a loaf of bread materialized before him. For a starving individual, the sight of food eclipsed all else. Cheng Yi devoured it ravenously, nearly choking in the process. He consumed it so hastily that he had no recollection of what the bread even looked like. Once finished, he glanced at the empty plastic water bottle in his hand, its label and images unfamiliar to him. He realized he was no longer on his original Earth. After pondering for a moment and surveying his surroundings, he tucked the empty bottle into the pocket of his jacket. The crew members called out and moved about energetically. After a dozen children had eaten, they were placed onto a small boat and set adrift toward the island. The large ship had 4 small boats, and Cheng Yi was directed to the third one. A group of children huddled together as a crew member took the helm, and soon the sound of the engine propelled them toward the shore. Cheng Yi observed as someone on the second boat roughly tossed children into the water, submerging them at least halfway. He quickly removed his shoes and socks, holding them in his hands. Indeed, as he waded ashore, his pants became drenched. He stripped off his trousers, wrung them out, and put them back on, indifferent to the crowd watching him. All the children managed to reach the shore, a multitude numbering perhaps 100 or 200. He watched as a crew member called out loudly near the water's edge, then leaped onto a small boat, disappearing over the horizon. What remained on the beach was a throng of noisy, crying children, devoid of any adults, a sight that filled Cheng Yi with profound anxiety. Clearly, the most pressing priority at that moment was to swiftly learn this new language. Cheng Yi quietly scanned his surroundings, observing the behavior of the children, attempting to decipher their intentions. The sound of weeping spread through the group like ripples in water. However, there were also 3 clusters of children, each comprising 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 individuals, who began to mobilize, industriously taking action. They dug holes in the sand, gathered firewood, and searched for shells, initiating their own rescue efforts. Cheng Yi surmised that they might intend to spend the night here, or even establish a long-term existence. What was touching was that some children had ceased their crying, instead actively assisting those who still wept, encouraging them to rise and contribute. The sun dipped low in the sky, likely around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and yet the crew members had not yet returned. Nevertheless, many children had formed groups and begun the labor of digging, while numerous little girls continued to sob softly on the beach. Chung-yi had resolved that his primary task was survival. He approached the very edge of the beach. There, he spotted a little girl donned in a white dress, her appearance radiating purity and innocence akin to a precious pearl. Her attire was exquisitely tailored, with her shoes and socks meticulously arranged, and her hair impeccably styled, adorned with a delicate hairpin. Despite her clothing and shoes being soiled with sand and seawater, it was evident that she hailed from a privileged background. Such a girl, well-educated and versed in manners and propriety, would serve as the ideal gateway for Chung-yi to learn the language. Chung-yi quickly approached the girl, gently taking her hand and gesturing for her to follow him. Through his actions and subtle gestures, he conveyed that food lay ahead. His sincerity and kindness gradually lowered her defenses, and the hungry girl was led to the rocks by him. Together, they traversed the rocks in search of edible marine life. Chung-yi had fond memories and experiences from accompanying his grandfather to the seashore, and he felt a sense of familiarity with this rocky terrain. He discovered a type of shellfish clinging to the rocks, a taste he recognized, representing their hope for the evening. He gazed skyward. The clouds that once accompanied his growth seemed to beckon him. His heart swelled with nostalgia and longing for his loved ones, causing his eyes to glisten. He shook his head to dispel such thoughts, focusing instead on the task at hand. He and the girl worked in tandem, smashing open the shells to extract the tender meat within, the exquisite flavor of the seafood prompting him to take a bite. They filled the plastic bottle with the shellfish meat, preparing to carry it back to the shore. As night fell, the remnants of the sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson. Chung-yi led the girl away from the rocks and toward the shore, aware that a stretch of beach awaited their exploration. On the beach, they located 2 pieces of driftwood, utilizing them to excavate a large hole at the juncture of sand and soil. This cavity would serve as their refuge for the night. Observing the distant forest along the shoreline, Chung-yi recognized the lurking dangers that lay within. He resolved to remain on the beach temporarily, waiting for the tide to rise. He glanced at the girl's weary countenance, understanding that she had expended considerable energy. He removed his jacket and gently draped it over her. Under the cover of night, he activated the system. Name, Chung-yi. Attributes, Gold 20, Space 70. Qualifications, Low. Talent, Bloodbath Body. Dao Partner, Yiming Yao. Seizing Destiny. Lifespan, Qualifications, Attributes decreased by 70. Seizing Destiny Instrument. The path of life is singular. Skills, Language and Writing 2, Digging 2, Gathering 2. Upon unlocking a skill, Chung-yi examined it with a hint of excitement. Skills required learning, he realized. The mystical minus sign indicated that he could bestow his skill points upon his Dao partner, and likewise, she could transfer her skill points to him. Yi Mingjio's skill information clearly indicated Language and Writing 39. Without hesitation, he opted to transfer 9 skill points from her, as acquiring skills was limited to 9 points, and once reaching 30 points, the minus sign would vanish. Language and Writing 11. Suddenly, Chung-yi felt his consciousness detach from his physical form, soaring upward as if traversing time and space, arriving in a mysterious realm. He beheld a little girl clad in a red tracksuit, her ponytail swaying as she sat at a table, shrouded in a veil of mist. The face of the person at the table remained obscured, yet Chung-yi sensed that knowledge was being imparted. His consciousness surged like a torrent, flooding into the girl's mind. Heaven and earth, the profound yellow, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet it also felt fleeting. Chung-yi snapped back to reality, finding himself once again within the cave, the exterior world now cloaked in darkness. However, he knew he had grasped the essence of language and writing, albeit without fully mastering the art of writing. He speculated that perhaps mastery would come in stages of 10 points, and the next time he might achieve complete proficiency. Chapter 3. Nightfall. This is the cheat, conjured from nothingness. Chung-yi slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he comprehended that everything had changed. Though he must still tread cautiously, the confidence within him had significantly increased. On this first night in a foreign realm, Chung-yi had no intention of resting. He craned his neck to scrutinize the coastline. The tide had receded, and not a soul was in sight. The sky bore no stars or moonlight, yet the ground was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Various outlines could be faintly discerned. The sound of crashing waves intertwined with the distant roars of unknown beasts. infusing this tranquil night with a hint of peril that a rustling noise emanated from afar, causing Chung-yi to widen his eyes in alarm. However, the dim light allowed him to see only a few meters ahead. Fortunately, the sandy beach lay ahead without any obstructions, and he could make out several elongated dark figures gradually becoming clearer. Chung-yi gripped the deadwood tightly in his hand, aware that such a weapon might prove ineffective in this situation. Regret for his decision began to gnaw at him, but the reality remained. He was an ordinary individual raised in peacetime, with little knowledge of weaponry. "Wake up, silly girl." He shook the Na'vi little one vigorously. "Something is out there. Hurry up." Although he knew that the 8-year-old girl would be of little help, two minds were better than one in times of fear. "It's fine. They are mud loaches." "They won't bite," the silly girl replied, appearing drowsy as she awakened. Upon glancing around, she seemed unfazed. "They've come to spawn, but they might attract other predators." Chung-yi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He looked into the girl's eyes and suddenly noticed a glimmer within them that he recalled his previous assessment of her as a silly little girl, yet now that label seemed inadequate. What predators? Chung-yi felt like a fool himself, consumed by fear. "You can talk now. The others are carnivorous predators. There might be falcons, horned rabbits, and lizards among them." The silly girl peered out, her eyes sparkling. "This is my first time seeing them. I've only seen them on television, and my name isn't silly girl. I'm Jin Xian, I wonder if there will be any horned rabbits. They can breathe fire. How adorable." Jin Xian continued, her innocence shining through. "You might be in real trouble," Chung-yi remarked, though the pronunciation of Jin Xian in this realm seemed to suggest otherwise. Nevertheless, he decided to embrace the name. It was too endearing. With a sigh, he asked, "Does their fire hurt?" Before he could finish his sentence, a series of loud thuds erupted from afar, and a shadow flitted overhead. Startled, Chung-yi quickly pulled Jin Xian back into their hiding spot. Just 10 meters from the cave entrance, Chung-yi cautiously peeked out that it felt as though he had stepped into a cinematic war scene. Flames, lightning, and the sounds of hand-to-hand combat filled the air. Soon, something even rolled just a meter from their cave entrance. The two huddled in the corner of the cave, trembling. Chung-yi felt a surge of fear welling up within him. After all, when had a young man raised in peacetime ever witnessed such a live broadcast? There are horned rabbits, electric mice, and gulub beasts. The flying creatures could be falcons. Their flames and lightning cause minimal damage, but they are blocking the cave entrance. Be cautious of the gulub beast. Its claws are formidable. Their primary target is the mud loaches. We just need to guard the entrance. Jin Xian shivered, yet somehow found the courage to face the entrance. Seeing the little girl's demeanor reignited Chung-yi's own courage. Mixed with a sense of shame, a grown man was outdone by a young girl. The problem was that the cave was too small. They could not stand upright and could only squat as they faced the entrance. Before long, a shadow darted towards the cave entrance. Chung-yi instinctively thrust the deadwood forward, pushing the shadow out. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a burst of flame approached him, and he instinctively raised his left hand to shield himself. That a wave of heat washed over him, and sparks scattered. He hurriedly swatted his hand, feeling sharp pain radiating from his arm. A shrill scream pierced the night. It turned out that a spark had ignited the dry leaves on the ground, nearly setting Jin Xian's skirt ablaze. The two scrambled in a frenzy to extinguish the fire. Several shadows approached the cave entrance, likely attracted by the noise and light. Chung-yi no longer cared about his anxiety. He wielded the deadwood, thrusting and striking. Fortunately, these beasts were small enough to be kept at bay by the cave entrance. Alas, their strength was insufficient to inflict significant damage. With each labored breath, Chung-yi felt his stamina waning. That a bolt of lightning struck, causing minimal harm but sending a numbing sensation through his hand. In the ensuing pause, a sharp claw grazed his arm, causing blood to spurt forth. Chung-yi's vision blurred to crimson, and a surge of ferocity erupted from within him. A refreshing coolness spread through his arm as a fierce determination took hold. With a mighty roar, Chung-yi burst from the cave. The cramped space had felt suffocating, and now it felt as though he had shattered a cloud of gloom. That he flung his left arm, knocking a rat aside, and charged heedlessly toward the horned rabbit in the distance. In a swift motion, he reached a plump beast, raising the deadwood and striking it repeatedly. The deadwood splintered, but he continued to pummel the creature with his fists until it lay lifeless. This was presumably the Gulu beast Xian had mentioned. The act of taking a life did not weigh heavily on Qingyi. Perhaps this was the effect of the bloodbath. Gazing at the scabbed wounds on his body, Qingyi finally comprehended the true nature of the bloodbath body. As long as he bled, he would grow braver in battle, replenishing his stamina and healing his wounds that he mused to himself. This talent was truly formidable. How much more powerful must the three gifted individuals? Yi Mingyao included be. Truly, they were exceptional talents. Are you all right? Is the injury serious? Jin Xian inquired with concern, her eyes fixed on the wound on his arm. That I'm fine. Look, the wound is already scabbed over. It should heal by tomorrow. Qingyi reassured her, but he reflected on the events of the previous night, feeling a swell of emotion. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to return to the cave and rest. Tomorrow would bring many tasks to undertake. Clutching the slain Gulu beast, which could serve as sustenance for the following day, he returned to the disordered cave, tidying it up haphazardly, just as he intended to explore the system. Exhaustion washed over him, and he drifted into a hazy slumber. As the morning sun streamed into the cave, Cheng-Yi awoke. The cramped space was devoid of Jun Xian's presence that he recalled the extraordinary events of the previous night. What a peculiar night it had been. The bloodbath body's talent undoubtedly bore its aftereffects, likely consuming mental energy or something else. However, this was reasonable. Otherwise, fighting would become an unending cycle, and that simply wouldn't he do. As for the martial arts, he was genuinely eager to discover more. Emerging from the cave, Qingyi noticed that the expansive sea had lost the sight of the large ship that on the golden beach. Numerous children gathered in clusters, a few lifeless bodies lying nearby. The cries of the wounded filled the air with chaos. Not far off, Jin Xian bounded toward him like a little rabbit, holding yesterday's water bottle. You reawake. I drank half of this and went to gather more. Many people were trying to snatch it. Jin Xian's rosy cheeks radiated the freshness of the morning. Brother, what is your name? Thank you for yesterday. Cheng-Yi accepted the water bottle, pouring some into his mouth to quench his thirst. Then my name is Cheng-Yi. Are you thirsty? Let us go gather some dew. We need to replenish our water supply while we talk. Taking Jun Xian's small hand, Cheng-Yi led her toward the forested area, casually inquiring, Have you checked over there? How are the casualties? What did those bad people say yesterday? Jun Xian nodded, her large eyes wide with earnestness. Brother, how come you can talk again? Many people were injured and several died. It was terrifying that I only dared to glance from a distance. Those members of the Tianyin sect said we must stay here for 4 days. They called it a survival trial and promised to come back for us. They aren't afraid we'll escape. There are no paths off the island, and the forest is filled with monstrous beasts. So we must remain on the beach. That don't call me brother. Just call me Ching, and we haven't escaped danger yet. And using ordinary titles might lead those villains to misunderstand when those bad people arrive. Do not maintain too close a relationship. It's alright if you don't understand now. Just remember what I said, that I've lost my memory and can't recall anything. Fortunately, I felt a bit better last night, so I could talk. How do you know that the Tianyin sect? Do you know them? Cheng-Yi recalled the inadequacies of his preparations from the previous day, silently resolving to be cautious and rectify any mistakes. Chapter 4. Preparation. The two arrived at the edge of the forest, where dewdrops adorned the grass and leaves. The sun is coming up. The dew will soon evaporate, but we need to replenish our water supply quickly. Cheng-Yi urged that as he replenished his hydration. He searched for necessary tools, contemplating. The cave needed to be expanded to allow for a fire. He would need a simple apparatus to distill seawater into fresh water or locate a freshwater source. Weapons were essential to confront the dangers of the night ahead. While mulling over these thoughts, he turned to Jin Xian to discuss their plans. Cheng-Yi sensed that Jin Xian, like many children in this realm, exhibited a precocious maturity that in terms of speech, strength, and stamina, they surpassed their counterparts in Blue Star significantly. This suggested that the Tianyin sect had their reasons for subjecting these children to trials. Otherwise, in Blue Star, there would likely be numerous casualties after 4 days. Jin Xian gazed at him with wide, admiring eyes. Brother, you were already impressive yesterday, and now you're so clever. There's a Gulu beast in our cave. Its front claws are very sharp and can be used as tools. Cheng-Yi affectionately ruffled Jin Xian's hair. Little Xian is truly clever. Once we finish replenishing our water supply, we should return. From now on, call me Cheng-Yi. Once you get accustomed to it, changing names can be difficult. The two turned back toward the cave, Changyi surveyed the cave from yesterday, finding it awkward no matter how he looked at it. After consuming several seafood dishes to sustain their energy, the two individuals resolved to commence digging. They proceeded to detach the two forelimbs of the gorilla beast using stones. Indeed, the forelimbs were long and sharp, strikingly different from the hind limbs. One resembled a nail clipper, while the other resembled a small fruit knife. The claws proved to be exceptionally sharp, facilitating an astonishingly swift excavation. Changyi instructed Jin Xian to transport the soil and construct a small wall at the cave's entrance. As the digging progressed, he felt his excavation skills rapidly improving, with flashes of insight flooding his mind. Ventilation was necessary. The entrance should be inclined upward to prevent rainwater ingress, and he pondered where the smoke from the fire should be directed. Among other considerations, that it was as if something had been conjured from nothing that he accessed the system. Name: Changyi. Attributes: Gold 20, Space 70 Qualification: Low Talent. Bloodbath Body Dao Companion. Yi Mingyao Heavenly Mandate. Lifespan. Qualification: Attributes decreased by 70. Heavenly Ceremony: The Soul Path of Fate. Skills: Language and Writing 12. Digging 10. Gathering 3. Basic Fist and Foot 2. Basic Gun and Stick 2. Newly added were Basic Fist and Foot, Basic Gun and Stick. And the digging skill had also improved. Changyi began to grasp the principles behind skill formation that he checked Yi Mingyao's attributes, noticing her martial arts points and skill points had both increased, suggesting she had been practicing diligently each day, and he decided not to dwell on it further, thinking it wise to exploit the situation for maximum gain. Within her skills, he indeed found Basic Fist and Foot, Basic Gun and Stick, and even numerous basic martial arts at a full 100. Skills: Language and Writing 14, Digging 10, Gathering 3, Basic Fist and Foot 12, Basic Gun and Stick 12. The language skills showed little change. The memories of practice for Basic Fist and Foot, Basic Gun and Stick resurfaced, and he found his limbs surprisingly agile. Many had even developed a rudimentary set of techniques that a score of 10 indicated he had grasped the basics. Regrettably, he could only reduce it by 10 points, a limitation of each stage. Just as mastery allowed for the reduction of proficiency in that area, it was impossible to downgrade mastery to mere proficiency. He also managed to extract 2 more points from language, truly a delightful tool. Closing the system, Changyi continued his excavation. How much stamina could a child possess, especially when their attributes had been diminished by 70? Changyi could distinctly feel his capabilities were inferior to Jin Xian's, that he hesitated to ask her to dig, realizing after their previous small hole that with his newfound digging skills, one could not excavate haphazardly without the risk of being buried alive. As he alternated between resting and digging, after a substantial part of the day, the cave finally began to take shape. His digging skill had reached 18 points. The cave resembled a large, rounded bottle, equipped with 4 ventilation openings. Such a cave was already quite sufficient, and Jin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she was an adult, Changyi found himself flattered by the admiration in the young girl's gaze. Having spent half the day working, their stomachs were beginning to growl with hunger. Changyi decided it prudent to start a fire and prepare a meal, also needing to process the gorilla beast. As it was summer and prone to spoilage, grilling was not particularly challenging, primarily due to the fire source. Initially, he thought starting a fire by friction would be quite a hassle, but a glance at the beach revealed several places billowing smoke. Running over, he discovered, to his astonishment, that the children of this other world had captured horned rabbits for fuel, with several already armed with spears, sticks, and other weapons that he had not paid much attention the day before. But now noticed that many of these children appeared remarkably sturdy, as if they had undergone training. Changyi felt he might struggle against them. Upon seeing Changyi approach, the children showed no signs of hostility. Changyi approached slowly and spoke with admiration. "Hello, I am Changyi. You all are truly impressive for managing to capture horned rabbits. Last night, that creature nearly frightened us to death. May I borrow some fire?" Eating it raw can lead to stomach issues. Point 1. Burly child laughed heartily. These little creatures are mere pretenders. I used to think they were fearsome on television, capable of breathing fire, that in truth they are just ticklish. A light hit is enough to incapacitate them. He proudly extended his hand to show Changyi the burn marks from his encounters. That I am Xiang Qian, that I see you also fought bravely yesterday. The scars on your body are a testament to your manhood. Come join us. It is safer in numbers. The scoundrels of the Heavenly Shadow cult are truly wicked. We should unite. Changyi replied. I would like to, But your cave is rather small, and there are too many of you that I have others with me, and I recently excavated a large hole. It would be a shame to abandon it. Let us see how things unfold tomorrow. Do you have a water source nearby? Chunyi found it difficult to fathom that children aged 7 or 8 could speak so eloquently. Was this the nature of this other world? Even Jin Xian displayed remarkable clarity of thought. How had they been educated? Indeed, my cave is still somewhat small that we have already sent someone to search for a water source. Check back later, and you may have news. Xiang Qian said, glancing at his own cave with a hint of regret. All right, thank you that I will borrow some fire for now, and will visit you later. Chunyi expressed his gratitude. After securing a stick to borrow fire, Chunyi chose not to probe further into the situation. Still unclear on many matters, that he quickly set up a grill for roasting. While Jin Xian busied herself gathering wood at the seaside, they began to dismember the gorilla beast. Gaining knowledge in anatomy, the two of them, illuminated by the firelight within the cave, engaged in roasting their meal. At last, Chunyi could take a moment to relax and converse with Jin Xian. Between bites, he inquired, Xiao Xian, how were you captured? What do you know about the Heavenly Shadow cult? With her cheeks full, Jin Xian replied, during the entrance examination in the plaza, we were assessed for our qualifications. On our way back in a large carriage, we were ambushed by the Heavenly Shadow cult. Several teachers died, and everyone in the carriage was captured. When I awoke, I found myself on a ship. Sob sob. Chunyi hurried to console her. How did you know it was the Heavenly Shadow cult? What exactly is it? When we were attacked, the teacher mentioned the Heavenly Shadow cult's arrival. It was discussed in training on television. They are quite sinister. They worship the demon lord, betray humanity, target the elite of our kind, and frequently engage in bloody sacrifices during the two realms' conflicts, Jin Xian explained emphatically, gesturing with her hands in frustration. I initially thought it was just an organization that captured people. If it's a cult, that would indeed be troublesome. Chunyi murmured, then asked, what are the two realms' conflicts and what is training television? Do you all have television training instead of attending school? Jin Xian propped her lovely chin on her hand and said, training television teaches us the human body's tempering techniques, as well as various martial arts to enhance our strength. The two realms are said to be merging. The demon realm and our Yuan star have been at war for over 5 centuries. The sky often broadcasts live images of the conflict. Capturing fragments in Yuan star is growing larger. Formal schooling begins after the qualification assessment at age 8. Prior to that, everyone trains with the television. It's common knowledge. You must have come from a war-torn area or a slum. Chunyi chuckled. I grew up in a slum without parents, fighting daily for scraps. I genuinely had no idea. Jin Xian looked at him with pity, her expression softening. No wonder you are so formidable and skilled at everything. Children from slums, though they may seem pitiful, often grow up to be exceptional. My idol, the lone wolf, also came from a slum, that he has defeated many demon tribes for the Federation and won numerous fragments. You will surely become even more powerful in the future. Chapter 5. Water acquisition. Though their conversation was brief, Chunyi grasped the current situation. Yuan Star and the demon realm were likely merging, and the war had persisted for over 5 centuries, possibly over some fragments. Given the existence of training television, it suggested that the entire populace was engaged in martial arts. The Heavenly Shadow cult's abduction of these children was likely aimed at cultivating a reserve force. Otherwise, the trials would not exist. Nevertheless, their blatant disregard for life was evident, and Chunyi's existence was perpetually at risk. The human body tempering technique, something everyone learns. Can you do it? What other martial arts have you studied? Chunyi believed enhancing his own strength was of utmost importance. Jin Xian stood and replied, the human body tempering technique is an imperial-level martial skill that everyone can learn. It strengthens the physique, improves genes, enhances qualifications, and provides opportunities to gain talents. The television claims this is a legacy left by the Azure Emperor for all humanity. I have been practicing the human body tempering technique for several years now. I don't know any other martial arts. Before entering school, there is no need to practice. The school provides systematic instruction, which is far better than haphazard training. You haven't seen television, have you? Chunyi feigned a pitiful demeanor. I lived in a slum without television. The human body tempering technique can grant talents. How does one acquire a talent? I truly do not know any martial arts. Would you teach me? Jin Xian looked astonished. Talent refers to abilities that some individuals are born with. They are true geniuses. With the human body tempering technique, each time one breaks through a level, There is a chance to gain a talent. I've heard that someone has already broken through the first level during this assessment, obtaining a talent at just 8 years old. It is truly enviable. Breaking through the first level before age 10 guarantees a talent. Breaking through the second level by 30, and so forth, that if one fails to break through in time, it becomes a matter of luck. Some have talents and some do not. Let me teach you. With that, Jinxian demonstrated the stances in the cave, explaining as she moved, the first level of the tempering technique is quite simple. There are 9 forms, each with 9 movements that must flow together. The television mentioned that the Azure Emperor infused rules or authority into it. I don't quite understand, but just follow along to practice. Chang'e observed and thought that the movements did not seem significantly more complex than calisthenics. And this was supposedly an imperial-level martial skill. Perhaps what his father spoke of rules or authority did indeed exist. Was this the only way to acquire talent? This seemed even less credible than the system that conjured things from thin air. Chang'e watched for a while, realizing the movements were relatively simple. Yet his mind insisted he understood, while his body protested that he could not execute them. After practicing for a while, the seemingly simple movements proved to be quite challenging, especially for Chang'e, whose flexibility was lacking. That he attempted to maneuver his hand behind his neck while extending the other hand upward from his groin, and there was an additional movement that required him to twist his body into a pretzel shape. Frustrated, he glanced at the system. Name: Chang'e attribute. Gold 20 space 70 qualification. Inferior talent. Bloodbath body partner. Yi Mingyao fate of the heavens. Lifespan qualification. Attributes decreased by 70. Ceremony of the heavens. Destiny unique martial arts. Human race body refinement technique. Novice skills. Language and writing 14. Digging 18. Gathering 7. Basic fist and kick 12. Basic spear and staff 12. Deception 1. Unable to allocate points due to his novice status and body refinement. He had, however, gained a point in deception, a skill acquired by lying to Jinxian. Chang'e could only practice repeatedly in hopes of breaking through. Yet an hour slipped by, and he remained at the threshold, stagnant. Undoubtedly, his mediocre qualifications were a significant obstacle to his progress, yet the demands of life loomed over him, preventing him from dedicating himself fully. He had to seek solutions for his survival. Let us go chop wood and craft weapons and a gate for the camp, Chang'e called out to Jinxian, who was busy digging a trap. The martial training consumed a great deal of their energy, compounded by the lack of water, necessitating a break. The cave they had been excavating no longer provided sufficient water. Chang'e licked his dry lips. Though it was difficult to swallow, it barely sustained him. The two set out with the claws of the gulub beast to gather wood. Opting for smaller trees, they were fortunate to have the claws to aid them. Jinxian took charge of transporting the logs, skillfully binding them with vines. Her strength and stamina were remarkable, clearly honed through 3 years of body refinement training. According to her, many children began practicing this technique from the age of 5. As the twilight sun cast its golden glow upon the earth, they finally completed a simple wooden door, along with 3 long spears, 8 short javelins, and a wooden shield. They dug a large trap 3 meters from the entrance of their camp, its bottom filled with sharp wooden stakes. Moreover, they acquired several new skills, including throwing 12, traps 1, woodcutting 2, and equipment crafting 2. Their proficiency in throwing had also earned them 10 skill points from Yi Mingyao. A surge of insight about the future filled Chang'e as he gripped a javelin, successfully hitting targets within 20 meters with 3 consecutive throws. This undoubtedly boosted his confidence that he approached Xiangqian's territory to inquire about water sources. Pausing his work, Xiangqian stood and said to them, "Friends, not far from the riverbank, over a small hill, there lies a stream, but it is fraught with danger. Thunder mice, horned rabbits, and gullah beasts may be lurking there. So proceed with caution." That he glanced at the darkening sky. "You must hurry." Chang'e gratefully thanked him. "Thank you for the warning, Brother Xiangqian, that we shall meet again tomorrow." Upon returning to their camp, Chang'e addressed the busy Jinxian. "Wait here for a moment, and keep an eye on the fire. I will be back shortly." That he tucked a bottle of mineral water into his jacket pocket and grasped his spear tightly. With 3 javelins secured on his back, ready to set out, Jinxian firmly held her spear in one hand and hoisted the shield with the other, while her equipment basket contained 3 javelins. She resolutely stated, "The light is fading, and we lack tools for fetching water. The little water we have is insufficient to quench our thirst, and I have been captured by the Tianyin sect before. But I have faced danger courageously." Chang'e pondered for a moment, believing that both should confront the peril, as last night's encounter had proven that the threat from those small beasts was not substantial. Let us depart. Seizing the twilight, they had to act swiftly. The two sprinted along the sandy beach, advancing toward the hill on the other side. Their attire attracted some attention. Few were seen fully armed like them. And even rarer was a shield among them. Cheng-Yi found it impossible to wield both the shield and spear, as his strength was insufficient for such gear. However, Jinxian moved with remarkable agility despite her full equipment. Her body refinement skills truly commendable. Arriving at the foot of the hill, Cheng-Yi felt fatigue creeping in. Jinxian took the spear from his hand, having noticed his slight exhaustion from the lack of body refinement training. Cheng-Yi did not refuse her assistance and, with curiosity, inquired, "I appear quite ordinary and not strong. Why do you still choose to accompany me?" As they began to ascend the slope, which was not too steep but rather tiring. Jinxian replied from behind, "Television states that the talents of the human race can be divided into two types, innate and acquired. Body refinement falls under the latter, which is already quite impressive. But innate talent is even stronger. Each can alter the tide of battle. They're the true elites of humanity and must be well protected. Last night, you burst forth in a dazzling display of blood light. That was innate talent. You must learn to conceal it, as it is controllable. The Tianyin sect targets elite humans like you, so ensure they remain unaware." Cheng-Yi was taken aback. "How do you know so much?" Zhenxian chuckled. "My grandfather was also an innate talent, that he has faced numerous assassination attempts by the Tianyin sect. However, he gradually grew stronger and defeated them one by one, after which there were no more assassination attempts. Unfortunately, my grandfather has been dead for a long time. I never had the chance to meet him. When I was little, my mother told me about him. Later, my father and mother also perished in battle." Panting, Cheng-Yi gently consoled Jinxian while asking, "How did your relatives die?" The demonic forces were formidable, and humanity needed to undergo rigorous training to bolster their strength. However, the demons possessed inherently powerful physiques, with their elites being strong enough to contend with the gods of war. According to his aunt, grandfather had heroically fallen in battle in a foreign land. Yet, the specifics remained unclear to him. As he had never met his grandfather, Zhenxian expressed her regret. Cheng-Yi was filled with curiosity, but refrained from further inquiries. After all, Zhenxian was still a young child, and might not grasp certain matters. Moreover, they had already crossed the hill, and the sky was steadily darkening. Before them lay a small slope, from which a stream flowed out from the distant forest. Numerous wild beasts were drinking at the stream's edge. Fortunately, no large animals were present. Cheng-Yi bent down and whispered to Jinxian, "What should we hunt to scare them away?" "I don't know. Perhaps we could kill one at random," Jinxian quietly replied. Chapter 6. The second night, Cheng-Yi rolled his eyes at her, swiftly seizing the javelin in his hand, estimating the distance to be 30 meters away, but he knew his strength was insufficient to throw that far. Thus, he softly said, "Do you take me for someone who can kill indiscriminately? We should move closer. You protect me with the shield and follow my lead." Cheng-Yi was unaware of how his courage was steadily growing. Perhaps due to the battles of the previous night, or the blood-soaked experiences that fortified his resolve. Furthermore, the javelin thrown at the 12 o'clock position instilled him with immense confidence. The two crawled forward slowly, entering the 20-meter range. Though Cheng-Yi could not precisely gauge the distance, his instincts told him it was critical that he picked up the javelin, aiming at the largest animal, a deer, with a larger target. The chance of hitting was greater, but he threw with all his might, and a dark shadow flashed past, striking true. With a thud, the deer was hit, causing a commotion among the surrounding animals. They scattered in panic. Though Cheng-Yi's first strike was not fatal, the force nonetheless knocked the deer to the ground. However, the deer quickly regained its footing and charged towards them at an astonishing speed, leaving Cheng-Yi in awe. At that moment, Zhenxian used her shield to block the deer's attack. The impact resonated with a thud that startled Cheng-Yi. Zhenxian shielded Cheng-Yi, using the wooden shield to absorb the force of the deer's assault. It is a wind blade. Its speed is remarkable, but the wooden shield can withstand it, Zhenxian explained as she protected Cheng-Yi. Cheng-Yi marveled at how fortunate he was to have such a tank by his side. He quickly readied another javelin, striking the deer once more. As the deer approached Cheng-Yi, it made a sharp turn to the side, and Zhenxian swiftly positioned herself in front of Cheng-Yi to shield him. A loud thud echoed beside them. Observing the fallen deer, Chang'e approached to retrieve the 4 javelins lodged in its body. These javelins were still usable, and he turned to continue sharpening them. He looked at Jin Xian, who remained standing astonished. "You were incredibly brave today. Just yesterday, you were in tears." Jin Xian let out a long breath, plopping down onto the ground, her eyes reflecting both excitement and confusion. "This morning, I saw several corpses. I don't want to lie there tomorrow. My aunt says my body refinement is progressing well, and my physicality increases faster than others." Chang'e walked over and patted Jin Xian's head, offering reassurance. "Well done. We are currently in the demon lair. We must stay strong and grow powerful swiftly to escape." As night fell, the two hurried back to the cave in the dimly lit cavern where the campfire had extinguished. They were left with only the warm, glowing embers. Chang'e felt a sense of satisfaction at the spaciousness of the cave, knowing that their efforts today were not in vain. That he rubbed his stomach. Even though he had drunk his fill, the pangs of hunger still clung to him. That he turned to Jin Xian and said, "Let us eat first. I'll rekindle the fire, and later, you can teach me the human body refinement technique a few more times." "Sure, I'll prepare the deer meat," she replied. "However, we remain uncertain about the toxicity of this venison. It would be prudent to exercise caution." As soon as Jin Xian's words fell, their gazes met. Chang'e contemplated the deer meat in his hands for a moment before stating, "Never mind, for the sake of safety, let us refrain from consuming it for now, that we still have the meat of the gullah beast. Let us dine on that tonight." With that, Chang'e buried the venison in the earth, ever mindful of prioritizing safety, for the scent of blood might attract wild beasts. After they finished enjoying the gullah beast's meat, Jin Xian proceeded to teach Chang'e the human body tempering technique once more. Although Chang'e had grasped the basic movements, he had yet to attain proficiency that he needed to practice repeatedly to truly master it. Wishing for Jin Xian to rest, Chang'e felt the night might bring unforeseen circumstances, and he needed her to be well rested. Subsequently, he practiced the body tempering technique over and over again. The soreness and fatigue plagued him, yet he wiped the sweat from his brow, steadfastly gazing at the sleeping Jin Xian. Her curled figure appeared even paler and more fatigued beneath her white dress, yet a faint smile lingered on her tranquil face. Chang'e approached and gently draped his vest over Jin Xian, then returned to the campfire to continue his training. Time flowed slowly in the night, the flames of the bonfire gradually dimming. Chang'e added a few logs to keep the fire burning. The night's chill made him shiver involuntarily. How had Jin Xian endured such a night yesterday? His mind brimmed with questions that he immersed himself once more in the practice of the body tempering technique. The soreness in his body gradually diminished as he persisted through his exercises, that he overcame the pain brought on by his physical distortions, practicing again and again. Finally, at a certain moment, he completed the entire body tempering technique flawlessly. Upon accessing the system, he discovered he could indeed allocate points. Human body tempering technique level 1, 6,810,000. Memories surged forth like a tide, and he felt as if he were experiencing Yi Mingyao's body, practicing the human body tempering technique for a considerable duration. Coming to his senses, he felt as if his bones were singing lightly. With a wave of his arm, his strength multiplied, and his stamina gradually increased, even his height slightly augmented. However, this increase was minimal. Considering Jin Xian, who had trained for 3 years and achieved a proficiency of tens of thousands, her strength and stamina were not particularly remarkable. That in just one day, Yi Mingyao's proficiency in the body tempering technique had risen by 100 points. With her proficiency at 86800, she would only require 132 days to master the first level. That if she had commenced training at the age of 5, she could completely master the first level in less than 3 years. Perhaps due to the influence of the celestial instrument, her aptitude had been enhanced, and she was certainly still under 10 years of age. Currently in a perilous situation, we must leverage her skills. And at worst, we can return them to her after her breakthrough. That if only he could learn the mighty bull demon fist. It was evident that this was the true martial art. Upon scrutinizing Yi Mingyao's skill panel, it was as expected. She had been training and studying throughout the day, thus many of her skills had improved. These skills must be utilized effectively. Skills: language and writing, 20, basic fist and kick, 22, basic spear and staff, 23, throwing, 29. As the memory transmission concluded, each increment of 10 indeed represented a tier of skills, not only significantly enhancing proficiency, but also greatly bolstering physical attributes. After all, Fundamental martial arts were essential for strengthening the body. The proficiency that had been stripped away was quickly regained, as these basic martial arts were already perfected. Thus, a few repetitions sufficed for restoration. Regardless, within 5 days he could achieve perfection in fundamental martial arts. This was indeed the correct way to unlock the system that in the depths of the island's core. A series of menacing roars reverberated, sending shivers down one's spine. Chang'e remained on high alert, vigilant of the surroundings amidst the night's darkness. However, the fatigue from the day's exertions and the tense hunting had left him utterly exhausted, and drowsiness relentlessly invaded his consciousness. Suddenly, an unusual noise shattered the silence, jolting Chang'e awake. But he cast a glance at the slumbering Zhenxian and then at the fire pit, where the flames had significantly waned. Indicating that considerable time had elapsed, he swiftly replenished the firewood and rose to assess the situation outside. That a multitude of shadowy figures prowled beyond the earthen wall, and he instantly realized that the trap had been triggered. Within the cave, a few piercing screams and the cries of unknown creatures echoed. Gripping his weapon tightly, he called for Zhenxian, taking a swift step towards the cave entrance, aiming the spear through the gap to stab at the monsters. He felt the 22 points of the spear and staff flow effortlessly in his grasp. Each thrust was as smooth as silk. Chang'e easily penetrated the creature's pointed mouth with the spear, swiftly retracting it. The sight of the creature startled Chang'e. It bore a resemblance to the small fishmen among the magical beasts. Sharp claws scraped against the wooden door, and Chang'e knew he could not permit them to continue damaging the door. He relentlessly thrust his spear, dispatching 3 of the monsters in a short span. However, the enemies at the entrance did not diminish. Rather, more creatures surged forth. Zhenxian joined the fray, wielding her spear and wooden shield. How could this be? How could there be small demons here? Is there a spatial rift nearby? She exclaimed loudly. Small demons are the weakest monsters of the demon realm. Could they have emerged from a spatial rift? Their number should not be excessive, right? Chang'e queried while battling the creatures. What do you mean by not excessive? I feel like there are more and more of them. Chang'e retorted as he swung his spear. Zhenxian rushed over to assist, their cooperation seamless. She interjected, there must be at least a few thousand, that the demon minions rely on numbers to prevail. We should not fear them. Once they reach the elemental realm, they become public enemies. All beasts and monsters will attack them, that be why eliminating them. We can plunder their vital energy, which will benefit our future training. That a few thousand, and you still say not excessive? Do you have any concept of few at all? Chang'e lamented. With another thrust, a small demon extended its claws to block, its sharp claws directly severing the spear tip. Chang'e was taken aback, forcefully shoving the demon away while shouting, hand me the spare spear. You sharpen the tip again. Zhenxian swiftly passed another spear while picking up the wooden stick thrown over to start reshaping the spear tip. The two worked in harmony, fending off the incessantly advancing small demons. Chapter 7. Aboard the ship, Chang'e was more cautious this time, his speed in firing the spear increasing. However, the enemies surged like a tide, and the spear gradually shortened, necessitating more frequent replacements. Relentlessly slaughtering, the corpses at the entrance piled high, and the wooden door was on the verge of collapse. Chang'e realized that this rickety wooden door could not withstand for long. As he took a step back, he shouted, hand me the shield, and you go behind. The door cannot hold much longer. Before he could finish his words, the wooden door was violently torn apart by the ferocious demons. Chang'e felt immense gratitude for his digging skills. The bottleneck of the cave entrance was only a meter wide, allowing only 2 individuals to pass simultaneously. This design was tailored for their small statures to save time and effort. However, the small demons were significantly larger than them and needed to bend down to enter the cave. Chang'e retreated once more, accepting the wooden shield Zhenxian passed to him. Utilizing the length advantage of the spear, each of his thrusts struck true, that if he faltered, Zhenxian promptly compensated, and the wooden shield proved immensely useful. Zhenxian exhibited the calmness and decisiveness of a warrior, her petite frame appearing extraordinarily steady. Faced with the ferocious demons, she felt no fear, but instead continuously supported Chang'e from behind. On the opposite side of the island, a grand ship lay quietly anchored on the sea, resembling a lurking beast. Within the spacious cabin, a feast was laid out on a table, and the cloaked leader sat at the head. His face appearing aged, yet his eyes sparkled with a strange light, Captivating all who beheld him, 2 rows of figures sat rigidly on either side, each maintaining a solemn demeanor. The cloaked leader turned to the figure on his left. Speaking slowly, Mu Xiang, what is the status of the Federal Navy? Mu Xiang stood respectfully, stating, reporting to the leader, my subordinates have successfully lured the Federal Navy towards the Devil S. in the evening. We confirmed their location for the last time. They have already ventured deep into the Devil's Sea, with the Federal Navy in close pursuit, currently beyond our communication range. Indeed, the Devil's Sea is a place that suppresses vital energy. However, those sailors are seasoned veterans, so they should manage fine. Lin Xiang, what about your situation? The leader turned to the figure on his right. The rightmost figure, a middle-aged man dressed as a fisherman, spoke nervously, our 5 fishing boats have set sail southward. But we have just received news that Kunping Danminghai has pursued us alone. My faction's troops have been entirely wiped out. The leader bellowed furiously, nonsense. How is the intelligence system operating? Why did Danminghai appear in the East Sea? An ordinary old man seated in the 3rd position stood up, stating there had been no prior reports. He came directly from the South Sea, without passing through the cities along the way. Lin Xiang's subordinates left a message before dying. It seems Danminghai was tracking a child. After we captured the child, they were dispersed for transport. It is highly likely that the child possesses a tracking system. However, such tracking is generally eliminated at the first opportunity, unless it is a secret treasure that I suspect we have indeed captured a big fish to that moment. A voice from outside the door called out. Report! A spatial rift has appeared on the beach, and over 3,000 small demons have emerged, including several elite monsters, as well as a 3-headed hound. The leader slammed his hands on the table, angrily commanding, Lin Fong, organize a rescue immediately. Upon returning to the secret realm, you shall face punishment yourself. Farmer, you shall be entrusted with the tasks of intelligence and reconnaissance. I will intercept Danminghai upon successful rescue. You are to return directly to the secret realm without concern for me. Everyone, act immediately. Understood. The incense master, Lin Fong, cast a fleeting glance at the farmer before turning away, concealing a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. The farmer sat down, his expression tranquil and impassive. Time slipped away unnoticed, like a fleeting shadow that as dawn broke. Although the obstacles were obstructed by corpses, the small demons continued to transport the dead and press on with their assault. Cheng Yi's wooden shield and spear, even the spare spear, were rendered useless, leaving him with only a short javelin as a weapon. Cheng Yi's strength gradually waned, and he finally sustained injuries he could not afford to retreat. For leaving this narrow passage would surely expose both him and his companion to fatal attacks. His blood-soaked state had been activated, granting him a complete restoration, and he became increasingly emboldened in battle. More significantly, his willpower surged. He endeavored to deactivate the crimson glow enveloping him, mastering its control, and even learned to regulate the activation and deactivation of his blood-soaked state. This newfound ability allowed him to endure longer. This was the most arduous battle Cheng Yi had faced since his arrival in this world. Sweat and blood blurred his vision, and several times, Jin Xian attempted to replace him, only to be met with his resolute refusal. He feared that even a moment's respite might lead to his collapse. The after-effects of the blood-soaked state began to manifest. The faster he recovered, the more intense his fighting spirit became, yet his mind grew increasingly foggy. He suspected this was akin to the symptoms of a berserker skill in the game, standing firm like a reef against the relentless tide. That it was only when the enemies before him had been vanquished that Cheng Yi burst forth from the cave. Stumbling, he nearly fell, but Jin Xian, her eyes red with concern, steadied him, and the two leaned against one another. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, a harrowing testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. On the beach, countless beasts and small demons clashed, while birds of prey descended from the sky, as if heralding a feast of carnage. That a colossal crocodile and a 3-headed monster battled fiercely in the water. Venom, flames, and lightning erupting from their mouths. The giant crocodile glimmered with a yellowish hue, seemingly possessing extraordinary defensive powers. That on the shore, the bodies of children, beasts, and small demons lay scattered, and dozens of crew members waded through the water, dispatching the remaining small demons with decisive blows. Amidst the tumult of battle, a fisherman led the charge, soaring through the air like a sea eagle gliding over the waves, and with a swift stroke, He struck at the three-headed beast, in an instant. A massive golden blade of light cleaved through the air, illuminating the battlefield like a flash of lightning. One of the beast's heads fell with a sickening thud, blood gushing forth like a fountain, enveloping the area in a cloud of toxic mist. The remaining head, racked with pain, fled in search of its next prey, charging towards Chengwei as it approached. Every corpse it encountered disintegrated swiftly in the toxic miasma. As if succumbing to an inescapable fate, Chang'e struggled to regain his senses, dragging Zhen Xian back into the cave in a state of panic. They concealed themselves in a corner, and Chang'e, panting heavily, spoke to Zhen Xian. "The backlash of my talent has arrived. I leave the rest to you." With that, he collapsed into Zhen Xian's embrace like a kite severed from its string. As the ship rocked gently, Chang'e awoke from the darkness to find himself surrounded by an eerie stillness. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that only a handful of boys remained on the now spacious vessel. They had returned to the ship with boys and girls distinctly separated, and the numbers had evidently dwindled. Many had perished during the trial, causing him to worry for Zhen Xian's safety. The sudden emergence of small demons had caught the Heavenly Shadow sect off guard. And that three-headed monster was a terrifying foe, far beyond the capabilities of this group of children. Reflecting on the fierce battle on the beach, the extraordinary powers displayed were undeniable. This was the true face of the world. The backlash from his blood-soaked state instilled in him an inexplicable dread, but he examined himself. His body was in a state of hunger, yet his spirit remained intact. What exactly was the nature of this backlash? Doubt clouded his mind, but a glance at the system revealed how much time had passed. Indeed, his companion Yi Mingyao had only gained a day's worth of proficiency, from the morning of the battlefield to the evening. Just one full day. Chang'e pondered for a moment. Their situation remained dire. Escaping across the ocean was impossible. They had likely been taken to the lair. With countless casualties, the remaining individuals faced grave circumstances. Then he recalled the system. Any skill was essential for survival in this world. Perhaps he should learn all that he could, allowing the scholars to serve him. Thus, he began to explore, and indeed, acquired numerous skills such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. That he also revisited basic martial arts, particularly raising his proficiency in weaponry to 70 points, improving his physical condition slightly. In a few days, he would attain a solid foundation. As night fell, Chang'e found himself unable to sleep, forcing himself to surrender to slumber. Awakened by a cacophony, Chang'e opened his eyes to sunlight streaming through the porthole, with a golden ladder lowered down. This time, no one descended, but instead shouted from above, "Everyone come up for a meal, quickly!" The group scrambled to climb the ladder. Upon reaching the deck, Chang'e surveyed the scene. Only about 50 children remained, divided into 4 groups. The girls had dwindled to a mere 12. With Zhen Xian among them. Their eyes met, and Chang'e conveyed a reassuring message through his gaze. Each person received an unknown piece of meat, and a large barrel stood nearby for everyone to take turns drinking from. A ladleful of water surged down his throat, quenching his body's desperate thirst, revitalizing him like a traveler in a desert. "The host has been poisoned. Your spirit has been bewitched, but it has been successfully dispelled." The host remains unharmed. Chang'e's expression shifted slightly at the system's alert, but he quickly lowered his gaze to observe those around him, noticing their eyes had grown hazy and lacked their former vitality. Confusion gripped his heart as he contemplated the possible scenarios. It was then that the system provided its first proactive notification, startling him. Aside from the specially highlighted information, all else required personal exploration. A new feature had emerged, igniting both anticipation and apprehension for the future, and he resolved to observe the unfolding events. Before long, an elderly figure clad in a robe descended from the helm, moving with a dignified grace and an air of solemnity. His penetrating gaze seemed to perceive the secrets of the world. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating with formidable power. All things converge as one. What you behold in this world is chaos, famine, slaughter, and disarray. My master, the Shadow Demon Lord, gazes into the future from the river of time. We, the Heavenly Shadow Sect, shall save the world, uniting all beings to restore order amidst chaos. My children, when you hear the call of my master's return, when you behold the dawn of unity, you must cast aside all worldly distractions and faithfully worship my master until his return, when all things are one. His voice was imbued with authority and gravity, rendering it irresistible. His words echoed in the air, as if planting a mysterious seed in every heart, awaiting the moment it would take root and flourish. The elder's words brimmed with hope for the future and unwavering faith. He painted a vision of a world free from chaos, famine, slaughter, and disorder, a harmonious, orderly existence brimming with hope. Simultaneously, he underscored the mission of the Heavenly Shadow sect to save the world. They would achieve unity by consolidating the strength of all beings. A grand mission and a noble honor. In conclusion, he called upon the people to worship the Shadow Demon Lord in a commanding tone. This was a summons of faith and a gathering of power. Only through sincere belief in the Shadow Demon Lord could they realize the goal of unity. Chapter 8. A new companion, you have been deceived, empathized with, enchanted, intimidated, and bewildered. Your spirit is undergoing transformation. But it has been gradually dispelled. The host remains safe. The system's alert once again rang in Cheng Yi's ears, instilling both fear and reassurance in him. Damn, it truly is a cult. They employ drugs and mind control to brainwash. What about Jin Xian? Although only 2 days had passed, Cheng Yi had come to regard Jin Xian as family. This little girl, who had transformed from adorable to resilient, was his first friend in this alien world. A glimmer of light amidst the darkness. Forcing down his underlying dread, Cheng Yi endeavored to mimic the fervor of those around him. Worship my master. Children, recite the incantation with me for an hour. I am your father. The robed elder spread his arms wide, fervently praying. Everyone followed suit, reciting in unison. For a full hour, Cheng Yi personally experienced the might of the cult, witnessing how everyone was swept into a frenzy. As if enveloped by some mysterious force, the robed elder nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lin Fong, the incense master, and declared, I entrust this to you. Have them pray for an hour each day, that I shall check on the other ships. With that, he leapt from the vessel, disappearing with a few light touches upon the water. All were engaged in physical training, with a restroom nearby. After their exercises, they returned to the cabin. Lin Fong adjusted his robes, calling out loudly as he watched the departing elder. Cheng Yi diligently practiced his physical training while discreetly observing Jin Xian and the others. Gradually, the fervent emotions of the crowd began to subside. Cheng Yi finished his training and observed everyone queuing for the restroom. Noticing Jin Xian walking over to join the line, he intended to follow her when suddenly, a sharp crack of a whip echoed through the air, followed by a chilling scream. Silence. Obey, obey, obey. You are not permitted to engage in any actions not instructed by me. Do you understand? The sound of the whip reverberated, and all present fell into a fearful silence. Cheng Yi's heart tightened. He could not allow Jin Xian to come to harm. Contemplating briefly, he quietly made his way into the cabin. He activated the system to check the progress of his human body refinement technique. Level 1, 680-210-0000. Was this the result of just one training session? His aptitude was abysmally low. At this rate, he would only gain a maximum of 20 proficiency points in a day, while Yi Mingyao could acquire over 100. Seizing the opportunity with relatively few people in the cabin, Cheng Yi resolved to practice the refinement technique once more. Human Body Refinement Technique Level 1, 680 for 10-0000. Although the increase was minimal, practice was essential. Perhaps he could reap greater benefits later on. With many lives lost aboard the ship, the cabin was considerably emptier, and the refinement technique did not require much space. So Cheng Yi concealed himself in a corner to train. Having learned from the previous day's lessons with the whip, the others remained quiet and compliant. Occasionally, hushed whispers would arise, but they did not significantly disturb the atmosphere. Throughout his practice of the refinement technique, Cheng Yi took the opportunity to observe the transformations in the other children. Noticing that they had gradually succumbed to the indoctrination of the Tianyin sect, their actions and words revealing a fervent faith. However, Cheng Yi refrained from making any rash moves. He understood that he must not provoke suspicion. The following days unfolded with an air of tranquility. Each day, the children consumed a mind-altering concoction and recited prayers under the guidance of an elder clad in a robe. While they retained some awareness, they were mostly ensnared in a state of delirium. Cheng Yi observed that their faith in the Tianyin sect grew ever more resolute, yet their mental faculties remained largely unchanged. Although they occasionally uttered words of adoration, they generally maintained their normal reasoning. Chang'e could not help but admire the brainwashing capabilities of the Tian'in sect, that on this ship, the children were remarkably obedient, with none of them causing trouble. Perhaps it was due to their drug-induced compliance, or perhaps there were unknown surveillance mechanisms at play aboard the vessel. Chang'e dared not risk testing the boundaries of this world. He endeavored to maintain a low profile, playing the role of a brainwashed orphan that he understood that too much talk could lead to trouble. Hence he refrained from extensive conversation with the other children. This was an extraordinary world. Any subtle disturbance might elude their notice, that a potent thought might encompass the entire ship. Chang'e continued to masquerade as an 8-year-old child, diligently practicing the refinement technique. He recognized that this was his sole means of survival in this realm. Over time, his physical prowess gradually improved, and his proficiency in the technique incrementally increased. 5 days passed before the skylight above dimmed abruptly. It felt as though he had traversed some barrier, and the surrounding light grew somewhat hazy. Chang'e speculated internally. Had they arrived at their destination? He endeavored to remain composed, preparing for the unknown events that lay ahead. He knew this could be his first challenge at the Tian'in sect's base, and an opportunity to seek out Jin Xian and the others. Soon, the sounds of the ship docking reached their ears, and all the children followed the line down the gangway. Chang'e stood on the deck, gazing at the unfamiliar landscape before him. The sky bore a grayish hue, and a sun-like projection cast a feeble light, bestowing a modicum of warmth upon this desolate world. In the distance, an ancient town shimmered faintly, the thin mist in the air adding an air of mystery and antiquity to the scene. The blood-red rice fields swayed gently in the breeze, and emaciated figures toiled in the fields, their faces etched with the scars of hardship, as if they had endured endless suffering. That a pungent odor of blood wafted from the rice fields, enveloping Chang'e in a profound sense of oppression. Had he not experienced that brutal slaughter, he might have found this sight unbearable. "This is a secret realm," murmured a child beside him, seemingly alleviating Chang'e's confusion. Contemplating this revelation, Chang'e continued to follow the group. They navigated narrow streets, as if wandering through an ancient town. The houses lining the streets exuded an antique charm, yet curiously, no vendors or pedestrians could be seen. They traversed a winding pebble path that led them to a spacious square. At the end of the square stood a colossal serpent-shaped sculpture, its form twisting and coiling as if striving to ascend to the heavens. Behind the sculpture loomed an imposing hall, imparting an air of solemnity and enigma. That a man clad in martial attire stood at the square, his gaze resolute and icy. Several young men dressed in black stood nearby, their demeanor vigilant and alert. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a fisherman emerged from the side, addressing the martial-clad man. "Shirkuin, these individuals are in your charge." Having said this, he departed without a backward glance. Chang'e recognized this man from the ship. All referred to him as Lin Xiangzhu, a figure of considerable authority. The man named Shirkuin bowed and replied, "Yes, Lin Xiangzhu," that he then turned to face the children. Speaking coldly, "From this day forth, you are members of the Tian'in sect. In life, you are of the sect. In death, you are its spirits. I am your martial instructor, Shirkuin. Here, there are no other rules. Only 2 words, obedience. The strong prevail, and I have no need for the weak. Do you see the rice fields along the way? They're the blood-tooth rice, the staple that warriors use to refine their vital energy and strengthen their bodies. However, you will need blood to nourish it, and the weak will only serve as fertilizer for the soil." Upon hearing this, Chang'e felt a jolt of realization. He comprehended the harsh and merciless nature of this world. Shirkuin paused for a moment before continuing. "From tomorrow, you will begin martial training. In 6 months, your vital energy will be assessed. Those who fail will be deemed useless, and you already know what becomes of the useless. 1 year from now, there will be a trial. The top 10 will become elites and ascend to the elite team. Today, I will introduce you to martial arts. Martial training is the process of reverting to one's innate potential. To achieve this goal, we must proceed step by step, starting with skin training, gradually progressing to muscle, bone, marrow, and ultimately, the 5 organs and spirit. Only by refining the source blood, harmonizing blood with intent, and unifying strength can one open the lower dantian, condense vital energy, and return to the innate state. Martial arts encompass both physical cultivation and the principles of combat. The training method primarily focuses on cultivation, while the combat method emphasizes fighting. You have all undergone assessments and understand your talents and attributes. In the postnatal stage, the training method is paramount for the physical body, as attributes significantly influence the potency of combat methods. Therefore, starting tomorrow, each of you may choose a combat method based on your attributes for training. Chung-yi listened with rapt attention, deepening his understanding of martial arts. After Shirkuan concluded, he summoned a distant figure clad in black and instructed, "Take them to arrange accommodations and inform them of the rules here." The black-clad figure gestured for the group of children to follow him to a residential area. He pointed to the houses before them and stated, "Each room accommodates 8 individuals, and males and females cannot reside together. Rooms are stocked with martial attire for you. You must change into them. The bathhouse is prepared for you, and during your free time, you may practice nearby, but you must not venture beyond the marked red line. Assemble at the square at 5 in the morning tomorrow. Those who arrive late will face corresponding penalties." Having said this, the black-clad figure departed, leaving the children exchanging glances. The same boy who had spoken earlier broke the silence, saying, "Don't just stand there. Let's choose our rooms." The other children sprang into action, selecting their preferred accommodations. Chung-yi followed suit and entered a room, discovering it already occupied by 4 individuals that he thought to himself, "This place is indeed extraordinary," but he swiftly bathed and changed clothes before heading out to find Jinxian. Fortuitously, Jinxian had also chosen to stay in this area, and the two quickly reunited. Chung-yi noted her good condition, alleviating his worries. After they returned to the bathhouse with the others to freshen up, each returned to their respective rooms, that in this secret realm, the children could finally rest peacefully. Unbeknownst to them, this realm had existed for many years, established by a sinister cult to cultivate talent. They were to undergo 6 months of training and trials before advancing to the next stage, all of which aimed at honing their martial skills and combat techniques. Chapter 9. Legacy. Not far off, Chung-yi spotted Jinxian, adorned in martial attire, her hair tied in a small ponytail, standing gracefully beneath a nearby tree. Chung-yi approached, taking her hand as they walked further away, inquiring, "How are you? What happened after you fainted that day?" Jinxian, her cheeks flushed, replied cheerfully, "I'm well, with my lord's blessing. After you fainted, there was a great commotion outside that I dared not go out until much later when someone called out, assuring it was safe, and I carried you out. That monstrous creature was already dead. And later, it was thoroughly examined on the ship. Things will improve from here. You possess talent, and as long as you report to my lord, you will be greatly valued." Chung-yi thought to himself, "This brainwashing is severe. It must be remedied, or we will be doomed." Chung-yi was momentarily taken aback, though he was unaware of the repercussions of his talent being discovered by the Tianyin sect. It was prudent to conceal it. He and Jinxian sought out an empty room in the vicinity, of which there were many. After days of separation, his brotherly affection for her had grown immensely. "In order to serve our master more swiftly in the future, it was imperative that our bond deepens. You must trust me, dear sister. Come, let us partake in a ceremony to honor heaven and earth, dedicating ourselves to our master. This must be done with sincerity and devotion." Chung-yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him, resorting even to the art of deception. "Oh heavens, I do not deceive this little girl. It is for her salvation to honor heaven and earth, akin to becoming kin like our parents." The young girl blushed, lowering her gaze shyly. "Indeed, we shall become one family henceforth, cherishing and aiding one another within the Tianyin sect." Chung-yi recounted the procedure. He broke 3 branches and planted them into the ground. "First, we bow to heaven and earth ancestors. Bow, bow, again bow. Second, we bow to our esteemed parents. Bow, bow, again bow. Though there were none, we faced a single direction. Third, we, as husband and wife, bow to one another. Bow, bow, again bow." Chung-yi was uncertain if this was sufficient, and thought to complicate the ceremony further. Chung-yi and you, Jinxian, shall be partners in the path of immortality, sharing life and death, hand in hand for eternity. As the ceremony concluded, Chung-yi nervously accessed the system. Name: Chung-yi. Attributes: Gold 20, Space 70. Qualification: Inferior talent. Bloodbath body partner: Yi Mingyao Jinxian. Seizing heaven's mandate. Lifespan. Qualification and attributes decreased by 70. Seizing heaven's ritual. Mandate is unique. Martial arts. Human clan body refinement technique level 1. 712-310-0000 skills. Haha. Chung-yi, though aware that ancient partners were not necessarily spouses, understood that the closest bond was indeed that of marriage. He was unsure if Yi Mingyao had participated in the ceremony with him. Yet in his heart, he had already accepted her as his wife. What ill intentions could a child possess? The description of the seizing heaven's mandate clearly indicated that someone had used it to save Yi Mingyao. Any enmity could not be laid at her feet. The system had designated her as his partner. In the future, she would also need to be safeguarded, having come to another world with the support of a system. If he could not muster this resolve, what was the point of his martial training? Now, he awaited to see if the system could release Zhen Xian from her brainwashing that he inquired with concern. Zhen Xian, how are you? Zhen Xian, blushing fiercely, stood by, softly murmuring, have I been deceived these past few days? A ceremony to honor heaven and earth. Cheng-Yi leaned closer to her ear and whispered, do you remember what I said during the hunt? Remain as you are. Once we complete this ceremony, we shall be family. All right, some things are best kept within. Let us return for now, that he took Zhen Xian by the hand, escorting her back to their dormitory. He was uncertain if they were being watched. If they were, his talent would have already been exposed. He dared not speak too freely with Zhen Xian, whether about the ceremony or his abilities. Exposure mattered little. As long as the issue of brainwashing remained concealed, upon returning to his dormitory, he accessed the system once more. Partner. Zhen Xian attributes. Water 40, Wood 30, Darkness 70. The host and partner can share one attribute each. Qualification. Above average martial arts. Human clan body refinement technique level 1, 6748, 010, skills. The attributes were strikingly simple, and there was no immediate need to assign them further that in the future, he would cultivate her into an unparalleled master. Taking advantage of the early hours, he sought a secluded spot to continue practicing body refinement techniques until deep into the night. As the morning sun bathed the dormitory, the ancient bell tolled, awakening the slumbering inhabitants. The melodious chime resonated through the spacious halls, cleansing the souls of those within. Cheng-Yi sat up in bed, lost in thought that he noticed Xiang Qian standing beside his bed, ready to rouse everyone. It seemed that the rules of the dormitory were set by Xiang Qian, and the others complied without question. Cheng-Yi pondered that, in this place rife with uncertainty and danger, it was wise to maintain a certain distance. Apart from Zhen Xian, the others could potentially be his adversaries. The group hurriedly completed their morning routines. Hastening to the square that a throng had already gathered there, standing in neat rows, silent and still. Shikuan arrived fashionably late, taking his place at the center of the square, clapping his hands together. Excellent. It is truly commendable that you have survived the clutches of the monsters. Now only 55 of you remain. Should you succeed in vanquishing those little monsters, you shall be the fortunate ones. In the main world, slaying the beasts of the demon realm will earn you vitality rewards. What is this vitality? It is the essence that only innate martial artists can absorb, a vital energy for the growth of martial prowess that in due time, you will come to understand. Shikuan continued. Now, enough of the pleasantries. Yesterday, we discussed the basics of martial arts. Today, I shall instruct you in martial techniques. Many among you may already be familiar with martial arts, but the Tianyin sect is an ancient lineage that has endured through countless trials. Despite the ravages of time, a complete system of inheritance remains that is known as the Tian Snake Condensing Yin Technique, encompassing a full suite of the Emperor's legacy. Although many profound truths of martial arts have been lost, it still holds a significant position in Yuanqing. Our martial arts are distinctive and remarkable. Thus, you must also master other techniques. Otherwise, you will be silent should you act against the Federation. The Tian Snake Condensing Yin Technique is a dark attribute skill. Primarily focused on speed and shadow, the IT entails a comprehensive regimen of cultivating skin, flesh, bones, marrow, internal organs, and blood, divided into 7 layers. Each layer corresponds to a stage of body refinement. Only upon breaking through the 7th layer can one harmonize their energy. Mastering dark energy, which is on par with innate vitality and enhances the success rate of innate breakthroughs by 30% at IT, is one of the finest techniques of the postnatal stage in Yuanqing. Though not the mightiest, for in the initial 6 stages, its physical prowess is slightly inferior to other Grand Sect techniques. Only upon breaking through the 7th layer can it become one of the most formidable techniques, albeit with formidable challenges in its cultivation. After Shikuan concluded, he turned and walked toward the back door of the Great Hall, pushing it open. Everyone, follow me into the transmission hall to receive the inheritance. One by one, The people followed Shirkuin into the chamber, emerging silent and aloof. Chang'e took a deep breath and followed suit. The room was dimly lit, dominated by a serpent-shaped statue at its center. At the foot of the statue lay a purple magic array embedded with 5 shimmering star diamonds. Shirkuin stood beside the statue. Enter the magic array, sit cross-legged, and empty your minds. Shirkuin's voice echoed in the air. Chang'e complied, seating himself, feeling a gentle hand cover his head. That moment. A colossal shadowy serpent materialized in his mind, more vivid and lifelike than the statue itself. This shadowy serpent instantaneously merged with his consciousness, allowing him to perceive its journey. A small shadow snake struggling for survival in darkness, enduring countless hunts and battles, emerging stronger each time. Simultaneously, a thread of true intent infused his spirit, and a figure flickered in his mind, a set of martial techniques, embodying agile footwork and fierce strikes. That will suffice. Reflect upon it carefully after you exit. Shirkuin's voice gradually faded as he withdrew his hand. Chang'e stepped out of the chamber and returned to the square, silently contemplating that he nurtured that glimmer of true intent through the martial techniques, strengthening his entire being. The cultivation of true intent primarily stemmed from the inheritance of the Tian snake condensing in technique, a discipline that cultivates intent through martial arts and refines the body through intent. The crux of the inheritance lay in the seed of true intent. This seed's potency greatly aided both the training of martial techniques and the fortification of the body. The seed of true intent required the absorption of vitality to grow. Yet in the postnatal stage, it could not be absorbed directly. It could only be derived from food infused with vitality. Blood-tooth rice was one such example. While those without an inheritance could only slowly break down the vitality within their food, or cultivate the seed of true intent through visualization. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. The host's spirit has planted a seed of the shadowy serpent. Once true intent flourishes, it will consume and grow. Upon maturation, it may escape, and the host will lose a fraction of their spirit. Would you like to take it as a pet? Chang'e lamented inwardly. This is never-ending. All traps, as expected of a sinister cult. Agree. Instantly, he sensed a nascent, bewildered life within his mind, yearning for nourishment. When Zhenxian exited the transmission hall, another system prompt chimed. Zhenxian's spirit has planted a seed of the shadowy serpent. Once true intent flourishes, it will consume and grow. Chapter 10. Cultivation. Chang'e hesitated to respond, fearing that if he agreed, Zhenxian might genuinely believe that after honoring heaven and earth, they had even acquired a little baby. Soon, all had completed their transmission, and Shirkuin emerged, stating, "The techniques have been imparted to you. Now, follow me in practicing the fist techniques." With the transmission of techniques, practicing the fists indeed progressed swiftly. Even though Chang'e's qualifications were subpar, he managed to complete a set of movements, albeit clumsily. This set of fist techniques comprised 18 forms and included the snake steps and pointing snake hands, entirely inspired by the predatory behavior of serpents, particularly characterized by rapid footwork and speed. Name. Chang'e Martial Arts. Human Clan Body Refinement Technique Level 1, 718-910-0000. Tian Snake Fist Beginner. 2100. Tian Snake Condensing In Technique Level 1, 010000. Partner. Zhenxian Martial Arts. Human Clan Body Refinement Technique Level 1, 6748-010-0000. Tian Snake Fist Beginner. 6100. Tian Snake Condensing In Technique Level 1, 010000. Chang'e examined the martial arts panel, realizing that if Yi Mingyao's qualification was 10, then his was 2, while Zhenxian stood at 6, that the snake steps and pointing snake hands were both encompassed within the Tian Snake Fist. Shirkuin stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each individual to ensure that everyone had mastered the Tian Snake Fist. He spoke in a low voice. "You have already mastered the Heavenly Serpent Fist. Now, you must cultivate the seed of true intent. Only when the seed of true intent flourishes can you practice the Heavenly Serpent In Condensing Technique. Remember, the stronger the true intent, the quicker the cultivation speed. However, your true intent is not cultivated on its own, so do not attempt to practice while it is still weak, that if the seed of true intent is depleted, I cannot bestow it upon you again." Each activation of the transmission array comes at a great cost. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi felt a deep sense of reflection, that he understood the earnest intentions of Shikuin and recognized that the inheritance of the heavenly Yin sect was no simple matter. Yet, he also felt a surge of inexplicable excitement and anticipation, that he sensed that the esoteric teachings possessed by this unorthodox sect would bring him immense benefits. Shikuin continued, "You should consider yourselves fortunate. For all those who have slain the minor demons and gained vitality will cultivate the seed of true intent at an accelerated pace. Your body refinement will also see an enhancement. If you have slain many minor demons, then congratulations, you have struck the jackpot." After delivering this pronouncement, Shikuin turned and departed, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, a young man named Wu Su stepped forward. Leading them to the technique pavilion, Wu Su appeared to be quite young, around 15 or 16 years of age, that he brought the group to the entrance of the technique pavilion and addressed an elderly gatekeeper, saying, "Instructor Sure has sent them here to select an attribute technique." The old man lifted his gaze to examine Wu Su and then the group, speaking in a grave tone. "When did the Eastern Sea Hall become a charitable institution? Does this batch of people not require contributions? They must be quite remarkable. One by one, line up to choose your techniques, and inform me once you emerge." Cheng Yi stood ahead of Jin Xian and was the first to step into the technique pavilion. Upon entering, he observed that each attribute area was distinctly demarcated. Each section contained only a wooden plaque inscribed with the name of the technique and a brief explanation of its functions. Cheng Yi had a clear objective. He first approached the area designated for non-attribute techniques that he knew that at this stage, the Heavenly Serpent Fist, the Heavenly Serpent Yin Condensing Technique, and the Body Refinement Technique were sufficient for his cultivation. He sought to find the Mighty Bull Demon Fist, hoping to gain some advantages from Yi Mengyao. Fortunately, he indeed discovered a copy of the Mighty Bull Demon Fist within the non-attribute technique area. He picked up the wooden plaque and exited to present it to the old man. The elder took the plaque, inspected it, and nodded, saying, "Indeed, you youngsters have seen on television that this is the strongest method for skin and muscle cultivation. However, the bull demon has vanished, and the true intent of the bull demon is no longer available. Only major powers possess other visualization diagrams for practice. Here, I lack the visualization diagrams necessary to condense the seed of true intent. I only have the methods of practice. You should choose another." It turned out that other techniques required visualization diagrams to condense the seed of true intent, yet Cheng Yi remained steadfast in his choice of the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. He understood that even if it was not for cultivation, possessing such strength would be a tremendous advantage for him. "This one will do. Is there a problem?" Cheng Yi inquired. "You presumptuous brat, take your item and be gone." The old man retorted coldly, tossing a martial arts manual at him. Cheng Yi accepted the manual and approached Jin Xian, whispering, "Select a dark attribute technique." Afterward, he made his way to the plaza, opened the manual, and began to study it intently. The method was quite simple, comprising only 9 forms, yet the explanatory notes spanned over a dozen pages. The techniques themselves consisted of merely 3 forms. Bull Demon treads the heavens, Bull Demon charges, and Bull Demon tops the sky. They appeared straightforward, especially when compared to the boxing techniques demonstrated by Yi Mengyao, which could be described as excessively simple. However, as Cheng Yi began to meticulously examine these 3 techniques, he suddenly experienced a moment of profound realization that he understood that this was, in fact, a very foundational and meticulous method for muscle and skin cultivation. It detailed the combinations of each muscle group, the flow of power, and even provided numerous recipes for medicinal concoctions. The explanations for the 3 techniques were surprisingly straightforward. It was only by producing a shockwave that one could truly manifest their application. When Cheng Yi integrated the entire muscular structure of the human body and the variations of power into his practice of the 9 forms, the results were immediate. Upon executing the techniques, after completing the 9 forms, he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his muscles and skin, his entire being aching intensely. Merely after this one session, he had already grasped the basics. After practicing the Mighty Bull Demon Fist several times, Cheng Yi could more clearly sense energy surging through his body, continually soothing and nurturing his skin and muscles. At that moment, he recalled what Shikuin had mentioned earlier regarding vitality, that he had slain many minor demons, and the vitality rewarded by the Yuan star was stored within his body, which explained the exceptional effectiveness of his cultivation. In a certain secluded spot deep within the town, Shi Kun stood beside a pool of blood. Lin Fong was suspended above, blood dripping from his body. Upon noticing Shi Kun's arrival, Lin Fong opened his eyes and inquired, "Has there been any news from the Hall Master? Have the seeds been sown?" Shi Kun replied, "The Hall Master has yet to receive any news. With the Hall Master's strength, blocking Dan Minghai should not pose a problem. As for the seeds, I have planted them according to your instructions. The vitality of this batch of individuals is quite abundant, especially one among them whose vitality is already radiating a red glow. These are exceptional reserves for our Eastern Sea Hall, that if we were to harvest the seeds, it would indeed be a pity. The offerings to the headquarters must not be diminished. For now, we cannot contend with them, that if there are promising candidates, do keep an eye on them. We can gather more from other branches. As for the farmer issue, Dan Minghai is unlikely to appear in the Eastern Sea suddenly. Our branch has suffered complete annihilation, and nearly all my trusted aides are dead. I arrange for you to take charge of this elite group to bolster our ranks." Lin Fong cautioned, furthermore, regarding the bishop sent from headquarters, "You must be firm with him. Before I return, I do not wish for this elite group to be taken from us. The so-called soul confusion technique is merely a joke if one can cultivate the true intent of martial arts." "Understood, Hall Master." Shi Kun acknowledged that in the plaza, everyone was diligently practicing their techniques, with some having moved to the vicinity of the dormitories to train individually. Cheng Yi waited for a considerable time without anyone attending to him. Evidently, there seemed to be no surveillance from the previous day. He approached Xin Xian and suggested, "Let us practice elsewhere." The dormitory area was still quite spacious. The two walked to an unoccupied section, where Cheng Yi remarked, "You have also slain a considerable number of minor demons. At this stage, focusing on the heavenly serpent fist is sufficient. Soon, a small pet will appear in your mind. Do not be startled. This is the seed of the shadow snake, which does not require nurturing for the time being. The true intent is needed for the cultivation of the heavenly serpent condensing technique. Keep the anomalies and brainwashing in your heart, and do not disclose them to anyone. Any future changes should be treated the same way. We should limit our interactions in the coming days and focus on our cultivation." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi accepted the system's prompt. Zhen Xian, momentarily surprised, smiled as she grasped Cheng Yi's hand. "A baby? Could it be that I am having a child so soon?" Cheng Yi broke into a sweat. "No, that is the shadow snake. Do not nurture it. It will only grow quickly when the true intent is strong. You should return and concentrate on your cultivation. Do not practice the technique selected from the technique pavilion for the time being. The heavenly serpent fist already has its own techniques, and we should limit our interactions in the coming days." Realizing the potential for misunderstanding, Cheng Yi finally managed to send Zhen Xian away. He then accessed the system. "Partner, Yi Mingyao Martial Arts, Human Clan Body Refinement Technique Level 1, 8120-010-0000. Mighty Bull Demon Fist Proficiency, 999-1000. Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist Proficiency, 999-1000. Blazing Fire Gun Proficiency, 320-1000. Cheng Yi had been observing Yi Mingyao for several days and noticed that two of her martial arts had stagnated. Was it a bottleneck, or did she require certain conditions? Just as Cheng Yi had entered the basics of the Mighty Bull Demon Fist and gained some proficiency, he decided to add a point to Yi Mingyao's progress. And indeed, it could break through. He also allocated a portion of the proficiency from the Human Clan Body Refinement Technique, as he needed to conduct an experiment to allow Yi Mingyao to break through first. "Partner, Yi Mingyao Martial Arts, Human Clan Body Refinement Technique Level 1, 9000-010-0000. Mighty Bull Demon Fist Mastery, 010000. Chapter 11. The bet concerned for her surged within him, but for the moment, he could not afford to be distracted. He needed to share Zhen Xian's dark attribute with himself, which would aid in the cultivation of the heavenly serpent fist. Thus, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to practicing the heavenly serpent fist, aiming to cultivate the seed of fist intent. Each time he completed a sequence of the heavenly serpent fist, he could feel an unceasing flow of energy surging through his body, as if the seed of true intent was continuously growing. Time flew, and before long, it was noon. The cafeteria distributed bowls of blood rice to everyone. After finishing his meal, Cheng Yi felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, brimming with energy. The square resonated with the sounds of practice. As strands of vitality were being absorbed by the seeds of true intent, he practiced diligently throughout the day, and despite the soreness in his muscles, he understood the importance of moderation in his training. The evening prayers were a steadfast ritual, a continuation of his indoctrination process. Upon returning to the dormitory, Cheng-Yi began to practice the heavenly serpent condensing technique, which required sitting in meditation. The first layer involved circulating the seed of true intent throughout his skin. After 2 hours of practice, when the seed of true intent began to diminish, he ceased his efforts, exiting his room. He continued practicing the human clan body refinement technique that appeared akin to performing calisthenics. Yet at that moment, it effectively alleviated the soreness in his muscles. This inevitably led him to exclaim that only through inadvertent moments can one truly discern its formidable essence. Name: Cheng-Yi Martial Arts. Human Race Body Refinement Technique Level 1-1260-10-0000. Beginner's Great Strength Bull Demon Fist, 4100. Beginner's Sky Serpent Fist, 24100. Level 1 Sky Serpent Condensing Force, 120-10000. At this pace, it would take 3 months to break through the first layer and complete skin refinement, although it remains uncertain how long the vitality from defeating minor monsters can be sustained. Observing Jin Xian, who had achieved proficiency in the Sky Serpent Fist, 841000, and Level 1 Sky Serpent Condensing Force, 360-10000. He noted the astonishing disparity in qualifications, having broken through in less than a month. As proficiency increased, this gap became increasingly evident. The alternating cultivation of the Sky Serpent Fist and body refinement technique serves as the optimal pathway to strengthen the seed of intention, while others are constrained by the confines of their limitations. Cheng-Yi and his companions have yet to experience a true bottleneck. This represents an opportunity for him to catch up, potentially even soaring to greater heights alongside his Dao partner in the later stages. On the following day, Shikuan arrived late as usual, yet his voice remained resounding and fervent. It appears that everyone is in good spirits and health. Yesterday, you practiced the Sky Serpent Fist, and some of you even ventured into the Sky Serpent Condensing Force. Today, we will delve deeper into the mysteries of vitality and body refinement. The cultivation of postnatal vitality requires us to meet 3 fundamental conditions: a drop of source blood, vigor, and the true essence of martial arts. Vitality permeates the entire cultivation realm. A formidable physique is essential for the generation of vitality. Thus, we must fortify our bodies through practices such as skin refinement, muscle refinement, marrow refinement, bone refinement, and the honing of the 5 internal organs. Each instance of source blood generation signifies a transformation of the body, propelling us towards a higher echelon of existence. This is evolution, culminating in the ascension to divinity. When discussing vitality, one must naturally mention the human race body refinement technique. The Azure Sky Emperor's decree has bestowed upon all humanity a glimmer of hope for ascension. Each breakthrough in the body refinement technique generates a drop of source blood with the potential for acquiring innate talents. Every layer of breakthrough signifies a life evolution, yet regrettably, its bottlenecks have rendered many incapable of progressing. Some individuals can break through a layer by the age of 8, while others may struggle throughout their lives. Such breakthroughs often appear to hinge more on fortune than on merit. As for vigor, when your strength is unified, your spirit must be formidable. This brings us to the 6th step, cultivating the spirit. Each technique for spirit cultivation is a closely guarded secret of great powers. If we cannot learn them, we must rely on the true essence of martial arts. The stronger the true essence, the mightier your spirit. Some may opt to practice multiple martial arts to acquire diverse true essences, passively enhancing their consciousness. However, when breaking through to the innate stage, one may only utilize a single true essence. That will be all for today. During the postnatal phase, you should focus solely on body refinement. The human race body refinement technique must not be neglected. In 6 months, we will conduct a vitality assessment. Should your vitality fall below 70, you will be deemed worthless. To verify your progress, there is a device over there capable of assessing vitality. Feel free to check it yourselves. After concluding his remarks, Shikuan waved his hand and departed. Upon hearing Shikuan's explanation, Cheng-Yi pondered internally, realizing that this did not resemble the lair of a cult. Rather, it felt akin to a classroom environment. Nonetheless, A thread of doubt lingered within him. Was this merely a field awaiting harvest, or a hidden sanctuary for cultivation? However, when Shirkuin began expounding upon the human race body refinement technique, Chung-Yi found himself lost in contemplation, that he grasped the formidable power of this technique, and more importantly, recognized that he had not encountered any cultivation bottlenecks, as long as he adhered to the system's guidance and proceeded methodically. He could indeed embark on the path to divinity. This was undoubtedly the most significant advantage, as long as he persisted. Chung-Yi accompanied Zhen Xian to assess their vitality levels. The two exchanged brief glances, but refrained from verbal communication. A modern blood extraction device was positioned before them, capable of testing with just a small sample. The results revealed Zhen Xian's vitality level to be 66, while Chung-Yi's was 60, that this left Chung-Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. He realized that his low vitality was due to Zhen Xian's longer cultivation of the human race body refinement technique, that to avoid being labeled as worthless. Chung-Yi needed to break through the body refinement technique or attempt skin refinement or muscle refinement as soon as possible. However, the emergence of the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist provided Chung-Yi with a new perspective that if he could successfully break through skin refinement, he would be able to practice the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist mastered by Yi Mingyao. This would not only aid in boosting his vitality, but also deepen his understanding of the intricacies of this martial art. As time passed, an increasing number of children flooded into the secret realm. Waves of youngsters appeared in the dormitory area, and the square became teeming with people. As night fell, it was time for prayers, and once again, Chung-Yi encountered the robed priest, just as Chung-Yi was preparing to voice his grievances. Shirkuin reappeared in the square, appearing somewhat hurried, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. Shirkuin abruptly interrupted the robed priest, stating, "Bishop Fong, the baptism has been successfully completed. Allow us to handle the daily prayers. Serving our Lord is our duty." "What does Instructor Shi mean by that?" Bishop Fong replied slowly, his tone revealing traces of displeasure. Shirkuin responded assertively, "The affairs of the Eastern Sea Hall have always been managed by us. And daily prayers fall under our purview as well. We will arrange it appropriately." Bishop Fong narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with annoyance. "Are you implying that I have overstepped my bounds?" "Not at all. That I in the absence of the hall master. I, sure, am merely cautious and devoted. Our hall has suffered greatly for these children. The faction of Lin Xiang was completely annihilated, that I hope Bishop Fong can understand," Shirkuin said, bowing slightly with an air of apology. "Very well. The headquarters has given instructions that I need to take some of the new blood. How about this? I won't ask for many. Just hand over 55 from over there," Bishop Fong said with a faint smile. Shirkuin's temples throbbed with anger as he hastily replied, "In the absence of the hall master, this is not something I can decide." Bishop Fong chuckled derisively. "It seems Instructor Shi is quite concerned about this batch. All my disciples have emerged from relentless battles, each capable in their own right. Since there's nothing else to do, I will go over there and select 55 myself, that I in 6 months, during the elite assessment, the faction with the most in the top 10 wins. The wager is this. If you win, your offerings will be halved. If I win, you will surrender 100 individuals. What do you say?" "I agree," a voice suddenly echoed from afar, and soon Lin Xiang, dragging his weakened body, approached slowly. Lin Xiang gestured for Shirkuin to remain silent, stepping forward to address Bishop Fong. "Since Bishop Fong is so inclined, we shall certainly indulge you. Good. Lin Xiang, take care of your health. Let's see how this little game unfolds," Bishop Fong remarked, turning to depart, his demeanor radiating pride and confidence. Chung-Yi, initially a mere spectator, found himself thrust into the fray, that if he failed, the old charlatan would undoubtedly realize he had not been brainwashed, even with exceptional acting skills. Zhen Xian would be doomed, that he had been deliberating whether to practice the Sky Serpent Fist or the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist, but now he resolved to focus on both, dedicating minimal time to the body refinement technique. While observing the results over the next 3 months, the next day, Chung-Yi anticipated at least some special training. However, Shirkuin's arrangements amounted to merely an additional serving of blood rice. Each day consisted of 2 servings of blood rice, one for breakfast and one for lunch. This arrangement sparked considerable unrest within the camp, that in a small grove. Chung-Yi was engrossed in practicing the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist when a group of individuals suddenly rushed over, surrounding him completely. Chung-Yi's heart sank as he realized he was trapped. Although there had been some conflicts days prior, he had remained absorbed in his training, frequently coming and going from the dormitory. While he got along well with Xiang Qian and others, he had never truly integrated into their circle. His preference for solitary training had now led him into a predicament, confronted by a dozen individuals. Chang'e spoke in a low voice. "What do you all want?" One among them chuckled. "Remember my name, Chao Kun. Hand over your share of blood rice and deliver it here daily, or don't expect to stay here." Chang'e smiled faintly. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" His voice carried a hint of disdain, a response to the provocation. As an adult, he would never back down in a child's scuffle. This clash was about more than just ferocity. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward like a leopard, delivering a powerful punch towards Chao Kun. This strike embodied his determination and strength, showcasing his resilience and bravery. Chapter 12. The true essence of the ancient bull demon. Now, Chang'e found himself in an awkward position. He lacked the three techniques of the great strength bull demon fist, and had only just begun with the sky serpent fist. It was evident that everyone was relying on their physical attributes. Surrounded, no martial art could come to his aid. Chang'e executed a serpentine step, lowering his stance as he aimed a punch at Chao Kun, who appeared to be the leader. Chao Kun laughed heartily. "A mere introductory technique. Let me show you what true martial arts are." With that, his hands transformed into countless palm strikes, not only blocking Chang'e's punch, but also landing a blow to his chest. Chang'e had not anticipated that combat among martial artists would unfold in such a manner. He could barely discern Chao Kun's palm technique. Fortunately, the force behind the strike was not overly strong, leaving him merely feeling a sense of oppression. Chang'e found no efficacy in employing the serpent fist. Not only did his opponent strike him with a resounding palm, but countless phantom strikes subsequently manifested, raining down upon him, in a state of utter astonishment. Chang'e realized this was his inaugural encounter with a martial artist, and he was utterly devoid of experience as he witnessed himself being mercilessly beaten. He summoned a surge of ferocity, biting down hard on his own tongue, letting crimson blood inundate his mouth, igniting the awakening of his blood-soaked form. With a fierce expulsion of blood, he splattered it onto Chao Kun's face, disregarding the relentless blows he endured. Since he could not match the martial prowess, he resorted to sheer brute force. "You strike me once. Does that mean I cannot retaliate?" This newfound resolve proved effective. He lunged forward, seizing Chao Kun in a desperate embrace, unleashing a flurry of chaotic punches aimed directly at his face. Caught off guard by the sudden torrent of blood obscuring his vision, Chao Kun was further immobilized by Chang'e's grasp, and in his panic, he flailed his arms ineffectually. Yet soon his strength waned, and as Chang'e's fist collided with his nose, tears and mucus streamed uncontrollably, compounded by subsequent assaults targeting both nose and eyes. Observing the grim turn of events, the surrounding henchmen rushed into attack. Yet Chang'e, undeterred by pain, relentlessly pummeled Chao Kun's visage, rendering it unrecognizable and causing blood to splatter in every direction. Witnessing this brutal display, the henchmen realized the gravity of the situation. This boy was indeed formidable, and if the beating continued, Chao Kun would surely meet his demise. They swiftly intervened, forcefully pulling Chang'e away. The innate power of the blood-soaked form proved formidable. Despite his own aches and the numerous lacerations adorning his body, Chang'e's ferocity intensified that he unleashed a barrage of punches upon the others, focusing solely on their faces, indifferent to any other potential harm, fully aware that their martial skills were still in their infancy. Chang'e's tenacity and remarkable resilience deeply shocked them. Before long, several assailants lay sprawled on the ground, while he grew ever more emboldened, refusing to falter despite their relentless onslaught. Eventually, a panicked shout rang out. "Retreat!" The group hastily assisted their injured comrades and fled. Chang'e, however, ceased his pursuit, feeling somewhat disoriented as the aftereffects of his exertion set in. Hastening to return to his dormitory where he collapsed onto his bed, it was not until the following day, awakened by hunger, that he discovered the dormitory was entirely vacant, his injuries unnoticed by his peers. After all, he had been on the upper bunk, rarely engaging in conversation, and with his habitual comings and goings, others likely assumed he was merely asleep. Dressed in fresh attire, he was astonished to find himself nearly healed. Primarily due to the effective protection of his face, which bore no visible marks, that he remained oblivious to the identities of those who had attacked him and resolved to practice in the square from that day forth. As time passed, Cheng became increasingly cautious in his martial training, gradually integrating into the life of the dormitory, and no longer did he practice alone in the square. Instead, he engaged in skill exchanges with Zhao Hai and others. Throughout this period, news of his assailants remained elusive, bringing him a quiet sense of relief. Every day, Cheng Yi acquired over 100 proficiency points in the Mighty Bull Demon Fist from Yi Mingyao. He himself never faltered in his training, and ultimately, on the 80th day, he perfected the Mighty Bull Demon Fist that as the last fragment of proficiency was recorded within the system. His spirit transcended time and space. Arriving upon the vast expanse of the earth, there, a colossal bull demon stood defiantly, facing countless adversaries. Its roar seemed capable of shaking the very heavens, and as the bull demon stomped the ground, the earth trembled and shattered around it. The enemies fell like wheat in autumn, one after another. The bull demon surged forward, enveloped in a golden aura, sending foes flying in its wake, until at last, its formidable horns confronted the commander. Under the bull demon's might, the commander's body and the enemies behind him crumbled to dust, utterly inconsequential. Cheng Yi's consciousness gradually returned to reality, feeling his skin taut and muscles swollen. Even experiencing a slight increase in height, that he comprehended that this was the essence of the ancient bull demon. The power of profound understanding that it became clear that the mighty bull demon fist comprised merely three fundamental techniques. Relying on sheer strength and the ability to strike from afar without the need for elaborate maneuvers. The 9 forms of practice, when harmonized with the essence, resonated throughout his body, honing both skin and strength. Should he acquire various resources to bolster his training, the speed of his progress would reach unparalleled heights. The system indeed proved immensely powerful. Even without a visualization diagram, he grasped the ancient bull demon's true essence. Cheng Yi felt a surge of eagerness. He longed to stomp the ground with the bull demon's might and observe the reactions around him. However, he quickly clenched his fists. For now, he felt confident that should those assailants return, he could deliver a resounding thrashing. That he gradually initiated the 9 forms of practice, sensing his muscles and skin quivering, the vital energy from his rice rapidly depleting. What once sustained him for an entire morning now faltered within half an hour. Cheng Yi was left relying on the residual energy from slaying minor demons to sustain his accelerating training pace. That in the following 8 days, Cheng Yi exhausted all his vital energy, marking a significant breakthrough in skin and muscle training. His skin became taut and golden, and his strength surged dramatically. Each punch generated a gust of wind, enhanced by the resonant power of his techniques, barely qualifying as a display of martial prowess. During these 2 months, Shi Kuan occasionally attended classes. The body training phase was endless, much like the serpent fist, which could only refine the body once in the acquired stage. Different martial arts required varying frequencies of body refinement. This highlighted a slight shortcoming of the serpent fist, which primarily excelled in simple strength refinement with innate enhancements. The true mastery lay in the serpentine technique, which upon reaching the innate stage, could directly absorb vital energy for training, significantly accelerating the cultivation of dark attributes. Cheng Yi transferred his proficiency in the serpent fist to Zhen Xian and gifted the proficiency of the mighty bull demon fist to Yi Mingyao. Now, with his resources depleted, he could only await Zhen Xian's completion of the serpent fist to see what true essence she might uncover before reclaiming her proficiency. Tao Companion. Zhen Xian Human Body Refinement Level 1, 6786, 010, 0000. Serpent Fist Great Accomplishment. 1830-10000. Serpentine Technique Level 2. 460-20000. After Zhen Xian successfully completed a skin refinement, Cheng Yi joined her in assessing their vital energy depth. To their astonishment, Cheng Yi's vital energy reached 76, surpassing Zhen Xian's 72. That this undoubtedly showcased his mastery over the essence of strength. His vital energy had eclipsed that of Zhen Xian. Both understood that the upcoming vital energy assessment in 2 days would pose no issue, as they were certain to meet the qualification threshold point. 2 days later, the assessment arrived as anticipated. Among the 55 participants, a few unfortunate souls faced elimination, leaving only 40 remaining. Surprisingly, only Cheng Yi's group of 55 was required to achieve a vital energy score of 70, while the subsequent newcomers only needed to reach 60. This was the price they paid for an additional bowl of vital rice that an unprecedented ceremony of the discarded soon unfolded. The eliminated individuals were taken to the vital rice fields, compelled to witness a gruesome bloodletting ritual. A group of unfortunate souls was bound to pillars within the fields, drained of blood, which flowed into the rice paddies, casting a macabre shadow over the entire area as the vital rice danced joyfully amidst the horror. This was the eerie and mysterious side of the demonic plants. Cheng-Yi gazed at the blood-red vital rice, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. The other children, witnessing the scene, erupted in retching. Nonetheless, they were all forced to confront this grim reality. Fortunately, these individuals were not killed. After the bloodletting, they were released. However, the punishment was not yet concluded. Such bloodletting rituals would be conducted weekly until their vital energy values reached the acceptable standard, or they were utterly transformed into mere nourishment. Following this assessment, the atmosphere within the training camp shifted dramatically. That a tense ambience enveloped the surroundings, and conflicts escalated. Individuals began to realize that only by forming powerful coalitions could they survive the rigors of training. That evening, in the dormitory, the once full room of 8 had seen 2 vacancies. The newcomers had yet to arrive, or perhaps they had already resigned. That in this confined space, each person became acutely aware of the challenges of survival and the intensity of competition. The remaining individuals in the dormitory engaged in conversation. One child remarked to Qian, "The conflicts have been increasing of late. Many have started forming teams to seize training spaces and even began to claim territory. Some are hoarding vital rice, threatening others to consume only half and surrender the other half." In fact, over half of those eliminated were robbed. Humans are inherently social beings, naturally inclined to seek companions and form groups. Throughout these 3 months of training, numerous small factions had emerged. However, the friction between these groups had not been severe, and conflicts over interests were minimal. Yet, as time progressed, this fragile balance began to unravel. Chapter 13. The Azure Cloud Assembly. Another disgruntled individual widened his eyes in discontent, exclaiming, "Many are deeply dissatisfied with the paltry 2 bowls of vital rice allocated to each of us." His tone was laced with indignation, his expression darkening. The others echoed his sentiments, their faces betraying agreement and solidarity. Indeed, for these children in their formative years, the distribution of 2 bowls of vital rice was undeniably inadequate. Qian furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply as if contemplating something. That a decisive glint flickered in his eyes before he spoke. "We must unite. In terms of strength, we need not fear any individual or group. Tomorrow, we shall collectively seek out a prime training location and dine together in the cafeteria." His words resonated with conviction and determination, as if he had already devised a clear plan for their forthcoming actions. Cheng-Yi observed the group, finding both amusement and reassurance in the earnestness of the 8-year-olds, who were surprisingly strategic in their approach. He smiled and said, "This idea is quite splendid. Collaborating as a group will certainly alleviate a plethora of unnecessary troubles. However, I would like to include one more person." Chado burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You mean that little girl, Jin Xian, right? Who doesn't know about the special bond between the 2 of you?" His laughter was laced with mockery and teasing. Cheng-Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retorted, "What bond? We are merely good friends." A hint of awkwardness permeated his words. Xiang Qian interrupted the banter of others, casting a serious gaze upon everyone as he stated, "Well, since she is indeed a good friend, it is only natural for Jin Xian to join us. That we must negotiate well with the other elite factions. Let us not forget about the trials and that wager." His eyes sparkled with determination and resolve, as if he was prepared to confront the challenges that lay ahead. The following day, Xiang Qian's leadership skills were once again on display as he successfully rallied 3 individuals, and with Jin Xian. Their small team of 10 was thus formed. In the cafeteria, 40 individuals dined together, engaging in conversation while eating. Such a scene should have been harmonious. However, to those who were not privy to the blood-tooth rice, it was suffused with jealousy. As Xiang Qian mingled amidst the crowd, Cheng-Yi took Jin Xian's hand and led her to a nearby table, looking at her as he said, "From now on, we shall cultivate together. Time and circumstances can easily alter one's character." In just 3 short months, Jin Xian had transformed from a girl who blushed at the slightest provocation into a strong and independent young lady. Only in Cheng-Yi's presence did she reveal her vivacious side. Jin Xian nodded earnestly and whispered, "Does that mean we no longer need to maintain a deliberate distance?" Her cheeks flushed slightly, her heart brimming with anticipation. Cheng-Yi leaned closer to her ear, responding just as softly, "No, we need not. We keep in touch often, and others can discern our relationship." Stealing a glance at Cheng-Yi, who was leaning in, Jin Xian's face reddened further as she murmured, "All right, I wish to incubate the shadow serpent." Her heart was a tumult of excitement and nervousness. Cheng-Yi surveyed their surroundings, although they were at a distance. There were still numerous staff members in the cafeteria, that he gestured for Jin Xian to come closer and whispered, "Let us wait a moment before discussing this further," that he wished to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Jin Xian, understanding his intent, nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Qian returned to the table, initiating conversations with the group. The children in the cafeteria began to interact frequently, ultimately dividing into 4 teams of 10 individuals each. Xiang Qian beckoned Cheng-Yi over. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian approached, listening to Xiang Qian's proposal. "Everyone has come to an agreement. We will train as 10 individuals regularly, assisting each other when necessary. 40 of us are sufficient to handle most situations, that we shall soon seize a territory as our training ground." His gaze was resolute and courageous. Cheng-Yi was deeply impressed by Xiang Qian's leadership abilities. It was remarkable that an 8-year-old child possessed such strategy and boldness, reminding him that Xiang Qian had grown up in the slums. Throughout the past 3 months, he had learned that the children in the dormitory hailed from various backgrounds, each with their own story, and Xiang Qian stood out among them. They collectively agreed to claim the vacant land beside the small grove behind the dormitory that a group of determined individuals made their way to the grove. As the leaders of this elite group, they indeed had no reason to fear anyone, unless they incited public outrage. The initial rules against fighting and speaking loudly had become mere jokes, for since many new arrivals had come, children's brawls were now commonplace, often chaotic, and rarely policed. That it was no longer a time for cautiousness as when they had first arrived. This open area within the grove was indeed a prime location, and there were already 20 or so individuals engaged in training. Upon their arrival, the existing group became somewhat flustered. They looked upon these assertive children with unease. Xiang Qian stepped forward, declaring, "From this day forth, this land belongs to us. Who dares to contest?" His tone was unwavering and resolute, commanding attention. The opposing group erupted in protest. On what grounds? Without uttering a word, Xiang Qian waved his hand and charged forward, leading the charge. Nothing speaks louder than a fist, and as they had trained their bodies, the swift execution of the celestial serpent fist allowed them to dart forward. Cheng-Yi wished to test the essence of shock, but was concerned about inflicting serious harm. A bold demon surged into the fray, arms outstretched, breath resonating as he lunged with ferocity akin to a tiger roaring through the mountains. With a single punch, imbued with the essence of strength, he struck out, and though his opponent was merely a child, the practitioners of the celestial serpent fist were remarkably agile. One opponent deftly dodged Cheng-Yi's punch, only to find their hands ensnared like a venomous serpent around his fist. Unfortunately, they had completely misjudged Cheng-Yi's strength. The shockwave erupted, sending both the hand and the assailant screaming into the air. Immediately, Cheng-Yi retaliated, landing a punch on another would-be assailant. The sound of impact was thunderous, and the opponent stumbled back 5 steps before collapsing. Cheng-Yi, with a swift step, charged into a few more who had encircled him, his ferocity instilling fear in those around him. A moment's hesitation led to them being scattered. With a flurry of punches, he sent several opponents flying, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable. Cheng-Yi himself was astonished at the power of his fists. This was entirely different from the previous skirmish. Now it bore the semblance of martial prowess, that he was controlling his strength. Otherwise, he might have truly caused fatalities. Laughing heartily, he called out, "Who else dares to challenge?" In mere moments, 7 or 8 individuals had already fallen. And witnessing Cheng-Yi's overwhelming prowess, the remaining opponents fled in disgrace. That a throng of children surrounded Cheng-Yi, exclaiming, "Incredible! We never expected you to be this strong. It appears you have mastered your strength." "Just average, I suppose. Merely a bit stronger," Cheng-Yi modestly replied. That it seemed he could no longer hide his abilities, having unexpectedly gained such strength. The group continued to shower him with praise. Even Jin Xian gazed at him in astonishment. "All right, everyone, let us pause for a moment and listen to what I have to say. That I feel we do not have enough members. We could recruit some more associates, which may prove beneficial during the trials," Xiang Qian suggested, his eyes revealing an inexplicable intent as he halted the exuberance of the others. Cha Do continued, "We ought to have a team name. Let us elect a leader." "Indeed, that would be appropriate. Let us call ourselves the Dominance Alliance." No, it should be the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Alliance, Brotherhood. The group erupted into a cacophony of suggestions, clamoring to propose their names. Cheng Yi observed, noting how childish they appeared. Xiang Qian raised his hand to silence the chatter, clearly possessing some authority, and said, "Cheng Yi, you shall name our faction, and everyone can deliberate." Cheng Yi sensed that this child was indeed exceptional, and responded, "I believe being too ostentatious is unwise. How about we call ourselves the Azure Cloud Society?" Jin Xian was the first to raise her hand in agreement, a testament to her loyalty, that I concur. Cheng Yi's suggestion is excellent. "Let it be so," Xiang Qian added, also expressing his approval. Seeing that Xiang Qian had agreed, the others quickly followed suit. Cha Do spoke up again. "As for leadership, I propose Xiang Qian. As our faction is organized under him." The others glanced between Xiang Qian and Cheng Yi, remaining silent. Cheng Yi, bemused, thought to himself, could these children truly possess such cunning? He then said, "I too believe Xiang Qian is a good choice. Let us settle on that. In other circumstances, Cheng Yi might have sought to take control of this small group, for they were promising talents, but he opted to lay low to avoid drawing unwanted attention." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, everyone expressed their agreement. Xiang Qian, beaming with joy, declared, "All right, those who wish can recruit some more associates. Cha Do, and Jiwen, and Xiao Peng, you shall accompany me to gather some new members. This place will be our territory from now on." As Xiang Qian and his group departed, Cheng Yi and Jin Xian began their training. Indeed, Xiang Qian's abilities were commendable, and by afternoon, they had amassed over 20 individuals. Cheng Yi observed and approached Xiang Qian, stating, "This is the territory of our society. It's sufficient for our 10 to train here. The others can seek to claim additional areas. We will take the lead, aiming to seize 3 or 4 more locations. Let our associates gather intelligence. Any critical matter should be relayed to us promptly." Xiang Qian pulled Cheng Yi aside and asked, "With your remarkable prowess, why do you not become the leader?" Chapter 14. Chaos. Seeing Xiang Qian's admiration and affirmation, Cheng Yi understood that his performance had been successful, that he patted Xiang Qian on the shoulder and said, "As you can see, I am rather reclusive and prefer training. The complexities of trivial matters can be burdensome. I will support you moving forward. You are already doing exceptionally well." His tone was imbued with sincerity and trust. "Indeed, it is imperative that we maintain a quieter atmosphere here. For the next few days, accompany me to seize some territories. Thereafter, I shall not trouble you unless necessary." Xiang Qian was elated to hear Cheng Yi's words and thumped his chest in assurance. However, plans are often disrupted by unforeseen events. The following morning, as Cheng Yi and Jin Xian convened at their grove base, a large crowd suddenly appeared before them. Attacked them. Without any verbal communication, the group surged forward. Cheng Yi sensed the precariousness of the situation and knew he had to break their momentum and morale. Before they could approach, he bellowed, charging forward with a bull demon assault. His strength surged from his feet, and he propelled himself into an opponent's embrace as he charged into the throng. Chao Kuan observed him, his eyes narrowing with malice. In an instant, he dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Cheng Yi, conjuring an endless array of palm shadows. Cheng Yi, upon recognizing the opponent, felt the intensity of the palm techniques being wielded against him, that a fierce gust of wind accompanied the strikes, indicating that his adversary had indeed reached a formidable level of training. Although Cheng Yi had made significant progress, he still struggled to discern the intricacies of the opponent's martial arts, underscoring the prowess of Chao Kuan and the potency of his techniques. Faced with the impossibility of evasion, Cheng Yi resolved not to retreat. He summoned strength from his feet and launched a powerful punch. The ferocious blow pierced through layers of palm shadows, reaching Chao Kuan directly. The latter, evidently wary of a direct confrontation, deftly sidestepped to the side, unleashing a flurry of palm shadows. Chao Kuan's capabilities were indeed remarkable. His palm techniques were exceedingly sharp, and his movements were agile and unpredictable. Yet, Cheng Yi was not to be trifled with. He let out a fierce roar, invoking the might of the bull demon. The ground trembled violently, causing all nearby to stagger. The bull demon charged straight at Chao Kuan. Now, the triple strike of the bull demon could truly manifest its might. He had yet to unleash his full power, for if he did, it would surely spell doom for Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan, demonstrating his formidable skill, managed to respond with a solid block amidst the chaos, his palm striking Cheng Yi's shoulder with substantial force. However, an immense power surged forth, sending him hurtling backward involuntarily. Before he could regain his footing, Cheng Yi was upon him again, delivering a punch to his nose, which resulted in a resounding impact that left Chao Kuan momentarily dazed. The force was overwhelming, and Chao Kuan soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Cheng Yi navigated through the crowd, now unchallenged. Zhen Xian witnessed Cheng Yi breaking through the encirclement and promptly surged forward. The other members of the Qingyan Society, initially caught off guard, quickly found their rhythm, spurred on by Cheng Yi's relentless assault and Zhen Xian's charge. Zhen Xian, seeing Cheng Yi's emergence, followed suit. In the martial fray, momentum proved essential. The initial shock of the Qingyan Society members was swiftly replaced by a collective surge of energy, rallying them into action. Cheng Yi, relying on his robust physique, felt no need for evasion or defense. He gradually mastered the profound techniques of the shock principle, which encompassed numerous applications. Offensively, it could launch opponents away or incapacitate them. Defensively, it could dissipate an enemy's force, redirecting it throughout their body or into the ground. However, the technique known as striking the bull from afar was not an option at present, for the children around him had yet to refine their skills. Should they employ it now, it would undoubtedly result in calamity. Practical combat served as the ultimate test of martial prowess. This battle was exhilarating, inciting a desire to continue. Cheng Yi found himself surrounded by foes, each dispatched with ease. Perhaps this was akin to the legendary 18 falls of clothing in martial arts. 10 individuals pursued a vast throng, their collective spirit fully unleashed. Cheng Yi halted and bellowed leave. The onlookers regarded him with a mix of awe and dread, perceiving him as a formidable force. This battle solidified Cheng Yi's reputation, thrusting him into the limelight. Although there had been previous skirmishes, none had been vocalized until now. There was no choice. Without an assertive display of strength, he risked being overwhelmed, and it was unthinkable to allow the young Zhen Xian to suffer. Post-battle assessments indicated that at least 60 adversaries had been vanquished, and intelligence gathered by a few associates later revealed that they were part of the group led by the main sect. Time passed swiftly. Following that confrontation, the Qingyan Society's name reverberated throughout the camp. Had it not been for Xiang Qian's insistence on not bringing too many subordinates, the place would have been overrun. The camp transformed from its previously chaotic state into various smaller factions. Cheng Yi refrained from further engagement, choosing instead to focus on his training alongside Zhen Xian. Yet, all were acutely aware of Cheng Yi's formidable strength. At another base within the secret realm, the main sect leader was conversing with a farmer. "Farmer, what intelligence do you have on Cheng Yi? Is he one of Shan Minghai's pursuers?" The farmer replied nonchalantly. During the last inspection aboard the ship, he exhibited no peculiarities, that he practices the great strength bull demon fist and has comprehended the true essence of the bull demon. There are 7 families in the Federation capable of training with the shock attribute bull demon visualization. But only 2 are coastal, neither of which are associated with Shan Minghai, and neither has lost any children, that we merely abduct some civilian children. The signs of noble families would not undergo testing at the junior academy. Then from where did his visualization originate? He registered the great strength bull demon fist at the transmission pavilion, which implies he hasn't mastered the fist technique, that if the essence seeds were sown by someone. There must be a background that I want this person. Instruct the denizens of the small world to capture him. The sect leader commanded. 3 months swiftly elapsed, and the trial was imminent, shrouded in mystery. 10 days prior, Zhen Xian had perfected the heavenly serpent fist, and now her attributes were as follows. Partner. Zhen Xian attributes. Water 40, Wood 30, Dark 70, Space 70 shared. Human body forging technique level 1 6804 010 0000. Heavenly serpent fist perfection 00. Essence of the celestial serpent, dark principle 124100000. Time principle 5100000. Space principle 124100000. Heavenly serpent condensing technique level 3 120300000. Butterfly love dual flying entry level 50100. Great strength bull. Demon fist proficient 1201000. Pet. Shadow serpent juvenile. Cheng Yi shared the space attribute with Zhen Xian. Truly, the system was remarkable, allowing her to comprehend the essence of the celestial serpent through the heavenly serpent fist, along with the attributes of darkness, space, and time. In Oh Wonder, the dark insect was an ancient lineage. Both the dark and space attributes significantly aided in comprehending related principles. Currently, Jin Xian was undeniably powerful, having completed her skin and flesh training and commenced bone forging in areas shrouded in shadow. She could automatically blend into the darkness, becoming one with it as long as she remained still. With a punch, she could unleash localized acceleration, corrosion, and spatial rending. Butterfly Love Dual Flying was a short-blade, dual-wielding technique selected during her time at the Transmission Pavilion. Only practiced after she perfected the Heavenly Serpent Fist. The Great String Bull Demon Fist still required foundational training, but with ample proficiency, the Heavenly Serpent condensing technique could only be practiced once, necessitating multiple sessions for physical training. Having fed the essence seed passed down from the dark insect to the shadow serpent, her offspring finally emerged, capable of both attack and reconnaissance, albeit in its juvenile form. Unable to stray far from Jin Xian. Nevertheless, this brought her immense joy. Partner. Yi Mingyao Great Strength Bull Demon Fist Perfection, 0. Ancient Bull Demon Essence, Shock Principle, 100, 1000000. Power Principle, 100, 1000000. Fire Principle, 120100000. Through Cheng Yi's relentless efforts to enhance Yi Mingyao's proficiency in the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist. 3 months later, she too achieved perfection. That it remained uncertain what visualization she employed, but her understanding of the ancient bull demon essence indicated that this essence was indeed the core of the fist technique. Yi Mingyao must have found it quite perplexing. However, Cheng Yi needed to bolster her mastery of the shock and power principles that AS anticipated. Her resources were abundant, and all principles saw an increase. Cheng Yi resolved to share equally. For his partners, what was hers was also his. Due to resource constraints, they subsisted on merely 2 bowls of blood tooth rice daily. Although progress was slow, Cheng Yi could still sense his burgeoning strength. Inching closer to his second stage of skin training, with his powers steadily increasing, on the day of the trial, a fleet of ships traversed the ocean. Cheng Yi once again beheld the long-forgotten sunlight, the azure sky, and the cerulean sea. After enduring half a year in the oppressive secret realm, the rare sensation of elation washed over him. He turned to Xiang Qian nearby and inquired, "Are there no beasts in the sea?" "I thought the ocean was the most perilous. It appears quite tranquil." Though young, Xiang Qian possessed considerable knowledge and confidently replied, "There are various formations, medicinal scents, and so on. You see the smoke rising in the distance. It surely contains a mixture of drugs." Cheng Yi nodded, about to respond when a massive fish leapt from the depths, unleashing a violent wave that surged toward the entire fleet like a mountain. Panic ensued among the crowd and chaos reigned. Cheng Yi dashed to Jin Xian's side, urging her to grasp the nearby rope tightly. "Hold on, don't let go," he shouted. Chapter 15. Peril at Sea. In that moment, they felt as if they had plunged into an abyss of despair. The enormous waves raged like a tempest. Lin Fong at the helm suddenly leapt forth like a cheetah, his blade radiating an endless brilliance, slicing through the darkness like a shooting star aimed at the towering wave. The colossal wave was cleaved in two, shattering like glass, but the residual force and fragments continued to batter the nearly capsized vessel. Cheng Yi felt as though he were about to be flung overboard. Desperately clinging to the rope as they swayed precariously, he watched helplessly as countless children and members of the black-clad gang tumbled into the sea. In this dire predicament, Cheng Yi understood that no one could save them. They could only rely on themselves. Swiftly, he entwined his feet around the rope, employing both hands and feet. Suddenly, he felt his grip loosen. Jin Xian's figure shot forth like a meteor, filling him with terror and anxiety. Jin Xian, who could not swim, was destined for tragedy if she fell into this boundless ocean. Cheng Yi resolutely released his grip on the rope and propelled himself toward Jin Xian with unwavering determination. Yet, amidst this endless expanse of water, the disparity in strength loomed like a chasm, the distance between them stretching further with each wave and gust. The waves towered like mountains, the wind sliced like blades. Though they fell into the water simultaneously, it felt as if they were in two disparate realms, one swallowed by the raging sea, the other cast into an endless void of darkness. Cheng Yi was disoriented by the ferocious winds and waves. Yet he dared not hesitate, that I end the fleeting moment before submerging. He inhaled deeply, burying his fear and helplessness deep within, and then plunged into the abyss below. He would exert every ounce of strength to swim towards the direction of his mental guidance. The only glimmer of hope in his heart. Fortunately, the mysterious system enabled him to sense Zhenxian's presence within a certain radius. Though his heart burned with anxiety, Cheng-Yi had no choice but to force himself to remain calm. His eyes widened as he swam rapidly through the tumultuous sea. Despite the fierce currents, he could only descend deeper in search of a moment's peace. The underwater scenery was extraordinarily beautiful, with vibrant fish darting around him. However, Cheng-Yi had no mind to admire it. His sole focus was to find Zhenxian. After a period of arduous swimming, he finally spotted her. She was struggling, yet utterly weak, already slipping into a semi-conscious state. Cheng-Yi's heart ached as if pierced by a knife. He swam over and tightly grasped Zhenxian's arm, wrapping his other arm around her from behind. Propelled by an unyielding resolve as he surged towards the surface, at last, they broke through the water's surface. But the force of the waves was overwhelming that in an instant, a massive wave crashed over them. Cheng-Yi clutched Zhenxian with one hand and fervently slapped her face, unaware of how much seawater she had swallowed. Her abdomen had already swollen. The surface was too chaotic. He had to rouse her. Zhenxian finally regained consciousness, coughing up water. Upon seeing Cheng-Yi, she immediately cried out in distress. Cheng-Yi shouted, "Be quiet. Hold your breath. A wave is coming." Before he could finish, another wave plunged them back into the depths. In this moment of crisis, Cheng-Yi, in desperation, sealed Zhenxian's lips with his own. When they finally emerged once more, they managed to stabilize. Cheng-Yi exclaimed, "Once we surface, take a deep breath and hold it. Rest assured, I am here." Due to the relentless ferocity of the waves, they could not swim forward, forced to allow the ocean to pull them into an endless abyss. To end this perilous situation, only their mutual reliance could provide a semblance of solace for their souls. As time passed, the aftershocks gradually subsided, and the boat steadied. Countless figures floated on the sea, and many extended their hands to rescue the injured. For Cheng-Yi and Zhenxian, this ordeal deepened their appreciation for one another, fostering a bond of mutual reliance as they supported each other through the crisis. Fortunately, the large fish had merely passed by without causing further devastation. When they were rescued, Zhenxian clung tightly to Cheng-Yi, weeping profusely, her fears and helplessness pouring out at that moment. Cheng-Yi continuously comforted her, using his strength to help expel the seawater from her body. In this moment of dire straits, their feelings for each other grew even more profound. It was indeed fortunate that the 10 members of the Qingyun Society had gathered together, a stroke of luck. This other world was fraught with danger, where situations could arise at any moment. Fortunately, the journey ahead became considerably smoother, and soon an island appeared on the horizon. As they set foot on solid ground, Cheng-Yi felt a sense of security beneath his feet. Shikuan led the group to a mysterious valley, which displayed a solemn military camp scene, with burly men in black clothing visible everywhere, and guards stationed throughout the valley. After traversing the austere camp, they arrived before a magnificent, glowing door. Shikuan declared solemnly, "Beyond this door lies the realm of trials. It is a small world set against an ancient backdrop, which our Tianyin sect is attempting to conquer. The limits of martial prowess are capped at the peak of the acquired stage. Those at the innate level cannot enter. You are required to engage in cultivation and assessments there, where the inhabitants will impart to you the necessary skills a month later, during the elite assessment. Especially for the 40 of you who bear a wager, the top 10 will receive special rewards. You may enter now." The crowd filtered through the shimmering door, an extraordinary sense of spatiality enveloping them. Cheng-Yi immersed himself in the captivating essence of this wondrous space, savoring its surreal wonders. Yet, time was fleeting, and they were soon transported to their destination. Only Cheng-Yi and Zhenxian remained steadfast, showing no signs of discomfort. There are actually 2 individuals with spatial attributes. This batch of elites is truly exceptional," a young man exclaimed in astonishment. "You 20, follow me." As his words fell, the crowd naturally divided into 2 teams. Fortunately, Cheng-Yi and Zhenxian, who had been standing side by side, remained together. Before them lay a quaint little city steeped in ancient charm. The distant white city walls appeared like a painted scroll, subtly revealing themselves. The city was filled with various gardens and houses, yet the streets were eerily silent. The young man guided them along a stone path until they reached a square. With a serious expression, he stated, "This is our gathering place. You must assemble here tomorrow. You have 1 month to learn various fundamental skills, including language, stealth, assassination, disguise, intelligence gathering, and survival training. There are many other skills available for you to explore, but you must discover them on your own. The assessment after a month will be your test." Next, he led them to a tranquil courtyard, saying, "You will rest here for the next month. You may move freely within the city, but please be cautious and do not offend others easily." Once the dormitories were arranged, the members of the Qingyun Society gathered to discuss strategies. Xiang Qian spoke first. "What are everyone's thoughts on the current situation?" Little Fatty was the first to voice his opinion. "Currently, the information we possess is quite limited, making it difficult to form an accurate assessment." Chado added, "I believe we should send our younger members into the city to gather information and understand the movements of others." Xiang Qian concluded, "There is still some time before nightfall. Everyone can take a stroll and familiarize themselves with the surroundings." Zhen Xian, relishing a rare moment of freedom, appeared exceedingly joyful. She tightly grasped Cheng Yi's hand, eagerly wandering through the little city. This small city was essentially a base. The streets were devoid of vendors shouting their wares and bustling crowds. She noticed many children being escorted into different courtyards. And the architecture of the city exuded an antique charm. Besides the usual apothecary, blacksmith, horse stable, canteen, bookstore, and school, there were also some unique places. She began to anticipate the days ahead, hoping for more discoveries and gains. After wandering for quite some time, Chengyi decided to take her back to the dormitory for rest. He gently reassured her, "Don't worry. Next time we undertake a mission, I'll take you out for a nice meal. For now, let us return and rest." Zhen Xian remained filled with delight. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "I heard there are other cities. We must explore them when we have the chance." Cheng Yi smiled indulgently, leading her back to the serene courtyard. The next day, everyone gathered in the square, awaiting the assignment of tasks. The elites of the Qingyun Society were assigned to the school. The school was spacious and bright, divided into numerous small classrooms. Clearly, this little city served as a training base that a middle-aged man in a robe stood at the podium. And once everyone was seated, he introduced himself. "I am your instructor, Xiao Gongchang. The knowledge and skills of this world will be your focus of study. Classes will be held for 2 hours each day for a month." He proceeded to explain the background of this world. This is a small world that separated from the main world long ago, and its history is lost to time. However, the languages, characters, and martial arts techniques they left behind are inextricably linked to our main world. Thus, learning the language should not be too difficult for you. This world is one where humans coexist with demon beasts, existing in the form of sects without countries or governments. Yet many gangs and sects govern humanity to resist the attacks of the demon beasts. Humans organize themselves into cities. Warriors hunt demon beasts to absorb their essence, refining their martial arts. Gang conflicts and martial confrontations are ubiquitous. You will complete various tasks as members of these gangs. Xiao Gongchang took a sip of water and continued, "Now, let us begin our 2-hour lesson, which will swiftly pass." Chengyi found his language skills to be exceptionally beneficial, grasping the material with remarkable speed, and he would soon master it. Subsequently, they studied courses on stealth, assassination, disguise, intelligence gathering, and wilderness survival. For intelligence gathering, Yi Mingyao's skills proved useful, allowing them to assist one another. The cafeteria primarily served demon beast meat, which brought Cheng Yi immense joy, as the abundance of demon beasts in this world signified a wealth of resources available for acquisition. After completing 5 courses, they enjoyed ample free time in the evening. The younger members began to bring in intelligence. Beyond the 5 subjects, they could learn medicine, horseback riding, weapon forging, various martial arts instruction, and ancient battle formations. Additionally, the bookstore offered a plethora of books for their reading. Chapter 16. The assessment. The system skill settings were truly miraculous. Cheng Yi's ability to learn these skills soared exponentially, as if he were flying to as long as he devoted himself to learning. His proficiency increased rapidly. Once he reached a proficiency of 10, he could imprint the skill directly into his memory. In just 20 days, he had elevated most of his skills to their maximum level. Yet he remained discreet, avoiding drawing undue attention to his capabilities. Currently, he primarily focused on the study of medicine, the only skill with levels, its second tier, 128100000, encompassing various subfields such as botany, demonology, magical creatures, medical branches, poison branches, meridians, and acupuncture. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary, and each day he immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge at the bookstore, diligently expanding his knowledge base. His primary sustenance came from the demon beast meat served at the 2 daily meals, while he practiced the heavenly serpent fist to hasten his comprehension of the true essence of the eternal sky that a month slips by in the blink of an eye. Jin Xian, brimming with vitality, hurriedly approached him and declared, "Tomorrow is the day of assessment. It is said to involve a long-distance trek and a wilderness survival challenge, and we are not permitted to bring anything." Cheng-Yi ceased his practice of the Tianxi fist and inquired, "Is teaming up allowed? What is the destination?" Jin Xian, with a hint of resignation, revealed, "As of now, it remains unclear. The specific details will only be disclosed tomorrow." This information was inadvertently shared by the teachers. Cheng-Yi paced thoughtfully, and after a moment of reflection, he stated, "Since this is an assessment, it should not pose too great a challenge. The primary concern is to guard against venomous creatures and toxic gases. Fearsome beasts are not alarming, especially if you have Xiaohei with you. There should be no significant issues. Recently, through my studies in medicine, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding poisonous creatures, toxins, and miasmas. These preventive measures should suffice for most situations. Personally, I am not afraid. I merely worry about you sustaining unnecessary harm." He gently grasped Jin Xian's small hand and said, "In the event that we are assigned to separate trials and happen to lose each other, you must exercise extreme caution regarding poisons. Come, I shall teach you a few common poisonous creatures and toxins now. You must also learn medicine in the future, and I will instruct you." His gaze was filled with seriousness and determination. Although he could only teach her for one night, Cheng-Yi diligently imparted his knowledge and experience to Jin Xian, giving her a preliminary understanding of poisons that he continuously urged her to be cautious, acutely aware of the perils inherent in wilderness survival. The following day, everyone gathered in the square. Xiao Gongchang distributed a sheepskin map to each participant and, in a grave tone, proclaimed, "Do you see the locations marked on the map? You are not allowed to bring anything. Within 15 days, you must hike to the red dot and return to the red dot. There will be a sign. The smaller the number, the higher the rank. The top 50 will be designated as elite members that if you exceed the time limit or return without a sign, you will be deemed as waste. Remember, there are no rules. Depart." This was indeed a sinister cult, especially emphasized by the mention of the absence of rules. The members of the Qingyan Club immediately convened and set off. Xiang Qian remarked, "Everyone must be cautious. The lack of rules implies that one can kill and seize signs. If someone does not head to the red dot, lying in wait on the return journey could also count as completing the task." Cheng-Yi studied the map intently. It was rather rudimentary, featuring only a line and a few place names that he added, "It is not necessary to return by the same route, so ambushing could be quite challenging. However, if someone is swift, they can circle back." The route ahead was essentially a test of everyone's survival abilities, while the return journey would be the most perilous, that I suspect that no one will return the same way. Hence, the return will consume a significant amount of time. We must be swift in our departure, especially since rankings are at stake. Cheng-Yi continued. The others expressed their agreement, and the 10 of them set off swiftly. The first day was spent traversing a desolate expanse, devoid of water sources and formidable beasts, save for a few small animals. Yet, with so many people, food would undoubtedly be scarce. Cheng-Yi quickly sensed something amiss and stated gravely, "This is not good. We need to split up. The more people there are, the shorter the food supply will be. This route has clearly been cleared. We need to accelerate our pace." The others also recognized the severity of the situation. In this wasteland, there were at least 1,000 individuals. If they fell behind, they might end up with nothing. Cheng-Yi re-examined the map and decisively declared, "Then we shall divide into teams. Jin Xian and I will form one group. You may pair off as you wish, that I intend to pick up the pace." Xiang Qian observed the group and replied, "Very well. Let each rely on their own abilities. The remaining individuals can form groups of 3 to 4. This way, the remaining numbers will fit perfectly." Cheng-Yi then addressed Jin Xian, "We shall hasten, aiming to escape the wasteland and reach the mountains that we will run in a straight line. With that, he waved farewell to the other members of the Qingyan Club alongside Jinxian. Running at an angle could easily lead to disorientation. The map displayed only a single line and a few place names that if they did not locate these specific sites, they would surely get lost. Thus, they decided to run in a straight line, relying on their strength. Changyi secretly plotted within himself. With their exceptional stamina, the two of them sprinted ahead. The might of the De Li Nyo Mo fist was unparalleled among the crowd. Instilling Changyi with confidence that he carried Zhen Xian on his back and said, "Let Xiao He scout the path. We must continue running to shake off the main group." Changyi entered a state of frenzy and charged forward. When his stamina began to wane, he activated his bloodbath form and pressed on. They traversed the wilderness, crossed 2 mountains, and finally arrived at their first destination, Tianzhu Peak. The straight line led directly over this high mountain. Otherwise, they would have to take a longer route, but by this time, it was already evening, and they had completely distanced themselves from the others, but they were also famished, and fatigue began to set in. Yet, Changyi was unperturbed. With Zhen Xian and Xiao He by his side, he drowsily remarked, "The next phase is entrusted to you." Upon uttering these words, he fell into a deep slumber. Zhen Xian hoisted Changyi on her back and ventured toward Tianzhu Peak. With Xiao He scouting ahead, she felt no fear of the night. In fact, she thrived in the dark surroundings. Along the way, she discovered a mountain spring to quench Changyi's thirst and filled a gourd with water. Additionally, she foraged for some wild fruits and saved a portion. This was all thanks to the knowledge she had acquired over the past month. Be it intelligence gathering, botany, or monster studies, all proved invaluable. With Xiao He present, it felt akin to cheating. Wilderness survival transformed into a leisurely adventure. Before dawn, Zhen Xian had already traversed Tianzhu Peak, the jungle, and the meadows. Upon reaching the second destination, the marsh, she hesitated to proceed further. She was acutely aware of the dangers posed by this marshland and decided it best to wait for Changyi to awaken before making any decisions. Changyi stirred from his slumber, his stomach growling, that he glanced at Zhen Xian, who sat beside him, and softly asked, "Is there anything to eat? Where have we reached?" Zhen Xian cheerfully replied, "Here, have some fruits first. There is a monster nearby, but without fire, I'm unsure how to cook it, that we have arrived at the marsh." Changyi chuckled and said, "Oh, you lazy girl, have you forgotten your wilderness survival skills? Starting a fire is essential." Zhen Xian playfully displayed her delicate white hand, saying, "What? Friction firemaking would ruin my soft hands. Look at them. So tender. Can you bear to see them harmed?" Changyi couldn't help but laugh at him. "All right, I concede. I was remiss." He hastily consumed a few fruits, then surveyed their surroundings, asking, "Have you scouted the area around the marsh?" Zhen Xian stood up, saying, "I sent Xiao He ahead to scout. It's quite dangerous with poisonous creatures, monsters, and muddy terrain. It's rather disgusting." Changyi nodded. "Well, it seems we must take a detour. This is the dividing line for everyone," that he rose to search for materials to prepare for grilling, simultaneously advising, "Zhen Xian, you must learn some basic survival skills, such as how to start a fire." Zhen Xian mischievously replied, "I got it. I will learn." Changyi swiftly constructed a grilling rack that he took the bloodied monster Zhen Xian handed him and grinned. "Well then, since you aren't prepared with seasonings, allow me to handle this." He struck the creature with his palm, causing a series of intense vibrations that expelled all the surface blood. Zhen Xian exclaimed in awe. "You can use it like that? I want to learn quickly too." This vibration technique is applicable everywhere. Changyi, while roasting the meat, remarked, "You should study more about medicine, botany, and monster studies. You struggled just to find seasoning. This meat will taste bland without any flavor." Zhen Xian pouted playfully. "Isn't it enough that you're here? If you hadn't fainted, we would have had something tasty by now." Lacking any seasonings, they were grateful they could at least eat. The two engaged in lighthearted conversation while enjoying the delicious grilled meat. After their meal, they began to skirt around the marsh. Zhen Xian flitted about like a cheerful little bee, relishing the rare freedom. They treated it as a leisurely excursion. They had already surpassed others by at least half a day. While others needed to eat and rest, warriors typically required only 4 hours of sleep. Thus, the two of them felt no urgency. Along the way, they found plenty of medicinal herbs and seasonings. They fashioned a bamboo basket from vines to carry their finds and periodically climbed to higher ground to update their map. Otherwise, they would surely get lost on their return. Chapter 17. Injury. The marsh was vast, teeming with various poisonous creatures. Yet large monsters seemed scarce, likely due to previous participants having cleared a portion. Without the capability of medicine, the environment here would be exceptionally intolerable. It is hard to fathom how those children managed to approach. After circling the marsh for an entire day and glancing at the updated map in hand, Chengyi noted that a quarter circle had formed and pondered, should we directly loop back to the straight line area or weave through diagonally? Jin Xian had already dozed off on Chengyi's back. Without Xiaohei's guidance, he had to rely on his own judgment. The forest ahead loomed like a dark behemoth, consuming everything in its path. Without Xiaohei by his side, Chengyi dared not venture inside. It seemed prudent to find a safe place to rest first, that he located a small hillside to dig a cave. Showcasing his excavation skills once more, he lit a campfire and utilized any free time to train. Preparing for unforeseen circumstances. During the night, the two took turns keeping watch until daylight returned. In the morning, Chengyi awoke to a delightful aroma. Jin Xian had prepared breakfast. With seasonings, the food tasted significantly better, though they regretted the absence of salt. Missing salt for a day or two was tolerable, but they would need to pay attention going forward, that if necessary, they would have to resort to drinking the blood of monsters. Chengyi, while eating, inquired, "Have you investigated the situation in the forest?" Jin Xian tilted her head and replied, "I have only explored a small portion. There are indeed large demonic beasts present, but the specifics within remain unclear. While you were sleeping, I dared not venture further. The forest is certainly fraught with danger. I surmise that the original route must be safer. Otherwise, countless lives would be at stake. Thus, the route marked on the map must be secure." Chengyi pondered momentarily before adding, "However, with Xiaohei accompanying us, we cannot afford to be reckless. We must learn to exercise caution." Jin Xian nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will heed your advice, that we still have time. There is no need to rush for first place." Chengyi affectionately ruffled her hair in affirmation. Upon examining the map, he noted that the third marker was a mountain peak, Sanji Qing Tianfeng. Only a prominent landmark could prevent one from getting lost. Otherwise, circling around the marsh would surely lead to confusion. As long as they proceeded methodically, safety would be assured. Although Chengyi's supplementary map appeared chaotic and lacked a semicircular form, Sanji Qing Tianfeng was indeed conspicuous. Its three towering summits were visible from afar. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chengyi instructed Jin Xian, "Please scout the situation around these three peaks while I dig a hole and prepare dinner, as well as search for some water." Jin Xian complied promptly, and with Xiaohei present, Chengyi felt no apprehension. After excavating the cave and igniting a campfire, Jin Xian returned bearing 3 gourds, declaring, "There are numerous demonic beasts. I circled around extensively, and it will take at least 2 days to traverse their territory." Chengyi took a sip of water, contemplating, "It seems this is the stage for battle. These mountains stretch for thousands of miles, and no matter which path we take, combat is inevitable. This will truly reveal the challenge of the assessment. Tomorrow we shall navigate through the angle between the 2 mountains." Chengyi's concealed cave provided refuge. Although the night was filled with the roars of various demonic beasts, they remained unharmed. The dawn of the following day arrived as expected. Amidst the mountains, Chengyi and Jin Xian ascended with utmost caution. With Xiaohei's assistance, they were able to evade the territories and lairs of larger demonic beasts. They sought concealed paths to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. However, contrary to their hopes, a spiked demonic beast suddenly materialized. Having caught the scent of living beings, and it charged toward the summit with a low growl. "Quickly ascend the peak. Find a place to lie in ambush," Chengyi urged as he hastened his pace, searching for a suitable area to evade. His Tianchi fist was not yet fully mastered, thus he lacked comprehension of the mysteries of darkness. This feline demonic beast was remarkably swift, its claws as sharp as blades, making it a predator of the forest. Demonic beasts did not distinguish by the refining of flesh and bones. They assessed strength based on size and actual combat prowess. Chengyi swiftly reached a gentle slope, where Jin Xian had already vanished into the shadows. He bit his lip, activating his bloodbath body, fully concentrating as he awaited his moment. That he understood this was his sole opportunity. The first strike of the lynx beast was often fatal, and failing to evade or block, it would lead to relentless pursuit. That a shadow lunged forward, 5 glimmering claws aimed directly at Chengyi's head. He exerted all his strength to evade, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his head. Yet his shoulder was deeply raked, leaving a trail of blood. Despite the protective force of his practiced skin shock, the sharp claws still cut through his flesh. Chang'e disregarded the pain in his shoulder. Launching a powerful punch aimed at the abdomen of the lynx beast, simultaneously, Jin Xian emerged from her hiding spot and struck the beast back with a forceful blow. The lynx beast reacted swiftly, raising its forearm to block Chang'e's strike, its entire body twisting to evade Jin Xian's attack. However, Chang'e's punch, imbued with the power of a mountain-shaking blow, penetrated the lynx beast's body. Concurrently, Jin Xian's punch struck true against its back, tearing open a wound. From that injury, a dark, corrosive hue began to spread, a powerful strike combining the acceleration of time, spatial explosion, and the corruption of darkness unleashed by Jin Xian. Grievously injured, the lynx beast let out a piercing cry, its offensive momentum waning. Seizing the opportunity, Chang'e and Jin Xian launched a relentless series of attacks against its already weakened form. Ultimately, the once menacing lynx beast that had instilled fear in both of them collapsed. Breathless, Chang'e halted, finally feeling the intense pain radiating from his left shoulder, which was now soaked in blood, staining half of his body crimson. Jin Xian rushed over, her face filled with worry, crying out, "Oh no! Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Upon seeing her tears, Chang'e felt a warmth in his heart and quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. I am fine. Quickly retrieve the medicinal herbs from the backpack and apply them for me." Jin Xian fumbled to extract the hemostatic herbs and applied them to Chang'e's wound. Then he took a deep breath and calmly stated, "This place is too perilous. We must find somewhere safe to rest. Have Xiaohe search for a suitable location nearby." Jin Xian suppressed her tears and issued a command to Xiaohe. After a while, she reported, "There is a fissure in the mountain wall not far ahead. There may be snakes inside, but there are no other refuges that I will go and eliminate that small snake," she added. Chang'e hastily sat down, instructing, "Detach the claws from the lynx beast to use as weapons. But be cautious of snake venom." Watching Jin Xian's retreating figure, Chang'e silently reflected that was close that he had not anticipated such formidable strength from the demonic beast, whose speed far exceeded his expectations. He had greatly overestimated his own defenses. The two took refuge within the mountain wall's fissure. Though the space was cramped, larger demonic beasts could not enter. Chang'e directed Jin Xian to use herbs to dispel the scent of blood. Then added, "From here on, it will depend on you that I will activate my bloodbath body to hasten the wound's recovery, after which I will fall into a deep slumber. You must protect yourself." Jin Xian earnestly nodded, affirming, "Do not worry, brother, that I will safeguard you." Chang'e activated his bloodbath body, a soothing coolness enveloping the wound, that he understood that healing would require time, yet he was astonished by the restorative power of the bloodbath body. Nevertheless, he remained perplexed about the after-effects it entailed. When he awakened the following day, he felt invigorated, showing no signs of adverse effects, that he decided to temporarily set aside his concerns and focus on properly treating his injury first. By the dawn of the second day, Chang'e found his shoulder still immobile, likely due to a fractured clavicle. However, after a night of treatment, the wound had shown signs of improvement, that he estimated that with one more day's rest, he would be back to normal. At this moment, they had entered the fourth day of the assessment. Jin Xian observed as Chang'e slowly opened his eyes, promptly bringing him fresh water and grilled meat. Anxiously asking, "How is the wound? Does it need a change of herbs?" Chang'e managed a faint smile, replying, "It feels much better. I will change the dressing later. I believe resting today should suffice. Have you seen anyone else ascend the mountain or pass by here?" Jin Xian looked up, her face brightening with a sweet smile. "I noticed some individuals enter the mountain, but later it seemed a few could not bear the pressure and chose to give up, taking a longer route instead." Chang'e gently stroked her head in comfort, saying, "You have worked hard. Today we shall rest another day, with no need to rush onward." After changing the herbs, Chang'e activated his bloodbath body once more. Attentively monitoring Jin Xian's training while cherishing their time together, it was not until the after-effects of the bloodbath body struck again that Chang'e succumbed to a deep slumber. As they traversed the jungle, Chang'e gestured for Jin Xian to have Xiaohe scout ahead. They had now entered the fifth day of the assessment, and Chang'e's wound had finally healed completely. The pair ascended Qing Tian Foam, entering a dense thicket. Crossing through this jungle would lead them to their destination. However, the perils of the jungle were no less daunting than those of the mountains. To ensure their safety, they adopted an even more cautious approach. They even applied a herb known as Hong Lian Chao, which could mask their human scent, reducing the likelihood of being detected by demonic beasts. Just as they prepared to navigate through the thicket, Zhen Xian suddenly halted, whispering, "I've spotted a hidden serpent. I've instructed Xiao He to hide underground. It hasn't he noticed?" Chengyi was taken aback, called Xiao He back. "Let us retreat a bit. Why is a hidden serpent present? Is it guarding something or keeping watch?" The two swiftly withdrew, distancing themselves from the potential presence of a hidden serpent. Zhen Xian furrowed her brow. "Generally, once we reach the destination, we can exchange for tokens without the need for a hidden serpent to monitor." Chapter 18. Slaying Chao Kuan-Chung, he pondered inwardly. Indeed, this matter is rather suspicious. Could it be that someone harbors nefarious intentions for this wager, attempting to cheat? Why would a hidden serpent be stationed near the jungle's exit? Only those of considerable strength could emerge from the jungle. What could be the purpose behind this? Regardless of the circumstances, we should avoid approaching for now. It would be more prudent to seize 2 tokens instead. Having sustained an injury once, I cannot afford to be careless again. Given our martial prowess, obtaining 2 tokens should be the safest course of action, and no one knows what awaits at the destination. At such a critical juncture, it is entirely plausible that someone would harm other participants for the sake of the wager. Thus, Chengyi resolved to prioritize safety by temporarily abandoning the pursuit of their destination, instead opting to ambush 2 tokens along the way. This way, they could ensure their own safety while fulfilling the requirements of the assessment. Consequently, the 2 retreated back to the previous fissure in the mountain wall, taking turns to monitor the situation below while training. With ample supplies of demonic beast meat for sustenance, their martial skills progressed rapidly. By the 8th day, Chengyi finally noticed someone returning from the destination. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as none other than Chao Kuan. Although the distance was considerable, Chengyi instantly recognized Chao Kuan due to his familiarity with him. Without hesitation, he pulled Zhen Xian along and hastened his pursuit. However, by the time they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Chao Kuan had vanished without a trace. Undeterred, Chengyi continued to track the direction of the hidden serpent. Beside the marsh, under the night sky, they encountered few obstacles from the beasts. Taking refuge against a sloping hillside, Chengyi and Zhen Xian rested while keeping watch over their sleeping companions, with only one person on guard. Zhen Xian whispered, "Brother, when shall we strike?" After a moment of contemplation, Chengyi replied, "How should we proceed? Is it to kill or to seize?" Deep down, he understood that he was merely an ordinary youth from Earth. While he could slay monsters, the thought of taking a human life was beyond him, especially when facing a group of children. He could not bear to do so. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Chao Kuan's deep-seated hatred towards him. Should his whereabouts be revealed, he would be at risk of a lethal ambush. Having read countless novels, he recognized that the actions of a benevolent heart often led to trouble, and he had no desire to play the role of a saint. Zhen Xian's delicate face turned cold as she resolutely declared, "Of course we must kill them. There are no good people in the Tianyin sect. They will inevitably become villains. Why eliminating them now? We can save many lives." Chengyi gazed at Zhen Xian in astonishment. Despite her tender age of merely 8, she exhibited such unwavering determination and decisiveness on this matter that he could not help but feel inadequate. He realized she had endured far too much, no longer the innocent little girl she once was. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Then let us act, and I will deal with the sentry, and you handle those who are asleep." Chengyi and Zhen Xian stealthily ascended the hillside and leaped down to launch an assault on the watchful child. The sentry gasped and raised his hands to defend himself, but Chengyi delivered a powerful punch to his arm, sending him staggering backward before collapsing limply. Without a glance back, Chengyi charged towards Chao Kuan. Zhen Xian had already utilized the claws of a feral cat to slice open the throat of one of the sleeping figures. Chao Kuan, startled, exclaimed, "It's you," before turning to flee. Yet, with Chengyi and Zhen Xian coordinating their attack, he found himself with no escape. The flames illuminated his face as he knelt, pleading, "Do not kill me. I can give you anything. I am a member of the sect leader's entourage. If you slay me, you will invite trouble upon yourselves." Just as Chengyi was about to speak, Zhen Xian swung her blade towards Chao Kuan's neck. He instinctively raised his hand to block, but she swiftly maneuvered behind him, thrusting her claw into his back. With deep-seated hatred, Chao Kuan cast one last baleful glance at Chengyi before succumbing to death, his eyes refusing to close. Zhen Xian withdrew, her icy countenance betraying no emotion as she stated, "Annie once told me, when you resolve to take a life, think of nothing else until your foe lies dead." Cheng-Yi stared at Jin Xian in shock, feeling ashamed of his indecisiveness. Realizing he was outmatched even by a young girl, he awkwardly smiled and said, "Impressive, very well done." The pair immediately searched their fallen foes and discovered 3 wooden tokens inscribed with the numbers 3, 4, and 5 that they unceremoniously tossed the bodies of Chao Kuan and his companions into the marsh. Exchanging a knowing smile, they settled down to rest in their camp. To Cheng-Yi's surprise, he felt no revulsion at the act of killing. After numerous battles and the shedding of blood, he had grown accustomed to it. That on their return journey, guided by Xiao He, they encountered no ambushes. That it took them 15 days to return to their original small town, primarily to indulge Jin Xian's desire for exploration. The townsfolk in the square observed the delayed arrival of the two without comment. Cheng-Yi approached the gathering of Xiang Qian and others. Noting that of the 10 members of the Qingyan society, only 5 had returned, that he inquired, "What happened? Where are the other 3? Did they not arrive, or cannot they return? We're not sure. That we left at 2:33. And now Xiao Pang and the others haven't come back. That it's rather concerning," Xiang Qian replied anxiously. Cheng-Yi reassured him, "Perhaps they will arrive later. That I have an extra token here. You can make arrangements with it." Xiang Qian's expression brightened. "You managed to snag an extra one? It's a 5, even higher than mine. That I'll just swap it out. Thank you." Cheng-Yi clapped him on the shoulder before turning to Jin Xian, and they proceeded to the registration point to submit their tokens and record their names. The person in charge of registration was the martial arts instructor, Dong Fong Kai, who smiled and remarked, "Not bad. You've got a high ranking. Go ahead and rest in the square for now. We'll organize everything once the final time arrives." They waited quietly at Xiang Qian's gathering spot until night fell. There was still no sign of Xiao Pang and the others, causing growing concern among the members of the Qingyan society. Dong Fong Kai clapped his hands and announced, "All right, the assessment statistics have been completed. You may return and rest for a few days. The rewards for the 2 days will be arranged shortly." The group returned to their quarters, eager for some well-deserved rest. Cheng-Yi immersed himself in training, his mind unfocused on anything else. The following day, Cheng-Yi sought out martial arts instructor Dong Fong Kai, asking, "Instructor Dong Fong, where might I learn the Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist?" Dong Fong Kai regarded Cheng-Yi thoughtfully before responding. "The main branch of the Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist does not exist here. However, within this small 1,000 world, there remains ancient martial arts. Although the visualization may involve other species, I advise against pursuing it. If you have already mastered the 2 techniques of bone forging, there are many suitable martial arts within our society that you can exchange for with points." That he paused before continuing. "While our EC Hall is under the umbrella of the Tianyin sect, each sect has its own factions and conflicts. You must have heard about the betting agreement. From the moment the agreement was established, you became part of our EC Hall's 13 Fragrance Division. Your performance has been exceptional this time. Instructor Sher has asked me to remind you to be wary of the headquarters' influence. This world is jointly conquered by the headquarters and the EC Hall. When executing missions, avoid entering the headquarters' territory as much as possible." Feigning surprise, Cheng-Yi replied, "There are factional conflicts. How am I to know which places belong to the headquarters and who is affiliated with them? And where can I find the Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist? You seem quite fixated on the Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist. I'll look into it for you shortly. I will assign you to the cities of the 13 Fragrance Division. Just avoid the other cities," Dong Fong Kai added. "Though the Tianyin sect is classified as a wicked faction, the distinction between good and evil has always been a human construct. History is written by the victors. You must learn to observe and judge for yourself." Cheng-Yi bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you very much for your guidance, Instructor Dong Fong." Dong Fong Kai crossed through a courtyard and entered another garden, activating a formation to establish a communication device. "Report to Master Lin Xiang. The Cheng-Yi you asked me to observe in relation to the Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist has inquired today. I find his learning ability remarkable. He has mastered all skills in just over 20 days and ranked 3rd in this assessment." That a voice from the device responded, "Impressive indeed. The Great Strength Bull Demon Fist, Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist, and 5 Divine Organs Forging Technique are all ancient and powerful body refinement methods that he has built a solid foundation at each stage, undergoing 5 rounds of body refinement, plus an additional round for the inherited martial arts. totaling SIX.TO condense 2 drops of source blood at the body refinement stage and break through to the innate level is truly remarkable. Regrettably, due to the disappearance of the ancient bull demon and the magic gold white tiger, the most powerful visualization methods of antiquity can no longer be passed down. Children do not comprehend the complexities and merely wish to learn the strongest techniques. You must be cautious of whether the headquarters influence will attempt to seize him. Chapter 19. The hunt that evening, Cheng-Yi consumed the Zhu Xan fruit. Immediately, he felt a tremendous surge of vitality coursing through his body, circulating through his limbs and bones with the operation of the ancient bull demon's essence. The excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, rendered him nearly unable to bear it. Yet amidst this agony, he sensed a powerful vitality, as if his flesh were being continuously tempered and elevated. The intensity of the stimulation was almost unbearable that he clenched his jaw, gripping his hands tightly. His body trembling in agony, but he felt his skin tearing, only to heal swiftly, the cycle repeating endlessly. Each instance of tearing and healing made his skin tougher and more resilient. His body resembled that of a blacksmith undergoing a purgatorial baptism, repeatedly being hammered back to its form and then rising once more. Each forging made him increasingly resilient and formidable. Time seemed to lose meaning as a refreshing coolness emerged from deep within him. A tremendous force surged through his body, and all his scars vanished in an instant, revealing a dark and slender physique, but he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, every muscle pulsating with life. He threw a punch, and the air resonated sharply, as if his fist had torn through the very atmosphere. He sensed his skin had become resilient and lustrous. When he lightly traced a blade across it, it left only a faint white mark. This was the power and defense granted by 2 rounds of body refinement. That he mused, Instructor Dong Fong mentioned that while the effects of the Zhu Xian fruit are potent, they shouldn't be this intense. Could it be due to the essence of the ancient bull demon? After a brief cleansing, he stepped out to find Jin Xian at that moment. She was seated cross-legged, practicing the heavenly serpent Yin condensing technique. Upon seeing Cheng-Yi, Jin Xian exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, you seem different. Have you made a breakthrough?" Cheng-Yi nodded and remarked, having just achieved 2 breakthroughs in physical training. It would be prudent to refrain from consuming the fruit for now. Wait until you have perfected the great strength bull demon fist that I recently experimented with the Zhu Xian fruit, and while its effects are remarkably potent, they come with considerable suffering. This is likely due to the overwhelming essence of the ancient bull demon, which results in an extraordinarily high absorption efficiency, leading to severe bodily rending and danger. As he spoke, he revealed his own darkened skin, tapping it lightly as he continued, "I shall guard you while you partake. Should any issues arise, I will promptly assist you." That he then recounted in detail the training process from the previous day. Jin Xian gazed at Cheng-Yi in astonishment, tapping his own darkened skin as he exclaimed, "Brother, your defense is astounding. It feels as though you are clad in armor. This Zhu Xian fruit possesses such extraordinary effects. Truly impressive. However, it seems this fruit isn't as formidable as it appears. I have heard that others experience a much gentler absorption." Cheng-Yi pondered thoughtfully. This indeed highlights the might of the ancient bull demon's essence. It allows for direct and instantaneous absorption. However, this process is exceedingly perilous. I will keep watch when you consume it. This iron skin must remain concealed. Focus on your training of the great strength bull demon fist. Jin Xian, intrigued, squeezed Cheng-Yi's muscle with a smile, saying, "So solid. Even without revealing your iron skin, your defense is formidable. You are practically immune to ordinary blades and swords. It seems I must redouble my efforts. By the way, Dong Fong has informed me that everything is arranged. We depart the day after tomorrow." On the wild thoroughfare, a horse-drawn carriage sped by. Inside were the 10 members of the Qingyan Society, led by Dong Fong. Since the disappearance of the 3 chubby boys, Dong Fong had replenished their ranks with 3 new members. Along the route, demonic beasts roamed, posing constant threats, yet Dong Fong, being a martial arts instructor, utilized his experience and knowledge to ensure that these young ones gained invaluable insights during their journey. Throughout their travels, they sustained themselves primarily on demonic beast meat, which also provided a continuous resource for Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian's physical training. In a week's time, they arrived at a bustling city. Dong Fong pointed toward the ancient cityscape in the distance, announcing, "We have arrived. This city is the territory of the Tianhu Hall under the Fire God sect. The city is divided into 4 districts, each occupied by a different gang from the 4 cardinal directions. Each gang has numerous subordinate factions, and they are perpetually engaged in conflict. Next, we must conquer the entire city. Currently, the Tianyin sect has seized a portion of the eastern city and established the Black Hawk gang. You all need to familiarize yourselves with the environment here and hone your skills." With that, he steered the carriage toward the eastern city gate, the bustling city gate. Numerous martial artists queued to enter, bringing their quarry. Merchants along the way eagerly welcomed the beast spoils the martial artists carried, creating a scene of vibrant activity throughout the city. Upon entering, the buildings on either side were arranged in an orderly fashion, with countless inns and eateries. Eventually, the carriage came to a halt before a fortified manor. Heavily guarded with archers stationed around, a burly young man approached swiftly, exclaiming, "Brother Dong Fong, it is truly wonderful that you have come here." Dong Fong clasped his hands in greeting. "Lord Chu-ji, I must trouble you to keep an eye on these youngsters. I have merely brought them here. The subsequent matters are in your capable hands." Chu-ji laughed heartily. "No trouble at all. With you presiding over the gang, I can rest easy. Please follow me." As Dong Fong and Chu-ji walked side by side, they discussed how to arrange Cheng-yi and the others. They are still quite young and lack experience. Chu-ji noted that I plan to assign them to a hunting squad first, to acclimate them to the brutal combat environment. Once they have adjusted to this setting, we will involve them in missions. Dong Fong nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. However, we must not underestimate them. Each has already completed the stages of skin and muscle training. That evening, Cheng-yi and his companions settled into the manor. Before they retired for the night, Dong Fong admonished them. In the days to come, you must conceal your identities from the main world. Additionally, you should actively seek opportunities to obtain the techniques for the Tiger Demon Bone Fist. The following day, Cheng-yi and Jin Xian, accompanied by a martial artist, ventured outside the city to hunt in the wilderness. Cheng-yi wielded an iron spear, moving with agility, drawing derisive and dismissive glances from other martial artists. "You 2 little kids, can you even lift such a heavy spear? Huh. Is it your little wife trailing behind?" One quipped. Jin Xian remained silent, fists clenched, with 2 short blades gleaming at her waist in the sunlight. Cheng-yi, however, maintained his composure, fully aware that the scornful gazes of these individuals stemmed from their ignorance of his and Jin Xian's true strength. Before long, they arrived in the wilds that in the distance wolves roamed, and the martial artists halted, observing them. "You 2 little brats, take one each and test your skills," they instructed. Cheng-yi and Jin Xian exchanged nods and approached a wolf each. Cheng-yi advanced steadily toward the wolf on the left, spear in hand, while Jin Xian dashed toward the wolf on the right like a flash of lightning, her form elusive and swift. Such speed! Have they already trained their bones? Someone marveled. And such strength! Another added that as they witnessed Jin Xian swiftly severing the wolf's throat and Cheng-yi piercing through the wolf's skull with his spear. The onlookers were left speechless in astonishment. Where did these prodigies come from? Does our Tianyin gang have such a hidden base? Someone exclaimed in shock. The leading man nodded. "Well done, they have passed the preliminary test. Everyone, ensure you teach them well. They may become significant figures in the future." As time passed, Cheng-yi and Jin Xian gradually integrated into the team. Cheng-yi whispered to Jin Xian, "Let Xiaohei roam nearby. But do not use any profound techniques, that today's target is to hunt warty pigs. Let us work on our coordination." The lead martial artist announced loudly as they continued onward, arriving at the foot of a mountain. Above, a dense forest loomed, teeming with various demonic creatures. Cheng-yi and Jin Xian coordinated seamlessly, one attacking from the front while the other executed a surprise attack from behind, successfully capturing prey with each strike. The other martial artists regarded Jin Xian with fervent admiration and envy. In this forest, she moved like a specter, always appearing at the most critical moments to deliver a fatal blow to her quarry. She was a true assassin. As they proceeded, the leader diligently imparted the key points of hunting. Suddenly, distant scouts signaled, rushing over to report, "We have spotted 7 members of the Blood Lion gang. Should we eliminate them?" "Chief," the leader gathered everyone and explained to Cheng-yi and Jin Xian, "The Blood Lion gang is our adversary. Encounters in the wild typically lead to bloodshed. Now that we have you 2, have you ever killed before?" He looked at Jin Xian, who nodded resolutely. Cheng tightened his grip on the spear and affirmed, "Let us kill." The leader and the others were quite pleased, saying, "You too. Wait for the right moment and follow my lead." The group stealthily advanced until they spotted the opposing members engaged in their own hunt. At the leader's command, "Attack." Everyone surged forward. Cheng Yi, spear in hand, launched a bull demon charge toward one of the larger men. Although the opponent initially faltered, he quickly regained composure, wielding his steel knife to block the thrust. But unexpectedly, the knife vibrated violently, and in a panic, he relinquished it and grabbed the spear instead. The spear quaked violently in his grasp, and seeing it barreling toward him, he instinctively let go and executed a roll to the side. Cheng Yi had often heard in novels that such a roll was a divine technique. Though it looked ungraceful, it was undeniably effective. Typically, a sudden roll could evade most attacks. Cheng Yi pressed on with a series of thrusts, but the opponent had already crouched low, avoiding the spear's tip. Another sliding kick came toward Cheng Yi, compelling him to admire the opponent's adaptability. This person demonstrated vast combat experience, showcasing a street fighting style that the opponent closed in. Cheng Yi promptly discarded his spear and engaged with his fists. A sickening crack echoed as he struck the opponent's legs, eliciting a scream as the man collapsed to the ground. Cheng Yi seized the man's foot and hurled him toward another approaching ally, who instinctively pushed away the incoming comrade, only to feel a sudden pain in his side. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Xian had seized the opportunity to stab him in the waist, the blade remaining embedded as she vanished back into the shadows. With the two injured, Cheng Yi wasted no time, raining punches upon the other man's already wounded torso. The one on the ground succumbed to Jin Xian's next stealthy attack. Then, Jin Xian seized her ambush and joined Cheng Yi for a direct assault. The opponent was utterly overwhelmed, and before long, he fell beneath Jin Xian's blade. "Retreat!" the opposing leader shouted, blocking several attacks while fleeing into the forest with two others that do not pursue a cornered foe. The leader commanded, halting the group's advance. Four of their adversaries lay dead, two at Jin Xian's hands. The others turned to Jin Xian, and the leader approached her, speaking gravely. "While you are undeniably talented, you are still a child. Such a murderous intent is concerning. That man was already down. You should not have delivered the final blow." Cheng Yi felt a pang of worry. Jin Xian's bloodlust indeed seemed excessive, an unsettling mindset. Yet, he drew Jin Xian behind him and addressed the leader. "I apologize, Chief, that I will ensure that Jin Xian is properly educated." Jin Xian bowed her head, unable to speak. The leader shook his head, sighing. "When I was your age, I was still playing games that I do not wish to reprimand you. I merely wish to caution you. Such a mentality could hinder your growth in the future." Chapter 20. The second hunt in the shadowy depths of the jungle. Where the sun's rays could scarcely penetrate, Cheng Yi found himself alone, facing the onslaught of a wild boar. This formidable creature, with its tough hide and robust flesh, charged like a battering ram. Cheng Yi moved with the grace of the wind, his spear dancing in his hands like a dragon emerging from the water, each thrust finding its mark, puncturing the boar's flesh with precision. The battle was intense and exhilarating, filling his heart with a sense of challenge and growth. Although he had faced combat several times before, the visceral imprint of blood and fire had yet to engrave itself deeply within his body and soul. With the final thrust piercing the boar's body, the beast succumbed at last. The leader observed from the sidelines, a smile creeping upon his face as he remarked, "You need a more formidable technique. Your skills, while sharp, lack variability and the element of surprise. Should the opportunity arise, consider exchanging for a more powerful style to hone your practice." Cheng Yi understood that he had held back during the fight. Otherwise, a single thrust could have felled the boar instantly. His inclination leaned toward mastering the art of unarmed combat, yet he recognized the multitude of skills he needed to cultivate, and thus he did not rush. Meanwhile, Jin Xian was also engaged in her own lethal dance. Like a skilled performer, she twirled gracefully under the boar's attacks, her twin daggers flashing with a cold gleam. In the face of the clumsy beast, she elegantly demonstrated her prowess. Ultimately, with a precise strike to the creature's head, she brought the encounter to a close. The subsequent hunt unfolded with a blend of tension and order. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian alternated in confronting solitary ordinary beasts, encountering no difficulties whatsoever. They grew in strength through their battles, gradually manifesting the essence of the Tianyin sect's teachings and the full might of their martial arts. Upon returning to the guild, All the children received recognition and praise. They had proven their worth and potential through their strength, embodying the legacy of the Tianyin sect. Cheng-Yi realized that this distinction set them apart from other wandering practitioners. They refined the essence of their teachings and practiced a comprehensive martial art. Marking the gulf between them and formally trained cultivators that in the ensuing 2 months, the hunts turned into bloody affairs, evolving into life-and-death contests between hunter and prey. The guild leader, Chu Ji, adjusted his strategy, targeting the elite forces of the Blood Lion Gang. The atmosphere in the jungle brimmed with a sense of impending doom as they tracked, hunted, ambushed, and counter-ambushed. Amidst the jungle's concealment, Zhen Xian's gestures swiftly conveyed urgency to Cheng-Yi, signaling an imminent fierce battle. Cheng-Yi's progress was remarkable. His heavenly serpent fist had become a whirlwind, its power surpassing previous thresholds that better honed their skills. They temporarily set aside their hidden serpent, embracing the jungle as their battleground in this survival game. Cheng-Yi hastened to the scene and discovered a 7-member squad from the Blood Lion Gang engaged in hunting a shadow leopard, the true sovereign of the jungle, whose speed and agility instilled fear in the hearts of this moment. 2 members lay wounded, bleeding on the ground. His hands swiftly traced through the air, and Zhen Xian intuitively shifted to the right. Cheng-Yi, with a flick of his form, stealthily slipped into the left thicket. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 were ensnared by the shadow leopard's agile movements, unable to extricate themselves. Seizing the moment, Cheng-Yi surged forward like a tempest, appearing before one of them. This individual, seasoned in the jungle, sensed the impending threat and drew his weapon in an instant. However, Cheng-Yi was well prepared. He planted his foot firmly, harnessing the powerful momentum of the bull demon charge, and spun to collide with another adversary. The man wielding the blade promptly swung his weapon in pursuit, only to be blindsided by a shadow that struck from behind before he could react. A blade pierced his back. Zhen Xian, without hesitation, dispatched one foe and immediately pursued another. Cheng-Yi, like a gust of wind, crashed into his opponent, who had braced himself to counter the impact, only to be violently hurled against a tree by the ferocity of Cheng-Yi's assault. Before he could regain his bearings, Cheng-Yi's fist struck heavily against his heart. The remaining adversary turned to flee, shouting in panic, "Run! It's the hidden serpent duo!" His cries echoed through the jungle, while the smoke of battle lingered over every inch of the ground. Facing the terrified 4, Cheng-Yi refrained from immediate pursuit. His gaze shifted toward the distant shadow leopard, a creature swift and shrouded in mystery. That moment, the leopard sought to meld into the shadows, its instinct as a jungle assassin steering it away from direct confrontation. Yet, Zhen Xian discerned Cheng-Yi's intent. She swiftly hurled a dagger toward the shadow leopard, compelling it to remain visible. Concurrently, Cheng-Yi unleashed the power of the bull demon charge, hurtling toward the leopard with ferocity. His mastery of the bull demon triple strike had become second nature, and this potent offensive move had become his battle call. The shadow leopard's speed was unparalleled. Darting to the other side in an instant, a razor-sharp claw lunged toward Cheng-Yi. However, in that fleeting moment, Cheng-Yi halted abruptly, grounding himself as a seismic wave emanated from his feet, rippling outward. The shadow leopard, affected by the tremor, momentarily faltered. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng-Yi's fist struck the leopard with tremendous force, sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Cheng-Yi lifted the subdued shadow leopard, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Zhen Xian. Today's hunt has yielded great rewards. This leopard possesses exquisite meat and abundant vitality. Its bones and blood are perfect for concocting elixirs. Zhen Xian approached with a smile, retrieving her fallen dagger. Let us return swiftly. The Blood Lion Gang's members are likely in disarray and may not return to disturb us anytime soon. With the area currently devoid of people, it presents an opportune moment for us to act. As she spoke, she and Cheng-Yi provided mutual cover, swiftly vanishing into the jungle. Within their ranks, Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian's companion, Xiaohe, had become invaluable allies. Each time, they could sense the presence of foes ahead, granting them an advantage in battle. Zhen Xian gradually emerged as the team's dedicated scout, her agility and discernment earning the unwavering trust of her comrades. Yet only Cheng-Yi understood that Zhen Xian's impressive performance was not solely due to her being a superb assassin and scout. The power of the hidden serpent was paramount, allowing them to seize the initiative in hunting and exploration. With Xiao Hei's assistance, they frequently launched attacks before their enemies could detect them, achieving notable victories. Such battle strategies propelled the children of the Qingyun Guild to prominence. The Bloodline Gang began to regard this young adversary with heightened seriousness, even offering substantial bounties and dispatching formidable practitioners for ambushes. Though the Qingyun Guild's children faced losses under such pressure, they persevered, even successfully escaping encirclements. All of this demonstrated the formidable legacy of the Tianyin sect. Their reliance extended beyond sheer offensive and defensive capabilities. They possessed unique speed and footwork techniques. Cheng Yi's Heavenly Serpent Fist played a pivotal role in this process, endowing them with the velocity and agility that consistently granted them the upper hand in combat. Following a series of battles and lessons, the guild leader finally acknowledged their strength and capabilities, deciding to conclude their training and allow them the freedom to choose their tasks. This signified their formal initiation, empowering them to independently navigate the ever-shifting tides of the martial world. With sufficient provisions of beast meat and various potions at hand, Cheng Yi embarked on a deeper pursuit of skin and flesh training. He had attained the second perfection in this practice, yet breaking through to the third level remained elusive. Drawing from his medical knowledge, he recognized the interconnectedness of skin, flesh, and marrow, and the current skeletal structure could not support the third stage of training. During this process, he also grasped the true essence of the Heavenly Serpent Fist. The memories within the system revealed the true form of the Ouroboros celestial serpent, an immense serpent coiled at the heart of the profound cosmos. Its head and tail entwined to form a circle, wielding dominion over time, space, and shadows. This fleeting yet profound memory immersed Cheng Yi in contemplation of the giant serpent's significance that at this stage, he could only utilize the Heavenly Serpent-ine energy to cultivate bone and marrow. Simultaneously, he recognized the importance of the Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist. Furthermore, Yi Mingyao possessed an even more powerful internal training technique, the 5 Divine Organs Refinement Art. Mastery of these skills was essential. Aligning himself with Yi Mingyao for study was undoubtedly the correct choice. Their collective progress served as their driving force. Thus, both of these martial arts held paramount importance for Cheng Yi. He resolved to master them all. Meanwhile, Jin Xian had already achieved perfection in the Bull Demon Fist. With the assistance of Cheng Yi and Yi Mingyao, her training in this martial art was akin to 3 practitioners honing their skills together. This allowed Jin Xian to share in the blood-soaked experience, consuming the fruits of her labor to break through to the second stage of skin and flesh training. Indeed, she successfully advanced to the Iron Skin realm. In their residence within the city, Cheng Yi inquired of Jin Xian, "How has your reconnaissance of the Tianhu gang progressed in recent days?" Jin Xian replied with a playful smile, "The manuals are not easily found. Yet many are practicing the Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist that if we only seek the techniques, we might attempt to learn them covertly. However, it would be best to establish a stable residence in the city." As she spoke, she gently draped her arms around Cheng Yi's neck, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear. Such gestures were a rare sight, reserved for moments of solitude between the two, lending an air of endearing charm. "Then let us rent a place. But we will need someone to represent us that we are still too young." Cheng Yi replied that I will seek the leader's assistance, and you can inquire if there are any leads on the 5 Divine Organs Refinement Art. You might approach the guild leader or seek guidance from Dongfang. All right, I shall do so at once. Jin Xian swiftly vanished from her original position, her speed having significantly increased due to her training in the essence of tremors and the essence of strength, which comprehensively compensated for her previous deficiencies in power. Although both she and Cheng Yi practiced the same martial arts, their mastery of the essences emphasized different aspects. Jin Xian inclined towards an assassin's path, seeking speed and the ability to deliver a lethal strike, whereas Cheng Yi favored direct assaults, embodying a strategy of overwhelming force. This complementary strategy had been mutually agreed upon by the two. Cheng Yi approached the leader, requesting assistance in renting a place within the city. The leader, overjoyed, readily acquiesced, even suggesting that no rent be required. Over the past 2 months, Cheng Yi had managed to accumulate some spare funds. The lucrative rewards from hunting missions spared him from financial worries, with most of his earnings dedicated to purchasing various herbs for research purposes. Within the confines of their microcosm, the development of elixirs had also yielded notable achievements. They had delved into healing potions, blood-enhancing pills, and restorative soups, by combining the numerous recipes associated with the mighty bull demon fist. Cheng-Yi had successfully crafted an array of elixirs. Notably, the 10 complete restoration soup, which he formulated by infusing 10 kinds of monstrous beast bones into the concoction, enhanced the training of bones, muscles, and skin. Otherwise, the rapid progression in their cultivation would not have been attainable, due to their research into medicinal substances. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian had sought a residence near the guild early on. Upon returning to their abode, Jin Xian leisurely presented Cheng-Yi with a skewer of candied hawthorn, urging him to take a bite. I inquired with the guild master. She stated, who informed me that the 5 gods' organs refining technique is a supreme secret of the Chongqing sect. This sect is one of the 5 major factions in this world, and the 5 gods' organs refining technique condenses the spiritual essences of the heart, liver, lungs, spleen, and kidneys, spirit, soul, phantom, intent, and will. These 5 mental aspects permeate the entire realm of martial arts. Even within the Federation, this is regarded as a core secret of a superpower, and the technique remains unbroken in its transmission, preserving its complete form. Cheng-Yi responded, let us set that aside for now and focus on covertly learning the Tiger Demon Bone training fist as planned. Chapter 21. Assassination. The duo first visited the mission station to accept a task to assassinate the Blood Lion Gang's incense master, subsequently arriving at a small courtyard in the city, not far from the Tiger Hall's base. This courtyard indeed lived up to the notorious reputation of its inhabitants. Such a modest place was nearly unattainable for the average person, and it was likely that it had originally served as a residence for members of the Tiger Hall. As the New Year's bells rang, the entire city erupted into a fervor, with myriad lights illuminating the streets bustling with activity. Cheng-Yi took the rare opportunity to stroll through the market with Jin Xian. Nearly 3 months had passed, and Jin Xian had grown a year older. She had been captured when she was just over 8.5 years old. As for Cheng-Yi, he remained uncertain of his exact age. So he decided to consider himself 9. As Jin Xian savored the various delicacies, a content smile graced her face, marking a rare moment of innocence. Cheng-Yi, filled with affection, held her hand, wishing that this moment could last forever. However, time always passes swiftly. The two soon tucked away their innocent moment, resting for 2 days before resuming their pursuit of strength. Under Cheng-Yi's companionship, the shadow snake finally hatched, and he named it Xiaohui. By day, they covertly practiced the Tiger Demon Bone training fist at the martial arts field, and by night, returned to their lodgings near the Black Eagle Gang. They diligently trained in secrecy for 5 consecutive days. Although they could have mastered it in a few days, the scarcity of practitioners meant that at times, there was no one to train with on the day they completed their training, as Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian walked along a path. Xiaohui suddenly issued a warning that a bad omen loomed. They were ambushed. Given their reputation, at least 3 individuals at the marrow refining level lurked nearby. Cheng-Yi felt fortunate to remain vigilant as the 2 snakes scouted ahead. Though in the body refining realm one could not discern another's martial level, Cheng-Yi dared not let his guard down that if there were marrow refining practitioners among them, it would pose a grave threat. Thus, they could only evade rather than retaliate. Fortunately, the distance allowed them to exchange a signal and slip into the shadows that as long as they refrained from attacking, both could remain concealed. They instructed Xiaohui to continue gathering information while Xiaohui explored the surroundings. Where are they? One of the ambushers inquired after what felt like an eternity. The intel suggested these 2 have never been ambushed. They always strike first. Could they have already been discovered? Another speculated. How audacious for the Blood Lion Gang to offer a bounty on children. Can you believe it? The issue is that they have yet to kill a single one. A third remarked. You go check. I think they fled. The last one added. One of them retraced their steps, returning shortly to report. They're gone. The room was empty, as if they vanished in thin air. The trio exchanged glances, searching the vicinity once more, ultimately conceding, damn it, we'll report back to the employer that their intel is worthless. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian followed them from a distance, arriving at a courtyard where a butler-like figure stood. The 3 approached him, stating, what kind of nonsense intel is this? There was nothing. The butler inquired, are you suggesting that you saw them enter the room by day, only to disappear by night? It appears that girl possesses formidable reconnaissance skills. Let us return. There's no need to refund the deposit. The 3 nodded and departed in separate directions. Cheng-Yi instructed Xiaohui, and Xiao Hui to shadow them until they confirmed their complete disappearance. Then, he and Jin Xian communicated via signals, swiftly making their way to the vicinity of the courtyard. They awaited patiently until Xiao Hui returned, confirming that no one else was present at that moment. They observed the butler preparing to exit the courtyard. Cheng Yi signaled to Jin Xian, the predetermined signal for a full-force assault, indicating they would not relent until the end. Cheng Yi concealed himself by the door. His gaze fixed intently on the butler as he emerged. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength into a singular punch, infused with an overwhelming force, utilizing the powers of corrosion, acceleration, and the essence of strength, alongside spatial detonation. Though the various essences had yet to blend flawlessly, causing some dispersion of power, the might of this punch was as intimidating as a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. "You little brats, I've waited for you long enough," the butler sneered. But before he could finish, his hand, which sought to block Cheng Yi's punch, shattered into pieces. What? The force? His heart seized with pain. Had he not cultivated the five-organ spirit, that blow would have claimed his life. Yet before he could feel relieved, he sensed a shadow approaching from behind, leaving him utterly astonished. The butler disregarded his injured right hand, leaping into the air while forming his left hand into a blade. Striking swiftly towards the fiercely advancing Jin Xian, that instant. Jin Xian's dual blades accelerated deftly, evading his left-hand strike and decisively slicing at his wrist, causing the butler's left hand to fall away. Having suffered 2 severe injuries, the butler's airborne body began to descend. He understood he was teetering on the brink of death. The boy from the 5 gods had leaped behind him, while the girl aimed her strike at his ankles. Gazing at the dire situation before him, he recognized there was no escape. He raised his eyes to the heavens, filled with resignation and bitterness. Suddenly, a fist struck heavily against his back. He struggled to keep his eyes open. But darkness enveloped him. In that final moment of life, he was consumed by regret and disbelief. How could he have been so easily defeated by these 2 children? Though the battle was brief, it vividly showcased their unwavering strength and seamless cooperation. They had exerted their full power against the experienced butler, and despite minor flaws, they emerged victorious. This confrontation imparted a profound realization. Only through relentless training and self-improvement could they face even graver challenges. It turned out that marrow refining was not as formidable as it seemed. Cheng Yi could not help but smirk, his gaze falling upon the corpse before him, a body that contained all their secrets, which must never fall into the hands of others. Cheng Yi busied himself, gathering the remnants and even excavating the surrounding soil. This task could only be undertaken by him, which was rather unpleasant, prompting him to send Jin Xian out to keep watch. Fortunately, his swift actions did not attract the attention of the surrounding crowd. After managing the body, Cheng Yi moved it into their room, procuring some firewood and flammable materials, setting it ablaze. The fierce flames consumed the room, yet the 2 remained unfazed as they returned home. Cheng Yi felt no remorse. Ever since he embarked on his martial journey, he had been driven by an impulse to fight with all his might. Concealment would only lead to a dull and tedious existence. The path of martial arts was meant to be pursued boldly, with undivided focus. The following day, all members of the Black Eagle Gang gathered in unison. The gang leader, Chu Ji, sat solemnly upon the master's seat and proclaimed, "Last night, the butler of the Blood Lion Gang was murdered in a courtyard, and the entire place was set ablaze. That marrow refining practitioner died without a sound, leading all to assume it was the work of our Black Eagle Gang, that we can no longer afford to ease tensions with the Blood Lion Gang. We must strike first. Heed my command." The Black Eagle Gang sprang into decisive action, and Cheng Yi speculated, is Chu Ji emboldened to act against the Blood Lion Gang due to the presence of Dongfang Ta? A host of warriors surged towards the Blood Lion Gang's stronghold like a tempest, slaying every gang member they encountered with blinding speed. Indeed, it was not until they reached the enemy's base that the Blood Lion Gang realized the gravity of the situation. But it was too late. There was no time to ready their powerful bows and crossbows, and they could only release a few scattered arrows in a panic, for those skilled in martial arts. The low walls of the stronghold were utterly inconsequential that a portion of the assailants charged through without hesitation, while Chu Ji led the remaining members directly towards the main entrance. The Blood Lion Gang, still reeling from the casualties of the previous night, was urgently deliberating countermeasures, leaving their gates carelessly unguarded. This undoubtedly opened the door wide for the Black Eagle Gang's ambush, kill, with a single command. The warriors of the Black Eagle Gang surged into the Bloodline Gang's stronghold like a tempest, slaying any foe in their path. Clad in black, they starkly contrasted against the crimson garb of the Bloodline Gang. Yet this would not lead to any misidentification. Cheng-Yi wielded a long spear, followed closely by Jin Xian, as they flanked the enemy ranks that he had no desire to engage head-on with the formidable martial artist skilled in the art of dirty fighting. He understood that his own abilities were insufficient to contend with such a master, that a lateral assault would suffice. The remaining members of the Qingyun society grasped this principle, following Cheng-Yi's lead like a pack of wolves. Working in unison, though they were but children, their blades and swords danced with precision amidst the chaos, each swing striking true. Cheng-Yi's spear swept through the enemy ranks with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Each thrust stirring the air with a fierce wind. His attacks were both accurate and devastating, rendering the enemy utterly defenseless against his onslaught. Jin Xian remained ever vigilant behind him, prepared to offer support at a moment's notice. Their coordination was seamless, akin to a single entity that end this tumultuous clash. The warriors of the Black Eagle Gang showcased their prowess and valor. They aided one another, forming an impeccable fighting unit, while the Bloodline Gang floundered under the pressure of their assault. Unable to mount an effective defense, their bodies trembled like fallen leaves under the relentless onslaught, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Amidst the fierce battle, Cheng-Yi not only demonstrated his personal strength and wisdom, but also exhibited his trust and synergy with his comrades. He recognized that each strike required precision and decisiveness, while every defense demanded calm and composure. Leading the members of the Qingyun society through the fray, he seemed to orchestrate a magnificent tableau of combat. With his spear in hand, Cheng-Yi charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountains, each inch of his weapon a testament to its strength. None could withstand its thrust. The enemy faltered under his relentless assault, either collapsing or being sent flying. Those fortunate enough to escape swiftly found themselves besieged and annihilated by the other children of the Qingyun society. Yes, they fought. Cheng-Yi reminded Jin Xian, in the face of such a large army, or on the battlefield. Keep a watchful eye on my flanks and rear. Do not stray too far from me, and do not rush to pursue the enemy. If a single strike does not fell them, withdraw promptly. The children of the Qingyun society echoed in unison, understood. They formed a cohesive battle array, a skill they had recently mastered, now put to the test in real combat, a testament to its formidable power. Cheng-Yi aimed at a martial artist adept in marrow techniques, thrusting his spear forward. The opponent raised their sword and shield in defense, yet the shockwave from Cheng-Yi's spear rendered their defenses ineffective. The spear passed through, not lingering, as behind him, 5 or 6 blades struck the adversary. Even if the foe did not perish, more attacks would follow. All were masters of the Tianqi fist, their speed remarkable. They could parry attacks from both sides with agility. This was the might of their battle formation, a testament to the strength of their martial prowess. The opposing formation was simply no match for them. They did not charge en masse as in traditional warfare, but rather faced 1 or 2 adversaries at a time. Cheng-Yi darted from left to right, then back again, observing the battles of his leader and others. Dongfang Kai indeed proved formidable, his ghostly speed allowing him to fell foes with a mere touch, likely a manifestation of dark energy, akin to his technique of striking through barriers that is known that martial artists hone their skin and flesh. If one possesses defenses beyond 2 layers, it is already commendable, capable of deflecting most force. Thus, elite martial artists are typically difficult to slay, yet dark energy and barrier striking techniques can bypass the exterior defenses and directly assault the internal organs. Chapter 22. The transaction. Only Cheng-Yi possessed both the profundities of strength and vibrations, capable of penetrating layers of protection with the trembling tip of his spear, bolstered by immense power. If that were insufficient, he could augment it with a barrier-striking technique. However, Cheng-Yi was hesitant to employ the latter. While ordinary vibrations could be explained within the realm of martial intent, striking at the organs would delve into the realm of pure force. An explanation beyond his grasp. The nature of such profundities remained a mystery, likely representing a higher echelon of power that Chu-Ji, the gang leader, had already engaged in combat with the opposing leader. Cheng-Yi seized a moment to observe. Noting that their strengths were relatively even, Yet the opponent's reaction speed was exceptionally keen, both engaging in rapid exchanges while deftly countering each other. However, from their encounters, it appeared the adversary had yet to master the concept of force energy. At this juncture, Dongfang Kai had defeated several adept opponents, finally encountering one of equal caliber. Their clash unleashed a torrent of energy, causing the air to ripple. Yet, Dongfang Kai's speed was markedly superior. He conjured countless illusions to surround and assail his foe, who was utterly incapable of defense. Before long, the adversary fell, exhausted, blood trickling from the corner of their mouth. Cheng-Yi observed from the sidelines, pondering that this must be the manifestation of dark energy, reminiscent of his barrier-striking technique. Witnessing their expert fall, the leader of the Blood Lion Gang cried out in despair, "I surrender." Faced with Dongfang Kai's swiftness, he knew escape was futile. Cheng-Yi nearly stumbled in surprise. He had not anticipated such a prompt capitulation. With that proclamation, the battlefield quickly descended into silence. What followed was the cleanup and management of gang affairs, which bore little relevance to Cheng-Yi. He had not foreseen that a single action from the previous night would lead to the downfall of an entire gang. While marveling at the butterfly effect, he began to contemplate the possibility of learning the five gods' internal cultivation techniques. If he could not master them in this world, returning to his primary realm would be even less likely that he needed to discuss this matter with Dongfang Kai. The next day, Cheng-Yi approached Dongfang Kai and candidly shared his thoughts. After listening, Dongfang Kai appeared somewhat troubled, stating, "If you wish to learn the five gods' body refinement technique, it is not without avenues. Having already honed your skin and flesh, joining the Chongqing sect is virtually impossible. Moreover, they only accept children age 5, and one's family background is scrutinized. Apart from that, the only path available is through recommendations from subordinate gangs, specifically direct affiliates like the Tianhu Hall. Our Tianyin sect also seeks the five gods body refinement technique and has been planning to send disciples into the Chongqing sect. The direct subordinate gang of the Chongqing sect is the Tianquan sect, which is a target for the headquarters. We should be able to facilitate your entry there. However, I have heard from the leader that they are eager to recruit you into the headquarters. If you can gain admission there, you might have the opportunity to access the five gods body refinement technique." Cheng-Yi inquired, "Why does the leader wish to recruit me?" Dongfang Kai regarded Cheng-Yi with curiosity, replying, "You are undoubtedly a prodigy. There is no denying that. Furthermore, your bull demon true intent. How did you cultivate the true intent without a visualization chart?" Feigning innocence, Cheng-Yi responded, "I do not know. It just appeared in my mind. My father mentioned that I should practice the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist, Tiger Demon Bone Refinement Fist, and the Five Gods Internal Cultivation Technique. After I trained, it manifested on its own." Dongfang Kai pressed further, "Who is your father? Where does he reside?" Cheng-Yi continued his act of ignorance. "I do not know. He is just my father, living in a big house." With a resigned smile, Dongfang Kai understood he could not expect an 8-year-old to possess extensive knowledge. He continued, "Do you truly wish to practice the five gods internal cultivation technique?" "My father insists I must," Cheng-Yi replied, feigning naivety. "Has your father mentioned how you should learn? Have you mastered the Tiger Demon Bone Refinement Fist?" Dongfang Kai asked, perplexed that no, the academy surely teaches that I have already made initial progress. Cheng-Yi affirmed earnestly, "Very well, I shall not inquire further about how you learned the Tiger Demon Bone Refinement Fist. If you are indeed determined to go to the Chongqing sect, I will do my utmost to assist you," Dongfang Kai said after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps sending Cheng-Yi to the Chongqing sect would enhance the chances of acquiring the five gods internal cultivation technique. He could negotiate with the headquarters. "Also, I must bring Jin Xian along. I cannot leave her behind," Cheng-Yi declared resolutely. Dongfang Kai gently tapped Cheng-Yi's forehead, teasing, "You even have a little wife. Await my news. This matter requires my maneuvering." Upon returning to his quarters, Cheng-Yi found Jin Xian still practicing diligently, filling his heart with warmth that he gently patted her head, pondering, should I truly take her to the Chongqing sect? Leaving her behind for at least 2 to 3 years made him uneasy. Time passed swiftly as Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian dedicated themselves to their training, occasionally venturing out to hunt, leading a tranquil and comfortable life. The notion of accumulating points no longer held any allure for him. A month later, Dongfang Kai approached Cheng-Yi, stating, "The headquarters has agreed to recommend both you and Jin Xian to the Tianquan sect. However, once you arrive at the Tianquan sect, you must devise your own means of entering the Chongqing sect. Once you reach there, we will be unable to provide further assistance. Additionally, you may only remain in the small world for 5 years. Otherwise, the rules of the small world will assimilate you, preventing your return to the primary realm. Once you acquire the 5 gods internal cultivation technique, you must return immediately, as all contracts and oaths made here will no longer apply in the primary realm. Understood, thank you, Qingyi replied softly. In the future, do not forget the nurturing provided by Donghai Tang. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, you shall proceed to the headquarters. This is our condition for exchange. What does that mean? Have you sold me? Qingyi inquired, astonished that we have traded the two of you for certain terms. Furthermore, once you acquire the 5 divine organ forging technique in the future, you are to submit a copy to us at Donghai Tang. This is not a matter of us selling you, but rather you choosing to sell yourself, that if you do not wish to join Changshengmen, then do not make this decision. Dongfang Kai gently ruffled Qingyi's hair and added, I believe you are at a disadvantage. You should have asked for more, for I possess remarkable talent. Qingyi feigned innocence as he remarked, you need not pretend so hard. You have yet to encounter a true genius. Have you ever seen a prodigy who broke through to the dual-source bloodline at the tender age of 12? Have you witnessed an 8-year-old achieving the first layer of body forging while possessing dual talents? You have not even met those unparalleled prodigies who excel in the contest for shards. Dongfang Kai sighed, expressing his hope that Cheng Yi would one day leave behind his own legend in the contest for shards. As for those who have perished, they are inconsequential. Cheng Yi mused to himself, recalling a prodigy with 3 talents, unsure of their age, who could potentially break through body refining at the age of 10, thus becoming a 4-talent individual. Dongfang Kai gently patted Cheng Yi's small hand, speaking with composure. Remember, you will always be a part of Donghai Tang. Even when you reach the headquarters, you will have already been marked by Donghai Tang. At that moment, a quiet farewell approached. The 8 members of the Qingyun Society held Cheng Yi's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Cheng Yi looked steadfastly at Xiang Qian and said, Lead the Qingyun Society to prosperity. I will return. Very well, we will await your return. The others replied in unison. A carriage sped away, carrying Cheng Yi and Jin Xian from the place they once called home. Cheng Yi felt little sentimentality in parting. Instead, he and Jin Xian engaged in games during their carriage ride, one of which was a variant of Gamoku specifically designed for Jin Xian. Throughout their long journey, they paused occasionally to admire the scenery along the way. Relishing the small joys of travel, the journey spanned 2 weeks, traversing city after city. Along the way, they encountered various trivial matters and troubles. Bandits, thieves, and swindlers continually harassed them. Cheng Yi resolved to compile a 100 guidelines for navigating the Jianghu for Jin Xian's future reference. He had completed 12 entries thus far, but due to Dongfang Kai's presence, he had yet to find the opportunity to teach Jin Xian. Additionally, Cheng Yi planned to arrange some cultural courses for Jin Xian's education. He hoped that at Changshengmen, she would acquire cultural knowledge to prevent her from becoming merely a killing machine as she grew. He was acutely aware that he needed to strive for greater learning and growth to better protect himself and those around him. At last, they arrived at the headquarters of Tianquamen. Dongfang Kai entrusted Cheng Yi and Jin Xian to the Hongyan gang at the headquarters, advising, make sure to survive well. Everything that needed to be said has already been conveyed along the way. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian immediately expressed their gratitude to Dongfang Kai. Thank you for your companionship and guidance throughout this journey. Cheng Yi viewed the cultivation provided by the Tianyin sect through the lens of adulthood, believing that he had yet to witness much evil. The members of the Hongyan gang led them to a tranquil courtyard, where a young man awaited. He introduced himself. I am Qin Shikuan, your future mentor and liaison. In 2 months, you will need to pass a selection to enter Tianquamen. During these 2 months, we will also need to learn various skills such as stealth, acting, makeup, coded language, thievery, and agility. Cheng Yi anxiously inquired. Will there be cultural courses? Qin Shikuan smiled lightly. No need. Changshengmen's training is more systematic and will encompass cultural studies. According to ancient records of the main world, a great emperor once emerged from Changshengmen. And this may be a branch or the headquarters that IT conceals many secrets that require our patient exploration. After all, a long-established sect must possess numerous valuable resources. The learning progressed rapidly. These skills were as effortless as breathing for Cheng Yi and Jin Xian. Qin Shikuan marveled repeatedly, allowing them to train independently after 2 weeks, as he had little left to teach them. Changyi needed to demonstrate some traits of genius, for if they truly fell into the grasp of Changshengmen, the headquarters would not easily relinquish them. Chapter 23, Tianquamen. That evening, Changyi decided to impart the 100 guidelines for navigating the Jianghu to Jin Xian that he created this guide based on the web novels of the original world and explained. Today, we will discuss the first chapter, the Academy chapter, that in an academy, conflicts frequently arise, particularly with the offspring of the powerful. How can we avoid such conflicts with the privileged, and if they occur, how should we respond? Thus, we must gather intelligence about others, including their personalities, working styles, and their family's modus operandi. Many nobles are quite foolish. We should strive to stifle issues before they escalate. Jin Xian smiled coyly and said, avoid direct confrontation, even if it means yielding first, then seizing the opportunity to eliminate them. Changyi chuckled. This is only a last resort. The best approach is to temporarily evade them and maintain a low profile. When one needs to conceal themselves, it is best not to attract attention. Just like your makeup skills, it is advisable to make oneself appear less attractive. Beautiful women inevitably attract trouble. You will understand this better when you mature. Now, let us discuss the second chapter tomorrow. Jin Xian playfully shook Changyi's arm, pouting, this story is delightful. I want to hear more. After some playful banter, Changyi began to narrate the content of the second chapter, sharing his insights and experiences from the web novels with Jin Xian. These experiences held immense value. Many protagonists only react when faced with villainous actions, often relying on their older brothers, fathers, and families to intervene. If danger is present, it should be eradicated in its infancy. Finally, the day of selection arrived. The leader of the Hongyun gang escorted them to the assessment site of Tianquamen. The square was filled with dozens of children, evidently from surrounding cities, who had also come to participate in the evaluation. The assessment method was quite straightforward. Pairwise battles, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. This simple, yet brutal approach posed little pressure for Changyi. He had already reached the second level of skin and muscle training, and had even advanced to the fourth layer of the heavenly serpent condensing in technique, having refined a layer of bone and marrow. His strength was formidable, so much so that he himself was uncertain of its extent. The profundity of vibration and power was constantly improving, despite having appropriated Yiminyao's proficiency, that facing the other children. Changyi's slightest movement sent opponents flying like birds, leaving him entirely unscathed. This further confirmed his success in mastering the 18 falls of touching clothes. Jin Xian also performed exceptionally well, wielding 2 short blades with agility, swiftly placing one at her opponent's throat. Jin Xian was likewise at the second level of skin and muscle training and had refined a layer of bone and marrow. Under Changyi's guidance, she initially focused on refining her organs, temporarily refraining from delving into the 5 divine organ-forging technique that in one could ascertain whether this technique would conflict with the heavenly serpent condensing in technique. As Yi Mingyao's experience was a living example. Therefore, she decided to concentrate on cultivating the inherited methods for the time being. The Tianquamen official in the square nodded approvingly and remarked to his companion, indeed, 2 promising talents. This assessment was a mere child's play for Changyi and Jin Xian. Not only did they emerge victorious with ease, but they also claimed the first and second places with absolute superiority. Perhaps such contests occurred annually, as the Tianquamen members displayed little interest in the proceedings. They seemed to complete the task as a formality before escorting the 10 children to a spacious estate. The estate was bustling with the activity of children, who were assigned accommodations, study areas, and training grounds that in terms of martial arts. They practiced the Qingdi Chongxing Fist, a remarkable martial art that could enable them to reach the realm of everlasting tree's true intent within 2 years, thus qualifying them for entry into Changshengmen. Changyi couldn't help but reflect that since they had been captured, they had been in a state of constant learning, hardly pausing for breath. Now arriving at Changshengmen, it seemed that the same relentless pace awaited them. After all, they were still young, a reality they could not evade. For the first time, he encountered the concept of visualization maps, a unique method of cultivation. The visualization map was placed in a secluded area, and each time they contemplated it, they needed to visualize the entire image in their minds. The image seemed to encapsulate some profound truth, far beyond a mere diagram. The timing of mastering it and entering its essence required coordination with their fist techniques to extract the true meaning of the martial art. This constituted a complete method of martial arts cultivation. Cheng Yi could refine the true intent in 6 months, while Jin Xian required 3, that although Cheng Yi's aptitude was inferior, his progress remained remarkably swift. The pressing question was whether 6 months was too rapid a pace. He smiled at Jin Xian, saying, "Let us each cultivate separately from now on. You should make friends with others and glean information about this place." Jin Xian wore a nonchalant expression and replied, "Very well, I will make time to find you. Now I must take my leave." The two individuals resided in separate locations, inevitably leading to their separation. Just a few days later, Jin Xian, bouncing with enthusiasm, sought out Cheng Yi and joyfully exclaimed, "To cultivate the true essence of Qingmu, one must typically invest a year at the very least. Those who achieve this within 2 years are deemed prodigies. Each year, only 1 or 2 individuals can enter the Changxing sect. Furthermore, I must inform you that while the local meat can provide substantial physical enhancement, the blood tonic they offer is utterly ineffective, so we must devise a clever strategy." Reflecting on this, Cheng Yi replied, "Our Shirkwan Daba soup should suffice. What we urgently require now is wealth and procurement channels that we can only leave here once a month. It seems we must collaborate with the Hongyun gang. I shall venture out this evening to contact Qin Shirkuan. Perhaps I could accompany you." Jin Xian suggested that I end the evening. "I shall manage alone. I will speak with Qin Shirkuan." Cheng Yi promptly responded that as night fell. Cheng Yi deftly evaded the watchful eyes of the guards, departing the estate and swiftly making his way to the Hongyun gang's quarters. Upon arrival, he found Qin Shirkuan, who regarded him with a hint of surprise. "How did you manage to escape that manner? It appears your Tianxi fist has reached impressive heights." Cheng Yi, filled with urgency, explained, "Director Qin, to be candid, we only have one opportunity each month to venture outside. Our resources are insufficient, and we cannot afford to squander this precious time. During our recent hunting expedition, we discovered a potion with remarkable physical enhancement properties that I intend to offer this potion in hopes that you might experiment with it. Additionally, we require your assistance in locating a residence near the estate to prepare this potion for our convenience." Qin Shirkuan, still taken aback, remarked, "The Tianquan sect possesses considerable wealth. Logically, it should meet your needs. As for the potion you mentioned, is it truly so extraordinary?" "Absolutely. We have already tested this potion with the Tianyin gang, and its effects were profoundly significant. Concerning resources, we can ensure a supply of meat. But the blood tonic has ceased to yield further benefits for us." Cheng Yi affirmed that, "Splendid. It is said that you are geniuses, and you have already reached the second stage of physical refinement. As for the potion you mentioned, I believe it is unnecessary. The Tianyin sect possesses numerous similar potions. Are you certain you wish to utilize your own?" Qin Shirkuan inquired dismissively. Cheng Yi felt a pang of shame. Realizing that his knowledge of pharmacology did not compare to that of Qin Shirkuan, that he humbly responded, "Indeed, the Tianyin sect has a long-standing tradition with extensive research in pharmacology that we truly cannot compete. Therefore, Director Qin, might you provide us with some superior potions?" Qin Shirkuan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Had you mentioned this earlier, I could have arranged it for you sooner. Now, as you are executing a mission for the headquarters, I shall ensure this minor matter is taken care of in 3 days. Return here, and I will have prepared both a residence and the potions for you. Not underestimate the Tianyin sect. In due time, you shall comprehend its mysteries." Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to Qin Shirkuan. On the 3rd day, Cheng Yi arrived with Jin Xian as agreed. Qin Shirkuan personally guided them to a dwelling situated at the rear of the estate. In an excellent location, merely separated by a wall, that he ushered them inside, gesturing to the array of vials and jars on the table, and cheerfully introduced, "These are blood-replenishing elixirs and concoctions for physical enhancement, both oral elixirs and brewable potions. And this tiger bone pill is designed for bone and marrow refinement." Upon seeing these potions, Cheng Yi gasped, "Are these truly elixirs? They must originate from the main world." "Correct?" Qin Shirkuan responded proudly. "Indeed, the development of elixirs in the main world has long surpassed that of the smaller realms. Their elixirs are incomparable to those of the minor worlds. This is the essence of the main world's elixirs." Cheng Yi and Jin Xian immediately tested the effects of these potions, and indeed, their potency was vastly superior to that of their Shirkwan Dabu soup. Cheng Yi could not help but inquire again, "Why did we initially choose to use shuya rice instead of elixirs?" Qin Shirkuan explained with a hint of regret, In truth, the best method for martial artists to enhance their physique is through dietary supplements, such as shuya rice and the flesh of demonic beasts, as this lays a more solid foundation. Elixirs primarily serve to expedite the cultivation process. Prolonged use can lead to drug resistance and elixir toxicity, which may hinder future breakthroughs. However, this is not a grave issue. The Federation's advanced technology has already resolved such concerns. Chengyi nodded in understanding and, along with Jin Xian, took a few vials of elixirs to depart. Chapter 24. The Essence of Life. Upon returning to the Tianquan sect courtyard, each room housed an independent practitioner. The regulations of the Tianquan sect were stringent. Even couples were required to adhere to the rules and could not share a room. However, these regulations were limited to accommodations. They maintained a liberal stance regarding cultivation matters. Observing the system, Chengyi reflected that prior to the age of 10, no human body refinement techniques could surpass the first layer. Yet, Yi Mingyao had the potential to take away Jin Xian and Chengyi's proficiency, as the proficiency of human body refinement could only be obtained in portions exceeding 10,000, that having someone capable of breaking through is still essential, especially since talent could be shared. With this thought in mind, he decisively enabled Yi Mingyao to break through the first layer of human body refinement. That a system notification suddenly chimed. Your partner Yi Mingyao has broken through the first layer of human body refinement. Granting the talent, swordsmanship genius, ingenious craftsmanship, and metamorphic form. The host may only choose one of these talents for their partner. Chengyi was taken aback. Was this a new feature of the system? It always seemed to deliver surprises at the most unexpected moments. Without hesitation, he selected metamorphic form. This talent not only promised significant advantages in espionage activities, but also served as a highly practical skill. He pondered deeply about the criteria the system used to allocate these talents. Were they guaranteed talents obtained before the age of 10, or could one freely choose talents upon achieving a breakthrough? Partner, Yi Mingyao attributes: Gold 100, Fire 80, Yang 100, Space 70, Dark 70. The host and partner may each share one attribute of the other. Qualification: extraordinary talent. Golden Yang body, blood-bathing physique, martial god bloodline. Metamorphic form: the host and partner may each share one talent of the other, with necessary conditions. Heavenly instrument: the unique destiny of a woman endowed with the golden Yang body. The fire Yang consumes the body, resulting in a short lifespan. Those with great power can reverse fate, and the qualification is extraordinary. Martial arts: human body refinement technique level 2, 020-0000. Great strength bull demon fist perfected, 125. True intent of the green skin flame bull. Essence of shock 120-01000000. Essence of strength 120-01000000. Essence of fire 1600-000000. Tiger demon bone refinement fist major success, 3500-10000. 5 divine organs refinement technique, 120. The interface for other skills showed minimal changes, with the proficiency of the 5 divine organs refinement technique no longer displayed. This indicated that this supreme skill differed from ordinary skills. It had no defined limit. Chengyi mused that it was indeed a supreme skill, and if given the opportunity in the future, he would certainly endeavor to master this technique. That he immediately shared the newly acquired metamorphic form talent with Jin Xian. As anticipated, this talent possessed the ability to transform, although it was not as miraculous as legend suggested, enabling one to morph into any species. However, it did allow for the alteration of one's human form, even changing one's aura and vitality. Undoubtedly a remarkable skill that could allow one to assume another identity in critical moments. Additionally, this talent included a passive ability to memorize and discern the auras of all individuals. Chengyi recalled his past experiences within the Tianyin sect, where he had left traces of his aura. Yet, as time passed, these auras had long since dissipated. Now, he resolved to share this secret with Jin Xian, allowing her to possess this extraordinary talent. Jin Xian gazed at Chengyi, wide-eyed with astonishment, and asked, "Is this yet another talent skill? And what about the baby? Our previous martial arts have also undergone changes. Yet others do not seem to have experienced such transformations. I have long wished to inquire about this." Chengyi gently caressed her head and replied softly, "Do you recall when we once worshipped the heavens and earth? At that time, you were bewitched by the sect leader, and our food was laced with an enchantment drug. Controlling our minds with the seed of the shadow serpent, to save you, I paid a hefty price. Regardless of any unusual changes that may arise in the future, you must trust that these are all positive phenomena. I have already imparted our coded signals to you. You must remember them well, as we may rely on this code for recognition in the future. Will you leave me? Jinxian asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. Cheng-Yi embraced her tightly and replied tenderly, "Foolish girl, how could I ever leave you? I was merely speaking hypothetically. Should we become separated, I will transform into another to rescue you, and we must use the code as our means of verification." Tears streamed down Jinxian's face as she nestled in Cheng-Yi's embrace, whispering, "When can we return home?" Cheng-Yi stroked her hair, offering comfort. "Trust me, we will certainly return home. For now, we shall join the Chongqing sect. And we must learn the 5 divine organs refinement technique to gain the strength needed to go home." As time passed, Cheng-Yi and Jinxian gradually altered their appearances, rendering themselves ordinary and unrecognizable. They dedicated themselves to their training daily, slowly acclimatizing to their unfamiliar surroundings. 3 months later, Jinxian had perfected the Qingdi Eternal Life Fist, and 6 months hence, Cheng-Yi also attained a state of completion. Although Cheng-Yi had grasped the true essence of the Qingdi Eternal Life Fist within his mind, he was deeply shaken when he truly experienced the magnificent vitality coursing through him. It felt as though his spirit had been infused with a profound power, and his physical form was invigorated with the essence that had once been lacking. In that moment, he sensed the pulse of life itself, a yearning and reverence for a higher level of evolution. That he understood that this was not merely a cultivation of skill, but a profound comprehension and pursuit of the essence of life. They would continue to strive in their practice, seeking the path home. Name: Cheng-Yi Qingdi Eternal Life Fist, perfected, true essence of the eternal tree, essence of life, 110-0000, essence of wood, 110-0000, human race body refinement technique, essence of life, 220-010-0000, lifespan. 21. The visualization of the everlasting tree transformed into the essence of the eternal tree. Revealing a property of lifespan that he acquired 1 point of proficiency in the essence of life from Jinxian, restoring a fragment of what had been lost during the cultivation of the essence of life. Cheng-Yi felt his body gradually regaining a long-forgotten vitality. The lifespan stripped away during the grand instrument seemed to quietly flow back during this process that he began to realize that the sense of loss he had experienced was, in fact, a part of his body calling out for its master. The deprivation of lifespan represented a deficiency in a certain part of the body, perhaps even at the genetic level. Now, with the advancement of his body refinement, this sense of lack grew increasingly pronounced until it was finally restored. Cheng-Yi finally understood that what had been deducted from his blood-soaked body was indeed his lifespan. Among the 3 talents held by Yi Mingyao, 2 were life-reducing, which explained the brevity of her existence. That he practiced the human race body refinement technique, feeling the pulse of life within him. Cultivating this technique significantly increased his proficiency. The tenfold disparity seemed an insurmountable chasm. Did a connection exist between the Qingdi Eternal Life Fist and the Celestial Emperor? Perhaps, although the people of the present had lost the visualization of the eternal tree, the mysterious everlasting tree might still offer an increase in lifespan. The name Eternal Life Gate, seemingly ordinary, concealed boundless mysteries. Even in the absence of the eternal tree's visualization, the everlasting tree could potentially bestow longevity upon its practitioners. Cheng-Yi couldn't help but wonder if many ancient beings lay hidden within the Eternal Life Gate. The caution exhibited by the Heavenly Shadow sect might stem from their understanding of the ancient heritage possessed by the 5 major sections. This world was far more splendid and intricate than one might imagine. Now, the true essence of the eternal tree had become a sacred belief in Cheng-Yi's heart, representing the endless green light of life shimmering in his grasp. However, this was evidently distinct from the essence of the everlasting tree. If misapplied, the consequences could be dire. Regrettably, he remained unaware of the true form of the everlasting tree's essence. Otherwise, he could employ the method of metamorphic transformation. Thus, he could only wait patiently until someone mastered the essence of the everlasting tree or rediscovered the cultivation method for its visualization. Considering Jinxian's exceptional aptitude, perhaps she could attempt the practice. Amidst their rigorous training, Cheng-Yi began to engage socially within the manor, forging friendships with others that he sought to glean insights into the true essence of the everlasting tree from them. Yet no one possessed the knowledge. For once successful in cultivation, one would be whisked away immediately. Changyi could only bide his time, knowing that simulating someone was not a daunting task, and thus, he refrained from wasting Zhen Xian's precious time. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Zhen Xian had reached the age of 10, even with the essence of life. She was unable to break through the human race body refinement technique before reaching this age. The difficulty of cultivating the essence of life was exceedingly high, rendering any exchange for her proficiency impossible. From Changyi's perspective as a healer, such exchanges would undoubtedly lead to complications. Therefore, they could only strive in their respective practices. Without the attribute of life, their results after a year amounted to a mere 10 points. A testament to the arduousness of the endeavor. The 3 practitioners of the Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist had also reached perfection, another martial art completed. Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist, true essence of the Demon Gold White Tiger. Essence of Gold, 110-0000. Essence of Sound, 110-0000. Ultimate Skill. Roar of the Tiger, Secret Skill. Tiger Leopard Thunder sounds suddenly. The system interface revealed 2 new options: Ultimate Skill and Secret Skill. The Roar of the Tiger seemed to be an offensive martial art. Yet there was currently no opportunity to test it. In contrast, the Tiger Leopard Thunder sound was a secret technique for marrow training, representing the true method for performing marrow training 5 times. It utilized sound waves to refine bone marrow, with effects enhanced by the essence of shock. While practicing the secret technique Tiger Leopard Thunder sound, the process produced a sensation akin to countless ants biting at his skin. Yet the results were remarkable. Soon, he broke through the 2 layers of bone and marrow training, his bones growing increasingly resilient, and even his blood thickening. Once the bone training was mastered, the skin and muscle training would immediately progress to the 3rd layer. Achieving the level of Iron Skin. One day, as Changyi emerged from his room, a chubby boy rushed over. "Have you heard? The Hongyan gang has defeated the Yingzhua gang. Now Aiyu and Dong, he have no one to support them." The chubby boy continued. "Aiyu and Dong here sure to seek trouble with you. It has been nearly 2 years, and now that the Yingzhua gang is gone, their backing has vanished." Changyi understood that the Heavenly Shadow sect was gradually advancing, but he had a vague awareness of Aiyu and Dong He, 2 rival gangs that had always been at odds. Changyi decided to head to the square, resolving to confront these issues head-on, that he knew he had no backing, so it was best to resolve matters sooner rather than later. Chapter 25. Night exploration of the Tianquan Gate. Not long after arriving at the square, Aiyu and Dong He stormed over, their faces contorted with rage, shouting at Changyi, "Changyi, you shall perish!" The 2 simultaneously launched an attack. One reached out with claws aimed at his head, while the other made a low strike targeting below. Their malicious assault clearly indicated deep-seated animosity toward Changyi. Perhaps their kin had suffered harm in previous conflicts. Changyi twisted his waist, sidestepping the overhead attack while raising his fist to block the low strike. The 2 launched a flurry of attacks, and Changyi adeptly deflected their blows. Sensing the moment was right, he executed a technique called Iron Mountain Leaning, sending Aiyu flying. He then swiftly turned to Dong He, unleashing a series of punches, each strike forcing Dong He to stagger backward. Dong He retreated several steps before finally collapsing to the ground. Changyi looked down at the fallen Dong He and declared, "Gang conflicts have always been commonplace. We are now members of the Tianquan Gate, that if you wish to persist in this matter, feel free to challenge me in the life-and-death arena." Onlookers were awestruck by Changyi's bravery and skill as they witnessed him take on 2 opponents while holding back from inflicting serious harm, earning their admiration. Some remarked, "Indeed, gang rivalries often involve fighting. We are now part of the Tianquan Gate, and Changyi is not the one killing. What does it have to do with him?" Exactly. These words reflected Changyi's broad social connections, with many eager to stand up for him. Seeing the tide of battle turn against them, Aiyu helped Dong He to his feet and left without uttering another word, signaling an apparent conclusion to the conflict. A group of friends surrounded Changyi, showering him with praise. Zhen Xian stood at the edge of the square, smiling as she observed everything, knowing all too well the extent of their newfound strength. Capable of effortlessly obliterating their enemies' organs, that as time passed in the usual manner, an unexpected piece of news shattered this tranquility. Aiyu had broken through and indeed mastered the true essence of the everlasting tree, and he had already been taken away. This revelation left Changyi in shock, prompting him to rush out to gather information. But he found the chubby boy and anxiously inquired, "How could this happen? Was he struck down? What exactly is the true essence of the everlasting tree?" The chubby boy chuckled. "Are you scared now? Well, he's part of the Chongqing Gate now, that AS for the true essence of the everlasting tree. There are still no updates. However, I suspect Dong he must know something." Cheng-Yi embraced the chubby boy and urged, "Find a way to uncover the true essence of the everlasting tree, that if you succeed, a feast awaits you at the treasure pavilion." Though he tasked the chubby boy with gathering information, Cheng-Yi felt it necessary to witness the true essence of the everlasting tree with his own eyes. Although AIU had been taken away, he surely hadn't left Tianquan Gate yet as night fell. Cheng-Yi resolved to investigate personally, that he decided to take Jin Xian with him, and the two disguised themselves as an unfamiliar couple. Though their height still bore flaws, they could not afford to be overly concerned at this moment. They brought along Xiao Hui and Xiao He to scout ahead, observing the guard situation around them. The two stealthily approached the Tianquan Gate stronghold, where towering walls and rows of patrols indicated a tight security presence. Cheng-Yi instructed Jin Xian, "Stick to the plan. You stay here to back me up. If there's too much commotion inside, eliminate the guard on the right and set a fire." Jin Xian nodded silently. "Be careful." Cheng-Yi nodded in return, and then, with a leap, he agilely scaled the wall. Deftly avoiding the patrols, he directed Xiao Hui to scout ahead while he utilized his shadow concealment skill to infiltrate deeper, exploring numerous tall buildings. However, due to the vastness of Tianquan Gate and the abundance of patrolling guards, he was unable to locate AIU's whereabouts. Cheng-Yi then made his way to the vicinity of the gang's main hall. Xiao Hui skillfully climbed onto a beam, observing a conversation below. One individual, evidently the gang leader, spoke in a deep voice. "The demonic beasts of summer are descending the mountain. The Eternal Life Gate has urged us several times. Are our personnel arrangements in place?" A burly man beside him interjected, "We have already recruited 50 practitioners at the marrow refining stage and 10 at the viscera refinement stage from other factions, in addition to our own 50 marrow refining and 10 viscera refinement practitioners, making a total of 100 individuals. Weapons and crossbows are fully prepared. With AIU on the verge of a breakthrough, we can have the members of Changshengmen escort him away. However, that little girl might pose a problem." "Oh, why is that?" the leader inquired, turning around. "She demands the death of the Red Cloud Gang's leader because her parents were killed, and the Red Cloud Gang recently defeated the Eagle Claw Gang. Moreover, she wants us to deal with a person named Cheng-Yi in the manner. The Red Cloud Gang has practitioners at the strength stage, and their faction is quite formidable. Cheng-Yi is one of them. And there has been a conflict between them. Neither of them is a match for Cheng-Yi. That child has indeed manifested the true essence of the tremor." The burly man continued. The leader stroked his chin, pacing back and forth in the hall. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Every individual who has manifested the true essence of the evergreen tree is a true disciple of Changshengmen, possessing formidable strength and an extended lifespan. Such individuals must be befriended and never offended today. As for the grudge against the Red Cloud Gang, we can set it aside for now. Let them seek their own vengeance in due course. Regarding Cheng-Yi, after all, he is merely a child. Despite his talent, he has yet to master the true essence of the evergreen tree that it can be left to her to handle." Upon hearing this, Cheng-Yi sighed inwardly. What a predicament! Just the other day, I elucidated the principles of the martial world to Jin Xian, and now I find myself committing the same error so soon. Enemies must be eliminated promptly, for one never knows when they might strike unexpectedly. The previous conflict was indeed unwise, yet no evidence was left behind. That time, the opponent lacked backing. I had been too kind-hearted, and this serves as a warning. Cheng-Yi turned to leave, resolved to find AIU as swiftly as possible, but he understood that a figure as significant as AIU would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Sure enough, not long after, he located AIU in a house not far behind the hall. Surrounding the entrance were formidable guards, and upon careful observation, he noted that AIU was still in her training, showing no symptoms that indicated the manifestation of the true essence of the evergreen tree. To avoid alarming the snake, Cheng-Yi mused to himself, contemplating as he made his way back to Jin Xian's location. He approached Jin Xian and whispered, "I need to create a diversion. You head southeast and stir up some chaos. There's a weapons cache over there. Find a way to set it ablaze. I will create a disturbance in the northwest. Once the fire ignites, swiftly move to the room behind the hall and deal with the outer guards, but do not disturb AIU inside. Afterward, make your exit and return to our residence without concern for me. Disguise yourself as a rough-skinned dwarf and utilize spatial energy. Refrain from using dark energy, be cautious, and exude the confidence that our martial prowess is sufficient to roam freely here. Understood. Zhen Xian nodded in agreement, already prepared with the flammable oil, ready to act at a moment's notice. Cheng Yi proceeded northwest, scanning his surroundings for flammable materials. The granary caught his attention, although not overly significant. Igniting a large fire would certainly create a startling effect. Guards were stationed around the granary as well. Cheng Yi decided to wait for Zhen Xian's signal. Once a fire erupted in the southeast, he would unleash his full force. Before long, flames burst forth in the southeast. Cheng Yi dashed toward the granary, his powerful snake-like steps allowing him to swiftly breach the guard's defenses that he delivered a single punch to the guard in front of him, instantly incapacitating him. This method of enhancing his attack with spatial power he had named spatial energy. Cheng Yi continued to charge forward, weaving through the guards like a specter, his overwhelming strength rendering all unable to withstand him. In no time, all 6 guards fell before his fist. He retrieved the flammable oil and hurled it into the guards' torches. The granary was engulfed in roaring flames before the patrol team could arrive. Cheng Yi slipped into the shadows and swiftly made his way to AIU's room. The entire Tianquan gate was thrown into chaos, with cries and sounds of battle echoing. Upon reaching AIU's room, he found all the guards at the entrance already down. It seemed Zhen Xian had successfully completed her task. Cheng Yi quickly transformed himself into Dong He, anxiously calling out, "AIU, are you all right?" "It's me." Dong He pushed open the door and saw AIU trembling in a corner, clearly terrified. Cheng Yi reassured her, "The leader sent me to check on you. Are you all right?" AIU clung to Dong He, crying. It was so frightening. "They are all dead." Cheng Yi employed all his skills, utilizing persuasion, empathy, deception, and acting, saying, "Didn't you manifest the true essence of the evergreen tree? That should be quite powerful. You needn't be afraid." AIU whispered, "The true essence of the evergreen tree is not that useful. It merely enhances one's potential and delays aging, aiding in breaking through bottlenecks and refining source blood, but it lacks offensive power." "Ah, I see." Cheng Yi feigned deep thought before asking, "What symptoms do you exhibit when you utilize it?" He observed AIU's reaction closely. AIU was indeed deceived, although she displayed no outward oddities when channeling her true essence. Cheng Yi could sense it. The phenomenon was indeed capable of imitation. He silently rejoiced, relieved that this secret had not been in vain. Suddenly, a noise came from the entrance, indicating that someone had discovered them. Though Cheng Yi felt a pang of reluctance, he could only think, "Do not blame me. You brought this upon yourself by seeking to kill me." That he swiftly broke her neck and struck her head with a punch. Cheng Yi was determined not to make any more foolish mistakes. Seeing AIU's head burst open, he instantaneously transformed into an old man and dashed toward the door. Chapter 26. Chang Xingmin, as someone was about to enter. A fist infused with fierce energy came crashing out. The intruder dodged just in time, skillfully evading Cheng Yi's attack. Cheng Yi was inwardly astonished. The speed and perception of this individual were extraordinary, far surpassing that of a typical viscera practitioner. This person must be a strength practitioner. Only they possess such divine sensitivity, rendering stealth impossible. Cheng Yi immediately launched an assault, bursting forth from the room like a leopard, delivering powerful blows to the enemy. The opponent's form was agile, dodging left and right like a flash of lightning. Avoiding direct confrontation with Cheng Yi. It was then that Cheng Yi grasped the importance of exquisite techniques and footwork in actual combat. The opponent's hands danced like specters, continuously attacking Cheng Yi's vital points, yet never engaging him head-on. Cheng Yi realized that he could only rely on spatial principles to counter. Taking a deep breath, he fortified his body like bronze and braced himself against the enemy's palm strike. The blow landed on Cheng Yi's chest, yet with 3 layers of copper skin and 3 layers of refined flesh protecting him. The force was diminished at every level. Moreover, the alleviating effect of the tremor principle meant that although he coughed up blood, he sustained no mortal injury, though he no longer bore the bloodied form. The life principle allowed for rapid recovery. However, the opponent fared poorly. They had not anticipated that someone would neglect to guard their heart, merely to strike him, resulting in a gaping wound in their abdomen. Their refined skin was as fragile as paper, prompting them to flee in terror. Chang'e paid no heed and immediately turned to flee. Utilizing Xiao Hui's vision, he skillfully navigated through the crowd. And when evasion was impossible, he broke through with an unstoppable force. Before long, he was nearing the edge of the city wall. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him, stating, "Friend, do you think you can enter Tianquan Gate at will and leave without consequence? Do you not hold me in any regard?" No sooner had the words left their mouth than a fist surged forth with tremendous force, creating an intense compression effect in the air. An invisible pressure surging toward Chang'e like a tidal wave. Chang'e immediately recognized that the opponent was a strength practitioner. He swiftly activated the power principle, the gold principle, and the spatial principle, reinforcing his fist until it felt as solid as a mountain. The two fists collided midair, and Chang'e's strength exhibited overwhelming superiority, with layers of energy dissipating like ocean waves. His fist, akin to a venomous dragon hidden in a deep valley, struck the opponent's arm with explosive force. Following this, Chang'e gracefully pivoted and leapt over the city wall, vanishing into the night. That he understood that the limits of power in this world were three layers: flesh, bone, and marrow. While the viscera could enhance one's spiritual and psychological capabilities, such as spirit, soul, and will, their contribution to strength was not significant. His three layers of power comprising flesh, 2 layers of bone marrow, and the strength endowed by the power principle had already surpassed the limits of this world. Having barely gotten far, Zhen Xian approached him, her face etched with concern, indicating she was still on the lookout outside. The two quickly changed their attire, ensuring that the buried corpse left no trace behind, then altered their auras and stealthily returned to the manor. Chang'e recounted the entire process in detail to Zhen Xian, then solemnly asked, "What were the strengths and weaknesses of tonight's operation? How can we improve? What lessons should we take away?" Zhen Xian tilted her head in thought, then replied earnestly, "First is our martial skills. We were unable to utilize many of our techniques that we need a set of martial arts that can be used in transformation and another set for our normal state. Secondly, the first principle of the 100 principles of the martial world states that we must eliminate danger in its infancy. Yet we failed to do so. Lastly, do not overestimate ourselves. Had that person ensnared you with exquisite martial arts today, you would have been forced to reveal many secrets." Chang'e listened, feeling a sense of reflection. He gently patted Zhen Xian's head and said kindly, "You make excellent points that we can learn martial arts at Changshengmen. With their long-standing heritage, they surely possess many extraordinary techniques. The knowledge within the pages of a book can only be truly comprehended through practice. One must never succumb to blind confidence, for it is possible that adversaries may possess extraordinary talents, or even dual affinities, or perhaps be bloodline warriors. That it is essential to cultivate a sense of reverence and to continually reflect upon one's experiences. Is it necessary to eliminate Donghe? If action is taken now, it may invite unnecessary complications." Zhen Xian inquired in a hushed tone. Chang'e shook his head and replied with a smile, "There is no need to concern ourselves with him. The timing is not yet ripe. Having resolved the immediate crisis, we shall remain here for another month before seeking out a new place for cultivation." The next day, the entire city was engulfed in panic, as the members of the Tianquan sect were likely seething with rage, with many innocent individuals caught in the crossfire. However, this turmoil held no relevance for Chang'e and Zhen Xian. They remained focused on their daily training, occasionally treating Xiaopeng to a delightful feast. After a month, Chang'e and Zhen Xian resolved to make their breakthrough. They meticulously studied the characteristics of the evergreen's true intent and proceeded to report to the steward. Although it seemed peculiar for both to break through simultaneously, the steward confirmed their cultivation levels after thorough examination. The two then received orders to present themselves at the guild hall to meet the sect leader. The leader, with a tone of curiosity, inquired, "Are you Chang'e? I have heard of some discord between you and AIU." Chang'e respectfully replied, "Indeed, I am Chang'e. However, there is no animosity between AIU and myself. We were merely honing our martial skills." The leader nodded in approval and asked, "What do you require?" "Once you become members of the Tianquan sect, you will receive corresponding support and resources from the Changxing sect. Of course, ordinary conflicts are unavoidable, but I shall lend you my full support." Chang'e smiled and said, "Currently, we have no pressing needs. Might the leader provide us with some silver? We may incur expenses during our training." The leader laughed heartily. "Rest assured regarding silver. We possess numerous connections within the Chongqing sect. Each month, the two of you will receive a stipend of 1,000 taels of silver for your daily expenditures. Should you have any other requirements, do not hesitate to report to me. Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your generous support. Leader did as they departed. The leader immediately turned to an aide, questioning, is it possible that AIU was dispatched to eliminate them, particularly by the members of the Hongyan gang? Yet we have searched the entire city without any news of those two dwarves. One aide, stroking his abdomen, remarked, previously, there were no reports of any dwarf masters. And the Chongqing sect has lost countless lives to guard the borders. No one would dare to stifle the future of the Chongqing sect. Thus, the only one with a grudge would be AIU himself. Do you not find it intriguing that if those two were to transform into dwarves, their heights would align perfectly, one male and one female? The leader was taken aback. You suspect those two children? The human race is indeed gifted. They could easily disguise or transform themselves, that if they are truly the culprits, we must turn a blind eye. Currently, we are no match for them, and in the future, that will only become more pronounced. Regardless of their true identity, they are still members of our Tianquan sect. The aide nodded in silence. Perhaps due to the recent incident involving AIU, the guild took extensive measures to protect the two until the arrival of the Chongqing sect members. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian sat in a jolting carriage, their gazes fixed on the receding silhouette of Tianquan City on the horizon. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation and excitement for the unknown journey ahead. Cheng Yi mused, a new adventure is about to unfold. Life in this other world is indeed filled with uncertainties and surprises. With Jin Xian by my side, I feel a warmth and courage within me. After 3 days of travel, they finally beheld a magnificent mountain in the distance that at its base stood a fortress-like city, sturdy and imposing, its walls towering and resilient, as if weathered by the passage of countless ages. To the north, a range of mountains stretched across the sky, harmonizing beautifully with the city walls. Occasionally, the sounds of battle echoed from the northern walls, as if a fierce conflict was underway. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian could not help but feel a sense of awe. This was the place they were destined to immerse themselves in, the Chongqing sect. Their guide, a member of the Chongqing sect, led them from the left side of the city's base up the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, both felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if something atop the mountain was calling to them. They exchanged glances, and Cheng Yi subtly gestured for patience. The mist swirled around them, obscuring their vision. They could vaguely discern the lush greenery and undulating hills above. Immersed in this atmosphere of mystery and anticipation, their spirits soared. Following their guide, they navigated through the drifting fog and eventually arrived at a mountain gate. Inside, the haze lingered, shrouding everything in obscurity. The guide produced a token and waved it at the gate, which emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, the fog within the gate dissipated significantly, allowing the three to swiftly step inside. They were led to an office where the staff welcomed them. The officer informed them, though you have entered the Chongqing sect, our system operates on a master-disciple model. This year's disciple recruitment ceremony has concluded, and you will need to study in the outer sect for the time being. In 2 years, you will have the opportunity to participate in the next unified recruitment ceremony. Here is your apprentice token. Please safeguard it well. The Chongqing sect is protected by formations and restrictions, and this token serves as your pass. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian stepped into the outer sect. They were greeted by an array of ancient and charming architecture. Shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise, Cheng Yi could not help but exclaim, this is the essence of the Chongqing sect. The entire mountain range belongs to it, and the formations and restrictions serve as insurmountable barriers. Without the token, we would be left wandering aimlessly, unable to summon even a hidden serpent. They traversed this ethereal realm, surrounded by towering ancient trees and babbling brooks. Cheng Yi understood that the 5 divine organ forging technique, being a pinnacle method, could only be mastered by true disciples. Thus, their goal was crystal clear. To become true disciples, they must seek a master to learn from. Chapter 27. The 18 Styles of Raging Winds and Blinding Snow. Cheng Yi tightly grasped Jin Xian's hand. Speaking gently, Jin Xian, we have 2 years ahead of us. During this time, you must diligently study cultural courses and deeply understand the principles of being a person and handling affairs. The training system of the Chongqing sect is exceptionally comprehensive, as evidenced by their recruitment of children as young as 5 or 6, that I will defend the city walls. On one hand, I can accumulate contribution points to exchange for martial arts books. And on the other, I can earn a reputation through valiant combat, which will greatly aid our quest for a master. Remember, you must maintain a joyful heart and refrain from taking lives lightly. When time permits, you may come to the city walls to visit me. Zhenxian nestled close to Qingyi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she tilted her head to look at him. Her voice tinged with reluctance. I do not want to be apart from you. I want to go with you. Qingyi gently stroked Zhenxian's head and softly said, Zhenxian, you must be obedient. While we can always descend the mountain to see each other, I hope you can earnestly fulfill your academic responsibilities that we both need to grow. We cannot always rely on one another. You must learn to be independent and face the challenges of life. Subsequently, the two made their way to Tianyao City, a colossal fortress overlooking the northern borders. The most striking feature was the walls, stained with mottled blood, bearing witness to the valor and glory of its defenders. The city was vast and grand, with rows of locust, elm, pine, and cypress trees lining the streets, the lush greenery adding a touch of softness to this military stronghold. The streets were not bustling with shops. Only a few warriors hurriedly passed by. As Qingyi and Zhenxian walked along the dirt path. Despite the sparse crowd, they could still feel the tension and anticipation that pervaded the land. As they headed towards the Tianquan sect's liaison office, which would serve as their future benefactor, they aimed to familiarize themselves with the place. Following the address, they traversed several bustling streets until they arrived at a solemn and imposing estate. After announcing their presence, a young man dressed in white greeted them warmly and guided them inside. Qingyi immediately sensed that this estate was extraordinary. It served as both a gathering place for cultivators and a hub for resources. The young man introduced himself with a smile. My name is Zhao Tianyi, but you may call me Brother Zhao. This is the base where our Tianquan sect assists in guarding the city walls. Each year, both manpower and resources converge here. Qingyi nodded, curiosity evident in his voice as he asked, Brother Zhao, are the beast attacks frequent here? I have heard that the sounds of battle can be heard daily. Zhao Tianyi replied with a wry smile. In recent years, the frequency of beast attacks has inexplicably increased, and their numbers are clearly concerning. There are rumors of a portal to the beast realm opening in the Tianyao Mountains. Qingyi pondered silently. This rumor may indeed hold some truth that if the Tianyin sect could locate this minor world, it stands to reason that the beast clan could as well. This world grows ever more fascinating. With humans, demons, beasts, and the elusive path of immortality concealing countless secrets. The three soon arrived in the estate's main hall, where Zhao Tianyi invited Qingyi and Zhenxian to sit down, but he earnestly spoke. I have gathered substantial information regarding your situation. Each year, new disciples join, yet true recruitment requires not only strength, but also a degree of reputation that I have outlined two paths for you. One is to safely cultivate in the outer sect, striving to enhance your abilities and aim for the unified recruitment in 2 years. The other is for our Tianquan sect to facilitate your early entry into the inner sect. What do you think? Qingyi unhesitatingly raised his head and said, Brother Zhao, we shall certainly choose to enter the inner gate first. Please inform us of the preparations we need to undertake. Zhao Tian nodded slightly and replied in a deep voice. In a month, representatives from the other 4 sects will gather here to discuss strategies for resisting the demon tribes. They will surely bring their most talented disciples that I will arrange for you to spar with them, thereby showcasing your abilities that if you manage to achieve victory, you will have the opportunity to enter the inner gate ahead of schedule. What do you think? Qingyi chuckled nonchalantly. I have never feared competition among peers. This arrangement is most favorable to AS for Zhenxian. She need not participate. Upon hearing this, Zhenxian's eyes widened in indignation as she retorted, I want to join the inner gate too. Qingyi gently stroked her head, soothingly saying, Zhenxian, you must follow the arrangements and focus on your studies in the academy. Only then can we ensure your safety. Although Zhenxian still appeared irked, she refrained from further objections. Zhao Tian, contemplative, nodded and presented a token, stating, Then it is settled. Qingyi, take this token to Master Fu Qing. She will arrange the sparring sessions with the disciples from the various sections. The two departed the estate and arrived at an inconspicuous bungalow. After a brief reconnaissance with Xiaohei to ascertain that they were not being followed, they swiftly entered the dwelling. Qin Shikuan awaited them in silence, and Qingyi detailed the arrangements made by the Tianquan sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Shikuan shook his head and sighed, I bear some unfortunate news. The Lord Bishop has decreed that Jin Xian requires a different arrangement, in addition to her studies at the Chongqing Sect Academy. She is to undertake assassination tasks under my guidance. Cheng Yi's face flushed with anger as he coldly demanded, "Why?" Qin Shikuan replied with indifference, "Because you both are exceptionally talented, and Jin Xian possesses unparalleled assassination aptitude. We cannot allow her to squander 2 years of potential that we are the Tianyin sect. Do you expect her to lead a tranquil life like an ordinary child? Furthermore, you have a task as well. We suspect that this sect is connected to the Qing Tian Emperor, so you must gather information regarding this matter. Remember, you are to report your progress to us every month. Otherwise, Jin Xian will face considerable pressure." Cheng Yi glared at the impassive Qin Shikuan, his fury difficult to suppress, that he finally comprehended the true nature of the sinister sect and angrily exclaimed, "Are you threatening us?" Qin Shikuan responded calmly, "Why would we threaten 2 children? This is merely your basic duty." Cheng Yi clenched his fists, struggling to contain his rage, and finally replied coldly, "I understand that as they left, an air of calm returned to them. Once they turned a corner, they regained their composure." Jin Xian calmly remarked, "Brother, do not be angry. You must trust in my abilities." Cheng Yi forced a smile, saying, "My anger does not stem from their threats, but rather from the realization that if they can threaten us today, what will happen in the future? Moreover, I do not wish for you to take lives. You are still just a child. Killing will harden your heart, which is detrimental to your growth. My intention in encouraging you to study diligently at the Chongqing sect is to keep you away from such matters and the burdens of slaughter. You should focus on your development and education, not become a tool for killing." Jin Xian tightly clung to Cheng Yi's arm, her face radiant with joy as she replied, "Rest assured, brother, I know what to do. I will study hard." Cheng Yi sighed helplessly. "After you complete each assassination task, remember to come find me. I need to provide you with some psychological guidance to not engage in indiscriminate killing. This is a line we must never cross." Jin Xian appeared unconcerned, smiling as she comforted Cheng Yi. Upon returning to the outer gate, Jin Xian, somewhat impatient with Cheng Yi's countless admonitions, ran off. Cheng Yi shook his head helplessly. This world was defined by warfare, and Jin Xian had been steeped in it from a young age. Like a worried father, he could only guide her carefully, burdened by deep concern. With the token in hand, Cheng Yi inquired among many individuals and finally located the true disciple Fu Qing. She was a woman in her 20s, clad in a white robe, her hair styled in a bun, and a treasured sword slung across her back. She appeared pure and untainted, like a clear spring in the mountains. Fu Qing accepted the token and said calmly, "Junior brother, the Tianquan sect has already briefed me. You will temporarily reside here, that I've heard you practice boxing. This is the 18 styles of raging winds and blizzards, a token of our meeting. In a month, we shall see how you perform." Cheng Yi bowed in gratitude and settled in. He perused the training methods for the 18 styles of raging winds and blizzards, a boxing technique characterized by its ferocious assaults akin to tempestuous winds and blizzards. Utilizing shoulders, elbows, legs, knees, and hands as weapons, proving immensely beneficial in combat. While mastering it within a month posed some challenge, his talent and discipline made it sufficient for battle. That a month later, in the courtyard, Cheng Yi diligently practiced the 18 styles of raging winds and blizzards. The sounds of his punches and kicks were fierce, exuding great force. Fu Qing observed his training attentively. After a month of interaction, she had developed a degree of admiration for him, recognizing his unparalleled self-discipline and talent. With a hint of a smile, Fu Qing remarked, "Quite impressive. You have already attained mastery. While the Chongqing true intent can heal injuries and prolong life, it does little to enhance combat power. That IT may suffice against ordinary martial artists. But the other 4 sects practice martial arts of a legendary caliber and are adept in combat. You must remain vigilant." Cheng Yi sighed with relief, retracting his stance, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. I possess other true intent inheritances, so I am indeed unafraid." Fu Qing nodded, saying, "In a few days, representatives from the 4 sects will arrive. You may take a few days to rest and avoid straining yourself. Perhaps take a stroll in the city to relax." Cheng Yi recalled his need to report to the Tianyin sect within the month, but had no substantial discoveries to convey, which left him feeling uneasy. Thus, he inquired of Fu Qing, "Senior sister, can the Chongqing sect truly grant immortality?" Fu Qing gazed up at the sky, disappointment flickering in her eyes as she replied, "Long ago, there may have truly existed a path to immortality. But here is merely a small world, forever incapable of transcending the innate realm. Even if a path lies before us, it is destined to be stifled, a cruel fate for the martial way." Feigning ignorance, Chang'e pressed further, "A small world, unable to transcend the innate realm. What is the reason for this?" Fu Qin continued without turning, "Our world is but an insignificant small world, its rules irrevocably flawed, thus rendering transcendence impossible, even escape unattainable. Countless prodigies have perished in the pursuit of immortality." Chang'e felt a twinge of doubt at her words that he recalled Dongfang's mention of a 5-year deadline, which now filled him with concern that he persisted, asking, "Who established these rules, or is this world simply as it is?" Fu Qing turned to face him, saying, "The Chongqing true monarch, Qing Zizhao, the founder of the Chongqing sect. Such matters are not for you to delve into yet." Chang'e nodded silently, choosing not to speak further. After bidding farewell to Fu Qing, he exited the residence. Upon arriving at the outer gate, he felt a slight unease, unable to locate Jin Xian, which caused him concern that he first visited the Tianyin sect headquarters in Tianyao City, where he collected some coins and elixirs. Afterwards, he made his way to the Tianyin sect's bungalow, where Qin Shikuan awaited them, seemingly having anticipated their arrival. With an air of composure, Qin Shikuan inquired, "How have things been? You seem to have gathered less information over the past month. Have you obtained any intelligence from the Chongqing sect?" Chang'e respectfully reported, "I have been training under senior sister Fu Qing at the Tianquan sect. Although she is merely an outer sect disciple, I have found myself unable to access other places. I currently possess no intelligence, but I have learned the name of the Chongqing true monarch, Qing Zizhao. He is the founder of the Chongqing sect. Where has Zhen Xian gone?" Qin Shikuan's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent. While you have only acquired a name, it is enough for us to investigate in the main world. You have barely passed this time. As for Zhen Xian, she has already set off to carry out her tasks. Do not worry. She is merely a child. Grant her some opportunities for growth. Collect information regarding the Chongqing sect each month. Any relevant details will suffice. This way, we both have something to report." Though Chang'e felt some dissatisfaction within, he buried it deep. Any futile anger would not resolve the issue, that he exchanged a few words with Qin Shikuan before receiving some elixirs and turning to leave. Just as he exited a street, Xiaohui detected someone following them, and Dongfang appeared behind him. Chang'e found it peculiar, but feigned ignorance, casually observing the nearby shops. Soon, Dongfang approached him, casually nudging him as he whispered, "Follow me." Chang'e trailed Dongfang to a guest house. Dongfang smiled. "It has been a few days since we last met. You have grown a bit taller. Did I have come with supplies for you?" With that, he produced several bottles of elixirs and some coins from the room, placing them on the table. Chang'e mused inwardly, "Goodness, he has gathered resources from 3 families on his own. This wealth could purchase beast meat and even facilitate research in medicine." That he inquired with astonishment, "Why do you still wish to support us?" Dong Fankai casually beckoned Chang'e to sit down, poured a cup of tea, and remarked, "When you eventually arrive at the headquarters, you will come to understand that every place has its factions. Consider it as us from the Dong Haitang extending our support to you, fostering goodwill for the future." Chang'e, not a fool, recognized the implications of the relationship between Dong Haitang and the headquarters, discernible from the wager made between the bishop and Lin Xiangzhu. After a few casual exchanges, Chang'e relayed the intelligence he had gathered during this period, even divulging the headquarters' request for him to collect information on the Changqingmen. He was indifferent to whom he owed loyalty, for Dong Haitang's sincerity warranted a reciprocal gesture. Dong Fankai, lost in thought, mused, "Is it true that the Changqingmen are a remnant of the Qingtian emperor? This information is crucial." He continued, "In the future, should you acquire any significant news, simply leave a note here, and each month I shall send alchemical pills to you and Jin Xian. Exercise utmost caution." Chang'e bid farewell to Dong Fankai and quietly returned to the outer gate, awaiting news from Zhen Xian that he understood that there indeed existed some connection between the Changqingmen and the Qingtian emperor, corroborated by the human race's body refinement techniques and the mysterious calls emanating from the mountaintop. However, he had no intention of revealing this secret to anyone. His sole pursuit was the 5 gods body refinement technique. Once mastered, he would depart from the Tianyin sect and never return to AS for what lay hidden atop that mountain. He could not ascertain, save for the knowledge that there stood an eternal evergreen tree, with the path to it fraught with barriers of formation. Before long, Jin Xian had yet to return, but the Changshengmen was graced with a multitude of individuals from the other four sects. Thus the entire sect buzzed with activity. Cheng Yi promptly made his way to Fu Qing's residence. Upon reaching the small courtyard, Fu Qing nodded in acknowledgement and led him towards the square. The mist surrounding the square finally dissipated. It was Cheng Yi's first time entering this enigmatic locale that as an outer sect disciple. One could not enter without a special token on a verdant lawn. A stone-paved path divided the area into a grid of 9 by 9 that directly ahead stood a drum tower, with colonnades at each corner, adorned with colorful wooden windows and intricately carved doors. Each level was embellished with dugong brackets, coffered ceilings, wood carvings, and painted motifs. Exuding the grandeur of ancient architecture, the four corners of the square were 4 platforms constructed from blue stone, and a central avenue led directly to the drum tower. Fu Qing and Cheng Yi positioned themselves at one corner of the drum tower, where a crowd had already gathered at the square's edge. They watched as a procession approached along the central avenue, with several elders from the Changshengmen stepping forward to greet them. Due to the distance, Cheng Yi could not discern their conversation, but a few children, no more than 12 or 13, were glancing around, likely his opponents. Cheng Yi felt puzzled, uncertain of Fu Qing's intentions, but it seemed inappropriate to engage in combat in this setting. Perhaps it was better to wait until tomorrow. One by one, the crowd entered the drum tower, while Fu Qing remained in place, waiting for 2 hours until the sun reached its zenith. To that moment, someone appeared on the second floor of the drum tower, undoubtedly a prime position for observing the contest. 4 children dashed out from the drum tower, each approaching one of the 4 platforms in the square, boldly declaring, "The Hushiman, Jingangmen, Qingshenpai, and Yuanxingxiao seek to learn from the masters of the Changshengmen." Fu Qing turned to Cheng Yi and said, "Do not rush. Wait a moment before you ascend." The onlookers at the square's edge might have been anticipating such an opportunity, as many children eagerly rushed forward. Soon, the sounds of fists and feet colliding resonated throughout the area. Cheng Yi meticulously observed the martial arts traditions of the 4 sects. While their foundations were solid and their techniques exquisite, the highest level reached merely the first stage of practice. Only the child from Jingangmen exhibited exceptional prowess, displaying formidable defensive capabilities and strength that reached the second stage. As for whether he had attained the level of body refinement, Cheng Yi could not ascertain at that moment, despite the Changshengmen's martial arts performance being somewhat underwhelming. Their endurance was unmatched. 2 disciples from the Changshengmen, even under the onslaught of the Qingshenpai and Yuanxingxiao, managed to withstand until both sides were left battered, ultimately being declared victors by the judges. With 2 wins and 2 losses, the situation appeared somewhat acceptable. Cheng Yi focused his attention primarily on Zhang Heng from Jingangmen. On one hand, he was the closest to Cheng Yi. On the other, he was the most formidable, merely 12 or 13 years of age. Zhang Heng already showcased a robust physique and a composed demeanor with a solid foundation. The 3 disciples from the Changshengmen who consecutively took the stage could not withstand his relentless assault of punches and kicks, causing others to hesitate in their decision to challenge him. After observing for a considerable time, Fu Qing turned to Cheng Yi and inquired, "Do you have confidence against that Zhang Heng from Jingangmen? This might be your best opportunity to showcase your abilities." Cheng Yi smirked and replied with unwavering confidence, "Sister, no problem." With that, he stepped forward, rounding the corner to the platform where Zhang Heng stood. The crowd beheld a child emerging from the corner, leaping onto the platform, and bowing respectfully to Zhang Heng. "Cheng Yi, an outer sect disciple of the Changshengmen, seeks your guidance, please." Though slightly perplexed by an outer sect disciple's audacity to challenge him, Zhang Heng nonetheless replied with courtesy, "I am Zhang Heng, please." After the mutual salutation, Cheng Yi quickly advanced, launching a swift punch aimed at Zhang Heng's chest. This strike was powerful and forceful, serving both as a test and a ceremonial gesture customary in ancient contests. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes as he immediately crouched into a horse stance, countering with a straight punch of his own. The 2 fists collided, producing a resounding echo that reverberated across the square. Cheng Yi merely swayed his shoulders slightly, while Zhang Heng staggered back a half-step. Several elders atop the drum tower exchanged knowing nods, their eyes glinting with surprise. The elders of the Changshengmen cast a glance towards Fu Qing. Zhang Heng exclaimed, "Good. and instantly launched into an offensive, his fists raining down upon Cheng Yi like cannonballs. Unfazed, Cheng Yi met each of Zhang Heng's attacks with his own, his body steadfast as a mountain. The sounds of fists and feet striking resonated in a rhythmic cadence. Zhang Heng's barrage failed to breach Cheng Yi's defenses, and a hint of fury flickered in his gaze as he tensed. Unleashing a flurry of punches that filled the air with a cacophony of sound, enveloping Cheng Yi in a storm of strikes. Chapter 29. Cheng Yi inhaled deeply, abandoning his defensive posture to launch an offensive of his own. Executing the 18 styles of the howling wind and blizzards that in response to Zhang Heng's relentless barrage, his hands moved deftly like a bird in flight, suddenly exploding forth, while his feet delivered kicks and knee strikes in a symphony of mutual assaults. The platform echoed with the endless sounds of collision, capturing the attention of all present. This was a battle of equals, with both sides displaying nearly identical physical prowess and extraordinary martial arts techniques. However, Cheng Yi's defense proved more resilient, and his strength surpassed that of his opponent. His true capabilities had yet to be revealed, and he refrained from employing any profound techniques, relying solely on his physical strength. He was already able to suppress Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng gradually faltered, retreating to the edge of the platform, but he realized that if he did not unveil his hidden powers soon, he would likely face defeat. With a fierce roar, he suddenly expanded in size by a third, his clothing tearing apart and muscles bulging with power. Cheng Yi struck him repeatedly, each impact echoing like thunder. This level of defense had reached an invincible realm. As a massive hand descended toward Cheng Yi in an instant, Cheng Yi retreated to the center, astonished by Zhang Heng's transformation, pondering, what kind of talent is this? Zhang Heng charged forth like a small giant, his imposing figure causing the ground to tremble with each stride that a ferocious aura radiated from him. As if he intended to engulf everything around him, he unleashed a punch, the force akin to a mountain crashing, scattering the surrounding turbulent energy as if it were mere mist. Cheng Yi's expression grew serious. He understood that he must reveal some of his own prowess, lest he falter before Zhang Heng's onslaught. He centered his energy, mobilizing his entire cultivation, taking a step forward and slightly crouching down. The power of the second layer of body refinement surged forth, transforming his body into a piece of black iron, glistening with a dark luster. As his bones erupted with a thunderous crack, as Cheng Yi's foot struck the ground, it resonated with a deep rumble, and his arms bulged with veins, his form soaring like a great rock. A fierce tiger leaping through a gorge, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to devour all the power in the world. His black fist collided with Zhang Heng's. Boom! Deafening explosion echoed through the air, sending Cheng Yi staggering backward. His steps unsteady. It felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet, Zhang Heng too was shaken by Cheng Yi's formidable strength. Stumbling back 2 steps, a glimmer of determination flashed in Cheng Yi's eyes. He knew this battle was far from over. He executed the heavenly serpent step, moving gracefully like a butterfly, swiftly navigating through Zhang Heng's attacks. The two engaged in a fierce exchange upon the platform, trading blows with fervor. Although Cheng Yi's internal organs trembled and he suffered significant injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he possessed the nurturing power of life's essence, granting him remarkable recovery abilities. He feigned severe injury, a hint of blood at his lips, while in reality, he had not sustained any substantial damage. Thus, the two continued their fierce contest for several dozen exchanges. Utilizing his exquisite martial skills and formidable recovery prowess, Cheng Yi gradually gained the upper hand. Due to the limitations of his innate talent, Zhang Heng began to experience a gradual decline in his condition. Ultimately, during yet another encounter between the two, Zhang Heng's body could no longer maintain its balance, and he stumbled, falling to the ground. Observing this, Cheng Yi feigned breathlessness, leaning against the arena as if utterly exhausted. The spectators erupted into applause. Even the elder from the Jingang sect on the second floor of the drum tower nodded in approval, exclaiming, "What a surprise! The Chongqing sect possesses such a prodigy. His strength, speed, and martial arts are flawless, and at such a young age, he has already attained the second level of practice. Truly exceptional. He is as sturdy as steel." Indeed impressive. The elder from the Chongqing sect stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he remarked, "This is a fine talent just sent over by the Tianquan sect. He hasn't even taken a master yet in a couple of years. I expect many will vie for him. That moment, a Taoist priestess from the Yuanshin sect coldly interjected, "Your apprenticeship system is evidently flawed. Such a promising talent should not be squandered for 2 more years. Instead, he ought to be entrusted to us at the Yuanshin sect for proper cultivation." The elder of the Chongqing sect chuckled heartily, replying, "The more talented a person, the greater the need for tempering and refinement. What use is rapid advancement if one lacks a strong mind?" Upon reaching the pinnacle, they risked descending into madness at an accelerated pace. At this point, he suddenly sighed, seemingly brushing against a taboo subject. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of ennui wash over them, falling into silence. Chengyi noticed that Fu Qing was already signaling him to descend from the platform. Without hesitation, he leaped down and stood quietly beside her. The exchange continued as others took to the stage to showcase their prowess. That Fu Qing succinctly instructed Chengyi, "Let us depart," after which she led him away from the scene. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Fu Qing produced a healing potion and handed it to Chengyi, expressing concern, "Your internal injuries are quite severe. You must rest adequately. I shall make arrangements regarding matters in the inner sect. So do not worry. I did not anticipate your talent and strength to be so remarkable. It is unfortunate you must wait 2 more years. However, in the small world, you require more than just skill. The strength of the mind is the most precious asset. Do you remember what I told you about the limitations of the small world? Many prodigies have soared to the peak only to be met with an insurmountable barrier, leading them to self-destruction due to their madness. You must be cautious and focus on grounding yourself. This is my counsel to you." Chengyi, pensive, replied, "Thank you, senior sister. I shall heed your words." After a week of recuperation in the mountain courtyard, Chengyi's name had spread throughout the Chongqing sect. A myriad of visitors came to pay their respects, eager to establish rapport. Although Jin Xian had yet to return, Chengyi felt a slight reassurance by monitoring her safety through the system. He resolved to venture to Tianyao City to gather intelligence. After descending the mountain and arriving in Tianyao City, as he prepared to approach the Tianyin sect stronghold, Xiao Hui's keen vision detected someone trailing him. Chengyi was not surprised. Given his reputation, it was only natural to be followed. He strolled casually for a while, yet an air of seriousness began to envelop him. The pursuer was no ordinary individual. Their stalking was not direct, but rather maintained a distance of 3 zhang, lurking at the side of buildings or around corners, indicative of a master employing the 5 divine senses for tracking. His situation was precarious. He could neither seek out the Tianyin sect nor transform himself, that he had to carefully mask his expressions to prevent the follower from discerning his true state, navigating through streets. He finally reached the Tianquan sect's premises, acutely aware that this was his safest haven at present. However, he did not anticipate that the pursuer would be capable of infiltrating the Tianquan sect's stronghold, which clearly indicated their disregard for the sect's combat prowess. Chengyi stepped onto the square of the small courtyard, finally escaping the shadow of his pursuer, unsure if the individual could still sense his presence. He ambled towards the training area, where many robust men were familiar with Chengyi. Perhaps they had already heard of his contest and treated him with warmth and camaraderie. Seating himself on the ground, he observed the training, yet his mind was awash with thoughts that he was uncertain if his combat prowess could match that of his pursuer. Previously, he had been exceedingly confident. Now, bolstered by his mastery of the 3rd level of body refinement and various profound techniques, he felt he could hold his own against anyone. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng's exceptional talent made him realize that human prodigies could not be easily judged, that if the adversary possessed any extraordinary gifts, not to mention his ignorance of the combat capabilities of blood origin warriors, he could not afford to take risks. Moreover, should he reveal his strength without eliminating the threat, his plans would be thrown into disarray. The only course of action was to inform the Chongqing sect. Chengyi instructed the Shadow Serpent to find ink and paper in other rooms, drafting a message. Notify Elder Fu Qing of the Chongqing sect that a master assassin is targeting Chengyi, who has now infiltrated the Tianquan sect. Do not act rashly. The foe is formidable, and you cannot contend with them. Urgently convey this. He then slipped the note into Zhao Tiany's room. Zhao Tiany was engrossed in reviewing documents when he suddenly noticed a paper ball soaring through the doorway. Landing on his desk, stunned at first, he then scanned his surroundings warily, but found nothing amiss. Taking a deep breath, he slowly unfolded the note. Zhao Qianni's expression turned grave in an instant. He quickly pocketed the note. His face clouded with concern and stepped outside. Upon seeing him leave, Cheng Yi's little black serpent felt a wave of relief and immediately stood up, announcing, "Everyone, let us practice. I've been injured these past few days. My bones feel loose." Laughter erupted among the crowd, who quickly formed a circle around him. That a towering figure emerged, provocatively stating, "Come on, let us witness the prowess of a prodigy." Others joined in, cheering him on. Cheng Yi, unwilling to back down, stepped forward to engage the large man in combat. He endeavored to restrain his strength, participating in a sparring session with everyone. Each encounter lasted for dozens of exchanges. As he aimed to buy time, meanwhile, the shadow serpent at the entrance finally spotted the figures of Zhao Qianni and Fu Qing. That sighed in relief, but was puzzled to see only Fu Qing. Forever clad in white with a sword slung across her back, she exuded an aura of purity, as if nothing could disturb her inner peace. The shadow serpent observed Fu Qing cast a glance toward its hiding place before averting her gaze. Cheng Yi's heart raced. Had he been discovered? Was her strength truly so formidable? Fu Qing approached the training square with an air of tranquility. Upon her arrival, everyone ceased their activities, bowing in respect, their deference towards her palpable. Fu Qing merely nodded at Cheng Yi in greeting. Suddenly, a shadow of a sword erupted from behind her, piercing the sky. The square was instantly enveloped in a gray hue, as if shrouded by an endless sword intent. Cheng Yi found himself immobilized, a searing pain coursing through his mind. In the air, a colossal sword shadow loomed, pressing downward. Under the weight of this sword intent, all present appeared frozen in place. Sword intent. Impossible! From the shadows of a nearby building, a startled cry echoed. Before the sound faded, a burst of crimson light erupted from the shadows, as a figure attempted to flee. Yet, the descending sword shadow rendered his movements sluggish. As if he were a snail, he unleashed a blood-tinged fist towards the sword shadow. However, before his attack could reach it, he seemed to be suspended in time. His gaze became disoriented, and his strength dissipated. The immense sword shadow descended upon him. Merging with the ground, he stood there like a lifeless statue, devoid of any vitality. Cheng Yi was astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this the pinnacle of martial prowess? He could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. Even Lin Xiangzhu of the Tianyin sect, with her formidable blade infused with primal energy, could not compare to the terror of the sword shadow before him. Chapter 30. Night reconnaissance at the Chongqing sect. In an instant, the square's colors returned to normal. Fu Qing casually informed Cheng Yi, "Let us depart." With that, she turned and walked towards the exit. Cheng Yi promptly followed. Eager to please, he cautiously inquired, "Senior sister, what is sword intent? It is so powerful. Could you teach me?" Fu Qing replied without looking back, "Some martial arts encompass not only true intent, but also profound mysteries. The realm of intent is an elevation of those mysteries. For now, it is sufficient for you to grasp this point. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. It will not benefit you. You lack the talent for swordsmanship. Focus on mastering your fist techniques, and one day, you will naturally cultivate your own fist intent." Cheng Yi pondered privately. This realm of intent was the advanced pinnacle of profound mysteries. Ordinary individuals could only comprehend profound mysteries through innate talent. What stage must one reach to grasp intent? Furthermore, Fu Qing had only perfected her body refinement. What kind of talent did she possess that surpassed even the likes of Yi Mingyao? A paragon of excellence. At that moment, Cheng Yi's face reflected deep admiration as he closely followed Fu Qing, continuing to ask, "Senior sister, who could be tracking me? I have no enemies. Why not capture them alive to interrogate?" As they reached the entrance, Cheng Yi summoned the shadow serpent back without hesitation. Fu Qing's voice echoed from ahead, as if she had anticipated this. "Every prodigy has their secrets, much like you. Someone has discerned that your iron skin is not innate talent, but rather a mastery of the second level of body refinement. It has been a long time since anyone in the small world has reached such a level of body refinement. What kind of technique allows one to attain this peak? Naturally, there are those who wish to uncover this secret. You need not inform me. I have already reached the pinnacle and can keep it a secret. As for that individual, inquiring would yield no benefit. They are likely affiliated with one of the other four factions. Today, I have unveiled my sword intent, and no one dares to harbor ill thoughts towards you anymore. This serves as a warning to others. Cheng Yi's face immediately lit up with excitement. Although Fu Qing typically exudes an aloof and tranquil demeanor, she harbors a warm heart beneath her exterior. Not only has she selflessly guided him in martial arts, but she has also shown him constant care. This time, without uttering a word, she came forth to assist him and even cautioned others. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he exclaimed, "Senior sister, you have been too kind to me. I vow to break through this world and take you away one day." Fu Qing smiled sweetly, and at that moment, the contours of her features were strikingly clear, evoking a breathtaking sensation. Her enchanting eyes were deeply set beneath elegant brows, and her smile was as gentle as the soft breeze that caresses the earth at dawn and spring. This was the first time Cheng Yi had witnessed Fu Qing's smile, leaving him momentarily entranced. No wonder she rarely laughed. It was utterly captivating. Upon returning to Changsheng Gate, Fu Qing departed, leaving him behind. Cheng Yi, unwilling to wander aimlessly, remained diligently at the outer gate, cultivating while awaiting Zhen Xian's return. With ample resources at his disposal, he adhered to a daily regimen of practicing the tiger-leopard thunder sound technique, followed by the human race body forging technique. Each time he observed the continuous rise in his proficiency. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction and joy enveloped him. This was the fruit of his tireless efforts, a testament to his unceasing progress. Days later, Zhen Xian finally returned. She bounded over and embraced Cheng Yi's waist, playfully declaring, "Brother, did you miss me? I missed you terribly." Cheng Yi indulgently nodded, pulling her to sit beside him, and inquired with concern, "Did you sustain any injuries? Why did it take you so long to return?" Zhen Xian nestled against him, her face brimming with complaints. The distance was immense. "The journey alone took half a month. But fret not, my strength is beyond your imagination. I feel I have reached the limits of the small world." Cheng Yi chuckled. "You may not have encountered the true limits yet. Allow me to share some recent events. I have much to tell you." He meticulously recounted Fu Qing's prowess and the occurrences that transpired to Zhen Xian. Zhen Xian was astonished. Is there truly such a formidable individual? Does this strength not surpass the innate realm? Cheng Yi nodded, recalling Fu Qing's decisive actions, in comparison to the encounters we've had with the heavenly insect. If that is the extent of their abilities, they would certainly not be a match for Fu Qing. But of course, this is merely our conjecture. You must exercise greater caution henceforth. The talents of the human race are exceedingly diverse. We must not underestimate them. Zhen Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "I understand. If I cannot win, can I simply flee? I am an assassin. If I falter, I can vanish without a trace." Cheng Yi sighed in resignation. "You have yet to truly witness Fu Qing's strength. I hope we do not cross paths with her. She did not even unsheath her sword, which speaks volumes about her capabilities. Regardless, enhancing our own strength is paramount. Only by becoming stronger can we escape the heavenly insect." Zhen Xian could only nod in agreement, relaying the details of her recent mission to Cheng Yi. They analyzed the situation together and found no significant issues. However, Cheng Yi was not adept at psychological counseling, and he felt helpless regarding Zhen Xian's violent tendencies. Done on that fateful day at the city gates of Yaotian, the cries of battle reverberated through the air, heralding the annual beast tide that surged forth like a relentless wave. From the distance, demonic beasts poured towards the city walls in an unending tide, seemingly boundless. Yet atop the wall stood a lad of 14 or 15, clad in azure martial attire, his ordinary fists clenched tightly, forming a stark contrast to the fully armored warriors surrounding him. Nevertheless, this youth, Cheng Yi, possessed eyes that burned with an intensity unmatched by any that he roamed the battlements amidst a sea of corpses. The ground below littered with the remains of demonic beasts that he unleashed a tempest of strikes against them, utilizing his shoulders, elbows, legs, knees, and hands as weapons. That a punch followed another as he ruthlessly dispatched the beasts. When the demonic horde finally retreated, cheers erupted from the crowd. "Little Overlord! Little Overlord!" This was Cheng Yi's nickname, bestowed upon him after 3 days and nights of relentless combat. His unparalleled bravery and commanding presence had profoundly touched the hearts of all. For 2 years, he had relentlessly slain the beasts at the border, and countless challengers had fallen before him, but he donned no armor, relying solely on his iron fists. Cheng Yi slowly raised his hand to quell the cheers, his gaze shifting to a certain graceful figure not far down the wall. That figure waved joyfully, and the crowd below responded with fervent gestures. Yet in Cheng Yi's eyes, only that singular presence mattered. He leaped from the wall and sprinted towards the enchanting silhouette. "What brings you here?" Cheng Yi inquired, recognizing this was not Jin Xian's true appearance. They had been altering their looks gradually, day by day, to disguise themselves. Through their monthly rendezvous with the Heavenly Yin sect, they had grown accustomed to this transformation. At 12 years old, Cheng Yi and Jin Xian had already reached the height of 15 or 16. After 2 years of effort, they had successfully altered their original appearances. "That I was worried about you. I couldn't rest easy not seeing you. To be by the way, Qin Shikuan asked me to notify you to pay him a visit." Jin Xian replied with a smile, her mischievousness and charm standing out among girls of her age, finally revealing the demeanor befitting her youth. The two promptly returned to their rented quarters, changed their attire, and set off for Qin Shikuan's stronghold. Cheng Yi looked at Qin Shikuan and asked, "Didn't we just make contact a few days ago? Is there any urgent news?" Qin Shikuan sighed. "The reputation of the little overlord is growing ever louder. Our initial plan was to accept you as a disciple a month from now, but alas, circumstances have changed. The headquarters has compiled all the intelligence from our scouts and has confirmed that each of the 5 major factions possesses significant strength, likely exceeding the innate level. Moreover, it has been confirmed that Changxing Gate is a legacy of the Azure Sky Emperor. According to clues from the main world, the headquarters speculates that Changxing Gate harbors something of great importance needed by the esteemed one. Therefore, we will launch a surprise attack on Changxing Gate in the next few days, assessing whether to withdraw from this main world while leaving a small contingent as a training base." "What? So sudden? Have our 2 years of efforts been in vain? Can we not wait just 1 more month? What about the array issues at Changxing Gate?" Cheng Yi exclaimed in shock. "The esteemed 1's orders take precedence over all else. The headquarters has brought back a secret treasure from the main world, which will incapacitate the array for an hour. You two should refrain from returning to Changxing Gate for now to avoid collateral damage." Qin Shikuan stated calmly. Returning to their lodgings, Jin Xian looked at the pensive Cheng Yi and asked, "What are your plans?" Cheng Yi smiled and replied, "In truth, we had initially intended to probe Changxing Gate. If our conjectures are correct, the entity resonating with us should be that evergreen tree, which embodies our essence of life, that I am also eager to see what this evergreen tree truly looks like. Moreover, the evergreen tree will not pose a threat to us. The focus remains on the 5-spirit body forging technique. 2 years of effort cannot be in vain. Fortunately, Fu Shiji is away these days. Otherwise, the Heavenly Yin sect would likely face a significant setback. That it appears that cultivating body refinement to manifest sword intent is an unparalleled talent throughout the ages. That I was worried that Changxing Gate might have more such experts. But it seems our concerns may have been unwarranted. That don't say another word. I must accompany you." Jin Xian playfully interrupted, halting Cheng Yi's forthcoming remarks. Cheng Yi looked at Jin Xian with resignation. Their constant companionship allowed them to understand each other's expressions in an instant. He said, "Very well, but you shall handle the support while I take the lead." Jin Xian gleefully hid behind Cheng Yi, helping him massage his shoulders. The two stealthily returned to the outer gate. The place most familiar with the situation, as night fell, countless figures clad in black quietly approached the foot of Changxing Gate. The leader remarked, "This small world still harbors remnants of the immortal path. The Emperor's methods are indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, all immortal paths require vital energy. With the energy sealed, let us see what other means remain. Attention, Team 1 will target the treasure vault. Team 2 will head to the Hidden Arms Pavilion, while the rest will accompany me to investigate this evergreen tree. Move out." With that, he cast forth a statue, which instantly ascended, releasing ripples that enveloped the mountain range. Suddenly, all the mist dissipated, and Cheng Yi and Jin Xian immediately sensed the change. They were well prepared and dashed towards the Hidden Arms Pavilion, having previously exchanged contribution points for the Stormy 18 techniques, thus familiarizing themselves with its location. The entire Changxing Gate was in an uproar, with shouts of battle resounding. Cheng Yi, along with a group behind him, rapidly advanced, dispatching those who attempted to intercept them along the way. They reached a point not far from the Hidden Arms Pavilion ahead of schedule and concealed themselves in the shadows of a building. As per usual, Xiao Hui was tasked with reconnaissance, while Xiao He stood guard. The defenses of the treasure pavilion were indeed formidable, with a multitude of guards, and more reinforcements were arriving from all directions. Xiao Hui swiftly departed. Now, nourished by the essence of the serpent of the celestial sphere, Xiao Hui had grown significantly and acquired numerous new skills. The shadow serpent thrived in the darkness, and Xiao Hui stealthily infiltrated the Hidden Arms Pavilion, ascending to the second floor. Cheng Yi had long desired to explore the Hidden Arms Pavilion, and indeed, the second floor was filled with many exquisite manuals, yet none were what he sought. Just as he was about to ascend to the third floor, a surge of power emanated from above. What beast was that? Cheng Yi hurriedly commanded Xiao Hui to retreat to the first floor. This marks the second occasion that the shadow serpent has been discovered. The ancient sects, remnants of a bygone era, are by no means to be trifled with. Henceforth, utmost caution is imperative, and the shadow serpent must not be wielded lightly. Cheng Yi can only bide his time for a suitable opportunity. Outside the Kangwu Pavilion, the flames of conflict rage fiercely, revealing the formidable strength of the Heavenly Shadow Sect. However, the foundation of the Eternal Life Sect is equally profound. Several venerable elders, with their immense strength, staunchly repel the onslaught of the Heavenly Shadow Sect. Alas, the disparity in numbers among the strong is too great, as the experts of the Eternal Life Sect have yet to convene. Suddenly, an adept breaches the defenses and charges into the Kangwu Pavilion. An elder upstairs hastily descends to intercept. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi recognizes that the moment has arrived. He deftly maneuvers the shadow serpent, stealthily ascending. Yet, at that instant, the adept exclaims, "Shadow serpent, who are you?" Cheng Yi is taken aback and quickly whispers to Jin Xian, "Hurry, conceal Xiao He. The people of the Heavenly Shadow Sect are about to discover why Xiao Hui has been spotted. I must eliminate the witness, or I shall surely be pursued." He is acutely aware that if pursued, the matter concerning the Shadow Serpent will inevitably be exposed, and those possessing the Shadow Serpent are undoubtedly affiliated with the Heavenly Shadow Sect. With utmost caution, Cheng Yi locates a deceased member of the Heavenly Shadow Sect, strips him of his garments, and assumes his guise, dashing toward the Kangwu Pavilion. As he deftly controls Xiao Hui to ascend to the third floor for reconnaissance, he simultaneously engages with the intercepting adversary. Employing the gliding step from the Serpent's Dance, he swiftly positions himself behind his opponent, who reacts with remarkable speed, countering with a strike. The two engage in a rapid exchange of blows. Cheng Yi discreetly channels a shockwave, propelling his opponent away, and continues his advance into the Kangwu Pavilion. Yet more enemies assail him, and this time Cheng Yi dares not hold back. With a single punch, he sends one assailant flying, causing him to spew blood as he retreats. The enemies behind him relentlessly pursue, but Cheng Yi pays them no heed, pressing forward. The adversaries he encounters are not particularly formidable, falling easily to his might or being sent sprawling. At this juncture, Xiao Hui has thoroughly scoured the third floor for all secret manuals. Indeed, it has uncovered traces of the Five Gods' Body refinement technique. Without delay, Cheng Yi instructs Xiao Hui to grasp the other two manuals. Realizing that due to the inconvenience of carrying them, he must temporarily abandon the others. Chapter 31. The Evergreen Tree. Before the pursuers can catch up, Cheng Yi finally breaches the first level. At this moment, the experts of the Heavenly Shadow Sect are locked in fierce combat with the Elder. With no time to spare, Cheng Yi unleashes his full combat prowess. The Bull Demon charges forth, directly targeting the two combatants. The experts of the Heavenly Shadow Sect adeptly evade. Clearly having anticipated such a move, the Bull Demon crashes to the ground. Cheng Yi once more employs this technique. The combined essence of shock and spatial manipulation creates an extraordinary force, as Cheng Yi's physical training has recently advanced to the fourth refinement stage, rendering the Bull Demon's impact ever more formidable. The air ripples and the ground collapses beneath, causing the two experts to be thrust into the in the face of the astonished Heavenly Shadow Sect members. Cheng Yi delivers a powerful punch to one's head before pivoting to confront the Elder, who has skillfully retreated to the side. This levitation technique, coupled with its immobilizing effect, proves to be exceptionally uncanny. Xiao Hui swiftly approaches, and Cheng Yi extends his hand to receive the three manuals. Stowing them securely in his robe, as he makes his exit, the Elder trembles in fear and shouts, "Do not obstruct him. Let him pass." The incoming trio complies, and Cheng Yi refrains from causing unnecessary harm. Having spent 2 years within the Eternal Life Sect, he has developed a degree of attachment. More importantly, the sect guards the borders, and he has witnessed many valiant warriors perish in defense of their homeland. These nameless heroes and comrades are deserving of his deep respect. With a swift motion, Chang'e finds himself outside, and the situation before him is unexpectedly striking. The reinforcements from the Eternal Life sect, initially surging like a tide, have begun to diminish the numerical advantage of the Heavenly Shadows sect. Those elders, who once seemed feeble before the Heavenly Shadows sect, now resemble tigers descending from the mountain, causing the Heavenly Shadows sect to exhibit signs of fatigue. Clearly, this is not their main force. Chang'e surveys his surroundings, hesitating not, and turns to leave, reuniting with Jin Xian to their surprise. Their route of retreat remains unimpeded. The two share a tacit understanding, sensing the call in their minds, the warmth of familiarity growing ever stronger, as if beckoned by destiny. Together, they ascend the mountain, free from the shrouding mist, and behold a towering, majestic tree before them. Its branches appear to dance with life, repelling the members of the Heavenly Shadows sect. No matter the angle of assault, they cannot breach this arboreal fortress. Chang'e had previously observed 3 battlefields, and now an additional one has emerged. Just as Chang'e prepares to withdraw with Jin Xian, a voice suddenly resonates in his mind. "Come here, inheritors of the eternal life, true monarch." Chang'e and Jin Xian exchange astonished glances. At that moment, a verdant branch descends from above, appearing before them. "Grab hold. I shall take you up." The two share a smile, grasping the branch, their bodies soaring skyward along its length, with the gentle support of the evergreen tree. They land steadily upon its boughs. Chang'e cannot help but feel a sense of awe. This ancient tree seems to possess a spirit, as if awaiting their arrival. Years have passed, and finally, the essence of life resonates within them. The voice of the evergreen tree echoes in their minds. "Greetings, inheritors of the eternal life, true monarch. I have awaited your arrival for 2 years." Chang'e, somewhat befuddled, smiles in response. "There was a formation blocking my path. I could not approach." "How do you know we are the inheritors of the eternal life, true monarch?" The voice of the evergreen tree continues to reverberate in his mind. "Fortunately, today the formation has faltered. Otherwise, you truly would not have been able to enter. The true essence of the eternal life tree and its unique martial arts. Are you not the inheritors? This seed I bestow upon you. The hope for your mother's revival now rests in your hands." The eternal life tree, also known as the Jianmu, or world tree, is represented by this singular seed, since the ancient celestial path shattered. The eternal life tree fragmented, leaving only this solitary seed. You must utilize source blood and the essence of life to incubate it. The modern laws can no longer comprehend the essence of life. I know not how you came to be here, but my task is now complete. Subsequently, a branch suddenly descends, gently tapping Chang'e's heart. Before he can fully grasp the situation, he senses something silently and swiftly entering his heart. His current realm is insufficient to perceive its presence, yet he feels its existence. Chang'e lightly caresses his chest, eyes shimmering with curiosity and perplexity, and inquires, "How did the ancient celestial path come to its demise? Is the eternal life true monarch truly the celestial emperor Qing Tian? Does he still live?" The eternal life true monarch is indeed the celestial emperor Qing Tian. As for whether he still lives, I cannot ascertain. Regarding the reasons for the celestial path's demise, I was but a sapling at that time and am unaware. The eternal life true monarch entrusted the seed to me, granting me the opportunity to revive my mother. I am waiting for you. I have not slept for 2 years. Now, matters of great import are beyond your current understanding. Only by becoming a person of significance can you fathom them. Why ponder so much? I shall now take my rest. Farewell." The voice of the evergreen tree gently fades into silence. Chang'e can only smile helplessly. It feels as if it were a child, likely having slept for ages, which is why it has lived for so long. Truly endearing, yet capricious. Suddenly, a bittersweet sensation washes over him as he mutters, "It seems I have gained nothing of worth and must still toil like a farmer. How arduous this is to..." No sooner had he spoken than he and Jin Xian found themselves soaring upward once more, returning to the foot of the mountain. Beneath their feet lay 2 azure fruits, seemingly gifts from the evergreen tree. The branches of this evergreen tree are indeed wondrous, extending so far, and it has bestowed upon us such splendid offerings. Cheng-Yi joyfully picks up the two fruits, handing one to Jin Xian that he takes a bite, and though the fruit lacks flavor, consuming it imbues him with a sense of invigoration, as if he has been revitalized after consuming the fruits. Cheng-Yi feels a warm current surge within him, and the essence of life increases by 100 points that he rejoices, for at last his lifespan has been restored. Reflecting on what the Heavenly Shadow Sect's dignitaries sought, was it a seed or longevity fruit? Given the capabilities of the evergreen tree, if the 5 major sects possessed similar foundations, then the withdrawal of the Heavenly Shadow Sect would indeed seem reasonable. This place may well be a remnant of the Celestial Path's demise, concealing numerous secrets, yet Cheng-Yi can no longer delve into them. Jin Xian licks her lips, her expression lingering with a hint of desire. The fruit indeed lacks taste, but I wonder what its effects truly are. Cheng-Yi chuckles heartily. Fear not. With me around, you shall not be disappointed. This time, we have also seized 3 manuals. Let us study them carefully later. That fruit can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. What a treasure. Upon hearing this, Jin Xian's face brightens instantly, a playful pout gracing her lips. Such a miser. Why not bestow a few more? As laughter fills the air, the two resolve to return home swiftly. Among the 3 manuals, one is the 5 Gods Body Refinement Technique, another is the Void Step, and the last is an incomplete manual, merely containing the earth-subduing palm. Upon seeing the long-desired 5 Gods Body Refinement Technique, Cheng-Yi eagerly opens it. The profound martial principles within the manual present a challenge for him. Yet, thankfully, he has previously mastered the intricacies of human anatomy. The text correlates the 5 vital organs, heart, liver, lungs, spleen, and kidneys, with the refined essence of the spirit and psyche, spirit, soul, ethereal form, intent, and will. The essence of martial arts lies ultimately in the formidable physique. When the physical and spiritual unite, one can cultivate strength harmoniously. Originally, his prior understanding was mistaken. He believed that all forms of strength were akin to the celestial serpents, a power that necessitates a formidable martial heritage. That in contrast, the 5 Spirits Refinement Technique serves as a method to amalgamate one's entire force into the most potent strike, enabling one to deliver each blow with the might of a full-force attack upon achieving mastery. Cheng-Yi could not help but marvel at the immense aid this manual would provide in his cultivation. The Void Step is an innate martial art that requires the possession of vital energy to execute that at the perfected level. One can step upon the air 7 times in succession, utilizing the principles of space and vital energy, allowing not only for traversal through the void, but also transforming it into a formidable offensive technique. Cheng-Yi felt an irresistible urge to learn and experiment with it, although he could barely manage a single step in midair. Merely at the entry level, 110000, he could already sense the technique's potency. Just imagine, if one were to combine vital energy and step upon an enemy's head, it would likely result in a catastrophic explosion of their skull. How does this differ from the explosive potential of a regular punch infused with spatial principles? Truly disappointing. However, the incomplete earth-sealing seal brought Cheng-Yi an unexpected delight. This martial art, though also innate, could not be cultivated, yet its philosophical concepts resonated deeply with him. The earth-sealing seal merges gravitational principles with sealing techniques, striking downward with a palm infused with vital energy. Under the weight of gravity and sealing principles, enemies find themselves unable to evade, compelled to endure the impact. Alas, this manual only contains the earth form, while it should encompass the heaven, earth, and man forms. Regrettably, this palm technique merely employs the method of merging principles, lacking comprehension of the gravitational and sealing doctrines. Yet, should there come a day when Cheng-Yi could unify the various principles he has grasped, he would forge a unique style of his own. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian cautiously committed the 3 manuals to memory. Under the cover of night, Cheng-Yi resolved to return to the Changxing sect, but he stealthily approached the outer dormitory, placing the 3 manuals in a secure location. This act served as both a tribute to the evergreen tree and a testament to his trust and acknowledgement of the Changxing sect. However, he could not bid farewell to Sister Fu, leaving him with a profound sense of regret and determination. One day in the future, he vowed to shatter the shackles of this world and depart with Sister Fu. After leaving a farewell letter, Cheng-Yi reluctantly departed from this place, once filled with emotion. The next day, Qin Shikuan hastily led them away. The repercussions of the recent incident were dire. The Chongqing sect, one of the 5 major sects, had been attacked, and the ensuing retaliation would undoubtedly be more severe. The Tianyin sect could no longer conceal its intentions. According to Qin Shikuan, the plans from the previous night had utterly collapsed. The strength of the Chongqing sect surpassed expectations, and those who attempted to raid the treasure vault suffered heavy losses. Even more shocking was the presence of numerous esteemed elders within the vault. Though the Chongqing sect's techniques may not be top tier, their ability to prolong life and attain longevity naturally renders them formidable. The situations of the other 2 routes were somewhat better, primarily due to the evergreen tree's lack of bloodshed. Not a single life was lost. Yet, this also made them acutely aware of the evergreen tree's strength and threat. Perhaps this was a test and conspiracy orchestrated by the Tianyin sect. Chapter 32. Kunping and Dan Minghai, although they understood that their return would entail confronting the Tianyin sect's headquarters. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian remained lighthearted and jovial. Years of lurking, concealment, and combat had honed their wills to an unyielding resilience. They sat in the carriage, seizing the opportunity to practice the 5 spirits refinement technique along the way. This technique could be cultivated at any time and place, remaining an essential practice throughout their lives. Daily, they received guidance on their proficiency from Yi Mingyao, who cultivated at an extraordinarily rapid pace. Currently, both Cheng Yi and Jin Xian had achieved the 4th level, but the path ahead grew increasingly arduous. The elixirs of the main world could no longer provide the required cultivation effects, compelling them to rely on natural foods such as beast meat or blood rice to supplement their growth. They needed to make a choice, determining their primary cultivation technique. After careful consideration, they decided to focus on the 5 spirits refinement technique. Aiming to at least reach a proficiency that matched the 4th level, that as their comprehension of the principles of life deepened, their speed in cultivating the human body refinement technique accelerated significantly, allowing them to break through the 1st layer. However, Cheng Yi and Jin Xian still found themselves unable to advance. They understood that breakthroughs necessitate innate talent and source blood, should the Tianyin sect's headquarters discover them. It could precipitate unforeseen complications. Since they could potentially break through at any time, they resolved to keep a trump card, observing Yi Mingyao's progress in the human body refinement technique. Currently, her technique remained at the 2nd layer, indicating that a breakthrough to the 2nd layer was not yet imperative. Finally, they traversed through the teleportation portal, leaving the small world behind as it gradually faded into the distance. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia as they gazed at the resplendent portal. A wave of emotions washing over them. The encampment. Dongfang reported to Master Huidang. Master, are we truly not going to retain these 2 individuals? Cheng Yi's strength is at least at the 3rd level, and due to the headquarters interference, they were unable to successfully cultivate the 5 spirits refinement technique that I believe we could negotiate with the leader. Master Huidang shook his head, his tone slow yet resolute. No. Dan Minghai is likely searching for Cheng, and he has been watching us for years. We cannot allow any potential threats to remain as for the Jin family. Jin Fei has already broken through to martial sovereign. Let them handle their own troubles that on the other side. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian once again encountered the leader. The leader regarded these 2 unfamiliar young individuals. Though they were youthful, their rapid growth as martial practitioners elicited no surprise. The 5 spirits body refinement technique. However, you still underestimate the celestial serpents, at least in the realm of body refinement. It can be compared, so do not lose heart. Cultivate diligently. Cheng Yi nodded and replied. Thank you, Master. The leader continued as they walked. You guarded the city walls in the small world, repelling the beasts, showcasing exceptional strength. The headquarters is gratified by this. However, you must meet the prerequisite of source blood before being dispatched to various locations. Thus, you must continue to strive. The headquarters has decided to compensate you. You may select one ultimate technique. The martial arts of the headquarters are profound and exceed your imagination. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian were immensely grateful upon hearing this, bowing in thanks. Yet in their hearts, they thought, I am already overwhelmed. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. This time, they boarded the ship once more, but this time they were arranged in the VIP cabin. The vessel sailed southward, and Cheng Yi had already planned that upon stepping onto land, he would immediately seek an opportunity to escape. Throughout the journey, sea beasts assailed them repeatedly. were it not for the leader's formidable prowess. Cheng-Yi would have felt considerable apprehension, even contemplating how to confront the impending danger. Recalling the previous incident of being swept away by the waves, Cheng-Yi dared not take risks by venturing out of the cabin again. He remembered that on the last maritime voyage, they had not encountered such a multitude of beasts. Could it be due to their distance from the continent, as they ventured into the open sea? Another thunderous roar echoed, prompting Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian to peer out in curiosity, to their astonishment. A massive, peculiar sea fish loomed in the ocean, reminiscent of the creature from a game, atop which stood a formidable man who bellowed, "Fong Hung, hand over the individuals, or today shall mark your day of reckoning." Master Fong Hung appeared somewhat flustered, countering, "Dan Minghai, you hold a photograph of a mere child. How am I to assist you in locating someone?" "Do not push me too far. Enough with the pleasantries." The man, Dan Minghai, leaped forth, unleashing a strike that condensed the surrounding moisture into a colossal water dragon, roaring as it surged toward Fong Hung. The water dragon instantly expanded, enveloped in a vast mist, crashing toward Fong Hung. Simultaneously, an ice pillar shot forth from the fish beneath Dan Minghai, aimed directly at Fong Hung. Caught in a pincer attack, Fong Hung had no choice but to endure. Fong Hung staggered backward, repeatedly releasing blood hand seals. While he managed to block the water dragon's onslaught, he was still forced to spit blood from the impact. Observing this, the crew promptly steered the ship far away to avoid being caught in the fray. Cheng-Yi stood in astonishment, witnessing this breathtaking confrontation, feeling the overwhelming force and might. Dan Minghai swiftly maneuvered his hands, exclaiming, "The ocean is boundless." A titanic wave surged skyward, akin to a tsunami, crashing violently toward Fong Hung. Simultaneously, the sea fish executed a deft maneuver, colliding into Fong Hung. Fong Hung appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage, clearly outmatched by Dan Minghai. Meanwhile, Dan Minghai and the sea fish thrived in the aquatic battlefield, effortlessly manipulating the ocean to their advantage. Their clash resembled a myth, leaving onlookers in awe. Cheng-Yi stood upon the ship, feeling both astonished and captivated. Is this the power of innate or higher-level martial arts? It is truly akin to mythic strength. Fong Hung, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "Wait! There are 2 individuals aboard my ship who are from the same batch as the child in the photograph. Let them see if they recognize anyone." "Very well." Dan Minghai nodded, realizing the Tianjin's sex advantage and speed that he swiftly boarded the ship, with Fong Hung following closely behind. Fong Hung gestured to Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian, saying, "These are the 2. One is Cheng-Yi, and the other is Zhen Xian. Both hail from Donghai City." Dan Minghai scrutinized Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian closely, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. He produced a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian, instructing, "Examine this carefully and see if any familiar faces emerge." Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian took the photograph, studying it intently. In the photograph, a child aged 3 to 4 sits languidly on the ground, sunlight cascading over his face. Yet he still manages to reveal a charming smile. What could possibly be extraordinary about a child of such tender years? Cheng-Yi gazes at the image, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. Could it be a glimpse of his own childhood? The resemblance grows stronger with each glance, yet he refrains from voicing his thoughts that he possesses no recollection, even if he were to acknowledge it. It would prove nothing. Moreover, he must reveal his true nature, for he has no inkling as to the identity of this individual, that if they belong to Yi Mingyao's faction, it appears they might also be adversaries. He hastily asserts that he has never encountered anyone in the photograph. Concerned that Zhen Xian might detect his unease, he is relieved that, having spent years as a spy in this small world, Zhen Xian's expression remains unchanged. He shakes his head resolutely, affirming that he has not seen the person in the picture. Shan Minghai appears somewhat regretful as he states, "I must take these 2 individuals. They were captured by you." Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoes from afar, and a figure races across the sea. Cheng-Yi cannot help but marvel at the vast ocean, where one can arrive without a vessel. While Shan Minghai at least possesses a fish, before long, an elder appears aboard the ship. Bishop Fong bows respectfully and states, "We welcome the inspector." The elder nods and addresses Shan Minghai, saying, "Kuenpeng, the person you seek is truly not among us. If we obtain any news of Qin Hao, we shall certainly contact you. Although the martial god Qin Tian has passed, our Tianjin sect still holds him in high esteem." "Very well, since you were present today. I shall spare you. Do not let me catch you off guard." With that, he leaps onto the head of a great fish, which swiftly turns and departs, its speed astonishing. "What a remarkable man," the inspector remarks as he turns to Fong Hung. "It is fortunate you sought aid in time. Being entangled with him would have been troublesome." Fong Hung nods. The inspector truly admires him. For the son of Qin Tian, he has caused quite a stir in the capital and has spent years in relentless search. All for the sake of brotherly affection. How could one not admire that? Furthermore, no one can kill him at sea. It is better to find him sooner rather than later to avoid daily troubles. The inspector reflects wistfully. Listening to these words, Cheng Yi feels ripples of emotion within him. Perhaps the person they speak of is indeed himself, and he feels a sense of pride in having such kinship. He resolves that once an opportunity arises, he must clarify everything to them, that he speculates that if he inquires in the capital, he might uncover the identity information of this body. Regrettably, had he heard this sooner, or if the inspector had arrived later, he and Jin Xian might have escaped this tumultuous ocean. Upon returning to the cabin, Jin Xian casts several looks toward Cheng Yi. He nods in acknowledgement, then shakes his head. He suspects that Jin Xian has indeed recognized him. After all, he has had the most interactions with her, and his visage is the one she is most familiar with. The as for Bishop Fong and the others not recognizing him, it is likely due to their limited encounters. Among a group of children, who would particularly remember the face of an 8-year-old? Moreover, he is transformed and stands before them now. As the ship continues its voyage, Cheng Yi once again experiences the sensation of entering a secret realm. This also explains why assistance has arrived so swiftly. Should such experiences occur more frequently, his mastery of spatial principles would undoubtedly advance rapidly. Chapter 33. Headquarters of Tianyin sect, it remains the familiar blend of aromas and flavors. As they are taken to a small city, following a standard procedure of identity verification, examination, blood testing, qualification assessments, and attribute detection, the martial arts qualifications of Cheng Yi and Jin Xian are fully revealed. The only surprise for Fong Hung is Cheng Yi's relatively low qualifications. They are assigned to a student residence, with Fong Heng's demands being quite clear. Source blood. Free resources should not be wasted. Although not particularly useful for body refinement, they can at least absorb some vital energy for strengthening the internal organs. For practitioners, having a tranquil environment for cultivation is the greatest reward. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian once again settle into a stable life. They request some martial arts resources from headquarters and proceed to the Kangwu Pavilion. Along the way, they traverse numerous corridors and bamboo groves, ultimately arriving at a tall, ancient structure emblazoned with the 3 characters of. Cheng Yi cannot help but voice his frustration at the prevalence of ancient architecture in a modern society. After presenting their tokens at the entrance, they enter and ascend to the 2nd floor. Cheng Yi gazes at the dense array of books, feeling as though he has stepped into a library. The collection is vast, with detailed classifications of various martial arts, including swords, spears, and hand techniques. They search diligently. Yet most are focused on body refinement and hold little value for them. However, they do discover some precious materials on a damaged shelf, which contain insights into martial arts principles that greatly benefit them. Jin Xian hands Cheng Yi a manual source from .as. He carefully flips through its pages. He realizes it is a technique titled Shadow 9 Phantoms, which relies on the principles of darkness, speed, and illusion. The ambition is lofty, yet regrettably, only the methods for darkness and speed are provided, serving merely as references. Nonetheless, he believes this manual may offer Jin Xian some insights. Cheng Yi then heads to the technique section, hoping to find martial arts that could help him comprehend various principles. However, he notices that most combat techniques seem incapable of imparting such insights, as they lack visualization diagrams. That a sense of disappointment washes over him. Yet he manages to find a satisfactory technique, Taishan pressing down 7 layers. This method employs gravitational pressure to refine the body. Although it lacks a visualization diagram, Cheng Yi is unconcerned that he hopes this technique will assist him in mastering gravity principles. Though regrettably, he finds no martial arts related to sealing techniques. Nevertheless, he understands that practitioners at the body refinement stage are not yet capable of grasping sealing principles. Returning to the residence with these 2 manuals, Cheng Yi advises Jin Xian. Martial arts span a lifetime. They are ever-changing, with various attributes as numerous as the stars. That it is impossible to master them all. That I recommend you focus on the principles of darkness, time, and space, as they are the most powerful. one could devote a lifetime to their cultivation. Each person possesses unique characteristics, and combat techniques should be tailored to those traits. You must contemplate your own methods and develop a cohesive system. Zhen Xian silently nods in understanding. She resumes her usual icy demeanor, yet her inherent shyness as a young girl remains evident. Cheng Yi observes her, inwardly acknowledging her resolve and determination with admiration. As time swiftly passes, another year slips by. Cheng Yi's fifth layer of body refinement remains unbroken, while the 5 organs cultivation technique has already matched the second layer of body refinement. His spirit grows powerful, enabling him to sense the presence of energies within a 3-meter radius, deepening his understanding of the challenges of 5-organ stealth attacks. His 5 spirits continuously coalesce, bolstering his strength within his heart. A mysterious seed flickers in and out of visibility. This seed seems to transcend time and space, nourished by strands of blood. However, it is not source blood. Cheng Yi refrains from carelessly channeling life principles into this seed, as it would deplete his lifespan. That he once attempted to infuse 10 points of life principles into the seed, yet it yielded no response, effectively costing him 10 years of life. This experience has made him acutely aware that this seed is a gluttonous beast. Regarding the inheritance method of Yi Mengyao, Cheng Yi and Zhen Xian have yet to commence their cultivation. For the time being, they must forego practicing the Heavenly Serpent Condensing Shadow technique, .as for Taishan pressing down 7 layers. Due to the lack of a means to gain proficiency, Cheng Yi's low qualifications are glaringly apparent that he must advance step by step, gradually improving. However, an unexpected event occurs. Zhen Xian begins to condense source blood. The process of source blood condensation signifies the evolution of the body, and she radiates a unique brilliance. Practicing in the plaza, Zhen Xian instantly becomes the center of attention. She wishes to use her transmutation to conceal it, but time is no longer on her side. Condensing source blood signifies entry into the sect and necessitates a formal initiation ceremony. Cheng Yi resolves to obtain some proficiency in the 5 spirits cultivation technique from Yi Mengyao and break through the next day. Even if a ceremony is to be held, he will face it alongside Zhen Xian. In just a couple of days, the ceremony is officially held. Beneath the colossal sculpture of the Demon Lord, Bishop Fang arrives in grand attire, addressing the kneeling Cheng Yi and Zhen Xian. Cheng Yi, Zhen Xian, today you formally join my Tianyin sect. In life, you are of Tianyin sect. In death, you are its spirits. Pay homage to the Demon Lord. Following the prescribed procedures, Cheng Yi and Zhen Xian extract a single drop of source blood from their fingers, allowing it to drip into the array beneath the sculpture. The array slowly absorbs the source blood, and the head of the sculpture suddenly emits a beam of black light, piercing Cheng Yi and Zhen Xian's foreheads. System notifications ring out swiftly. The host spirit has been implanted with a demonic seed. This is the gestation of the Shadow Demon Lord, which can erase the spirit and nourish the Shadow Snake. Cheng Yi dares not act rashly. Erasing the spirit would undoubtedly trigger severe repercussions. After the ceremony concludes, Fang Heng approaches the two, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, you have become the elite of my sect. You may now proceed to the elite department, where you will truly comprehend the inheritance of martial arts. As he leads them away, he continues, the headquarters of our sect is divided into 5 halls: Donghai Hall, Nantian Hall, Shishan Hall, Beia Hall, and Zhongjing Hall. Each hall is further divided into various sects, and additionally, there are the Inspection Department, Guardian Department, Legal Department, and Combat Department. The Elite Department is part of the Inheritance Department. Newcomers typically learn in the Inheritance Department before being assigned to various departments based on their performance. Now, I shall impart to you the core, innate breakthrough techniques of various sections. Fang Heng solemnly declared. The essence of martial arts lies in the evolution of the human body, and the source blood is the very emblem of this evolution. Each drop of source blood signifies a singular advancement of the human form. You have already refined source blood during the body tempering phase, yet your physical forms can progress no further. Thus, a breakthrough into the innate realm is required to continue your cultivation. Source blood can be detonated to temporarily enhance combat prowess, yet it will induce a state of weakness post-battle. However, it does not vanish. It will naturally coalesce again after some time. Furthermore, source blood is a requisite for breaking through to the innate realm, by infusing the spiritual elements of spirit, soul, consciousness, intent, and will into the source blood. And then harnessing one's strength to rupture space within the lower dantian, one can create a dantian. With a dantian established, one can absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth, which signifies the innate realm. This is the secret method for breaking through to the innate. You must memorize it diligently, but may not take it with you. Fang Heng spoke earnestly. Afterward, he produced 2 tomes and handed them to Cheng Yi and Jin Xian, urging them to observe closely. The two were wholly absorbed in committing to memory the detailed instructions on infusing spiritual elements into source blood and guiding them to rupture space within the lower dantian, using their strength. Yet, in reality, the dantian does not exist in the material world. It requires formidable mental power and psychological suggestion to locate that elusive point. Cheng Yi, possessing a profound foundation in medicine and anatomy, understood that the lower dantian does not exist within physiological structures, that it necessitates immense mental strength and psychological suggestion to discover that point. Various factions have divergent methods, rendering it exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to break through to the innate realm. However, should one uncover additional methods, there would be more opportunities for breakthroughs. This secret technique is indeed invaluable. Yet for Cheng Yi, endowed with the essence of spatial understanding, he could effortlessly sense the location of that mysterious point. If he had source blood, perhaps he could attempt a breakthrough at this very moment. There was no better opportunity than now. Cheng Yi eagerly inquired, "Master Fang, if the human body tempering technique can also refine source blood, what distinguishes the two?" Fang Heng replied with composure, "The human body tempering technique is an independent system. The source blood it generates can naturally merge with the source blood from the body tempering phase. The stronger the source blood, the more resilient the mental state, and the greater the strength, the larger the dantian one can open up. Thus, your capacity for primordial energy will expand, and your power will naturally amplify. During the body tempering phase, one may refine a maximum of 1 drop of source blood. However, if you simultaneously cultivate the human body tempering technique, you can refine 2 drops of source blood. Regrettably, this is merely a theoretical assertion." Cheng Yi continued to probe. "Why do some great factions possess seemingly unremarkable inheritance techniques, yet they are still regarded as such?" Fang Heng burst into hearty laughter. "In ancient times, the primordial human could only undergo body tempering 5 times before reaching their limit. Yet, the inheritance techniques of great factions could allow for an additional breakthrough at the limit, enabling the refinement of a 2nd drop of source blood. This is the precious nature of inheritance techniques, though they have since lost that efficacy." Understanding dawned upon Cheng Yi. Yu Mingyao must have suddenly acquired the true essence of the bull demon and the true essence of the white tiger, intending to refine a 2nd drop of source blood during the 6 tempering phases. However, he and Jin Xian practiced the heavenly serpent condensing yin technique, and he wondered whether it would affect the 6 tempering phases. Cheng Yi pondered privately, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Finally arriving at the elite division, Fang Heng guided Cheng Yi and Jin Xian through their onboarding procedures. He solemnly stated, "Every disciple joining our sect must undergo a test. You have already passed the preliminary assessment. Now, what you require is rest and adaptation. You have 1 week to familiarize yourselves with the operations of the elite division, during which time you will also receive certain tasks." Cheng Yi and Jin Xian spent a stable week within the sect, yet their source blood did not recover, indicating that it had been pledged. Nevertheless, the two remained unperturbed, for they understood this was the sect's regulation and a necessary path to becoming true adherents. After a week, Fang Heng approached with a dashing young man that he introduced him to the two, saying, "This is the incense master of the North Cliff Hall. Dantai, he will lead this mission. Our elite division will dispatch 10 elite members, including the 2 of you. Along the way, Master Dantai will provide a detailed explanation of the mission's content." Chapter 34. Yu Mingyao, a cargo ship, sailed through the tumultuous seas, and Cheng Yi gazed toward the sunlit main world, as if glimpsing the dawn of hope. The mission had been clearly articulated. The Northern Demon Clan was invading human territories. The human elites had rushed northward to provide assistance, while the Heavenly Yin sect's task was to assassinate one of the notable prodigies among them. Cheng Yi felt a sense of confusion, unable to comprehend why the Heavenly Yin sect would betray humanity. Their demeanor did not remotely resemble that of evildoers. Yet this assassination mission thrust him into an abyss. He resolved to seek a way out. Even as the question of how to restore his lost source blood continued to haunt him, but he had attempted to forge friendships with the personnel of the elite division. Yet they appear to be thoroughly brainwashed, each exhibiting signs of extreme mental strain. Their world, beliefs, and objectives felt entirely at odds with his own. After 2 weeks of sailing upon the sea, they finally reached land. Upon seeing the familiar modern society, Cheng-Yi was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. The dock bustled with activity, people coming and going. He beheld young girls dressed in elegant attire, their long legs on display. Although it differed from his previous world, that familiar essence stirred exhilaration within him. The group continued their journey northward in a specialized vehicle, gradually sensing the atmosphere of war. Along the way, they frequently encountered clusters of armed warriors hastily heading north in trucks. Cheng-Yi, curious, inquired of Zhen Xian why, in this seemingly modern society, modern weaponry was scarcely visible. Zhen Xian explained, though this society appears modern, it is in fact still in the cold weapon era. The reason being that this world lacks gunpowder. As they ventured further north, cities became increasingly sparse, the sense of desolation growing stronger. Due to the merging of two realms, the area of Yuanxing continued to expand, resulting in greater distances between cities. This led to an increase in open spaces, and both demon beasts and resources became more abundant. Along their journey, various demon beasts frequently attacked, even on the main roads. One day, while passing through a small town for supplies. An extraordinary scene unfolded in the sky. A mountainous forest vividly appeared before them, and 10 figures slowly emerged. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. 5-man battle. Black Wolf Feng Ji, Blood Emperor Dugu Yu, Blade Master Jing Xiong, and the newly arrived Infinite Sword Master Peng Ming. Who is that? How beautiful! Is she not yet of age? This is terrible. During the last battle involving 3, Tianfeng Nangong Yin perished. Blood Emperor Dugu Yu was gravely injured, and Blade Master Jing Xiong suffered a dismembering defeat. Now, a newcomer has been added to the 5-man battle roster, and although the Sword Fairy is powerful, she cannot compensate for the vacancy. How can you say that? The Yuanxing selecting her is proof enough of her extraordinary strength. Amidst the dispute, a scuffle broke out. Exactly, it is as you say. The onlookers nodded in agreement. The scene descended into chaos, leaving Cheng-Yi dizzy and in a state of bewilderment. Zhen Xian observed Cheng-Yi's confused expression, as if she understood something. She explained, Yuanxing, the conflict over the fragments of the demon realm and the human realm, determines that whosoever wins assimilates the fragments. Thus, battles involving 1-on-1, 3-on-3, 5-on-5, 10-on-10, 100-on-100, 1,000-on-1,000, and even 10,000-on-10,000 frequently occur. Currently, we are witnessing a 5-man battle, and the most brutal of all is the 10,000-man battle, where defeat means annihilation. Moreover, these battles cannot be declined. They are directly arranged by the will of Yuanxing. Gradually, the sky cleared to reveal a girl of about 14 or 15 years. She wielded a crimson spear, clad in form-fitting armor. Her ponytail swinging behind her, and the iron helmet she wore added an air of valiance. Her skin resembled solidified jade, delicate and flawless. Her dark hair shimmered in the sunlight like a clear stream. Her countenance was resolute and fierce, and though still young, she exuded grace and strength. Among the other 3 youths was a one-armed giant. They were all armored and armed with various weapons, fully prepared for battle. On the opposite side of the forest, 5 youths with purple skin appeared. They bore little difference from humans, also fully armed and ready to engage. The 4 cast puzzled glances at the petite girl. The one-armed giant gripped his steel knife tightly and stated in a deep voice, "For the faith of Yuanxing, little girl, stay behind us. If you survive, leave your name." With that, the 5 charged into the forest like tigers descending from a mountain, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a group of purple-skinned demons. Due to the complex terrain, they could not form formations as they had before. Before long, each was battling individually, with one facing off against a demon. The first to engage was the one-armed giant, who swung his blade toward his opponent, unleashing a violent force that scattered leaves and disturbed the earth. The little girl's speed was no less than that of the adults on the battlefield. She nimbly darted through the forest like a fleeting breeze. As she was about to clash with an enemy, she lightly pushed off the ground, and the earth rippled like a lake, surging toward her foe. This is her formidable earth-shaking technique. as she precisely channels her strength into the ground, generating a tremendous thrust. Chang'e gazes at her in astonishment, witnessing the little girl launch a surprise assault upon the enemy, her spear dancing through the air like a soaring dragon. However, she does not directly stab at her foe. Instead, she skillfully lifts it.in that fleeting moment. The enemy's attention is almost entirely focused on defense, neglecting the ground beneath them. The little girl adeptly uses this to her advantage, her hands moving swiftly as if kneading dough, as she lowers her body and, in an instant, her spear strikes upward in a relentless torrent. Although the enemy's armor absorbs most of the blows, his body involuntarily flips into the air. Seeing the fear reflected in the enemy's astonished eyes, the little girl gracefully leaps, pushing off from a tree trunk with both feet, and executes the earth-shattering technique once more. Chang'e can distinctly feel the tremors of the tree. Her mastery of this technique has reached an extraordinary level. She swiftly positions herself before the enemy, unleashing a flurry of 13 strikes that a rich crimson light erupts from the enemy, clearly indicative of some innate talent or bloodline power that he desperately attempts to block, successfully deflecting 5 strikes, but each block reveals a gap, and the subsequent 8 strikes find their mark upon his heart. Finally, the little girl delivers a powerful blow, her spear descending with the weight of a club upon the enemy's head. This decisive strike utterly defeats him, his skull shattering like a melon. The exploded corpse falls from the sky, and the little girl steps upon it, leaping like the wind to another tree. She flits gracefully between the branches, soaring like a swallow. Suddenly, she leaps into the air, her spear descending from the heavens towards the demon. The speed of this strike is so swift it is almost imperceptible. The young swordsman, seeing the little girl's support, is instantly filled with exhilaration. He exerts every ounce of strength to engage the demon, affording it no respite. Faced with the little girl's assault, the demon must endure the spear's onslaught from above. Though he barely manages to block one strike, the immense force sends him staggering backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Under the combined assault of the two, the little girl's spear moves with grandiose elegance, akin to a dragon in flight. She relentlessly strikes the demon into a state of rigidity, allowing the swordsman to seize the moment and deliver a fatal blow. The one-armed giant, prepared to unleash his source blood in desperation, bursts into laughter upon witnessing the battlefield's turn of events. Delightful. You are doomed. His voice reverberates across the entire battlefield. What was once an evenly matched scenario suddenly tips in favor of the humans, and the demons begin to retaliate fiercely. One demon, heedless of his own safety, recklessly charges in an attempt to overpower the humans with sheer numbers. However, these seasoned warriors are no strangers to battle. They are not easily outmaneuvered. The conflict swiftly concludes, with the little girl standing atop a tall tree, her spear naturally pointed downward. Her beautiful and resolute visage faces the world, declaring with immense authority, "Jingqing Yi Mingyao." Her voice echoes through the forest, resonating within the hearts of all present. As the image gradually fades, an overwhelming cheer erupts around her. Chang'e is filled with emotion, silently exclaiming, "So it is you." Zhen Xian, brimming with excitement, revels in the extraordinary performance showcased before the world. Igniting a fervor within Wei Minyao's entrance is undoubtedly akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, evoking awe from countless onlookers. Her name and deeds swiftly spread among the crowd, sending tremors throughout the entire Yuan Star. The vehicles continue their journey northward, ultimately arriving at a magnificent city. The entire city seems to still be immersed in the aftermath of the battle from days prior, as people on the streets discuss the revelations regarding Yi Mingyao. Just previously, they had been grappling with the sorrow of Tianfeng Nanguangyan's death, only to discover that Yuan Star harbors such extraordinary talent at merely 13 years of age. What could her path of cultivation possibly entail? One passerby muses that I heard she has already condensed a drop of source blood, achieving a breakthrough in the human body's forging techniques. Truly remarkable, another passerby concurs. The vehicles arrive at a towering skyscraper amidst the awe and discussions of the crowd. Everyone enters the building to rest for the night. The following day, in the conference room, Chang'e gazes at the projector before him, marveling at the technological level here, which rivals that of Earth. Regrettably, there is no internet, yet the advancements in power generation are certainly on par with Earth. On the projector, A photograph immediately appears that it depicts a girl of around 14 or 15. Her radiant smile full of life. Dantai he points to the image, stating, "This is Nangong Yin, the sister of Tianfeng Nangguang Yin. She possesses a unique talent, though her specific abilities remain unclear for now. Her intellect and wisdom are exceptional, and she has an insatiable love for reading, voraciously absorbing knowledge wherever she goes." This time, the Tiandu Academy is dispatching students for training, intending to combat the demon race in the northern territories. Intelligence suggests they are expected to arrive in this city within 2 days. Tiandu Academy is one of the 10 prestigious academies of Yuan Star, teeming with experts. The overt protective forces from the academy include the instructors of the first, second, and third classes, all skilled masters, .as for the hidden experts. That information remains unknown for the time being. Dantai's words convey a sense of caution and seriousness regarding this mission. They are anticipating the emergence of 2 unknown masters, complicating and heightening the danger of the situation. Chapter 35. Nangong Yin is undoubtedly under secret protection as she heads to the library, and we predict there will be 1 visible instructor and 1 hidden master. Furthermore, the Nangong family must have dispatched someone for her protection, adding another layer that we will deploy 5 experts, with the elite division responsible for any subsequent reinforcements. During this time, everyone must remain silent within the building, awaiting the commencement of the operation. The objective of this mission is to eliminate Nangong Yin. Upon hearing this, Chengyi can hardly restrain his expletives. He had initially thought the members of the Tianyin sect were not entirely malevolent. Yet at this moment, he feels that staying with the Tianyin sect is absolutely untenable. The day of action marks the beginning of his escape. As dawn breaks, the library's doors swing open, and Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian are assigned to conduct reconnaissance on the first floor. Cheng-Yi meticulously observes this civilization of Yuan Star, noting the striking similarities between this library and those on Earth. Apart from a reading area near the entrance, the remainder consists of neatly arranged bookshelves. He eagerly yearns to peruse those books, eager to uncover more secrets of this extraordinary world. While awaiting Nangong Yan's arrival, Cheng-Yi decides to utilize this time to study maps and historical texts. Ensuring he can make informed decisions during their impending flight, that he reflects on the peculiar development of this society. Although there are no gunpowder, no internet, and no computers, their electrical advancements are quite remarkable. And they have combined chi matrices to showcase various forms of black technology. Here, modern transportation such as cars, trains, and planes exist, along with remarkable communication matrices, and it is said that they are in the process of developing miniature communication devices. The plan is to assassinate Nangong Yin within the library or en route back, facilitating intelligence personnel in assessing the number of protectors surrounding her. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian are tasked with scouting for enemy activity. Before long, 2 young girls enter the library, one of whom is indeed Nangong Yin, even more beautiful and endearing than in the photograph. After selecting a few books, she quietly sits at a table. Surveying her surroundings, which appear utterly ordinary, Cheng-Yi rises and approaches Nangong Yin, casually taking a seat beside her. The young girl glances at him warily. Cheng-Yi offers a friendly smile and inquires, "Miss Nangong, I have heard that you are exceptionally wise and knowledgeable. Might you enlighten me on what occurs if source blood is transferred elsewhere, leaving the individual unable to recover?" Nangong Yin contemplates for a moment before responding. Generally speaking, family disciples leave their source blood at home when venturing out, serving as proof of their demise and allowing for tracking of their whereabouts. However, you pose such a simple question to me. I surmise that you must be under duress. If the source blood is in his possession, he can track you. Are you here to kill me? Cheng-Yi refrains from answering, continuing instead, "How might one sever tracking or disconnect from the source blood?" Nangong Yin appears unfazed, responding, "Typically, one can use secret treasures to interrupt tracking or enter a secret realm or small world. However, if you lose your source blood without it being destroyed or retrieved, you will never be able to break through to the innate level .as for severing or destroying the distant source blood apart from causal techniques. There are no other methods. Only skills from the causal series can annihilate the causal connection at a distance. Once the source blood is destroyed, you can naturally condense it again, that if I were to use 2 drops of source blood to break through, would losing 1 drop not matter?" Cheng-Yi asks in surprise. "Each drop of source blood is the essence of a person. Some evil sects hunt for source blood to cultivate, as it contains various keys to a person's being. Without completeness, one cannot break through to the innate level. Nangong Yin continues to clarify. How do they track you? Where can one learn causal techniques? Chengyi presses on. Nangong Yin glances around the environment before finally stating. Tracking is generally accomplished using causal techniques or tracking compasses. As long as there is a trace of your source blood within the compass, it can follow you. Causal techniques can only be cultivated by those at the martial sovereign level, and such techniques are held by major powers. There is no way for you to learn them. Chengyi exclaims in astonishment. Is there truly no other way? If I can't think of a way to escape, I will have no choice but to find a way to kill you. You cannot kill me. The very fact that I can sit here quietly is to lure out your people, who have long since revealed themselves, Nangong Yin said with a smile. Chengyi, undeterred, replied, You are so close to me. How can you be certain I cannot kill you? Never overestimate your own strength. What if I possess the power of Yi Mingyao right now? What do you think? Nangong Yin nodded and said, Indeed, this possibility cannot be dismissed. If it were Yi Mingyao, while I might withstand 2 strikes, should she truly wish to kill me, their rescue would likely come too late. You are a stranger, and it is not out of the question that you possess such combat prowess. Perhaps next time, I should not allow anyone to come so close. Yet, you and that little girl over there are both so young that I instinctively let my guard down. You likely have no knowledge of skills such as intimidation, empathy, seduction, and deception. Chengyi mused and continued to inquire, Is there truly no way? You are so intelligent that you might have thought of something that do not fear the impossible. Even the most absurd or unlikely methods could work. Nangong Yin pondered for a moment and then said, There is indeed one method. At the martial arts plaza in the capital, there are 3 martial stone tablets, 1 intact and 2 incomplete. They are the foundation of modern martial arts. Point 1 is the original human body forging technique. Another is the fragment of the heavenly shadows condensing force, and the last is the incomplete blade technique of cutting yin and yang. That blade tablet can lead one to comprehend the law of causality. However, anyone who practices this blade technique has either died or gone mad to it, is inherently flawed, and requires the integration of the remnants of souls and spirits from the world to cultivate. It is no wonder one would go mad. Chengyi laughed heartily and said, Thank you very much. Point 1 day. If I encounter any difficulties, I will certainly assist you. That I must tell you a truth. If I truly wish to kill you, you would surely perish within 2 steps. Be cautious next time. The Heavenly Shadow Sect has 5 innate masters lying in wait for you, and there is a stronghold of the Heavenly Shadow Sect in the Tianhong building. Farewell. The signal had already been transmitted, but Chengyi paid it no mind as he walked to Jin Xian's side and spoke gently. From now on, we must flee for our freedom. Are you afraid? Jin Xian smiled sweetly and replied, I have waited 5 years for this day. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Leaning against a bookshelf, Chengyi and Jin Xian looked on, unable to leave, and could only wait for the chaos to unfold, knowing they would soon make their move. Indeed, seeing that Chengyi and Jin Xian did not take action, the Heavenly Shadow Sect dispatched several elite members to rush in. The librarian at the entrance acted first, delivering a powerful palm strike towards the elite members, one of whom blocked it with a punch, revealing himself to be an innate master. The others continued to charge towards Nangong Yin. The library was instantly thrown into disarray. With shouts and the sounds of running echoing throughout, as several members charged forward. An elderly man, seemingly flustered, suddenly struck at them with a punch. Unfortunately, the others were on guard, and another emerged to block him. All were innate masters. The air was filled with the force of their punches, books flying in every direction, while another 7 or 8 members of the Heavenly Shadow Sect surged in at the entrance. Chengyi pulled Jin Xian and swiftly dodged behind a bookshelf, then hurried deeper into the library. The two discarded any unnecessary items they carried, for under the perception of the 5 organs god, it was impossible to leave any trace for pursuit. They even activated the system, feeding the fetus in their minds to the shadow snake, which let out an enraged roar, swelling in size until it had transformed into a youthful form. The two raced ahead, having already spotted their escape route through a window on the 3rd bookshelf. While a fall might be fatal for an ordinary person, it was merely a trivial matter for a martial artist. Chengyi and Jin Xian leapt upwards, executing empty steps in midair, using the void to gain leverage as Chengyi shattered the window with a punch. As they emerged from the window and landed. Two Heavenly Shadow Sect members came rushing from a distance. Cheng-Yi executed a bull demon stomp, attempting to replicate Yi Mingyao's technique. The shockwave surged towards the enemies beneath them, and the bull demon charged directly into one of them. Augmented by the force of the Mountain Strike Bull technique, the enemy spewed blood and was sent flying, likely dead. This was Cheng-Yi's bull demon triple attack, reflecting on Yi Mingyao's previous battle, which had concealed countless secrets. It became evident that her three innate abilities had been ineffective. The Mountain Strike Bull technique alone had sufficed, and no wonder the Yuan Star will sought to draw her eye in. It seemed that as long as Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian broke through the human body forging technique, they would undoubtedly be selected. Meanwhile, Cheng-Yi had resolved his foe, while Jin Xian was even swifter. With just a few evasive movements, she reached an enemy from behind and struck their back heart, causing them to fall in shock and die. This was Jin Xian's speed, a combination of Shadow 9 illusions and the temporal principle. Even if the five organs god had reacted, their body would not have been able to keep up. The two hastily departed, blending into the throngs of people. Holding Jin Xian's hand, they exchanged smiles, and she promptly asked, "What now? Where shall we go?" Cheng-Yi glanced at Jin Xian and replied, "Do not worry. Modern society requires money, that we must first acquire some funds." The taste of freedom made their breaths feel exceedingly blissful. As they strolled through several streets, they arrived at a pawn shop, where they pawned Jin Xian's golden bracelet. A gift Cheng-Yi had specially purchased during their time in the small world, comprising a necklace, ring, and bracelet set. Indeed, these items had become lifesavers in their flight. Jin Xian reluctantly said, "That was a gift I received for the first time." The pawnshop clerk looked at Cheng-Yi as if he were a scoundrel, making him feel somewhat embarrassed as he coaxed, "Next time, I will buy you something even better." Chapter 36. The Escape After Leaving the Pawnshop. Cheng-Yi gently caressed Jin Xian's hand, smiling as he comforted her. They strolled through the bustling crowd, searching for a shopping mall. Inside the mall, they selected two fashionable backpacks and several sets of well-fitting clothes. After changing into their new outfits, they exited the mall, returning to their original appearances. They exchanged smiles, admiring Jin Xian's adorable figure in a white dress. Her charming visage, with large eyes sparkling, made her look like a beautiful little princess. Though she was still slightly short, she was merely a 13-year-old girl with ample room for growth. Cheng-Yi gazed at her with admiration and affection, saying, "Little Xian, we are heading to the capital. For convenience, we will need a vehicle and identification that if they do not prepare in advance, by the time they retrieve the compass for tracking from headquarters, we will have ample time. Even when facing innate masters, one must engage to know the outcome." Jin Xian nestled against Cheng-Yi's side, her gaze drawn irresistibly to the street vendor's offerings. She tugged at Cheng-Yi's arm, playfully pouting, "Let's eat something delicious first. I haven't had the specialty snacks of Yuan Star in ages." Cheng-Yi indulgently ruffled her hair and nodded. "All right, let's get whatever you want. We have plenty of time." The two savored various snacks. But halfway through, Cheng-Yi paused and thought about the identification issue. Such documents could not be processed here for the time being. Whether through black market channels or legitimate means, they would leave traces. In modern society, everything leaves a footprint. That he was not a professional criminal and felt somewhat at a loss, that he turned to Jin Xian and said, "Little Xian, let us restore our Heavenly Shadow Sect identities and check the situation at Tianhong Building." The Federation's people shouldn't arrive so quickly. They swiftly approached the vicinity of Tianhong Building, and the surrounding environment was indeed tranquil. They released the Shadow Snake for reconnaissance. The adult Shadow Snake possessed a far greater ability to conceal itself. It could remain hidden within a 100-meter radius, traversing shadows, flickering, and employing the skill of shadow devouring, with an even broader control range. The second, third, and fourth floors of Tianhong Building should be the stronghold of the Bea Hall. But whether their members were above had not been uncovered by the Shadow Snake in the past 2 days. At this moment, the Shadow Snake, Xiao Hui, conducted a quick probe and discovered that the personnel on these floors were indeed sparse. They were merely ordinary strongholds, while the true masters had been dispatched elsewhere. Cheng-Yi turned to Jin Xian and whispered, "Little Xian, showcase your assassination talents that I will assist you in eliminating all personnel on the second, third, and fourth floors." Allowing Jin Xian to act alone was sufficient to avoid drawing attention from passersby, making it easier to conceal both their actions. Cheng-Yi changed direction, infiltrating the second floor through the underground parking lot. He discovered that Zhen Xian had already skillfully eliminated all obstacles. Each strike was fatal, and all wounds bore the characteristics of dark energy, but he collected all their identification cards, wallets, and car keys, making his way to the fourth floor. Standing before the largest office on the fourth floor, Chengyi gazed at Zhen Xian and said, "We may need to utilize the identities of these deceased individuals that we cannot dispose of the bodies. We can only alter their appearances. Please handle that I will come down shortly." Zhen Xian nodded and exited. Chengyi and Xiao Hui meticulously searched the room, uncovering a hidden safe within the wall, which he opened with a tremor, revealing numerous documents, cash, and gold. He took the cash and gold, and they proceeded to the underground parking lot, selecting an SUV with the car keys before refueling and stocking up on provisions. The two drove out of the city, heading into the wilderness. As they looked back at the receding city, Chengyi smiled softly, destroying all the wallets. He cheerfully remarked to Zhen Xian, "Breathe in this scent of freedom. We are setting off." Zhen Xian looked up at the sky with a beaming smile and mischievously asked, "Chengyi, how did you suddenly learn to drive? Have you not learned at all?" Chengyi chuckled dismissively, his focus unwavering as he deftly navigated the vehicle. "That it's quite simple, really. Anyone with hands can do it. Soon, I shall teach you along the way, and you can meticulously study the map that on the other side of the city." Dan Tai, he surveyed the desolate scene before him, his eyes ablaze with indignation. How is this possible? How could the Federation be aware of our assassination operation? Even those two traitors could not have informed them so swiftly. The presence of the Wuzuan indicates prior preparation. The Tianhong stronghold has also been eradicated. There must be other traitors among us. Dan Tai, he turned and entered the inner chamber, another stronghold within the city. He activated a communication formation. "Bishop Fong, the assassination attempt has failed, and we have suffered significant losses. The enemy appeared to be well prepared, even deploying a Wuzuan. Chengyi and Zhen Xian have defected on-site and are currently untraceable." Through the formation, Fong Heng's voice resonated across the ether. "Once again, this is troubling. Our recent operations have consistently failed, indicating that there are traitors within our ranks. The rebel factions remain unpurged. It is truly a pity regarding Chengyi and Zhen Xian. I held them in high regard. Who would have thought they could resolve even the magic embryo issue? Have they possibly allied with the rebels? The source blood of those two young souls remains here. They cannot escape. That I shall dispatch individuals to pursue them. For now, you must remain low-key." Chengyi and Zhen Xian set forth towards the capital, with Chengyi guiding Zhen Xian in driving. With the capabilities bestowed by the five organs divine, martial artists indeed learn swiftly, especially with the aid of system skills. Along their journey, numerous magical beasts fell prey to their culinary endeavors. Lacking navigation, they relied solely on the map to locate the northern metropolis, Yashan. There, they could find airplanes direct to the capital. Otherwise, traversing the vast expanse of Yuansheng would prove an arduous task. Upon reaching Yashan, Chengyi felt as though this primary world mirrored a parallel Earth, with many modern societal constructs evident. Yet due to the overarching atmosphere of martial arts, many elements seemed to serve that purpose. The amalgamation of formation technology revealed myriad wonders that the two awaited their flight in the bustling airport terminal. Chengyi picked up a newspaper to glean insights into this world, but he discovered that although security was stringent, utilizing the Shadow Serpent's transformative abilities made infiltration feasible. Many martial artists eschewed air travel, believing the skies to be unsafe, as cults frequently engaged in nefarious deeds aloft. Chengyi turned to Zhen Xian, who appeared rather bored, and with a smile said, "Little Xian, once we conclude our business in the capital, we shall pay a visit to your aunt." Zhen Xian, lifting her chin from her hand, blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. "That Annie well? She must think something has happened to me. Yes, we should go visit her soon. This is my first time on an airplane, and I will be soaring through the skies. It is also my first flight, though I have heard it is not particularly safe. Had we not been in such a hurry to reach the capital, we could have leisurely driven and savored the journey. I promise to take you on a grand tour of the entire Yuansheng when the opportunity arises," Chengyi reassured her. Zhen Xian beamed with joy. "Yes, we must explore all of Yuansheng." Chengyi felt a warmth in his heart at the sight of her radiant smile. This was the essence of a young girl. It was rare to witness such joy after years of her training and bloodshed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the entrance of the airport. Cheng-Yi raised his head and, through the glass windows, observed several individuals engaged in a fierce skirmish outside. Their remarkable agility drew the attention of onlookers. And soon the police arrived, swiftly intervening. "Seize them! They are members of the Mayuan sect, attempting to sabotage the aircraft," shouted one combatant, his voice laced with urgency and anxiety. Upon hearing this, several individuals in the waiting crowd sprang into action, joining the fray. Their prowess was striking. Cheng-Yi marveled inwardly at the strength of a populace trained in martial arts. Hidden amongst ordinary citizens were formidable fighters. Cheng-Yi pondered. Despite the persistent strife within Yuanqing, the fundamental lives of its citizens remained stable. There was an undeniable correlation. Only when the basic needs of the populace are met can they avoid being easily shattered or overturned. The productivity of the Federation was indeed commendable. He had read in the library about the Federation's vigorous promotion of the cultivation of Yuan rice, significantly enhancing agricultural output to satisfy the needs of a martial populace. Additionally, the expansion of various secret realms and qi has made cultivation more accessible. As the merging of the two realms deepened, qi became increasingly abundant. With the police's intervention, the members of the Mayuan sect were quickly subdued. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, exchanging congratulations. Though the skirmish was brief, it had woven itself into the fabric of their lives that I end this martial world. Such conflicts likely occurred daily, and the people had long since grown accustomed to them. Cheng-Yi turned to a young man seated beside him and inquired, "Why does the Mayuan sect seek to sabotage the aircraft?" "Who are they?" The young man scoffed. "They are a band of lunatics advocating for world annihilation, frequently destroying essential facilities and conducting blood sacrifices, claiming to summon their deity, that we must eradicate such individuals." Cheng-Yi nodded in understanding. Soon, the tumult subsided, and ticketing for the flight commenced. Upon boarding, he noticed that the aircraft bore a striking resemblance to those from his previous life, albeit larger, with notably attractive flight attendants who caught the eye. Zhen Xian playfully pinched his arm, startling Cheng-Yi, who mused if all girls possessed this innate skill that he settled into his seat, allowing Zhen Xian to occupy the window side. The plane featured numerous seats, with an aisle in the center and two security personnel stationed at the front. The IT truly appeared quite splendid. As the plane ascended, Zhen Xian gazed in awe at the receding earth, her face alight with astonishment. Cheng-Yi, unfazed, closed his eyes to rest momentarily. In a state of half-sleep, Cheng-Yi was jolted awake by a loud bang. This was an airplane. Any issue here could spell disaster. Upon looking, he saw two factions clashing. One group storming the cockpit, while the other attacked the flight attendants. The attendants struggled to fend off the onslaught, while other passengers attempted to assist. Realizing the dire situation, Cheng-Yi shouted to Zhen Xian, "Get to the back." He then charged forward, unleashing a mighty roar, akin to a tiger's growl, reverberating throughout the aircraft. His thunderous roar resonated like a lion's wings unfurling, echoing through every corner of the cabin. The sound resembled ancient war drums, beating against the hearts of those present, shaking the entire cabin. The assailants at the front, akin to wheat swaying in a chilling wind, trembled in fear. Though Cheng-Yi's roar was not his full strength, the power it contained was enough to instill dread. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, he strode forward, launching himself at the attackers. Alas, the narrow aisle limited his full-speed charge, yet he concentrated all his might into a single, devastating punch aimed at the back of one assailant. The adversary seemed to sense the impending blow, turning to block the strike. However, Cheng-Yi's force was like a tempest, shattering their defenses in an instant. The sturdy figure was sent flying, colliding with another thug. Cheng-Yi advanced, relentlessly pursuing. The flight attendants, momentarily stunned by his ferocity, were caught off guard as the assailants threatened to breach their defenses. Cheng-Yi unleashed another punch. This time his strikes were more precise, each blow swift as a hunting leopard, sending the attackers sprawling like ragdolls. Extinguishing their life force, behind him, Zhen Xian darted forward like a bolt of lightning, dispatching the remaining foes with astonishing speed. Her movements were graceful and ethereal, reminiscent of a fairy dancing amidst the forest. Cheng-Yi surveyed the cabin, releasing Xiao Hui to remain vigilant of any disturbances. The earlier events had left him shaken. Being at such a height made the experience all the more harrowing. The Mayuan sect had now become his sworn enemies. The passengers stared wide-eyed, as if still reeling from the recent peril. The flight attendants and security personnel swiftly regained composure, methodically calming the passengers' fears. Their gazes toward Cheng-Yi and Jinxian gleamed with admiration. "Thank you, young brother and sister. That was incredible. What technique was that? My ears are still ringing. These people are truly mad. They attempted to hijack the plane. I heard of a previous incident where a hijacking resulted in a crash into the Capitol, with all aboard perishing. It was terrifying," exclaimed a flight attendant, her large eyes shimmering with awe. Cheng-Yi smiled. "It was nothing. I was on the plane as well, so I had to assist. Were they truly from the Mayuan sect? Such a pity there were no survivors. I apologize for that at that moment." A chief attendant arrived from the back, signaling for silence, and bowed. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance and express profound gratitude to this young brother and sister. These individuals are indeed lunatics from the Mayuan sect. We must not let them escape next time." Finally, the atmosphere settled, and every passenger expressed their gratitude. Cheng-Yi and Jinxian returned to their seats, allowing Xiao Hui to continue watching. Fortunately, until the plane landed, no further disturbances occurred. Upon leaving the airport, Cheng-Yi hurriedly departed amidst the fervent gazes of two flight attendants, but he jumped into a taxi, exclaiming to the driver, "To Wudao Square, please." The bustling splendor of the capital astonished Cheng-Yi. Towering skyscrapers rose like mushrooms after the rain, while various transportation routes sprawled across the city like a spider's web. The streets were teeming with pedestrians, the vibrant scene overwhelming to behold. The taxi driver, cheerful and talkative, provided Cheng-Yi with insights about this unfamiliar city. He mentioned Yi Mingyao, sharing the intricate and varied rumors surrounding her. Cheng-Yi casually inquired, "I've heard that Kunping's Dan Minghai once caused quite a ruckus at the Yi family. Do you happen to know anything about it?" The driver chuckled heartily. Now that was big news. The entire capital was in an uproar. Dan Minghai summoned his enormous fish over the skies of the city, growing larger than houses, with torrents of seawater cascading down, nearly flooding the Yi family. That he and Yi Tai clashed fiercely, and had it not been for the intervention of the martial god of the capital, who knows what chaos might have ensued. Many believe that fish was indeed the Kunping, and that Lord Dan is the next martial god. But why did he create such chaos at the Yi family? Zhenxian asked, her eyes glimmering with admiration and curiosity. The driver pondered for a moment before elaborating. "Well, Dan Minghai, Yi Tai, and Qin Tian formed a renowned iron triangle at the Imperial Capital Federation Academy. Exceptional talents of their generation. They collaborated numerous times, turning the tide on the battlefield, vanquishing demonic creatures, and defending their homeland. Back then, they were as close as brothers, but alas, they have turned against each other following Qin Tian's passing. It's said to be related to his son." The driver sighed softly, reflecting the tragic events surrounding Commander Qin still linger vividly in our memories. Now his brothers are at odds over his son. How fickle life can be. Cheng-Yi contemplated these revelations, sensing they touched upon deeper intrigues. And it seemed the people of the capital were particularly sensitive to such matters that he quickly stifled Jinxian's further inquiries with a gentle shake of his head. Changing the subject, he asked, "Driver, could you describe the sights of Wudao Square and the Wudao Monument for us? Our visit to the capital is primarily to pay homage at the monument." The driver immediately perked up, enthusiastically responding, "You've come to the right place. Wudao Square and the Wudao Monument are iconic structures of the capital, sacred grounds in the hearts of the human race. The top of the monument is adorned with various ancient totems, exuding an aura of antiquity. It is said that this monument has witnessed the rise and fall of humanity, and every visitor can gain profound insights from in ancient times. Young folks like you would have to don mourning garments and bow thrice in reverence." Cheng-Yi and Jinxian exchanged glances, their anticipation growing. The Wudao Monument, as described by the driver, seemed extraordinary. Perhaps this pilgrimage would yield unexpected rewards. Cheng-Yi chuckled. "We don't possess much martial talent. We're merely here to sightsee and learn." Engaging in conversation with the driver, he gleaned a wealth of useful information, such as the renowned Xiuzhen Pavilion for quality goods and Tianyi Tower for gathering news. Before long, they arrived at Wudao Square. Cheng-Yi and Jinxian gazed upon a vast expanse of marble, where a massive black monument stood, its surface densely inscribed with golden names, while 3 smaller stone tablets were positioned at distant angles. Every visitor would first pay their respects at the Black Monument, before turning to the 3 smaller tablets. As they approached the Black Monument, Chang'e and Jin Xian felt a profound weightiness and depth. This was the monument commemorating the human race. Each golden name represented a valiant hero who had made significant contributions to the Yuan Star. Though they had passed, their legacies would endure through the ages. Chang'e spotted the names of Qin Tian and Nangong Yan, and he and Jin Xian bowed solemnly in tribute. Then he noticed that the most crowded area was around the stone tablet dedicated to body refinement techniques. Where people stood quietly, in contrast, the other two tablets had fewer visitors, who were engaged in animated discussions. Chang'e surmised that those gathered here were likely genuine practitioners of martial arts, while others were merely tourists or worshippers. Holding Jin Xian's hand, he led her towards the two less populated tablets. They arrived at the tablet inscribed with Zhang Yang, pausing to listen to the fervent discussions surrounding them. The tablet had lost 2/3 of its mass. And even though it was evident it had been frequently cleaned, the heavy aura and the chaotic scars only emphasized its extraordinary nature, as if narrating a history spanning countless years. The inscriptions were intricate and ancient. The images blurred and indistinct. They listened quietly to the conversations, when suddenly a young man of about 17 or 18 turned towards Chang'e and Jin Xian, casting a lingering glance at Jin Xian before breaking into a friendly smile and asking, "Hello, I am Ruan Yiming from Chongqing Vine Academy. May I ask your names? Are you also interested in Zhang Yang?" Chang'e responded warmly, "I am Qingyi, and this is my sister, Jin Xian. I've heard that Zhang Yang is an incredibly formidable sword technique. Since we are in the capital, we certainly want to take a good look." Ruan Yiming smiled. "I'm here to pay my respects with some classmates. They want to comprehend the human body's refinement techniques. As for me, I practice swordsmanship and have a greater interest in sword techniques. However, I see you two are quite young. Didn't your families warn you against delving into this sword tablet? You must understand. The remnants of countless souls and spirits linger in the world, which we refer to as ghosts or souls of the deceased. The Zhang Yang sword technique invokes these spirits, which can lead to madness or even death. According to records, 356 practitioners have perished due to this. To this day, no one has successfully mastered it. The absolute sword martial god once remarked that this might be a cultivation method suitable only for those above the martial god realm or from other systems, and he advised everyone against practicing it. Chang'e looked astonished, asking, "If that's the case, why is this tablet still placed here? Isn't that harmful?" Zhang Yang consists of 3 styles, while the tablet has lost 2/3 of its mass. It still retains one style of the Zhang Yang sword technique. This technique is sharp and transcendent, a must for every sword practitioner to comprehend, that as long as one does not observe its cultivation methods and focuses solely on understanding the sword's intent. It is safe. Ruan Yiming earnestly advised that you're still too young. Absolutely do not practice it. This is essential knowledge for all who come here. Chang'e nodded gratefully. "Ruan, you truly embody the excellence of your academy. We came here secretly. Thank you for your guidance, that we will only contemplate the sword's intent." Ruan Yiming waved with a smile. "If you ever have the chance to visit the Northwest, I hope you can enroll in Chongqing Vine Academy." Chang'e nodded, turning to Jin Xian and whispering, "Xiao Xian, please wait a moment, that I wish to comprehend this further before sharing with you." With that, Chang'e directed his mental energy towards the tablet. His spirit could not leave his body. Only a martial god could achieve such a state that an endless darkness enveloped him, and within it, countless ghosts and monsters surged forth, attempting to merge with his psyche, their whispers and tremors overwhelming him. Suddenly, a flash of blade light cleaved through the darkness, parting it as the turbid and the pure were controlled, tracing the connection of the souls of the deceased. This represented cause and effect. Chapter 38. Zhang Yang, the system's prompt startled Chang'e awake. Ho's psyche has merged with the essence of the deceased souls. The cultivation degree of the 5 divine organs refinement technique has increased by 100. Ho's spirit has been purified of the deathly energy. 5 divine organs refinement technique. Essence of the deceased souls merged. 11120. Zhang Yang not yet entered. 3. Chang'e stared in astonishment at the system prompt. Realizing that everyone had been practicing incorrectly, it was not the mind that should merge with the deathly energy, but rather the spirit of the 5 organs. However, something still felt amiss. Surely others had attempted to use their psyche. Or perhaps both aspects needed to be involved together, that if the psyche was tainted, one would surely go mad or perish, thus preventing the realization that one ought to merge with the psyche instead. Or perhaps they could not perceive their proficiency, remaining unaware. The final cause and effect principle also became clear to him. Regardless, the system proved reliable. At the very least, Zhan Yinyang could be cultivated, and it would undoubtedly lead to insights into the profound principles of cause and effect, while also enhancing the speed of cultivation for the five divine organs refinement technique by merging with the deathly energy. Cheng-Yi opened his eyes, smiling at Jin Xian. Remember not to be swayed by strange matters. Just focus on comprehending through the essence of the five organs. Zhen Xian nodded obediently. Ever since they had paid homage to heaven and earth, she no longer found such occurrences strange. The two found a clear space to sit down, preparing to begin their contemplation when suddenly, a loud voice echoed from afar. Extra! Extra! The Yi family of the capital is about to enter into a marriage alliance with the Nie family. Yi Mingyao is to be engaged to the son of the Nie family. Confirmed news for sale. Get your newspapers here. This announcement spread like wildfire, drawing everyone's attention to the newspaper vendor. Cheng-Yi felt a surge of astonishment. He could actually witness the legendary newspaper boy right here, in his original world. This had become a distant legend. Yet here, newspapers and television remained the primary means for people to acquire news. Perhaps the explosive nature of this announcement warranted a child to personally hawk it. Oh no, wait. My wife is about to be taken. Cheng-Yi suddenly awoke, quickly snatching a newspaper to discover that the Yi family and the Nie family had embarked on multifaceted cooperation. With plans to deepen their relationship through a marriage alliance, that Yi Mingyao was set to become engaged to the young master of the Nie family, Nie Fei, at the Federal Hotel in 1 month's time. Distinguished guests from various circles were to be invited to the event, merely 16 years of age. Nie Fei was a student at the Imperial Capital Academy, hailed as a prodigy in this world dominated by martial arts. Individuals matured at an astonishing rate. The legal marriage age in the Federation was 15, thus a betrothal at 13 was deemed reasonable. Cheng-Yi silently mused. Even if he wished to create chaos now, he lacked the requisite strength. Fortunately, it was merely an engagement, and with 2 years remaining, he still had a chance. He resolved to abandon frivolous thoughts and concentrate on his training. He and Jin Xian settled on a vacant patch beside the sword technique steel, quietly contemplating their practice. They observed the steady increase in their proficiency with the five divine organs forging technique, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. After settling into a nearby inn, they trained beneath the sword technique steel for 3 consecutive days and finally succeeded in mastering the yin-yang slash. The next step required them to practice with swords, necessitating the discovery of a suitable training ground. Cheng-Yi decided to first visit the martial arts square to examine the other 2 steels. Turning to Jin Xian and saying, I will check the other 2 steels at the martial arts square. You should go to Xiuzhen Pavilion to purchase 2 swords for training. A simple straight sword will suffice for me. Choose your sword as you see fit, and also pick up news about Dan Minghai, Yi Tai, and Qin Tian from Tianyi Building. Jin Xian replied somewhat wistfully, Why not go together? You've never taken me to explore the capital. Cheng-Yi laughed heartily. True, although time is tight, a day 1 tea hurt. Let us visit the martial arts hall together to practice our sword techniques. The two planned to unwind, hand in hand, strolling through the bustling streets of the capital. Sunlight bathed the vibrant green tiles and red walls, the jutting eaves, fluttering shop banners, the shimmering carriages, the ceaseless flow of pedestrians, and the serene, contented smiles, all reflecting the prosperity of this remarkable era, particularly around the martial arts square. The atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached, saying, Young friends, as newcomers to the capital, allow me to treat you to a taste of its culinary delights. Cheng-Yi thought to himself that this man was truly courting danger. Yet, being in a foreign land, especially without identification, made any reckless actions risky. Cheng-Yi ignored him, paid his bill, and pulled a reluctant Jin Xian out of the establishment. However, the middle-aged man appeared undeterred, calling out, Wait. As he reached out to grab Jin Xian, Cheng-Yi's anger flared, and he struck the outstretched hand with a heavy palm that a chilling scream echoed as the man's hand shattered. Clutching his injured hand, the man cried out in agony, Help! Someone beat them to death! Several middle-aged bodyguards near the entrance rushed forward at the commotion. Cheng-Yi realized he had truly stepped in at this time. With no choice, he unleashed his fist, knocking them down one by one. Grabbing Jin Xian, who was still laughing at the scene, the two hastily changed streets to escape the uproar. They traversed a lively thoroughfare. Laughter erupted between them, to avoid further trouble. They decided to change their attire and alter their appearances, continuing their delightful day. Upon returning to the inn that evening, they had successfully acquired swords and intelligence. Cheng-Yi examined the information in his hands. The Yi family of the capital, founded by the martial god Yi Shinkai, has long been entrenched in the Abyss battlefield of the northwest. It is the primary battleground for the fusion of Yuan Star and the Demon Realm. In the Great Battle of the Year 193 of the New Era, he broke through to the rank of martial god, achieving remarkable feats and becoming one of the top 10 marshals of the Federation. Yi Tai, a marshal venerable and father of Yi Mingyao, along with Kunping Dan Minghai and Qin Tian, are known as the three saints of the Imperial Capital Federation Academy. They have repeatedly performed miracles on the sky battlefield, earning tremendous renown. In the year 180 of the New Era, they triumphed in the 10-man battle at the sky battlefield. In 290, Qin Tian entrusted his son Qin Hao to the Yi family before heading to the South Sea. The account continued with numerous accolades. Qin Tian, who broke through to martial god in the year 284 of the New Era, became a renowned general of the Federation. In 290, during the South Sea aquatic invasion, he was appointed as the commander of the 13th Fleet of the South Sea Navy to guard Tianbua City. In 291, Tianbua City was besieged by the aquatic tribes, and an insurrection occurred within the city's Demon Abyss sect, resulting in a blood sacrifice, summoning the projections of 10 demon lords. Qin Tian perished in battle, leading to the destruction of the 13th Fleet and Tianbua City, with 2.15 million casualties and the retreat of the South Sea front line's second defense, losing 23 islands. This battle became known as the Tianbua Tragedy, with further records of achievements to follow. Dan Minghai, nicknamed Kunpeng, a martial venerable, alongside Yi Tai, the son of martial god Yi Shinkai, and Qin Tian, are celebrated as the three saints of the Imperial Capital Federation Academy, creating miracles on the sky battlefield and earning vast renown. In the year 180 of the New Era, they achieved victory in the 10-man battle at the sky battlefield. The narrative continued with many more accolades. In 292 of the New Era, a commotion at the Yi family seemingly related to Qin Tian's son arose. Indeed, the details were extensive, but the device for seizing the heavens was certainly beyond reach. Perhaps Yi Tai chose to utilize the device to save Yi Mingyao. Some truths would eventually come to light. Cheng-Yi only sought a cursory understanding for now, for it was time to break through the human race body forging technique. The pursuit was imminent, and enhancing combat strength was of the essence. Human race body forging technique, level 20100000. The host may select one of three talents: unmatched eloquence, insightful intelligence, or breath control. Gazing at the three seemingly useless talents that offered no enhancement to his combat strength, Cheng-Yi reluctantly chose breath control. However, after the attempt, he found it entirely ineffective. Was he destined to await the arrival of the innate realm? Cheng-Yi resolved to have Zhen Xian break through as well. As a genius in the path of the sword, this was one of the talents he selected for her, perfectly suited for practicing the yin-yang slash. Their source blood once again broke through. Their bodies underwent another evolution, and a drop of source blood appeared in their hearts. The seed within the heart seemed to grow more active with the nourishment of the source blood. The following day, the pair returned to the square to inspect the other two steels. In the distance, the sound of a newspaper vendor echoed, "Extra! Extra! Yi Mingyao has broken into her ancestral home to retrieve source blood, defecting from the Yi family, and is now missing, suspected to object to the marriage." This news struck like a thunderclap, igniting widespread attention and discussion. Cheng-Yi purchased a newspaper and read intently. It turned out that while Yi Tai was away, Yi Mingyao seized the opportunity to extract the source blood and leave the Yi family. Now, no one could locate her, and the entire capital was in an uproar over this incident. The Nie family's reputation was thoroughly tarnished at this juncture. Dark cults and forces from the Shadow Realm mobilized as well, offering bounties for information on Yi Mingyao's whereabouts. The long quiet capital was once again thrown into turmoil by this event. Cheng-Yi shook his head with a wry smile, and he and Zhen Xian continued with their planned agenda, arriving at the steel for the human race body forging technique. The area before the steel was bustling with people, indicating the fervor and dedication of the human race toward cultivation. Yet, this steel remained intact, with the cultivation method for the second level clearly visible. Cheng-Yi attempted to practice but discovered he could not do so. It became evident that this cultivation method required the qi from the Dantian to circulate through the 12 meridians. 8 extraordinary meridians, 15 collateral meridians, 12 sinews, 12 skin layers, and countless subsidiary channels to be considered a complete practice. This was clearly a method aimed at the innate realm, designed to strengthen the entire network of meridians, thereby enhancing the body. The third level, concerning acupoints, also required the condensation of qi to refine all 1,028 acupoints. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian exchanged glances, realizing why the human race body forging technique was so arduous. While the body forging stage was relatively simple, the methods for the innate realm were undeniably daunting. Strengthening all meridians would necessitate an immense investment of time and effort, and the third level required the refinement of 1,028 acupoints, an undoubtedly lengthy journey. However, they understood that this was the greatest wealth of martial arts. The inscriptions and diagrams on the steel outlined all meridians and acupoints, providing immense assistance for the study of martial arts and the development of new techniques. Undoubtedly, this represented the most significant legacy left behind by the Celestial Emperor. Having absorbed the insights from the steel, they no longer felt the need to break through their bottlenecks. The methods of cultivation were readily available in bookstores throughout the Federation. Chapter 39, Counterattack of the Innate. The two approached the third steel, which depicted the heavenly Yin condensation technique, a specialized diagram for the cultivation of Yin attributes. Regrettably, it was incomplete, with only a few lines remaining. It was rumored that many dark cult techniques were derived from interpretations of this steel, as it provided a foundational network. With persistent trial and error, one could naturally develop new techniques. That IT was uncertain how many innate practitioners had perished in this pursuit. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian utilized their 5 organs' divine sense and discerned that the steel indeed housed other secrets, as if it contained a certain will or insight. The Ouroboros celestial serpent's true essence resonated within them. A colossal serpent coiled in the depths of the starry sky, its head and tail forming a complete circle, encircled by the mysteries of darkness, time, and space. This was the true essence of the Ouroboros celestial serpent, which had appeared when they last grasped its true essence. The system prompted. The host's heavenly serpent Yin condensation technique has evolved, acquiring the diagram of the Ouroboros celestial meridians. That a new inheritance has been obtained. The body forging stage still condenses dark energy, which should have been enhanced, allowing for multiple body cultivations. In the innate stage, a remarkably complex meridian diagram, with 720 acupoints, flickers within. At the martial venerable stage, one comprehends the intent, unlocking the middle dantian, and the sea of energy. At the martial god stage, one comprehends the momentum, opening the upper dantian to condense the sea of spirit. The imperial rank, the understanding of the darkness, the unification of the essence of time and space. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian suddenly regained their senses. Could this possibly be the cultivation method of the tail-end Hautian serpent? The imperial rank was non-existent throughout the entire Yuan star. This was a legacy specifically prepared for Jin Xian. Cheng Yi gently smiled as he spoke. It is prepared for you. Jin Xian's brows arched like crescent moons, nodding joyfully. Cheng took Jin Xian's small hand to depart. A sensation emanated from afar. It was the connection of soulmates. Cheng Yi could sense the aura of his soulmate within a certain range, while Jin Xian, however, was unable to perceive Cheng Yi's presence. With one soulmate right beside him, the other direction indicated that Yi Mingyao was approaching. A strange young girl, dressed in athletic attire and possessing a tranquil countenance, walked alone towards the human race memorial to pay her respects, observing the crowd around her. Cheng Yi sensed something amiss and whispered softly, "Transform. There may be a change soon." Just as Cheng Yi and Jin Xian completed their transformations and were about to approach Yi Mingyao, a middle-aged man suddenly charged in from the right. He swiftly positioned himself beside Yi Mingyao and unleashed a ferocious punch, a violent surge of vital energy racing towards Yi Mingyao's face. Behind her, a traveler silently extended a dark hand, aimed directly at Yi Mingyao's back. A colossal shadow of darkness manifested upon the hand, evoking an eerie and perilous sensation. "Beware, behind you!" Cheng Yi shouted, and with a powerful stomp, he shattered the marble beneath him, launching himself towards Yi Mingyao like a soaring eagle. Suddenly, a blood-red spear appeared in Yi Mingyao's grasp, its tip striking forcefully towards the dark hand behind her. Simultaneously, her right hand braced against the incoming punch from the right, the clash of fierce energies causing her right palm to tremble slightly. She deftly glided to the left, yet the blood-red spear failed to completely obstruct the shadow of darkness that a thread of dark energy infiltrated Yiminyao's body along the spear. She shuddered, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Her eyes turned blood-red as she unleashed a roar akin to a young tiger emerging from the mountains, clear and youthful. Had the atmosphere not been so tense, Chengyi would have found the situation somewhat humorous. Although Yiminyao's tiger roar was youthful, its impact was undeniable, causing the two assailants to momentarily falter. In an instant, the spear in Yiminyao's hand transformed, layers of spear shadows blooming before her. Yet the two attackers remained undeterred, their fist plunging into the spear's shadow. Countless shifting spear images vanished in an instant as a fist struck the spear's tip with tremendous force. The spear bent sharply downward under the immense pressure, revealing the astonishing strength of the fist. Simultaneously, a surge of vital energy flowed down the spear towards Yiminyao. Forced to retreat swiftly, Yiminyao's spear quivered violently, dissipating the incoming force. Meanwhile, another assailant had reappeared to her left, the shadow of darkness materializing once more. The rapid succession of events was dizzying, leaving Yiminyao with no chance to catch her breath. Fortunately, Chengyi had arrived at the battlefield just in time. He launched himself forward with a furious charge, akin to a wild bull, directly assaulting the enemy. Without hesitation, he collided with the foe, imprinting the dark shadow upon his shoulder. Chengyi felt a chilling sensation as the vital energy surged towards his heart. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Although his formidable physique could withstand the vital attack, it was powerless against the dark energy and the profound mysteries of darkness. The defenses of his physical body, cultivated to the 4th level, appeared woefully fragile against these two forces. Fortunately, his internal organs reacted swiftly, gradually dissipating the power of the dark mysteries. Moreover, his body contained numerous profound mysteries, making it far from easy for them to damage his internal organs. The strength of the dark mysteries and dark energy proved formidable, and Chengyi felt a surge emanating from his shoulder. The enemy was sent flying by this force. Since you cannot kill me, I shall strike you down. At this moment, Chengyi had tested the limits of his innate realm strength. His mastery of profound mysteries was still in its infancy, and his vital energy could not take form, leaving only a shadow. With a mighty roar, he bellowed, "This is the authentic tiger's roar." The resonance of sound combined with the force of impact sent ripples through the air, fanning outwards. Chengyi charged forward, seizing the opportunity while the enemy was momentarily halted, unleashing a torrent of strikes with every part of his body, hands, feet, elbows, and knees, all transformed into weapons. Yet the opponent's vital energy shield absorbed the attacks, rendering them ineffective. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, both sustaining injuries. However, Chengyi possessed the life-profound mystery for recovery, prepared to gamble his life against theirs. Meanwhile, Yiminyao finally seized a moment to breathe. As she wielded her spear, the blood-red weapon suddenly radiated a golden flame-like glow, the flames swirling around its tip. The cascading spear shadows resembled a blooming lotus, unable to be resisted by the oncoming fist. Though the assailant had innate vital energy, it was evident he lacked profound mysteries. His multiple bursts of vital energy were suppressed by the spear. Retreating in avoidance, he found himself ensnared by Yiminyao. Unable to escape the encompassing shadows of the spear, it was a true testament to the adage that an inch longer, an inch stronger, as a distinguished innate expert was being suppressed by someone of the physical cultivation realm. Such was the prowess of the human race as prodigy. With a sudden retraction of her spear, Yiminyao let out another youthful roar. She twisted her waist, leaped into the air, and the spear transformed into a venomous dragon emerging from the depths. The spear quivered with rapidity, its tip igniting the air, resembling a shooting star aiming directly at the opponent's heart. As the adversary came to his senses, he stared blankly at the spear lodged in his chest, muttering, "What a prodigy!" on Chengyi's side. His ferocity was unmatched, launching powerful assaults without regard for the fists striking him. His hands were drenched in blood, a result of his own spatial mysteries backlash, yet his bones remained as hard as iron. He continued to rain down punches upon his opponent, as the diminishing vital energy allowed the force of his strikes to gradually penetrate the enemy's body. Finally, the opponent paused momentarily, but a shadow flitted past him, delivering a lethal blow. This was the true essence of an assassin. Cheng-Yi laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Innate." Merely this, Yi Mingyao was about to assist when she witnessed the shocking scene. A barehanded individual had killed an innate expert. Though the final strike was delivered by the young girl, any discerning eye could see that the opponent had been thoroughly beaten back by Cheng-Yi's fists, destined to be defeated. Seizing the moment of astonishment in the square, Cheng-Yi hastily beckoned Yi Mingyao to flee, and the three of them disappeared behind a building amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers. The entire square erupted into chaos. How is this possible? A being of the physical cultivation realm killed an innate expert with a spear. A mere child could do this. The one wielding the spear was none other than Yi Mingyao. Her blood-red spear was truly extraordinary. Two innate assassins had been slain by her, leaving everyone in disbelief. Yi Mingyao had come to pay tribute to her mother, and the dark forces had cunningly laid an ambush here. Who were the one with the fists and the young girl? So young yet so powerful. They were undoubtedly prodigies of the human race. How had he not exchanged a few words with them? The entire capital would surely be stirred into a frenzy once more. At this moment, Cheng-Yi had led Jin Xian and Yi Mingyao to a secluded alley. Yi Mingyao appeared slightly puzzled, gently inquiring, "Hello, I am Yi Mingyao. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. How is your injury? I have some medicine that may assist you." She tenderly produced a bottle of spray. Cheng-Yi gently accepted her hand, the spray cool and fragrant that he glanced at his hands. Stained with blood, yet unharmed, feeling a sense of relief. His palms glimmered with a green light, gently showcasing it to Yi Mingyao with a smile. "It's merely some superficial wounds. Nothing to worry about." The injuries on his palms healed at a visibly rapid pace, as if an invisible hand was meticulously stitching them up. Yi Mingyao's bright eyes widened in astonishment at this sight. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian chuckled as they observed Yi Mingyao. All three still in their transformed states, none revealing their true identities. Cheng-Yi coughed lightly and said, "Greetings, Miss Yi. I am Cheng-Yi, and this is Jin Xian. It was only right to save you, especially considering your remarkable prowess. Once the crowd in the square regains their wits, I am sure others will come to your aid." Chapter 40. Escape from the capital. Yi Mingyao blinked, looking at Cheng-Yi with a hint of shyness as she asked, "Why does your martial prowess resemble mine? Do we know each other?" "This is rather difficult to explain," Cheng-Yi replied innocently, "that I practice the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist and the Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist. It is only natural that they bear some resemblance. That I apologize, but we have inadvertently revealed our martial arts. It is likely that there are cultists seeking to kill us. We must leave. Perhaps we shall meet again when the opportunity arises." Yi Mingyao grasped Jin Xian's small hand as she looked at the two preparing to depart. "Where are you going?" "Jin Xian, your martial arts are impressive as well. Perhaps we shall cross paths in the sky battlefield someday." Jin Xian admired Yi Mingyao greatly, recalling how exhilarating and impressive she had been during the last sky battle. "I am not sure yet. It depends on what Brother Cheng-Yi decides. You were truly remarkable this time, single-handedly defeating an innate expert. The capital will certainly be in an uproar tomorrow." Yi Mingyao, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "Oh, it was nothing. Had it not been for you, I would have been in peril. Tomorrow, you too shall gain fame. It's a pity that no one knows your names." The two exchanged compliments, engrossed in conversation, while Cheng-Yi surveyed their surroundings, realizing that this place was not entirely safe. He interjected, "Let us not linger. We must depart. There may be others arriving at any moment." Yi Mingyao, feeling a twinge of reluctance, declared, "I must venture north to combat the demon clan. I shall likely head to Tiandu Academy. The Do visit me when the opportunity arises. I shall henceforth be known as Zhun Meili." Cheng-Yi nodded and replied, "Very well. Once we have concluded our tasks, we shall journey north to seek you out and slay the demon clan together." Jin Xian grasped Yi Mingyao's hand and said, "It's a promise. We shall meet in the north." Observing the reluctant parting between the two, Cheng-Yi contemplated their trio. Yet after today's events, the challenges ahead felt insurmountable. They had yet to resolve their own matters and could not afford to burden Yi Mingyao. Following their farewell to her, Cheng-Yi resumed his usual demeanor and accompanied Jin Xian to the martial arts hall, preparing to diligently practice the yin-yang blade technique. The following day, the entire capital buzzed with excitement, filled with praises and discussions. Particularly within the martial arts hall, the practitioners basked in exhilaration and pride as they recounted the feat of a body refinement realm warrior vanquishing a congenital realm opponent. As if speaking of a future martial deity. The two exchanged knowing smiles and nodded at each other before immersing themselves once more in their training. Time flowed like a river, and a week passed swiftly. On their way back to the inn, Chengyi remarked to Jin Xian, "They have arrived. The tracking compass is situated with the individual beside their leader. Look for an opportunity to destroy the compass and proceed according to our plan." With the aid of the Shadow Serpent, ambushing them would not be an easy task. However, just as they reached an intersection, several figures suddenly surged out from both sides. Chengyi and Jin Xian immediately turned to flee. But more enemies blocked their path. "Come along quietly. Your source blood is in our possession. Where do you think you can escape to? You are still young. Do not seek trouble," one of the black-clad men declared arrogantly. The duo feigned panic, and Chengyi shouted to Jin Xian, "Let us fight with all our might and break through." Without hesitation, they charged at their foes, engaging in a fierce battle. Chengyi unleashed the ferocious 18 styles of wind and snow blade technique. Aiming to annihilate his opponents that I end his clash with the leader, he appeared somewhat disordered, yet every strike radiated power and might. Jin Xian skillfully evaded their attacks, her twin daggers dancing like agile serpents. Swiftly weaving between the adversaries, Chengyi was struck in the chest by the leader's punch, causing him to bite his tongue and spurt blood as he retreated from the one holding the compass. Jin Xian defended herself on both sides, yet they could barely withstand the onslaught. Jin Xian was truly struggling to maintain her fade, avoiding direct contact with their weapons while enduring punches and kicks, leading to multiple instances of blood spillage. The two regrouped, and with a swift turn, Chengyi disarmed the one holding the compass. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Xian lunged forward, her blade striking the adversary's chest, shattering the compass with a resounding crack. "Let us go," Chengyi urged as they parried two swords, sustaining several punches and kicks that left them bleeding as they made their escape. "Damn it, don't let them get away. Chase them," the black-clad leader bellowed in frustration. As they ran, Chengyi shouted, "The Tianyin sect is killing people. The Tianyin sect is killing people." They dashed towards a more populated area. Not long after, as the commotion grew louder and more people gathered, the leader had no choice but to relent. Chengyi and Jin Xian vanished into the crowd that in the following days. The two sought refuge in the largest martial arts hall, remaining inside and avoiding the outside world for an entire month until their funds were depleted. Jin Xian gazed at her empty pockets and said, "We are out of money. Without it, we cannot procure rice. Shall we find a place to rob?" Chengyi consoled her, "No, we cannot resort to such measures. A chivalrous person does not commit acts of thievery that if we grow accustomed to robbing others. How are we different from villains? One's moral compass should be upheld from the smallest of actions. Fear not. We shall simply exit the city and engage them in the wilderness." The two emerged from the martial arts hall, each bearing a backpack filled with survival essentials and 3 blades. With Jin Xian wielding 2 short daggers, they exchanged smiles and set forth. The two hastily departed the city. Although the Tianyin sect had sent pursuers, they swiftly evaded them, veering off the main road and into the rugged wilderness. Along the way, they selectively targeted wild beasts, defeating a few to utilize for their training, making it impossible for their pursuers to follow at times. They played hide-and-seek in the forest or sprinted away, leading the Tianyin sect further astray. Occasionally encountering enemies, they would fight to break free, seemingly growing stronger while their foes weakened. Soon, half a month had passed. Chengyi arrived at the edge of a dense forest, standing atop a hill as he meticulously examined the map. They had been progressing towards Donghai City, and he turned to Jin Xian, saying, "If we proceed for another 2 days, we shall reach a city known as Fuqiu City. Ahead lies an expanse of plains, and we may encounter them there that we require supplies, and remaining in the wilderness for an extended period hinders our training progress. Surviving and being hunted can sharpen our resolve. But it is about time we face them, as I suspect they will soon dispatch congenital warriors to pursue us." Jin Xian complained, "This place is hardly fit for habitation. It seems the wild beasts are multiplying, and even congenital beasts are appearing. That groundhog we spotted yesterday had grown remarkably large. This Yuanqing is becoming increasingly peculiar." Chengyi replied with curiosity, "Were there no beasts before? Is it not natural for wild beasts to exist in the wilderness?" Jin Xian rolled her eyes and said, "The demon race has been driven to the corners of the world, leaving only the demon realm. If Yuanqing had not suddenly expanded so much, Where would they find land to thrive? In the past, they were merely wild animals. Now, they have evolved into demon beasts, and now congenital demon beasts are surfacing. What will happen next? Moreover, this is the heart of the Central Plains. One can only imagine the state of more remote areas. Chang'e paused before saying, "It seems the demon realm is poised to emerge once more, which is why the northern battlefield is of utmost importance. The vitality of Yuanqing has surged significantly, and prodigies are emerging in droves that I heard from Sister Fu that a great era is upon us. These matters are beyond our control. If the sky were to collapse, someone tall would bear the burden. Our focus should be on strengthening our own abilities and escaping the pursuit of the Tianyin sect." The two proceeded towards the main road. Half a day later, the Tianyin sect indeed caught up, and Chang'e halted by the roadside, waiting for them that a rugged vehicle sped towards them, coming to a stop beside them. "Run. Why aren't you fleeing? You really think you can hide? Damn brats, just wait till I teach you a lesson," the same leader exclaimed, furious. Chang'e waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment. We are also exhausted and plan to accompany you back, that I have some words for the superior priest. You think you could just return? I will teach you a lesson first." With that, the leader threw a punch. Chang'e caught his fist, twisting it behind him, then struck his other arm, breaking it. With swift kicks, he incapacitated the leader completely. The leader, incredulous and wailing, cried out, "How can this be? How are you so strong?" Meanwhile, Jinxian had already leaped into action, her dual blades moving like butterflies dancing among flowers, weaving through the fray. This was the butterfly dance she had learned at the Tianyin sect. Despite being a blade technique, its singular strike was merely a horizontal slash. Ordinary and less infused with deeper meaning that as the colorful butterflies flitted by, when Jinxian turned back, all her enemies lay mortally wounded. The leader was utterly dazed. Chang'e patted his cheek and asked, "You wouldn't want me to slice you piece by piece, would you?" "Observe." With a swift motion, he cut across the leader's hand, then used the green light emanating from his hand to heal the wound. "Rest assured, unless I finish in 3 days and nights, you will not perish," Chang'e declared, delivering another slice. The leader quivered in terror, stammering, "Ask away. I shall answer anything. What division do you belong to? Who do you take orders from? And what are the directives?" Chang'e inquired. The leader replied, "The Zhongjing Hall, 2nd Incense Division, under the orders of the Incense Master to capture you alive. Initially, we were to kill you, but after you hid in the martial arts hall for a month, the higher-ups suspected you might have backing. Now that you seem to lack it, they believe you are merely children unaware of the source blood. Thus the directive is to capture you alive. You have failed to capture us for half a month. Is your Incense Master not angry? Will they send more people? How frequently do you communicate, and through what means?" Chang'e continued his questioning. "Currently, there are none. Normally, for tasks, we communicate every few months, typically once a week, that we contacted yesterday, and shall continue the pursuit. The communication array in the vehicle is operated by designated personnel, but they have been eliminated." "How many tracking compasses are there that follow us?" Chang'e queried. "They can be divided into countless pieces. With just a drop of blood, many strands can be created, and each strand represents a compass." Chapter 41. Tianyi Tower. After asking a few more unrelated questions, he easily ended the life of that individual. Chang'e called out to Jinxian, "We acted prematurely. Our experience is still lacking. When we were on the mountain, we should have captured someone first to clarify the situation before deciding on our next course of action. What do you think? How is the collection of funds going?" "Not much has been gathered, just some small change. However, there are 2 gold bars in this vehicle," Jinxian replied as she gathered all the enemies together, dousing them in gasoline before igniting them. Chang'e nodded, climbed into the vehicle, and conducted a thorough search, discovering the communication array and compass, as well as a considerable amount of wealth. He decided to keep these items for further examination when the opportunity arose. Fuqiu City, a modest city. After thoroughly washing up at the inn, Chang'e remarked to Jinxian, "It's far more comfortable in the city. However, we must first head towards Donghai City, that if we can locate Danminghai. That would be ideal, that if we cannot find them, we must seek out your aunt, that I fear that if they are unable to capture us, they might use your aunt as leverage against us." "Do you not recall the appearance of your family and relatives?" Chang'e inquired. Jinxian rolled her eyes and replied, "I was quite young then, and my memories of family matters are rather hazy. All I know is that our family was quite renowned in Donghai City, and when my parents were alive, we resided in a grand estate. However, after I began living with my aunt, we moved to a place that was considerably less spacious. Cheng-Yi pondered thoughtfully. That should make our search rather straightforward. You mentioned previously that your grandfather was quite formidable. Even though he has since passed, that he must have been well known in Donghai City. The current issue lies in the fact that the Tianyin sect likely maintains a stronghold over Donghai City. Venturing there would be akin to lambs entering a den of tigers. Jin Xian expressed her concerns. Indeed, it is perilous. Although we are capable of defeating those at the innate stage, the disparity between the initial and perfected stages is significant. The potency of one's profound understanding is also a crucial factor in assessing combat capability. Moreover, the Donghai Hall is situated within Donghai City, that in a large metropolis. The Tianyin sect would be wary of acting recklessly, that as long as we exercise caution and refrain from drawing their attention. Even if we cannot prevail, we should be able to escape. Provided we do not display overly remarkable combat prowess, we ought to reach Donghai City safely. Cheng-Yi nodded affirmatively. The two sold their vehicle and took a flight to Donghai City. This time they encountered no unexpected events, yet Cheng-Yi still instructed Xiao Hui to remain vigilant at all times. Donghai City is the largest coastal city on the eastern side of Yuanxing. Boasting a thriving economy and towering skyscrapers that Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian made their way to Tianyi Tower. A vibrant array of clothing stalls and various traditional snack vendors lined the pathway, creating a bustling scene as customers surged to and fro. The Tianyi Tower here bore no distinction from that in the capital. Following the staff through the lively streets, they arrived at a spacious alleyway. Although bustling with people, it was surprisingly quiet as individuals hurried by, reluctant to engage in conversation. Once again, the two transformed into elderly figures. Though they appeared slightly shorter, it is not uncommon for the elderly to be diminutive in stature. They followed the staff into a private lounge. After a brief wait, a server entered, greeted them politely, and inquired, "Is there anything you two require?" Cheng-Yi asked in a low voice, "I wish to know more about the incident 5 years ago when the Tianyin sect abducted children in Donghai City. There was a little girl with the surname Jin, who belongs to the Jin family, and I need further information about them." The server's eyes brightened as she responded, "In Donghai, the Jin family is indeed a very prominent clan, possessing various intelligence, including valuable information that if you could provide any leads regarding the young Jin girl, we at Tianyi Tower would be willing to acquire it at a high price." Cheng-Yi replied with a stoic expression. "It seems you have a close connection with the Jin family. However, I regret to inform you that I do not possess any intelligence regarding the young Jin girl. Nevertheless, if you are willing to exchange some basic information, we might be able to negotiate." "Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. The price for basic information is 1,000 yuan. Please wait a moment while I fetch it." The server promptly ascended the stairs to an office, where a polished professional woman sat at a desk. Clad in a white blouse adorned with a delicate lace collar that softened her appearance, paired with tailored black trousers that exuded competence, and black high heels that accentuated her stature, she radiated an air of elegance. Her hair was styled impeccably, complementing her poised demeanor. She reported to her superior, Supervisor Liu. Two seemingly ordinary individuals have arrived downstairs, their makeup not overtly apparent. However, I suspect they may hold information regarding the Jin family's young girl. They inquired about some basic intelligence concerning the Jin family. Supervisor Liu smiled in response. "Did you know that 2 weeks ago, our headquarters instructed us to pay special attention to the movements of a boy and a girl? The boy is named Cheng-Yi, and the girl is Jin Xian. They fled the capital 2 weeks ago while being pursued by the Tianyin sect. Strangely, they have been on the run for approximately a month and a half. Headquarters suspects that the other 2 individuals involved in the martial arts plaza incident could be them. As intelligence personnel. We must deduce and follow up on subtle clues, and that Jin Xian has already been confirmed as the young girl from the Jin family. Now, anyone associated with the martial arts plaza incident is a key subject of our observation. Moreover, the name Jin Xian itself carries significant intelligence value that I will personally go down to investigate. Please provide me with the basic information on the Jin family, that if we yield fruitful results this time, expect a promotion." Cheng-Yi felt a flicker of confusion. Ordinarily, acquiring the Jin family's basic intelligence should not take long, yet this process seemed unduly prolonged. Shortly thereafter, the supervisor knocked on the door and entered the room. "Speaking respectfully, my apologies for keeping you waiting. I am Lu Zi, the manager of the Donghai branch of Tianyi Tower. It is a privilege to meet both of you." May I inquire about your esteemed surnames? Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such basic intelligence had garnered the attention of the branch manager herself, and he regarded the graceful and elegant woman before him. Manager Lu Zi's smile was as warm as the spring breeze, seemingly affable and welcoming. Yet her gaze carried a hint of sharpness and intelligence. Years of espionage experience prompted Cheng Yi to be on high alert, and he calmly replied, "Greetings, Manager Lou.My surname is Qin, and this is my wife. Yida, we do not possess any information regarding the young Jin girl." Lu Zi smiled gently and replied, "You need not worry. This is merely standard protocol for esteemed guests at Tianyi Tower. Simultaneously, I would like to befriend both of you. Here is some basic information regarding the Jin family. Please take a look." She delicately handed Cheng Yi a document and poured them a glass of water. Cheng Yi accepted the document with a composed demeanor and began to read carefully. The information revealed that the Jin family originally began with ship leasing, but has now evolved into a diversified family business encompassing shipping, overseas trade, and oil ventures. Their enterprises span the entirety of Yuanqing, with their headquarters located in Donghai City. Jin Changdao was the previous head of the Jin family, who perished in battle in the 183rd year of the New Era in the Great Abyss of the Northwest, leaving behind 3 sons: Jin Fei, Jin Daohai, and Jin Su. Jin Fei, currently 49 years old, is the present head of the Jin family that he successfully broke through to the martial venerable realm in the 296th year, leading the Jin family out of their difficulties. Jin Daohai, once a key figure in the Jin family, unfortunately perished in a conflict with the Hai family. His wife, Tang Yanjun, also lost her life in the secret realm alongside him. The specifics of their demise remain unclear. Jin Su is Jin Changdao's daughter, yet her information was not mentioned in the intelligence. Since Jin Changdao's death, the Jin family had experienced a downturn in fortune. However, following Jin Fei's breakthrough to the martial venerable realm, the Jin family began to recover from their decline. Cheng Yi was secretly astonished. It turned out that Lu Zi had provided additional intelligence regarding Jin Xian. He silently mused. Tianyi Tower truly lives up to its reputation as a professional intelligence agency. Our information has made its way into this report. He smiled as he perused the intelligence, which stated, Jin Xian, daughter of Jin Daohai, was raised by Jin Su after her parents perished in battle in the 295th year of the New Era, while en route to the Federal Academy for aptitude testing. She was abducted by members of the Tianyin sect. Approximately a month and a half ago, she appeared in the capital, currently pursued by the Tianyin sect. 2 weeks ago, she fled the capital alongside Cheng Yi. Entering the wilderness, Cheng Yi felt a surge of emotions. This girl's life had been fraught with hardship, but he cast a deep look at Lu Zi and expressed, "This information is incredibly valuable. I appreciate your generosity." With that, he placed 1,000 yuan on the table. Lu Zi observed their demeanor and facial expressions discreetly, but both Cheng Yi and Jin Xian were seasoned veterans, maintaining impassive faces and concealing their true feelings. Cheng Yi gently took Jin Xian's hand, smiling at Lu Zi. "Manager Lu, we are truly grateful for your warm hospitality. We shall take our leave now." Lu Zi extended her hand with a smile, saying, "Safe travels, both of you. Please do visit us at Tianyi Tower again." Cheng Yi and she exchanged a brief handshake before departing from the enigmatic intelligence center with Jin Xian. Lu Zi stood by the window, watching them leave, pondering to herself. Their skin and features appear remarkably authentic. That it is a pity that, despite their extraordinary talents, 2 13-year-olds masquerading as elderly individuals inevitably falter in detail and essence. Nonetheless, I remain skeptical of their true identities. That as the two stepped out of Tianyi Tower and walked along the bustling streets, Cheng Yi smiled at Jin Xian, saying, "Lu Zi is indeed extraordinary. It is unfortunate that she has seen through us." Jin Xian glanced back at the towering Tianyi Tower and replied, "Being seen through is of little consequence. We were bound to reveal our identities at the Jin family regardless. Let us proceed directly to the Jin family. My aunt must have already gone out to search for me, and we need to notify her to return promptly." Cheng Yi added with a grin, "Having perused this intelligence, I find myself more at ease. If the Tianyin sect is privy to this information, what would they think upon learning that all their pursuers have perished? They are bound to speculate that this might be the work of the Jin family coming to their aid, or that of other forces. Thus our strength remains undisclosed. It is important to note that we have been pursued for half a month." Jin Xian also nodded slowly and said, Chapter 42. Severing the Source Blood. The two took a taxi to the Jun family estate, a magnificent manor perched atop a mountain. One could sense the Jin family's prominent status and formidable strength, a family boasting a martial sovereign, enduring through centuries of legacy, still standing tall. Had it not been for the fall of the martial god, the Heavenly Shadow sect would likely not dare to act against the Jin family so easily, let alone abduct Jin Xian. Upon arriving home, the two restored their usual demeanor and spoke authoritatively to the gatekeeper. "I am Jin Xian, daughter of Jin Daohai, and I have returned." This brief proclamation was akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, instantly stirring the Jin family into a frenzy. Did I in the grand hall? Cheng Yi and Jin Xian faced an emotionally charged middle-aged man, whose eyes were reddened and tears streamed down his cheeks. Jin Xian recognized him at once and rushed forward to embrace him tightly. This scene filled Cheng Yi with an inexplicable warmth, stirring a pang of envy within him. Cheng Yi stood quietly by the window, his gaze piercing through the rain, resting on the distant horizon. His heart was tranquil. He understood that as long as their strengths remained concealed, the Heavenly Shadow sect would likely refrain from taking action against these two seemingly inconsequential children. After all, they had the protection of a family with a martial sovereign. Jin Xian joyfully dashed upstairs, waving two identification cards in her hand, exclaiming, "Brother, the IDs are ready. Look, this is mine, and this is yours. Now you have a legitimate identity too. Aunt said it's best for us to attend the academy. What do you think?" Cheng Yi smiled as he accepted the IDs, a glimmer of warmth flashing in his eyes. He looked up at Jin Xian and replied, "What do you think? We should certainly explore the north. As for news about Shan Minghai, we need to keep a closer watch. However, our immediate concern should be how to gain admission to the academy in the northwest." Jin Xian sighed and shook her head. "Indeed, Shan Minghai is elusive. I've heard that the military in the South Sea has pressed several times for the Northwest Academy. It's quite simple that we just need to take the assessment directly. All top-tier academies for the human race have an alternative route aside from the college entrance examination. Simply defeating the first-year students grants admission. This is a world where strength reigns supreme." Cheng Yi nodded, well aware that in this world where martial prowess is paramount, there is no problem that cannot be resolved through strength. The Federation, recognizing potential shortages in talent, established such a system. This undoubtedly provides young individuals like them with an opportunity to showcase their abilities. Cheng Yi smiled at Jin Xian and said, "Indeed, strength is paramount. Let Uncle Jin leave a message at Tianyi Tower. Shan Minghai will surely come to inquire there. But do not mention Qin Hao. Let him return and speak directly with Uncle Jin." 5 days later, Cheng Yi finally comprehended the essence of severing yin and yang. He turned to Jin Xian, who was waiting nearby, and asked, "Are you ready? Let us begin." And no sooner had he spoken than he swung his blade, which erupted with boundless black energy, as if the god of death had descended. The air filled with mournful wails. The blade flashed, seemingly resulting in nothing. Upon deeper contemplation, he realized that this strike aimed to sever his connection with the external world. Only by breaking his own shackles could he glimpse true power. Cheng Yi opened his eyes and solemnly remarked, "It seems one must sever oneself." Jin Xian burst into laughter, saying, "I knew it all along. I just didn't tell you." Cheng Yi rolled his eyes at Jin Xian, knowing that this girl could be exasperatingly mischievous at times. After a brief pause, he discovered that this strike indeed required a cool-down period, that he then gathered all his strength once more and struck towards himself. Endless black energy surged into his body, revealing several images before his eyes. All images related to him materialized. A drop of source blood lay beneath a dark array, several blood compasses scattered in different locations. And he even saw Yi Mingyao battling a beast that he traced back to the origin, severing all traces of himself. Returning to the present, Cheng Yi's gaze fell upon Jin Xian as he softly inquired, "How many strikes can you execute?" Jin Xian paused to ponder and smiled as she replied, "I can only manage one strike every 10 minutes. I've tested it before." Cheng Yi grasped the implication. The absence of Jin Xian's image indicated that Yi Mingyao's appearance was not due to their bond, but rather related to the heavenly instrument. Now, he might be able to sever the heavenly instrument. But this notion required further experimentation to confirm that if he truly severed the heavenly instrument, Yi Mingyao's life could be endangered. The answer to this dilemma remained uncertain. Thus, it would be wise to refrain from hasty actions. After a period of training and exploration, he distinctly felt that a strand of source blood was beginning to manifest within his heart. It seemed that a complete recovery would take at least 10 days to half a month. Was there no other method to expedite this process? Cheng-Yi contemplated the essence of life and decided to give it a try. He sacrificed a year of his lifespan to gain a drop of perfect source blood. Though it appeared unwise at a critical moment, this could serve as his lifeline. That he shared this discovery with Zhen Xian. After some experimentation, the two found that the essence of severing yin and yang was not only practical, but also immensely powerful. Indeed, a worthy inheritance from the martial path steel. Days later, while practicing, Cheng-Yi suddenly noticed Zhen Xian rushing towards him, her expression urgent as she exclaimed, "Their essence shadow serpent, and it's not ours." Upon hearing this news, Cheng-Yi's spirit ignited. The Heavenly Shadow Sect. They must have discovered our source blood is missing. Hence they are here to investigate. Let Xiao He follow them. We'll pursue. The opposing Shadow Serpent was merely a juvenile, incapable of detecting Xiao He or entering the vital areas of the estate, which were protected by arrays. The Federation was well aware of the existence of Shadow Serpents and had set up numerous detection arrays. Cheng-Yi was fascinated by the arrays, though regrettably, only those with innate talents could learn them. Their Shadow Serpent had matured and was nurtured by the essence of the tail-end Haoyan Serpent, possessing not only dark attributes but also those of time and space. In contrast, the Shadow Serpent of the Heavenly Shadow Sect bore only dark attributes. Indeed, after a brief survey, the little serpent turned back. Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian promptly followed, stealthily tailing from a distance all the way down the mountain to the foot, where a van was parked. Xiao Hui approached to eavesdrop, overhearing 3 unfamiliar voices within. One man spoke in a low voice. The entire garden is protected by arrays. The Federation is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. These 2 children are truly astonishing, capable of eliminating source blood. The headquarters must be alarmed. Do you know what this signifies? It indicates a loss of control over the Heavenly Shadow Sects means. Both the Hall Master and we have noted this change. This is an epic-making moment, and we must ascertain how they accomplished this. Another man in black regarded the speaker with skepticism. The Jin family once produced a martial god. Perhaps they still harbor some secret methods or treasures. Given the strength of these 2 children, resolving this issue seems impossible. The man continued, that is highly likely. Therefore, we must grasp this method. Ordinary individuals are naturally unaware of such secrets. The best course of action now is to capture these 2 and force them to divulge this method. After a moment of contemplation, another commented, now presents an excellent opportunity to draw them out. New fragments of a secret realm have appeared in the wilderness near Donghai City, originating from the demon realm. The Federation has suffered heavy losses. They will surely gather the 4 great families of Donghai City to compete for this secret realm. As long as the Hai family participates, Zhen Xian will undoubtedly join, considering her parents perished in the struggle for the Hai family's secret realm. Indeed, this is the prime opportunity that we can disguise ourselves as members of the Hai family and capture them within the secret realm, compelling them to reveal the information we require. As they watched the opposing vehicle vanish from sight, Cheng-Yi and Zhen Xian could only turn back helplessly. They had initially intended to track the enemy's stronghold, but regrettably, the use of vehicles had thwarted their pursuit. In the Grand Hall, Cheng-Yi was reporting the details of what he had just overheard to Jin Fei. Upon hearing this, Jin Fei chuckled and remarked, "You 2 are indeed remarkable. Even the Shadow Serpent of the Heavenly Shadow Sect has become your pet. With these 2 treasures in my possession, I feel considerably more at ease. It seems the Hai family is indeed connected to the Heavenly Shadow Sect." Just now, the City Lord's mansion relayed news confirming that it is a fragment from the demon realm, with strength restrictions limited to the body refinement stage. I was just about to attend a meeting at the City Lord's mansion. How did these secret realm fragments come to be? Cheng-Yi couldn't help but inquire. Jin Fei replied solemnly, the war between the Yuan Star and the demon realm, apart from the assaults in the depths of the Northwest Abyss, takes place across various fragments, secret realms, and the great, middle, and small thousand worlds. The sky battlefield you are aware of is one such location, while secret realms and the great, middle, and small thousand worlds are fragments divided by the Yuan Star or the demon realm. The victor of the battle can integrate these fragments into either the Yuan Star or the demon realm. Some of these fragments belong to Yuan Star battlefields, while others to demon realm battlefields. This time, the fragment is from the demon realm, Thus its strength is more formidable, making it challenging to contend for. Chang'e remained somewhat perplexed and casually asked, "I've noticed that there seem to be few experts above the innate level engaging in combat within the city. Is there some great weapon in the town?" "Certainly, without a doubt. Otherwise, attacks exceeding innate capabilities would easily result in substantial losses. Each city is equipped with monitoring arrays. Any manifestation of formidable energy would be promptly detected. Within the cities, there exist laser cannons and electromagnetic artillery, enabling swift responses. Should one be locked onto by either of these, even the flesh and blood of a martial deity cannot withstand the onslaught. Moreover, there are also martial forces and law enforcement present. However, both require considerable electrical power and preparation time, and are relatively large and fixed, rendering them immobile. Consequently, the Lord's Manor is typically situated on elevated terrain." Chang'e nodded in sudden realization, saying, "Now I understand why there are so many cities, while villages are scarce, with vast wastelands surrounding them." Chapter 43. Secret Realm. Since the convergence of the two realms, numerous factions have lost interest in the territories on Yuan Star. Various secret realms, large and small fragments of worlds, can provide a foundation for eternity if one can seize even a small portion, which is far more alluring than mere territory. Thus, the present world appears tranquil, a state desired by the Federation. However, the Federation is acutely aware that within these secret realms and vast worlds, each household relies solely on its own capabilities. The recent calamity of Tianbo resulted in catastrophic losses, inciting the Federation's wrath, which dispatched martial deities to obliterate the secret realms and small worlds belonging to the Mayuan sect. Following that, there was unanimous condemnation. As a result, the various heretical sects have resorted to minor skirmishes, and the Federation, in its endeavor to cultivate elites, turns a blind eye. Nevertheless, the present world cannot remain too tranquil. A sense of crisis must persist. Upon hearing this, Chang'e experienced a moment of epiphany. As many previously incomprehensible matters found their explanations, that he speculated that the elite human warriors on the main battlefield might be engaged in combat within the fragments of worlds. Furthermore, the anti-human actions of the Tian'in sect, which worshipped the demon lord, likely stemmed from a mutually exploitative relationship. Yet, he harbored another question. Why is there no restriction for entry into the Tian'in sect's secret realm, which only allows those in the body refining stage? Zhun Fei elucidated, as long as one can dominate the entire secret realm, over time, various methods can be employed to lift this limitation, such as applying to the will of Yuan Star for permanent residency, or allowing the will of Yuan Star to consume the will of the secret realm. Chang'e inquired further, "What exactly are these secret treasures?" "I often hear this term, yet I have never encountered one," Zhun Fei responded. "Secret treasures are extraordinary items birthed from the rules of the two realms. They may take the form of weapons, armor, or possess various magical functions. Only secret realms within the fragments of worlds can give rise to secret treasures. The larger the world fragment, the more powerful the secret treasures it produces. For instance, the red spear wielded by Yi Mengyao is a type of secret treasure. However, we are yet to ascertain its specific functions. That it is certain that within this new secret realm of the demon world, new secret treasures will undoubtedly emerge, but one must await the opportune moment and serendipity to discover and acquire them. That if you are interested, you may peruse various materials regarding world fragments in the library to gain a deeper understanding." During this period of leisure, Chang'e and Zhenxian basked in the sunlight, breathed in the fresh air, and indulged in their readings. They honed their physiques and studied martial arts, enjoying fulfilling and tranquil days. Their primary goal now was to achieve 3 breakthroughs in source blood through 6 rounds of body refinement. Zhenxian focused on the inheritance training of the tail-eating Haotian serpent, while Chang'e resumed his training in the Taishan, pressing down 7 layers of steak, a method for cultivating the essence of gravity, which simultaneously strengthened his physique. That a few days later, Zhun Fei led their party of over 20 individuals to a wilderness near Donghai City. There, a small base had been established, complete with various vehicles, tents, and prefabricated houses. The base bustled with activity, orderly and efficient. As Zhun Fei walked, he addressed Chang'e and Zhenxian, saying, "The 20 members of the family will be entrusted to your leadership. The key to the secret realm must be submitted to the Federation, but as a reward, any secret treasures you manage to seize will be yours to keep, although I have complete confidence in your abilities." Exercise caution and prioritize safety. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian nodded in understanding, and they were soon led by an officer to a nearby open area where many individuals were engaged in battle formation training. Cheng Yi pulled aside a young man nearby, inquiring, "Jin Jun, where are the members of the Hai family? Point them out to me." Jin Jun surveyed the surroundings and gestured towards a group of individuals, saying, "There are 3 direct descendants of the Hai family: Hai Dongxing, Hai Dongli, and Hai Dongfang." Cheng Yi and Jin Xian expressed their gratitude and disregarded the scrutinizing gazes of others. The enmity between their 2 families had persisted for generations, and should they cross paths, it would undoubtedly lead to a life-or-death struggle. As for the 20 individuals they had brought, they were all collateral members of the Jin family. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian had already instilled a sense of discipline in them at home. In this world, only strength commanded true authority. The one with the mightiest fist is the leader and earns respect. Thus, these 20 individuals were completely obedient to Cheng Yi and Jin Xian, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. The essence of battle formation training lies in coordination. Hence, Cheng Yi positioned himself at the front, while Jin Xian took up the rear, forming a charge formation. The other team members observed the Jin family's arrangement and began to whisper among themselves. Days later, all gathered before the teleportation portal. The number of participants for this operation had significantly increased. In addition to the members of the 4 great families, elites from intermediate academies joined, totaling over 200 individuals. Strangely, however, the military personnel were absent, as they had reportedly already commenced defensive operations within the secret realm. Everyone donned standardized armor, wielding a variety of weapons, swords, guns, knives, while some even wore their own customized armor. It was evident that they had brought their own secret treasures, for aside from secret treasures, the Federation's armor was the finest available. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian each selected a piece of armor to wear. Aware that while this armor might be of little use to them, standing out in this context was not prudent. Upon entering the teleportation portal, Cheng Yi and Jin Xian found themselves in a castle-like setting. A fierce defensive battle was underway. Various demons and magical beasts were attempting to breach the walls and assault the defending soldiers. These lesser demons and beasts were strikingly different from those they had encountered on the small island. Their strength was significantly greater, and their forms were more peculiar. At the command of an officer, everyone rushed to the battlements, plunging into the intense combat. Cheng Yi was well acquainted with such defensive battles. Having participated in countless assault and defense drills during his 2 years at Changshaman, he bellowed, "Engage in your own battles. Do not stray more than 20 meters from me. Xiaoxian. Focus on rescue and reinforcement." With this command, he instantly conveyed his battle awareness to the nearby soldiers. They quickly dispersed, fighting independently while providing mutual support. Wielding his spear, he struck out, sending a demon flying. The spear danced in his hand, consecutively piercing 2 more demons. These demons, merely at the body refining stage, posed no challenge to him, he navigated the battlefield with ease, occasionally allowing a few demons to slip by for others to practice their skills. His valor and strength swiftly drew the attention of those around him. During his time at Changshaman and against the Tianyin sect, he had already garnered a reputation, being hailed as a minor tyrant. An officer noticed him and approached, saying, "Friend, could you please assist in another area? We shall have a proper discussion later." Cheng Yi glanced at Jin Xian, saying, "You stay here and keep an eye on them. I will go take a look." With that, he charged towards the opposite side of the battlefield. There he stumbled upon a genuine humanoid demon pressing a soldier into retreat. This type of humanoid demon was the elite of the demon race on the battlefield. Cheng Yi unleashed a flurry of spear strikes, creating a dazzling display of spear blossoms. The opponent, wielding a long knife, deftly parried, the sharp edge tracing an arc to block the spear. Cheng Yi refrained from revealing too much of his strength, relying solely on his exceptional physical prowess to engage in combat. The opponent's swordplay was fierce, and their power formidable, comparable to that of a human at the body refining stage, diverting his gaze. He noted that while there were several elite demons, the Federation also boasted many capable fighters who managed to hold their ground. After exchanging blows for a brief moment, Cheng Yi sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He swung his spear, deflecting the long knife, and thrust towards the opponent's throat. The adversary's expression turned to one of astonishment as they hastily raised their arm for defense. Just as the spear pierced through the arm, aiming for the throat, the opponent seized the chance to retreat swiftly. Chang'e did not pursue, but instead turned his attention to other foes. His presence was akin to a timely boon, swiftly shifting the tide of battle in favor of humanity. Before long, the demon forces began to retreat. Returning to his side of the defensive line, Chang'e observed Jin Xian commanding with poise. Although there were injuries among their ranks, none had fallen in battle. The battlefield, however, was a scene of devastation, with the human forces suffering significant losses, a testament to the demon's might. Ordinary humans could hardly contend with the elite demons. Fortunately, such beings were few in number, or else the defenses might have truly crumbled. An officer hurriedly approached Chang'e, expressing, "Thank you immensely. You are from the Jin family, correct? The captain requests your presence." Chang'e nodded, saying, "Please ensure my people are well looked after. I shall head over at once." He then exchanged a meaningful glance with Jin Xian. Upon entering a tent, he found a considerable assembly of individuals, including several direct descendants of the high family. An officer addressed the gathering, stating, "Esteemed elites of humanity, I am Captain Fei Yongjun. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. That as you all understand, the emergence of the secret realm key necessitates bloodshed and violence. Thus, we shall engage in assault and defense exercises every 3 days. Over the course of these 3 days, everyone can strike with precision, annihilating the enemy's elite forces while simultaneously exploring the secret realm. Within this realm lies a plethora of treasures. Whether you choose to exchange them for merits or retain them is entirely up to you. Most importantly, we must locate the site where the key is generated. Typically, such locations are guarded by formidable demonic beasts. Most of these creatures are experts at the innate level. Thus, we must ascertain all the information and locations regarding the innate magical beasts." After a brief pause, Fei Yongjun continued. "Here are the 2 locations we have currently investigated, both guarded by innate demonic beasts. One protects the Tianqing fruit, while the other guards the Lingshan grass. I plan to organize an elite team to eliminate these 2 first. Who among you is willing to join? Those who contribute significantly will be rewarded preferentially." Chang'e was indeed aware of these 2 treasures. The Tianqing fruit enhances physical strength, and the Lingshan grass nurtures the internal organs. Consuming the Tianqing fruit would significantly accelerate one's physical training. Yet for now, Chang'e felt disinterested. With too many people, it was easy to expose one's strength, and there was no guarantee of obtaining anything. The crowd eagerly stepped forward in agreement. Despite the innate demonic beasts, those within this secret realm were birthed during the fusion of the 2 worlds and were not overly strong. With sufficient numbers, they could still be hunted, not to mention that the human race possessed secret treasures and tools. Chang'e returned to the camp, having just discussed the meeting situation with Jin Xian. Little Gray soon spotted the shadow snake approaching. Indeed, the Tianyin sect had arrived. The camp lacked any defensive formations, making the shadow snake an excellent spy. Chapter 44. Slaying the innate bear monster. Chang'e signaled to Jin Xian and said, "This summarizes the meeting's content. We should venture out again tomorrow. I haven't had a proper look at the secret realm yet, so you will accompany me. Now that all restraints have been lifted, it feels liberating that I must also express my gratitude for the secret treasure left by your grandfather. It turned out to be a causal treasure, though regrettably, it can only be used once. Let's rest well tonight." Chang'e turned to leave Jin Xian's resting area and returned to his own tent. Observing the shadow snake depart, Chang'e contemplated how to mislead it. Having the Tianyin sect monitoring them daily was far from ideal. He promptly instructed Little Gray to follow them back to their territory. As this time, it was Chang'e's turn to eavesdrop. Inside the Hai family's tent, one person remarked, "We have gleaned some useful information. They will venture out for exploration tomorrow, and their release from the source blood is due to the causal treasure left by the martial god, which has now been exhausted." Another individual responded, "Is it possible they might discover the shadow snake and have intentionally stated this? Only powerful 5 organs gods can detect the shadow snake, so we cannot dismiss this possibility. Regardless, we will definitely track them tomorrow, and we shall know the truth then." After monitoring for a while, seeing no further valuable intelligence, Chang'e ceased his attention on them. The following day, Chang'e organized the others, instructing them to remain in the camp and set off with Jin Xian. The shadow snake from the opposing side continued to shadow them. Chang'e had reviewed the map yesterday. The Federation was exploring the left area, so they proceeded to the right. That he tasked Little Black with scouting ahead, while Little Gray kept an eye on the movements of the Tianyin sect's individuals. 5 people trailed behind, with only 2 from the High family. Cheng-Yi found himself somewhat troubled, as the shadow snake persistently followed them, making conversation inconvenient, and exterminating them posed risks, as the enemy would undoubtedly suspect foul play. The dense jungle of the secret realm was filled with various unknown plants and insects, with the soil appearing black, rendering it perilous. The two could only navigate atop the trees, striving to distance themselves from the Tianyin sect. Zhen Xian signaled from ahead, indicating the presence of enemies. Cheng-Yi suddenly thought that encountering demonic entities would be their best option, that he summoned Little Gray for reconnaissance, noting 3 demonic beings approaching from a distance. Observing their trajectory, Cheng-Yi promptly dashed in the opposite direction, setting them up for an encounter with the demons, but he instructed Little Gray to remain nearby to monitor their movements that he anticipated. The 2 sides soon crossed paths, leading to an unexpected skirmish. Realizing only 1 shadow snake was tailing them, they were suddenly ambushed by the 3 demonic entities, throwing them into disarray. The battle was swift. The 3 demon surprise attack instantly dispatched 2 individuals. With the remaining 3 turning to flee, they fought and retreated. The shadow snake could no longer maintain its pursuit and had no choice but to depart. Zhen Xian relayed a signal, and Cheng-Yi swiftly joined her, whispering, "We're there 3 again. It seems they always operate in groups of 3, that the frequency of our encounters is rather high. Let us attempt to use the yin-yang slash and eliminate them." This time, it was their turn to launch a surprise attack. They concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly waiting for the adversaries to approach. The enemies drew near. Cheng-Yi raised his arm, a surge of dark energy enveloping it. Releasing a mysterious aura, the blade shimmered with an eerie light, and he observed the enemy's gazes transform into confusion and agony. With a swift stroke, he struck at the neck of one, the action silent and fluid, resulting in a clean decapitation without a sound. Cheng-Yi marveled inwardly at the efficacy of the yin-yang slash. That was his first time employing this technique against an adversary, and its sharpness, coupled with the accompanying mental assault, left him deeply impressed. Ignoring the others after dispatching 1 enemy, Cheng-Yi rapidly charged towards another. Simultaneously, Zhen Xian retaliated with a horizontal slash, accurately striking the enemy's waist. Surprisingly, the opponent's armor seemed entirely ineffective. Cleaved in 2, the dark energy spread as if alive, rapidly corroding and decaying at the severed edge, exuding an evil aura. Zhen Xian felt nauseated and quickly recoiled. This was utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Cheng-Yi had engaged yet another foe. The adversary attempted to block with a long blade, but was met with Cheng-Yi's fist against the blade, sending a shockwave coursing through. Following this, a torrent of punches rained down, each infused with immense force. The demon trembled but could not escape. It was only when the demon collapsed, seemingly unscathed, that it became apparent its internal organs had ruptured. At this moment, Cheng-Yi understood that without the innate energy for defense, a practitioner at the body refinement level could not withstand the principles of shock once activated. Now his mastery of the principle of shock had surpassed 10,000, crossing the threshold of the body refinement level. According to his understanding, for every 10,000 points of proficiency, the principle of shock would elevate a level. This ability was typically comprehended only at the innate level, making it an unparalleled advantage for Cheng-Yi, who had yet to unlock his innate energy. Apart from their weapons, the 2 had nothing else on them, so they disposed of the 3 bodies in a den of living magical beasts. It was the only way to erase their traces. Cheng-Yi consoled Zhen Xian, saying, "This yin-yang slash is exceedingly wicked. Do not use it carelessly in the future. You should learn a more mainstream sword technique, which you can exchange for merits from the Federation later." Zhen Xian nodded, still shaken, and remarked, "How disgusting. I will definitely never use it recklessly again." With the assistance of a shadow snake, they explored vast expanses. Yet regrettably, they could still not identify any plants, having only gathered a few fruits guarded by demonic beasts. Their pace was remarkably swift, and they encountered 2 more demonic entities. The outcome was the same. This time, Cheng-Yi dispatched one with a single punch, breaking its heart as if it were a distant target. Before long, Zhen Xian signaled and hurried over to report. "We have discovered a large creature. It is likely an innate-level demonic beast. There is also a flower nearby." Cheng-Yi pondered. What flower could it be? He swiftly approached the innate demonic beast, instructing Zhen Xian, "You explore the vicinity for any traces of demonic entities." Jin Xian quickly returned with the report. There are no demons nearby. Should we kill this large creature? Yes, I will take the lead. You stay close for protection, Cheng Yi declared, charging bravely towards the demonic beast. It resembled a bear, towering and powerful, deep in slumber. Not far off, a vividly colored flower danced in the breeze. Cheng Yi approached cautiously, aligning his shoulder with his hip, his elbow with his knee, and his hands with his feet. Channeling strength from his soles to his waist, then to his shoulders, he incrementally built his power, saturating his entire being with the force of the distant strike. His palm descended lightly, like a falling leaf, landing atop the bear monster's head. Instantly, a yellow aura emanated from the beast, sinking into its skull, creating a small indentation in its scalp. The force penetrated its brain, eliciting a mournful roar from the bear, which then swung its paw violently towards Cheng Yi's head. Cheng Yi spun sideways like a whirlwind, retaliating with a punch. This time, he harnessed the power of shock, seamlessly transitioning from stillness to motion. The immense force staggered the bear. With renewed energy, he propelled himself forward, akin to a raging bull, delivering another powerful blow to the same spot. The bear monster howled in agony, its massive paws crashing down like Mount Tai. Cheng Yi, eager to test its strength, met the assault head-on with his fist. A tremendous force surged towards him, but he anchored himself in a horse stance, perfectly bracing against the onslaught. Layer upon layer of energy flowed through his body, embodying the essence of this martial arts correct practice. In an intense exchange, Cheng Yi utilized his fist defensively, treating the bear monster as a target for his training. The bear's paws struck relentlessly, each blow infused with yellow, innate energy, resembling many mountains bearing down upon Cheng Yi, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Yet each strike was skillfully neutralized by Cheng Yi, his muscles quaking as they adapted to the force. It became evident that the Mount Tai press technique was remarkably effective at dissipating force. After a prolonged and fierce confrontation, the bear monster's breath grew ragged, and the yellow aura surrounding it had significantly diminished. Observing the scene, Cheng Yi felt a surge of fierce and overwhelming energy coursing through him, propelling him to unleash a relentless barrage of punches. His gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of ferocity that was unmatched. One punch after another, until the monstrous bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, signaling the end of the battle. In the aftermath, Cheng Yi appeared to be infused with boundless dominance and savagery. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Host comprehends the rudiments of fist intent. With continued effort, there lies the potential to grasp the essence of fist intent. As he gazed upon the fallen beast, memories of the intense conflict replayed in his mind. He realized that his martial arts had become increasingly intuitive during the fight, flowing with a natural and harmonious rhythm, as if it were an innate ability. It was his first experience of such exhilarating combat, feeling as though his body and mind had melded with the very essence of his technique, becoming one with his power, the fist intent. The term resonated within him, signifying a newfound realm he had attained through this confrontation. Although the system had not explicitly confirmed his mastery of fist intent, he possessed a clear perception within that he understood that this was his unique path, one that could only be discovered through battle and inner reflection. Jin Xian regarded Cheng Yi with admiration, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." Cheng Yi responded with a hearty laugh, exuding confidence as he replied, "It's not that impressive. This beast has only just entered the innate stage that if faced with a more formidable opponent, the outcome would be uncertain. Moreover, I sensed something significant during the battle. It seems that the approach to martial arts must align with one's intuition. That is the path a true master should follow. I recall my uncle mentioning that the essence of martial arts requires us to forge ahead with unwavering resolve, merging body and spirit. Perhaps that is the very sensation you just experienced." After a brief respite, they harvested an unknown flower and extracted the demon core from the creature's body. They ventured onward until they encountered scattered personnel from the demon army. The two swiftly retreated to their camp. Cheng Yi dispatched Xiao Hui to scout the Hai family's tent. Discovering that the three injured individuals had managed to escape, he waited quietly for a moment before someone finally spoke. "Fortunately, we revealed our identities, or they might have killed us. The strength of the demon race remains formidable. What should we do now?" They demanded we poison them. Cheng Yi may be facing a similar predicament. With his immense power, how can we possibly capture him alive? Do the higher-ups lack any semblance of intelligence? Chapter 45, Counterambush Poisoning. Such words are spoken so lightly. Should we all perish here? What then? To the demon race? The water source is already under strict surveillance that I have reported the situation. Let us await a response from above later, that in truth. If we are to poison them, we could leverage this condition to request the demon race's assistance in ambushing Cheng Yijin, framing it as a transactional agreement. That is a good plan. Let us wait for tonight's response before proceeding. Cheng Yijin opted to continue his vigil, anticipating their reply. Meanwhile, he commenced training in the Taishan pressure technique, performing the 7-layer stance. Before long, Jin Xian returned with provisions from the Federation. Gazing at the glistening rice, he inquired with a smile, "What type of rice is this? It smells delightful. This is the essence crystal rice used by the Federation's elite. Hurry and eat. Let us dine together." Jin Xian offered him a spoonful of the rice, asking, "How does it taste? Is it fragrant?" Cheng Yijin took a bite and immediately felt a surge of vitality radiating within him. This truly is a remarkable delicacy. If only I could indulge in it regularly. And what of that flower? What about the other fruits? This flower is a treasure known as the heavenly spirit flower, able to nurture the 5 internal organs. The other fruits are of no use, Jin Xian explained with a cheerful demeanor. Then savor it slowly. It seems we must seek out more of these treasures in the future. Is there a way to obtain a plant compendium from the Federation? Ideally one with detailed descriptions. Jin Xian suggested with a smile. If there are merit requirements, we could have easily brought back a demon's head today for merit. However, there's no rush that we must wait for the appearance of the secret realm key, necessitating the accumulation of significant slaughter and bloodshed, which may take at least a month or 2 of fighting. Xiao Hui waited throughout the entire night, finally receiving word from the opposing side. The heavenly insect had been apprised of the day's events and resolved to ally with the demon race to capture Cheng Yijin and his companions. After careful consideration, Cheng Yijin decided it was time to teach the heavenly insect a lesson. The following day, Cheng Yijin and Jin Xian resumed their journey, delving deeper into the dense jungle. They arrived at a valley where Cheng Yijin surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, smiling at Jin Xian as he said, "This location is quite favorable. We can rest here for a while." Jin Xian responded with a smile. "Indeed, it is a land of great fortune." Suddenly, voices from the Hai family echoed from the valley's entrance. "Ah, you two have chosen a burial ground that is truly a land of fortune. You have certainly picked a splendid location." That a large group emerged from the valley, comprising 5 from the Hai family and 5 from the demon race, indicating they had invested heavily. Cheng Yijin, astonished, questioned, "You Hai family dare to betray the human race and conspire with the demon race? Who exactly are you? Haha, you traitors dare to defy the heavenly insect. You should have anticipated such an outcome," one of them retorted. Cheng Yijin Xiao, we spotted a human officer leading a large contingent approaching swiftly. With a laugh, he mocked, "Hai family members, you conspired with the demon race and attempted to poison us in our camp. Have you considered the peril you would face if the Federation discovered your treachery?" Upon hearing this, the members of the heavenly insect were immediately taken aback, turning to locate the source of the voice. "What? How do you know about the poisoning? This is bad. The Federation forces are approaching." At that moment, a large group surged forward, encircling them completely. One officer pointed and commanded, "For those who betray the human race, kill. Damn it, we will not let you go even in death. Break through." The direct descendants of the Hai family realized their fate was sealed and feared they might drag the entire family down with them. The officer had brought only the most skilled fighters, and Cheng Yijin and Jin Xian immediately engaged in a fierce battle against the Hai family. Cheng Yijin would not allow them to escape. He leapt forward, muscles coiling tightly as power surged from his back, delivering a powerful punch. The opponent hastily swung a blade towards him, but Cheng Yijin swiftly transformed his punch into a palm strike, employing a stepping technique to redirect the force and pivot, delivering a kick that shattered the opponent's arm. Cheng Yijin unleashed a series of kicks, breaking the other arm as well, then closed in to strike the opponent's abdomen. His movements flowed with the grace of a river, incapacitating the enemy and successfully capturing him, that he then turned his attention to the demons, while others took over the fight against them, with Jin Xian assisting nearby. To conceal her strength, she refrained from reckless attacks. Cheng Yijin could not intervene further due to the throng of adversaries. He remained on the periphery, vigilant against any attempts at escape that I in no time. All the demons were vanquished, and the members of the heavenly Yin sect and the High family were captured alive. The officer clapped Chung Yijin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Chung, you are truly formidable. We owe you our deepest gratitude." Chung Yijin laughed heartily in response. "Thanks to you all. Otherwise we would have faced annihilation," that he urged. "Quickly interrogate them. The High family members are all affiliated with the heavenly Yin sect. I have heard that their EC Hall master shares the surname High." Upon returning to the camp, it was certain that their merits would be sufficient. Chung Yijin summoned Jin Xian and instructed, "Go exchange for a tome on sword techniques. It may prove useful in the sky battlefield. Also, procure a compendium of rare treasures, and if there are excess merits, trade for some essence crystal rice." Jin Xian was elated, her face beaming with joy as she replied, "The High family is surely doomed. It serves as vengeance for my parents that I shall go exchange for the merits at once." Before long, Jin Xian returned, bouncing with excitement, holding a compendium which she presented to Chung Yijin, saying, "I exchange for a tome on the plum blossom sword technique that I in the future I can employ dual blades in public. And after transformation, switch to a single sword. That should suffice." Chung Yijin sighed. "Your idea is commendable, but martial prowess remains the foundation of everything. You wouldn't want to be easily defeated one day, would you? What was the last line of Traveling the Jianghu in 100 essays? Any scheme I shall shatter with a single punch that I hope we can face any future plots without fear." Jin Xian, slightly abashed, replied, "Yes, I will strive to double my efforts." The efficacy of the essence crystal rice was indeed extraordinary, and Chung Yijin's body refinement accelerated at a visible pace. Aside from exploring the secret realm and defending every 3 days, he spent the rest of his time training martial arts alongside Jin Xian. During their exploration of the secret realm, they encountered a group of newly ascended innate beasts who had yet to fully acclimate to their new realm, making it easy to dispatch them. Additionally, they discovered numerous rare treasures, greatly benefiting their martial cultivation. Each session of body refinement accumulated steadily over time, and eventually, Chung Yijin and Jin Xian surpassed 5 rounds of body refinement. Their formidable strength surged throughout their bodies that it is noteworthy that even the Federation's prodigies had only reached 3 rounds, while they had achieved 5, showcasing astonishing prowess. Now they merely needed to complete the final round of body refinement to condense a drop of primal blood. To break through to the innate stage with 3 drops of primal blood is a feat many ancient powerhouses could not attain, representing the pinnacle of extreme body refinement. Once again, they faced a day interwoven with defense and slaughter. This is a fusion of blood and tears. Chung Yi, in addition to protecting his own, has been assigned to a specific area where his reputation has soared to great heights. Any demon that dares to breach the city walls will find themselves defeated before him. Guarded by Jin Xian atop the walls, this area has suffered minimal casualties. However, the battles in other regions are as brutal as a meat grinder, an inevitability of war. Both the Federation and the demons understand that only through such slaughter and bloodshed can the key to the secret realm be forged. As the demon horde retreats once more, the sky shifts ominously, with endless crimson light pervading the entire secret realm. Before the weary fighters can catch their breath, Captain Fei Yongjun arrives at the walls. Fully armed, clad in black armor and wielding a massive broadsword, he has not been seen in action since the secret realm opened. The it seems this is the Federation's trump card in the quest for the key. With a command from Fei Yongjun, all elite fighters swiftly assemble, and Chung Yi is among them. This strike team, comprising over 20 members, has been formed for half a month. Chung Yi signals Jin Xian. According to their plan, she has been consolidating their forces to explore the 2 innate locations to the right alone. Meanwhile, Chung Yi must accompany the strike team to the left. Fei Yongjun gazes at the sky, then states, "Send a few to guard the right side, just in case. Report immediately if the key appears." Given the blood-red conditions in the sky, it seems likely that the key will manifest on the left. "The rest of you, follow me to the left. This secret realm is not vast." Chung Yi completes his exploration of the right side in just a few days that if the key appears there, they will still have time to reach it. However, the demon race seems to have caught on to their strategy and has swiftly taken countermeasures. This time, it is no ordinary skirmish, but an all-out extermination. In this life-and-death struggle, the Federation's elites demonstrate their strength and courage. The group of over 20 forms a tight battle formation, with Fei Yongjun leading the charge, broadsword in hand. They advance like fierce tigers descending a mountain. Unstoppable. Cheng Yi follows closely, wielding a spear, each step grounded with determination. His gaze is resolute. No beast obstructing his path can escape his lethal strike. The demons are aware that this group represents the main force, and thus they attempt to wear them down through relentless assault. Yet, Fei Yongjun and his strike team stand undeterred. They resist the onslaught of the demons with unwavering tenacity, forging ahead. The sky to the left grows increasingly saturated with crimson, heralding the imminent ferocity of battle. Chapter 46. The charge within the demon camp. A formation of 50 demons stands poised on the open ground. The leading pair, a man and a woman, stand apart from the rest. The man is tall and muscular, with striking blood-red hair, while the woman is petite, her black hair and purple skin rendering her almost indistinguishable from humans. The towering demon turns to the woman and says, "The secret treasure may appear on the right. Go alone and be cautious. Last time, several teams perished there without even encountering an innate beast. Clearly, skilled adversaries lurk in the shadows, but if you find yourself outmatched, retreat swiftly. The rest of you, follow me. We must eliminate this elite team within the secret realm." "Yes, Sixth Prince." The demons respond in unison. Fei Yongjun leads his team through a path of slaughter, arriving at the territory of the first innate beast. Indeed, this group of elites is remarkable, despite some fatigue. "There are no casualties," Fei Yongjun declares. "It is still uncertain whether this is our destination. Everyone, take turns to rest." The formation shifts rapidly, allowing the outer warriors to recuperate, while those in the inner circle charge forth to fend off the oncoming demons and beasts. Cheng Yi, brimming with energy, remains at the front, enabling others to rest more effectively. The crimson hue in the sky deepens, indicating that the secret treasure is not located here. Their assessment was flawed. Gripping his long sword, Fei Yongjun resolutely states, "We move on to the other side." Cheng Yi instantly steps to the forefront, his gaze unwavering. "I will lead the way. Conserve your strength." Fei Yongjun glances at Cheng Yi, responding calmly, "Thank you, good." This month of defensive warfare has proven Cheng Yi's prowess, despite his youthful appearance. Cheng Yi charges ahead, his spear whirling. Any enemy that stands in his path is swiftly obliterated. Though he has yet to grasp the profound truths of combat, Cheng Yi's strength has eclipsed all limits. As they press on, they approach the blood-red sphere of the mountainous terrain. Emerging from the woods, they suddenly spot an open area where 50 demons are arrayed, awaiting them. Fei Yongjun's expression sharpens, and he solemnly states, "This is bad. They intend to annihilate us here. Everyone, prepare for a life-and-death battle. Long live the human race, charge." Seeing the dire situation, Cheng Yi realizes they are facing a battle for survival that in the demons' home ground. Humans are inherently at a disadvantage, particularly now that the demons outnumber them 2-1. Yet, there is no retreat. They must rely on a fierce assault to break through the encirclement. Cheng Yi bellows, "Follow me." He leads the charge forward, and though Fei Yongjun hesitates momentarily, he has no choice but to follow closely behind. Cheng Yi has locked onto the tall, blood-haired demon that he fears that Fei Yongjun may not withstand the enemy's onslaught. If their formation is halted, the already disadvantaged humans will find themselves even more at risk. In this assault, the leading warrior plays a critical role. If he can tear through the enemy's formation, they may have a chance to turn the tide. Cheng Yi slows his pace to allow others to keep up. The blood-haired demon, confident in his own strength, forms a charging formation and advances as they draw near. Cheng Yi propels himself forward, his spear darting out with great speed. The blood-haired demon, the Sixth Prince, swings a blood-red blade that radiates with brilliance. Their weapons clash, sending shockwaves through the air, and a surge of crimson energy races toward Cheng Yi along the spear. Uncertain whether this is a manifestation of vital energy, ability, or bloodline, Cheng Yi activates the resonance technique. The spear vibrates violently before exploding, sending shards flying like meteors in a fan shape. Fists are his true essence, and at this moment, it is fitting to discard the spear. The Sixth Prince's eyes widen in surprise. He did not anticipate that the opposing leader would self-destruct his weapon upon contact. Even the fragments of that weapon retain traces of his own bloodline power, as a circular shield of blade light forms to block the debris. Chang'e does not expect to harm the leader, but the rapidly flying shards can still inflict damage on other demons, resulting in multiple injuries among them. Although no one perishes, their morale is significantly diminished. Chang'e's self-detonation of the spear does not halt his advance. He thrusts his hands through the layers of blade light, closing in on the sixth prince. The prince, with a myriad of blade lights converging into one, attempts to intercept with a horizontal slash. His swordplay is masterful, his reflexes lightning fast. Unfortunately for him, Chang'e has already closed the distance. He strikes with his fists, one hand pressing down on the blade while the other targets the prince's chest. The sixth prince swiftly raises his left hand to block, but the overwhelming force drives his palm against his chest. He stumbles back twice to mitigate the impact, and Chang'e, rolling under his guard, leans in with his shoulder. An immense power surges in, and the sixth prince feels as if he has been struck by a colossal force. His insides are crushed, and he spits blood as he is sent flying. Chang'e pays no heed to the flailing sixth prince, plunging into the enemy formation with fists and feet like lightning, dispatching demons with ease. The human elites also showcase their prowess, following the lead of their commander without hesitation. Armed with blades and spears, they unleash their might, especially Fei Yongjun, who proves to be a formidable asset to the Federation, his massive sword cleaving through foes as he follows closely behind Chang'e. They cut through the enemy ranks, spinning around to assess the battlefield. They note that 5 of their own have fallen, many more injured, while the enemy has lost a dozen, with countless others wounded. What a valiant charge it has been, as the human elites cast excited glances at Chang'e. Even Fei Yongjun's expression is complex. With a wave of his hand, Chang'e seizes the moment amidst the chaos of the enemy formation. Shouting, "Onward, let us slay!" The sixth prince, though wounded, is not yet dead, and the demons, seasoned from countless battles, begin to regroup. The prince, unwilling to admit defeat, channels his rage into a powerful strike against the advancing Chang'e. Crimson light emanating from his form, and as Chang'e leaps into the air, the prince believes he has found an opening, but he steps lightly on the air, pausing momentarily, then sidesteps to the left, deflecting the blood-red blade with a single palm, and plunges back into close combat. The sixth prince is left dumbfounded, having fallen for the same trick again. His exquisite swordsmanship is rendered futile against Chang'e's relentless close-quarters assault, as the overwhelming force resembles that of a heavy rhinoceros. In his moment of despair, a golden light emanates from around his neck, forming an all-encompassing golden egg. Chang'e unleashes a flurry of punches, yet the prince finds himself unharmed. This is a charge, and there is no time to waste. Chang'e disregards everything else and hurls the golden egg away, crashing it into a cluster of enemies. Another wave of assault ensues, ferocious and unyielding, with no one able to withstand Chang'e's fists. He disregards ordinary blades and swords, continuing his onslaught. This time, the enemy suffers even greater losses, as Chang'e single-handedly eliminates 7 or 8 foes, the majority of whom are unable to withstand his ferocious attacks due to their injuries. Once again, nearly a dozen lives have been lost, and this time 3 more from the human race have perished. Chang'e, despite his ragged attire, remains unscathed, his robust physique impervious to harm at this stage of body refinement. He has transcended the limits of defense. He hasn't even employed his golden skin. Before Chang'e and his companions can turn around, the sixth prince commands, "Retreat." All the demons flee in a panic. By the time Chang'e spins around, the enemy has nearly vanished. The onlookers gaze upon the slender figure, who exudes an aura of boundless dominance. The elite humans erupt in cheers, seizing Chang'e and tossing him high into the air. This battle has been exhilaratingly fierce, and by merely following him, they can revel in the joy of victory. Typically, when both sides clash, they become ensnared in chaos due to the initial blockade, leading to a tangled melee. However, in this moment, their formation flows seamlessly. Fei Yongjun's eyes brim with excitement and complex emotions that he understands that the smoothness of this battle is entirely due to Chang'e's exceptional performance. This boy of merely 13 or 14 possesses unparalleled prowess in the art of assault and embodies the demeanor of a legendary warrior. As he matures, he is destined to become a prominent general of the human race, perhaps even surpassing his current capabilities. Fei Yongjun must report this situation to the military headquarters without delay. Meanwhile, Jin Xian, clad in black, discards her armor within the tent. She believes that the defensive capabilities of the armor pale in comparison to her own skin and would hinder her agility. With Xiaohe leading the way, she navigates through the dense, shadowy jungle with ease. This environment feels like her domain. She specializes in the true inheritance of the tail-biting Halcyon serpent, having reached unprecedented heights in her understanding of darkness, space, and time. Particularly with the mysteries of darkness and spatial concepts, she possesses a dark attribute of 70 and a spatial attribute of 70, making her adept at comprehending these two realms. In Chengyi's system, her proficiency in darkness and spatial principles has astonishingly reached 18,000 points, although her mastery of time lags behind at just 3,000 points. Yet, Jin Xian realizes that exceeding 10,000 points in proficiency leads to a qualitative leap, significantly enhancing the power of her abilities and allowing her to grasp certain special skills. Jin Xian has gained a deeper understanding of her dark and spatial attributes, feeling an even stronger connection to them. She can now effortlessly leap into the shadows to conceal herself and maneuver within them without detection. Previously, she could only remain still in darkness or shadows to become invisible. Now, this distinction has become monumental, prompting her to name this newfound ability Shadow Escape. Regarding her spatial mastery, Jin Xian is now able to create a small spatial rift with her fist or blade, which she refers to as spatial slash. This ability has transcended ordinary skills, demonstrating true supernatural prowess. When combined with yin-yang slash, her offensive capabilities have become exceptionally formidable, though it cannot be employed as a regular method due to its cooldown period. Nevertheless, for an assassin, her striking power has increased exponentially. It is uncertain who could withstand her initial strike. Chapter 47. Seizing the treasure, Jin Xian ascends to a high ground, quietly awaiting developments. This vantage point allows her to observe changes in two locations from a distance. Before long, another light radiates from the territory of the innate demon serpent. This is the same area where she and Cheng Yi jointly vanquished another beast and enjoyed the spoils of a body-refining fruit. She stealthily approaches her destination, careful not to attract attention. The surrounding area appears deserted, with the light reaching for the heavens, likely to draw the attention of other demons soon. Jin Xian quietly slips into the shadows, allowing Xiaohe to roam nearby. Shortly thereafter, distant screams pierce the air, prompting Xiaohe to investigate from the underbrush. 3 human beings lie on the ground, their chests punctured with gaping holes that a demon girl with black hair and purple skin stands over them, clutching their extracted hearts. Suddenly, her eyes darken as she gazes toward Jin Xian's hiding place. Adult Shadow Serpent, who are you from the Heavenly Insect? Jin Xian did not anticipate that the adult Shadow Serpent would be discovered. It appears she cannot continually rely on the Shadow Serpent, especially against demons, as it is inherently their specialty. That it seems she has encountered a prodigy of the demon race. Her eyes reveal either bloodline or a special skill. Xiaohe swiftly retreats, and the demon girl does not pursue. Seizing the moment, Jin Xian changes locations and climbs a large tree, blending into the shadows of the leaves. After some contemplation, she transforms into an adult woman with a slightly plump figure, albeit a bit shorter than usual. Soon the demon girl arrives, accompanied by several monstrous entities and beasts. Upon glancing at the gathering light formation, her eyes darken as she scans the surroundings. Jin Xian senses danger overhead. She leaps from her hiding spot, rapidly descending to strike. That a shadow envelopes the demon girl, who remains unaware as she charges forward. Jin Xian employs her air step technique, leaping twice in the air to catch up to the demoness and thrusting her blade. The sound of slicing air fills the atmosphere, and the demoness, taken aback by the pursuit, finds it too late to evade, only managing to draw her weapon to counterattack. Jin Xian swiftly steps again, reaching above the demoness to deliver a reverse strike. Jin Xian's talent indeed surpasses Cheng Yi's. Enhanced by her mastery of spatial principles, her air step now allows her 3 strides, while Cheng Yi can only manage 1. Given his focus on the principles of shock and force, unless he acquires proficiency from Jin Xian, that a jade pendant rises, its dazzling golden light cascading downwards, enveloping her in a luminous sphere. Jin Xian's spatial slash proves ineffective against this orb of light. Realizing she cannot inflict harm, She retreats into the forest, and as the brilliance gradually fades, the pendant above emits crackling sounds of fracturing. The demoness turns, only to see a figure vanishing into the thicket. Observing the surrounding demons and monsters unable to react, she casts a resentful glance at the forest before departing. She dares not linger, knowing that the protective treasure can withstand an innate strike. Only an innate attack could trigger its activation. The fact that a mere ordinary attack could have slain her is alarming, as her opponent's speed is astonishing, capable of executing consecutive air steps, something impossible in the body refinement stage. Should she fail to land a hit, her adversary would swiftly escape, that an innate assassin possessing such speed and power is a dire threat. Once the pendant shatters completely, her fate is sealed. Jinxian quietly observes the retreating figure from the shadows, refraining from any pursuit. The blinding golden light continues to flicker in the air, and she recognizes the formidable power of that defensive treasure. All the demons and beasts have retreated, understanding that further entanglement is futile. Jinxian patiently awaits as the light coalesces, ultimately forming a small black object. The surroundings remain silent, with no one daring to intrude. She cautiously retrieves the black seed, examining it closely. This seed, small and mysterious, seems like a miracle of life. Upon returning to the camp, she plans to hand it over to Cheng-Yi for further research. Before reaching the camp, a chorus of jubilant cheers resonates throughout the area. Jinxian feels warmth in her heart as everyone excitedly recounts the glorious victory of this campaign. She quietly navigates through the crowd, not paying attention to their tales. Cheng-Yi has been waiting for her return in the tent, greeting her with a beaming smile and asking with concern, "You've worked hard. Did you acquire the treasure?" Jinxian beams innocently, a glimmer of pride in her eyes as she produces the black seed and begins to recount the thrilling encounter with the demon girl. Cheng-Yi takes a deep breath after hearing her story, remarking, "In future encounters with the demon race, we must exercise caution when employing the Shadow Serpent, especially during assassination missions that it's best to avoid using it to prevent falling into traps set by the enemy." As he speaks, he recounts his own experiences from the battle. Jinxian chuckles, "You'll surely become famous. The military will undoubtedly seek you out." Cheng-Yi sighs, "If I hadn't put forth effort, the entire army would likely have perished. I had no choice. With this achievement, we should be able to go directly to the Northwest Academy, sparing us the need to compete in the first year and draw too much attention." The following day, as everyone departs from the secret realm, a solemn, yet fervent scene unfolds before them. 2 rows of soldiers dressed in military uniforms stand on either side, with a straight red carpet leading directly to the camp. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the soldiers and auxiliary personnel, they tread upon the red carpet towards the camp square, the square. A simple yet solemn award ceremony has commenced at an officer, microphone in hand, solemnly announces, "Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the members of our Federal Hero Assault Team." Each team member is awarded the Federal 5th Class Yunhui Medal. Here, we wish to especially commend Comrade Cheng-Yi of the Jin family. Not only has he eradicated the malignant Hai family from Donghai City, but he has also thwarted the conspiracy of the Heavenly Yin sect. He led the assault team to defeat demons numbering twice that of our own, securing a secret realm for our Federation. His courageous actions and outstanding achievements warrant the conferral of the 3rd Class Yunhui Medal. Cheng-Yi, along with the other members of the assault team, steps forward to receive their medals. During the awarding ceremony, the host whispers to Cheng-Yi, "Young brother Cheng, the military leaders from Donghai City wish to speak with you afterward." Cheng-Yi nods in agreement, aware that the military is eager to recruit him. Soon after, Cheng-Yi meets with the military leaders in a room at the camp. The elder, dressed in special military attire, warmly grasps Cheng-Yi's hand, saying, "Young brother Cheng-Yi, you are truly a prodigy. That I am Jiang Hongfei, the head of the Federal Army's otherworldly assault operations team in Donghai. Please take a seat. Do not be formal to AS warriors. We should be genuine and issue empty formalities." "Young brother, do you have any plans for the future?" Cheng-Yi replied with utmost respect, "Greetings, sir. Since Jinxian and I were captured by the Tianyin sect in our childhood, we have not received any systematic education. Therefore, we hope to focus on our studies to enhance our knowledge." Jiang Hongfei nodded approvingly. "Excellent. That at merely 13 years of age, it is indeed crucial for you to prioritize your academic pursuits. The otherworldly strike team I belong to is specifically established to address the fragments of the 2 realms. Your current identity is that of a citizen of Donghai City. Thus, I have secured positions for you both. You will become members of the Federal Otherworldly Strike Team, assuming the role of squad leader. However, for now, you are not required to fulfill any duties. You may concentrate on your education. Furthermore, you may not be aware, but the third-class Yunhui medal grants you the privilege of disregarding orders in any circumstance, allowing you to make your own decisions. Under special conditions, should their medals not surpass yours, you can assume command. Cheng Yi, astonished, inquired, "What? This third-class medal seems rather extraordinary. Is it not too easily obtained?" Jiang Hongfei chuckled heartily. "It is because you are exceptional. This is a privilege I specifically applied for on your behalf to protect remarkable talents like you. Your achievements would not ordinarily qualify for the third-class medal. But since you have become a citizen of Donghai City, I am empowered to apply for the special provisions for Donghai's prodigies. Additionally, Jin Xian is your squad member, and others cannot unjustly reassign her. In the future, if you encounter any outstanding talents, you may recommend them for recruitment that we will send over your certificates shortly." Cheng Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle Jiang, we wish to attend the Tian-Du Academy in the north. But we do not want to draw too much attention. Could you assist us in entering discreetly?" Jiang Hongfei, upon hearing Cheng Yi's request, could not help but chuckle. "No problem, young brother Cheng Yi. Rest assured. I will arrange for your covert entry into Tian-Du Academy. Once you are settled, I will contact you again." Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." After Cheng Yi departed, another person emerged from within, asking, "What has gotten into Commander Jiang today? It is rare to see you so courteous to anyone." Jiang Hongfei reflected, "This lad is a genius on the battlefield, displaying remarkable combat prowess at just 13 years old. He is indeed a rarity. Naturally, I have taken a liking to him." The individual continued to jest. "Since when has Commander Jiang been so amiable? Though he is impressive, he is not extraordinary enough to warrant such affection. Calling you uncle is quite rare. Could he be your nephew?" Jiang Hongfei merely smiled, choosing not to respond, while secretly pondering. "Am I to reveal that he is the son of Commander Qin? His appearance bears a striking resemblance. And if the person at the martial arts square is indeed him, then his combat capabilities may well exceed expectations that I should urgently inform Shan Minghai. That rascal is still adrift in the sea." Chapter 48. The Battle of Thousands. As Cheng Yi stepped out of the tent, Jin Fei and Jin Xian were already awaiting him outside. The three returned to the Zhen residence together, where Cheng Yi remarked to Jin Xian, "It is truly unfortunate that you did not receive the third-class medal this time," that he then relayed the conversation from the camp to her. Jin Xian laughed heartily. "Regardless, we are a squad, and there will be many opportunities ahead that it is quite fine for you to stand out this time. Otherwise, if we always appear together, our strengths will inevitably be discovered that be by the way. We have researched extensively, yet no one knows what this seed obtained from the secret realm truly is. That no worries. Once we acquire fragments in the future, we can plan it then," Cheng Yi said gently. Embracing Jin Xian, "That I feel that Jiang Hongfei treats me rather well. Perhaps it is merely my illusion." Jin Xian, seated on Cheng Yi's lap, replied, "It may be that your appearance closely resembles Uncle Qin's. And since both Donghai and Nanhai are coastal regions, their connections are undoubtedly strong. Hence, it is only natural for him to treat you well." Cheng Yi chuckled. "That is quite possible. One cannot live their life constantly changing faces. There are times when transformation is necessary, but one must always remain true to oneself." Meanwhile, Lu Zi was attentively listening to a report, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. "You say Cheng Yi charged in a battle against 50 demons with a group of 20, and one of them was a red-haired demon. Furthermore, he has been awarded the Federal Third-Class Yunhui Medal," she inquired. "Indeed, Director Lu, the red-haired demon, may be a direct descendant of the Blood Demon Lord from the Demon Clan." While Jin Xian did not exhibit any particularly remarkable performance in the secret realm, Lu Zi perused the information before her regarding Cheng Yi, including his martial prowess and any special bloodlines. She contemplated. Although his combat strength is formidable, there are peculiarities that he has not revealed any extraordinary martial skills, relying solely on fundamental techniques, yet he executes them with the ease of a martial arts master. He also possesses a unique aerial suspension technique, exhibiting immense power that surpasses the ordinary standards of the third level. Could this be an innate talent for strength? Jin Xian has been remarkably subdued this time. "Wait, I noticed that there were no innate demon beasts on the right side, and I am uncertain who took the secret treasure. The Tianyin sect had laid an ambush on that side. You will surely reveal your flaws one day. This exploration is truly intriguing. Chengyi would never suspect that a woman had been secretly observing him daily, attempting to uncover his secrets at this moment. Chengyi was leisurely strolling through the market with Jin Xian, relishing the rare moments of leisure. Jin Xian urged Chengyi to purchase clothing, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced. Following her through numerous shopping centers, Chengyi could not help but lament. Although Yuanqing is a modern society, the clothing here appears rather outdated. While there are various martial arts and casual outfits available, the choices for women's clothing predominantly consist of dresses or trousers paired with shirts that he had nearly forgotten that he was once an aficionado of fashion design back on Earth. Thus, Chengyi suggested to Jin Xian, "Why don't we buy some fabric, and I will make you an outfit?" Jin Xian, taken aback, exclaimed, "You can sew clothes? Don't make me laugh. Having lived with me since you were 8, do you think I am unaware of your skills?" After saying this, she could not help but double over in laughter. Chengyi retorted defiantly, "How could this little girl comprehend my magnificence? Soon, you shall call me grandfather." The two continued to jest, immersed in this rare moment of levity. They playfully headed to the market to purchase various fabrics and tools, as Chengyi decided to showcase his prowess to Jin Xian. Upon returning home, Chengyi shooed Jin Xian out of the room and began his crafting. He first designed an adorable JK uniform for Jin Xian, and the system rewarded him with clothing-making skills. With this skill, Chengyi was invigorated, bursting with inspiration to create a costume reminiscent of the Jingyi Wei from the movie The Spring Knife. This ensemble was not only striking but also imbued with a vintage charm. Next, he discreetly called Jin Xian in to try on the JK uniform. Indeed, she appeared even more charming. The sailor-style short skirt paired with bubble socks was simply adorable. Chengyi donned a flying fish outfit, featuring a dark armor top and flowing skirt bottom, the fitted design accentuating his handsomeness. Standing before the mirror, they presented a striking fusion of ultramodern and vintage styles. Truly a feast for the eyes that eye in the vibrant world of Yuanqing, their attire perfectly aligned with their preferences, free from constraints or limitations. Gazing at their reflections, Jin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never imagined that Chengyi, who had always been by her side, possessed such talents. Although they lived and studied together, this side of him had remained undiscovered. It made her reflect on her limited understanding of the world. Just as they were about to step outside to show the Jin family, an unusual message echoed in their minds. Not from the system. It felt as though the very heavens were conveying information. Prepare for the sky battlefield in 5 minutes. Chengyi and Jin Xian exchanged glances. The sky battlefield summons that do you have it too? Chengyi exclaimed, "Quick, grab your weapon. Ideally, a hammer for an element of surprise. With your strength, transforming would undoubtedly be astonishing. Your transformation must be grand. Do not use the Tianyin sect's martial arts. From now on, you shall be known as Sailor Warrior Xiao Yi." "Haha, I shall surprise the entire world." Jin Xian laughed and asked, "What about you?" "Me? I'm the overlord of the world, Dragon Outyin." Chengyi replied with a grin. The two shared a laugh and hurriedly left for the training ground. There, an array of weaponry awaited them, and he encouraged Jin Xian to select a large hammer, one that required both hands to wield. Initially, Chengyi had suggested a single sword for Jin Xian, but the JK uniform paired with a sword seemed somewhat incongruous. Better to use a large hammer, as a small girl wielding one would certainly draw attention. Suddenly, they sensed a surge of spatial energy enveloping them, as if they had instantly arrived at an unfamiliar open space. Shadows appeared behind them, and Chengyi sensed something amiss as more and more individuals materialized, the cacophony of voices growing louder. Oh no! Could this be a battle of thousands or even tens of thousands? Such a scale has been rare for decades. Soon, the assembly was complete, and the battle of thousands was on the brink of commencing. Chengyi and Jin Xian stood at the forefront of the ranks, surrounded by a sea of warriors clad in battle attire, their armor and weapons ready for the fray. However, the equipment of Chengyi and Jin Xian is strikingly unique. One dons a JK uniform while wielding a colossal hammer, and the other stands bare-handed, draped in a dashing long robe. All eyes are riveted upon them, as in front of them stand the 5 formidable figures: He Lang Fengji, Blood Emperor Du Guyu, Ba Dao Jing Xiong, Wu Ji Jian Pang Mengzheng, and Yi Ming Yao, who wields a blood spear, arrayed in a line. Further afield, more skilled warriors command their own 1,000-strong formations. How can this be? Who are these two children? How do they occupy positions of command? Their attire is so impressive, lacking even weapons and armor. This girl appears so adorable, clutching a hammer. Could she be merely playing? That outfit is absolutely kawaii. The crowd buzzes with speculation, captivated and curious about the appearance of Cheng Yi and Jin Xian. Yet, they pay no heed to the murmurs, for they understand that this battle will present their greatest challenge on Yuan Star. They must give their all to vanquish their opponents and claim victory. At Yi Ming Yao's signal, all fell silent. She proclaimed loudly, "Please maintain your composure. Trust me, these two are incredibly formidable and will lead us to triumph in this battle." Let us not forget that the will of Yuan Star does not jest lightly. Recalling the last encounter with 5 warriors, the strength and wisdom they exhibited were enough to instill faith in their ability to guide them to victory. Yi Ming Yao's words resonated with a powerful call to arms, and the cacophony of voices faded instantaneously. Nevertheless, the fear lingered in their eyes. Since the advent of the realm, neither the 1,000 nor 10,000-man battles had ever yielded victory. Each confrontation had resulted in total annihilation, plunging Yuan Star into wails of despair and suffering. Such blows to their confidence had left a profound impact. Soon, the opposing force of 10,000 emerged. Cheng Yi scrutinized them closely, even catching sight of the red-haired demon from the secret realm. But he inhaled deeply and called out to Jin Xian and Yi Ming Yao. "Our mission is to disrupt their formation and create opportunities for the main force. In a narrow encounter, the valiant shall prevail. Charge with me. In this grand battlefield, morale is of utmost importance." Cheng Yi resolved to inspire courage through action. He prepared to unleash his full might, determined to defeat each adversary. This time, he would go all out. With that, Cheng Yi surged toward the enemy lines like a streak of lightning. Though slight of stature, he possessed tremendous strength. His hem billowed as he raced forward. Akin to a dancer's graceful flow, the world's gaze fixated on this stylish young warrior, whose aura was striking and captivating. Following closely were Jin Xian and Yi Ming Yao, both equally undaunted. Jin Xian, petite and clad in an adorable JK uniform, brandished her hammer with an air of amusing bravado, while Yi Ming Yao's spear sliced through the air like a dragon, roaring as it advanced. Behind them stood the human army, compelled to keep pace, for there was no room for fear, retreat, or surrender. The eyes of the world were upon them, and they must die heroically if they were to fall. Cheng Yi reached the front lines of the enemy, unleashing a thunderous roar. The roar of the tiger was deafening, that he poured his strength into a perfect fusion of the essence of sound and spatial mastery. Waves of energy surged forth, and wherever they traveled, enemies spewed blood and collapsed. Cheng Yi disregarded the foes before him, charging like a raging bull, trampling over the fallen and breaching the demon ranks. The ground trembled beneath him as he melded the essence of strength with that of tremors, causing the very fabric of space to shatter under this force. Centered around Cheng Yi, a tumultuous shockwave radiated outward, transforming the battlefield into utter chaos within a 10-meter radius. The demons were sent sprawling, their formation thrown into disarray, but he then darted to the left, delivering a punch to each enemy, none able to impede his advance. Each blow sent an adversary flying, as he weaved through their ranks like a tiger among sheep. Unstoppable, Jin Xian, not to be outdone, echoed Cheng Yi's thunderous battle cry, disrupting the enemy's ranks. She soared into the air, hammer in hand, descending with tremendous force. Her strike landed heavily upon the ground, where her mastery of spatial and tremor essence combined to create an awe-inspiring display of power. Though the impact on the ground was diminished, its reach was far greater. The densely packed enemies were sent flying, and she spiraled into their midst like a whirlwind. Even Cheng Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, secretly pondering that perhaps she had chosen the wrong weapon. The white Yi Ming Yao followed suit, equally undeterred. She let out a fierce shout. Although lacking the enhancement of spatial mastery, her might remained formidable. She executed the Bull Demon's triple strike, a signature move of the ancient Bull Demon, a lethal technique on the battlefield. Layers of spear shadows pierced forward, her weapon weaving through the enemy ranks like a dragon. The soldiers behind them witnessed the remarkable feats of these extraordinary youths. their spirits soaring. They brandished their short weapons, engaging fiercely with the enemy. Cheng-Yi turned to the front of the ranks, proclaiming, "Form up and charge with me." He once again surged toward the enemy formation. This time, his 1,000-strong contingent swiftly followed suit, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. Though they could no longer coordinate with Zhen Xian and Yi Mingyao, Cheng-Yi had faith they too could charge in a battle and unleash their formidable strength. With fists like hammers, each punch sent foes flying. Relying solely on the efficacy of this power, his body unprotected, though any minor wounds swiftly healed with a flash of green light. The demon heroes were no pushovers. They immediately dispatched 3 formidable foes toward him, initiating the assault with a short hammer, crackling with electricity hurled in Cheng-Yi's direction, releasing a storm of lightning even before it neared. Cheng-Yi shouted a warning. It was imperative to prevent the hammer from landing, lest the advancing troops be halted and suffer catastrophic losses. That I end this moment of peril. Cheng-Yi remained unflinching, that he harnessed the essence of tremors. His feet pounding the earth as he charged toward the electric hammer like a whirlwind. His form traced a long arc through the air, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky. Unstoppable, the electric hammer, brimming with countless bolts, hurtled towards him, and without hesitation, Cheng-Yi unleashed a punch. His fist collided with the hammer, generating an immense shockwave. Sparks erupted, energy overflowed, and Cheng-Yi's body was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. He was engulfed by the violent electricity, the energy threatening to tear him apart. Yet unyielding, Cheng-Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. His flesh charred, smoke billowed, giving the impression of severe injury. Yet in this dire moment, he summoned the essence of life. Though his exterior appeared battered, vitality surged within, gradually restoring him. With a single punch, he sent the short hammer flying back into the enemy ranks, inflicting damage on them instead. 3 demons seized the opportunity to attack in midair. He descended rapidly, bracing himself against their blades. His golden skin shimmered, resembling a war god's descent. He withstood their onslaught with his bare body, the sounds of collision echoing across the battlefield. However, Cheng-Yi remained unscathed, a testament to his cultivated 5-practice extreme physique, possessing high defense even without active protection. Now, his defenses were impenetrable, akin to an indestructible body. This golden skin was no detriment, for many such golden figures were present on the battlefield, likely all endowed with the talents of the human race. As soon as Cheng-Yi touched down, he unleashed the bold demon-esque stomp, a surge of power erupting from within him. He struck repeatedly, each punch imbued with a thunderous force. The 3 demons could not withstand his assault, collapsing one by one. As he charged deeper into the fray, he let out furious roars, leaping into the air to survey the battlefield. Flames and lightning danced across the scene. Water flooded the golden mountains. The treasures were being misused in such a battlefield. Those with high defenses held the advantage. Often, one wouldn't even know how they perished. Casualties were heavy across all factions. Cheng-Yi pressed onward, heading toward Zhen Xian, intent on reuniting with her. Zhen Xian and Yi Mingyao were also in the thick of battle, their 3,000 troops having thrown the demon's flank into disarray, causing significant casualties. However, the other 7 teams led by different commanders faced fierce resistance. The demon forces indeed proved stronger than the humans and were beginning to gradually encroach. They must strike from the side to disrupt their formation. Otherwise, the main force would soon buckle under the pressure. Cheng-Yi joined forces with Zhen Xian, charging toward the flank. Eyeing Zhen Xian's hammer, he couldn't help but drool. Had he known, he too would have chosen a hammer. His fists felt too short, lacking the satisfaction of wielding such a weapon. Zhen Xian wielded her hammer, a charming figure in her ultra-short skirt, yet brandishing a gigantic hammer. Truly, mere contact could spell doom. A misstep could lead to death. Coupling Zhen Xian's 5-practice physique with the essence of strength rendered them nearly invincible. This spectacle was bound to dazzle the entire world. Cheng-Yi could only assist her, as the battlefield revolved around that single hammer. After watching for a while, he finally picked up a long spear. Using the spear as a makeshift club, he found that thrusting proved ineffective. Sweeping it across the ranks yielded better results. The 2 led the charge. Though they suffered heavy losses, more troops had converged, reinforcing their ranks alongside the one-armed swordsman Jing Xiong, and they surged forth once more. Cheng-Yi relied on his occasional leaps into the air to gauge the situation. each charge disrupting the demon's formation, leaving a small cluster of enemies for others to overwhelm. With the unmatched combat prowess of Cheng Yi and Jin Xian continually wreaking havoc, they amassed more forces. Eventually, even Yi Mingyao would join the fray, bearing her own wounds and emanating a sanguine aura, likely having awakened her blood-soaked form. There was no need for excessive concern. The battle raged from dawn till dusk, and no one's stamina could rival that of Cheng Yi, Jin Xian, and Yi Mingyao. That Yi Mingyao did not need to resort to any other talents, for her quintuple cultivation body and the profundity of strength had long surpassed the limits. The trio continuously employed the techniques of Bull Demon Stomp and Tiger's Roar, granting them the capacity to annihilate thousands in mere moments, many among the human race, having exhausted their energy due to the explosive surge of blood, finally eradicated the last remnants of the demon clan. All that remained were those sprawled on the ground, gazing at these three crimson youths, the unparalleled prodigies of humanity. With a smile, Yi Mingyao remarked, "Shall we make your names resonate throughout the world?" Cheng Yi replied with a grin, "Indeed." Jin Xian tossed aside her hammer, exclaiming, "I refuse to wield a hammer any longer. It truly tarnishes my image as a beautiful maiden." The trio burst into laughter, neglecting to tally the casualties among their kin, for victory was all that mattered. Wiping the blood from his face, Cheng Yi proclaimed to the world, "I, the one who dominates the realm, am Long Outyin." Such a moniker was bound to incite animosity. After all, it was not Cheng Yi himself who would bear the brunt of it. Jin Xian flashed a V sign and cheerfully declared, "I am the beautiful warrior." Xiaoyi.it was prudent to clarify their titles promptly. Otherwise, like Yi Mingyao, who had incited a federal dispute over her nickname, a nationwide vote was rumored to be underway. With a wave of their hands, the three departed the battlefield. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian returned to the Jin family, retracing their steps to the same spot as before, hastily entering a room to freshen up. News echoed in their minds. The will of the Yuan Star indeed bore rewards. Once Cheng Yi completed his cleansing, he found himself in a fragment of space. This was the reward from the Yuan Star. An isolated piece of world, surprisingly small, merely the size of a basketball court, with land of a dark hue, presumably a remnant of the demon realm. There was also a spring and a small pond, beside which lay a blood-colored longsword. The entirety of this fragment was accessible for information in his mind. The spring was unexpectedly a treasure, a special contribution reward from the myriad battles, containing vital energy. Capable of producing spring water in unpredictable quantities daily, though the energy would dissipate after a certain time. The blood-colored longsword was a spoils of war, randomly distributed. The black soil was suitable for cultivation. Recalling the previous treasure seeds and the yet-to-be-revived eternal tree seeds, he contemplated planting them. Opening a rift to return home, he carried a portable space where smaller items could be accessed at any time. Though larger objects required some time for retrieval, the rewards from the Yuan Star were indeed bountiful, that a notification from the system announced that the host had acquired land, thus activating the financial, companion, and earthly domains. Cheng Yi, astonished, opened the system, which now displayed 4 segments: financial, companion, and earthly domains. All techniques and skills were listed under the law section, while the companions were Yi Mingyao and Jin Xian. The financial section bore a solitary numeral, 2, while the earthly domain encompassed the information of this land. Financial, 6, usable for enhancing proficiency in law, applicable for deducing laws 10,000 times. Earth generates 1 point of world origin daily. The treasure spring produces 1 point. Companion Yi Mingyao's world fragment generates 3. Companion Jin Xian's world fragment generates 1. An additional land can augment the world origin. It dawned upon him that this was the complete system. Law, companion, financial, and earth, legendary prerequisites for attaining immortality. Shortly thereafter, Jin Xian, clad in tattered garments, lamented with a hint of navet, "Alas, it's over. All my beautiful clothes are ruined, that I can no longer wear them." Cheng Yi gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "We are now celebrities on the Yuan Star. Think of how many will idolize us. Before long, our attire will become the epitome of fashion, with everyone donning it." Jin Xian felt a pang of heartache, declaring, "No, those are my exclusive garments. I want you to craft me a few more special ones." Cheng Yi pondered briefly before responding, "In truth, we have overlooked this. For the time being, We cannot afford new garments. Similar styles will easily be recognized. But fret not. The Yuan star is highly developed. Previously, people simply lacked the vision to expand their horizons. Now, they will turn their attention to a myriad of clothing options. Zhen Xian stubbornly insisted, "No, I want clothes made by your own hands." "All right, once your space is activated, I will store several outfits for you. When identical styles emerge on the streets, you can wear your new attire." Cheng Yi assured with a smile. "Yes, I was just thinking of adorning my space. Let us go shopping and buy a plethora of items." Zhen Xian instantly regained her smile, enthusiastically proposing. Chapter 50. Heading north upon hearing the mention of shopping, Cheng Yi inwardly lamented, realizing the predicament that he thought to himself. For the time being, let the subordinates handle the procurement, or we can wait a few days. Everyone is aware that the exceptional contributors of the Sky battlefield will receive fragment rewards. Our conspicuousness will draw attention. You know how formidable organizations like Tian Yilu are. They can deduce much from the smallest clues. Zhen Xian's expression revealed a hint of regret as she replied. "All right, we shall wait a few days then. That I heard there are some new fabrics recently. We must go take a good look in a few days." With that, she stifled a yawn and turned toward her room, saying, "I'm off to take a nap. You can entertain yourself." Matters of space decoration need not trouble her. The procurement would be meticulously arranged by the Zhen family. Cheng Yi observed the somewhat cramped space. The fragment was still too small, that he wondered if acquiring a secret realm would allow the system to enable him to carry it with him, but he decided to leave a patch of land open in preparation for cultivation, intending to plant the treasure seeds from the secret realm. After watering them with the vital energy spring water, he contemplated using the essence of life to stimulate growth. The essence of life flowed into the seeds. They visibly sprouted. The system promptly reacted, indicating, "Earth generates 1 point of world origin daily. The treasure spring produces 1 point. The emerald green fruit tree generates 1 point. More land can increase world origin." Indeed, treasures could augment the origin production of the land. Suddenly recalling the blood sword, a spoils of war bestowed by the Yuan star, likely left behind by the demons, he tested it and found it capable of conveying essences and might. According to the Genius Treasure Atlas, most treasures required vital energy to activate. Thus, the scarcity of treasures during the Sky battlefield was understandable, as most merely offered slight enhancements in combat power. The Yi Mingyao's weapon was effective due to her ability to wield it through her talents or bloodline power. However, the system did not indicate that this blood sword could generate world origin, suggesting it must be a treasure linked to the land to yield such benefits. That he examined the Genius Treasure Atlas, meticulously searching for the emerald green fruit tree, and indeed, it was listed that it would take 5 years for the tree to mature and 10 years to bear fruit, yielding a modest increase in physical vitality and a substantial amount of vital energy, an ideal cultivation resource for the innate stage. Alas, this was yet another item that would consume lifespan. The eternal tree had yet to be revived, so he resolved to stimulate the essence of life daily and wait for the innate stage. Cheng Yi could only enhance his essence of life by 10 points annually, and with the fruits from the everlasting tree, he would total just over 100 points, with the excess allocated to the eternal tree. The most pressing concern was the unknown quantity of lifespan required for the eternal tree's seeds. The entire Yuan star buzzed with fervor, the excitement surpassing even the surreal circumstances surrounding Yi Mingyao's prior appearance. The astonishing events were too numerous to recount, and people meticulously analyzed every detail concerning the two. Their martial prowess was undoubtedly a focal point. Remarkably, all three exhibited identical skills: Bull Demon Fist and Tiger's Bone Training Fist, and had mastered the essence of shock during the body refinement stage. Alongside the secret technique of Tiger's Roar and the essence of sound, AS for the essence of strength, speculation was rampant. Furthermore, their attire became a topic of heated discussion in recent days. Similar garments proliferated, continuously evolving in style. Their nicknames and names had become the subject of widespread discourse. The most pressing mystery was that both had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving Yi Mingyao equally elusive. This led many to suspect that they possessed the talent for disguise. While one person could be dismissed, the simultaneous disappearance of 3 individuals with the same talent was simply incredible. Lu Zi, the intelligence master of Tian Yilu, held a freshly gathered report in her hands, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, At the moment, they reversed the fate of innate martial artists. I sense their extraordinary nature. However, their true strength has exceeded my expectations. That golden light may indeed be the quintuple golden skin or some form of innate power, yet the other two have not revealed themselves, suggesting the likelihood of innate power is greater. Their formidable strength and physicality, or perhaps a physical talent, is truly astonishing. Although this information bore no direct connection to Cheng Yi and Jin Xian. They had recently procured fabric and tools, clearly intending to craft clothing. However, the Jin family lacked such seamstresses. After completing their garments, they had immediately proceeded to the sky battlefield, disguising themselves as two elderly figures. I witnessed it firsthand. This is undoubtedly a demonstration of transformation talent. Moreover, within the secret realm, his physical power was remarkably potent, preferring to use his fists. This characteristic is highly probable. Lu Zi, ever confident in her sixth sense, had arrived at the answer she sought that I truly hope to engage them in meaningful dialogue. However, at present, all eyes are fixed on Tian Yi Lu. When it comes to intelligence gathering, Tian Yi Lu is indeed second to none. This secret must remain locked within my heart, concealed from all. The Demon Clan and the cult have already listed them as primary assassination targets. I shall erase the records of fabric and tool purchases. Let this secret remain buried within me forever. Lu Zi silently resolved. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi remained blissfully unaware that their identities had already raised suspicions. Despite his utmost caution, the world is all-knowing and all-seeing. Any trace of existence, however faint, can be inferred and confirmed if commonalities are found. Yet he remains just an ordinary worker on this planet. Half a month passed, and Jiang Hongfei sent over the certificate and the admission notice from Tiandu Academy. Cheng Yi and Jin Xian bid a reluctant farewell to the Jin family and set off on their journey alone. They decided to avoid flying as much as possible, a request Jin Fei had repeatedly emphasized. Initially, the Jin family intended to send someone to escort them, but Jin Xian firmly declined, looking forward to a journey of unencumbered exploration. Dressed in brand-new attire, Cheng Yi and Jin Xian drove northward. His gaze wandered along the streets, admiring the long, graceful legs of passers-by. The trend of JK uniforms was sweeping across the Federation, with an array of colorful skirts, short socks, knee-highs, and long socks emerging in abundance. Cheng Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude, presuming that all men must appreciate his audacious act. Beside him, Jin Xian playfully scolded, "Your eyes are about to fall out. How could I possibly compare?" She added with a teasing tone, "Keep your focus on the road, or you might just crash." Cheng Yi laughed heartily. "I am merely appreciating the splendor of this city. Look how vibrant and bustling it is." Jin Xian shot him a sidelong glance, pouting slightly as she indulged in her snacks. As they traveled further north, the weather gradually turned colder. Cheng Yi thoughtfully designed a female version of the flying fish outfit for Jin Xian. This was not an unusual decision, as many in the north had begun to design and were such attire that it was indeed a burgeoning season for the fashion market, and those who had not settled their design fees were undoubtedly receiving unfavorable reviews. Some individuals still donned short skirts and long socks, relying on their martial prowess to withstand the cold, which posed no challenge to them. They traversed the wilderness and the territories of demonic beasts more frequently. The number of vehicles on the road dwindled, and groups of travelers began to band together. Cheng Yi remarked to Jin Xian, "We, as two young ones driving along this route, certainly draw attention. Let us find a city and join a convoy for safety." Jin Xian nodded in agreement, having noticed the peculiar glances from pedestrians, which indeed felt somewhat unsettling. They soon located a city and found the escort agency. Holding the admission notice felt akin to possessing a unique pass. The convoy heading north was quite numerous, and the entire group was exceptionally considerate towards Cheng Yi and Jin Xian, a testament to the high quality and moral integrity of the Federation's populace. Jin Xian was thoroughly delighted by the journey. Not only was there demonic beast meat to savor along the way, but Jin Xian had also cultivated origin crystal rice in her space. Seeds obtained through her commendable efforts. With her life principle, the yield was remarkably swift, ensuring a steady supply for their basic cultivation needs. As night fell over the wilderness, their escort convoy encountered an attack from demonic beasts. A commonplace occurrence, Cheng Yi and Jin Xian joined in to assist. Since leaving Donghai City, they could no longer utilize the Mighty Bull Demon Fist and Tiger Demon Bone Piercing Fist in the Yuanqing world. Cheng-Yi intensified his training on the Taishan heavy pressure stance, quickly reaching proficiency thanks to the support of his financial resources. Jin Xian wielded a blood-red blade, its glimmer transforming into a vast net of blades that countered the onslaught of the wolf demons. Today's attackers were a pack of wolves, and their numbers were overwhelming. The escorts were beginning to struggle, prompting numerous guests and merchants to lend a hand that on the convoy's roof stood a skilled escort. Xiong Jianjun, a practitioner at the innate stage, who awaited the arrival of the wolf pack's leader. Cheng-Yi periodically leaped into the fray of wolves, his basic fist techniques executed with remarkable finesse. His entire being became a weapon, having integrated the Blizzard 18 styles into his combat style. The formidable five-organ spirit allowed him to perceive every subtle shift in his surroundings with clarity. At that moment, he relished the experience. Each evasion was executed without a waste of energy, and his punches were merely infused with the strength of two practices, fluidly attacking while searching for weaknesses. Previously, he had relied solely on brute force without any defense. Meanwhile, Jin Xian practiced the plum blossom blade technique, particularly suited for women. This technique was light and elusive, comprising a plethora of intricate moves. And with Jin Xian's innate talent for swordsmanship, her progress was rapid. Soon, a resounding wolf howl echoed through the night, as 10 elite demonic wolves and a 2-meter-tall wolf king charged toward them. Before they could close the distance, a green energy sphere shot from the wolf king's mouth towards the convoy. Escort Xiong Jianjun shouted a fierce command and met the energy sphere with a powerful palm strike. The resultant shockwave erupted, propelling him toward the Wolf King. Cheng-Yi dashed forward to intercept an elite wolf demon, narrowly dodging its claws before landing a punch to its belly. The strength of his two-practice punch merely wounded it. Failing to deliver a fatal blow, he swiftly pivoted and surged toward another wolf demon, employing agility to inflict damage upon the elite wolves, thus providing cover for others that on the other side. Jin Xian retreated. Breathless as she returned to the vehicle, N01 chided her. It was understandable for a young girl to withdraw after holding her ground for so long. She turned and slipped out the opposite door. Disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 51. Tiandu Academy. Upon noticing Jin Xian's absence, Cheng-Yi sensed something amiss. Although he trusted Jin Xian's abilities, he dispatched Xiao Hui to investigate, as the rear was unable to keep pace with her swift movements. Jin Xian stealthily maneuvered around the convoy, and Xiao Hui detected a concealed figure. The wolf demons were likely summoned by this individual. Darkness was Jin Xian's domain. The night sky was devoid of stars. Illuminated only by a hazy glow, she crept close behind the figure, who remained oblivious. However, the five-organ spirit could sense movements within a certain radius. In a swift motion, Jin Xian lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike. A blood-red blade transformed into an ethereal blackness. Surrounded by swirling shadows as she executed her lethal attack. The figure reacted quickly, countering with a clap of their hands, summoning a wave of dark mist. Their body radiated black energy, but it proved insufficient to halt Jin Xian's assault. With a momentary hesitation, Jin Xian altered her approach, transitioning from a thrust to a slap, striking the opponent's back and then delivering a follow-up slash that severed their thigh. The cloaked figure was about to let out a pained cry when Jin Xian swiftly reached behind, stifling their voice while infusing deadly energy into their body. The figure collapsed, and Jin Xian seized them, retreating rapidly. She opened a spatial rift, pulling them into the fragments, using her life principle to staunch their bleeding limbs. Rousing them from unconsciousness, she demanded, "Who are you? Where do you come from? And why are you here?" The figure stared at Jin Xian in silence. In response, she severed another leg, then healed it using her life principle, stating, "You wouldn't want to suffer, would you? I could inflict 3,000 cuts upon you, ensuring that even in death, you wouldn't escape." The figure's expression shifted as he replied, "Soul of death, life principle, legendary powers that you possess. What an exceptional assassin you are. Ha. The Tiandao sect has nurtured two monsters. Yet here you are. Was that blade technique the yin-yang slash from the martial arts plaza? You've comprehended it, which means you've also grasped the principle of causality, thus annihilating the source blood. Everything is a mere illusion for you. And this spatial fragment. It's only recently that one could access the sky battlefield through a small world, so you must be Xiao Yi. Enough of your prattle. Speak or remain silent. Jin Xian threatened, brandishing her blade once more. Stop. I'm as good as dead anyway, that I'm from the Donghai Hall. I mean no harm. The hall master sent me to persuade you. We oppose the headquarters and are part of the resistance. The previous vision of the Tiandao sect as Ouroboros has long since faded, and the headquarters sought a substitute, turning to the dark magic lord as Shadow Serpent. Some within the Tiandao sect do not accept this, igniting a conflict between the two factions. The resistance was defeated, and we have since gone underground. The Donghai Hall has been nurturing you, providing significant support. Have you ever witnessed our nefarious side? No. We still hope for your return, the figure gasped. Jin Xian hesitated momentarily, but remained resolute, having no favorable impression of the Tiandao sect, regardless of their affiliation. She searched the figure, destroying everything she found on them, severing their arms, and binding them before hastily returning to the camp. The demonic wolves had retreated, indicating that the Wolf King had fled. When Chengyi returned and recounted the situation, he stated, "This person cannot die yet. If they do, the Donghai Hall will be alerted. Let us keep them confined for now, and I'll find time to bring them to my place. They just want to leave us be." Changyi sighed. The convoy continued northward, and Jin Xian felt a renewed sense of danger, prompting her to train even harder, avoiding distractions along the way. Chengyi felt a sense of relief. At least the specter of the Tiandao sect loomed over them, preventing any sense of ease. Upon arriving in Tiandu City, they found Tiandu Academy nestled within its heart. The entire city seemed to cater to the academy, which was one of the top 10 institutions in the Federation. Boasting unparalleled economic prosperity, this city rivaled the capital, with some areas even more distinctive. The streets were straight and orderly, leading directly from the city gates to the academy entrance. Chengyi perceived the city as remarkably orderly, akin to military management, with pristine streets bustling with a continuous flow of people. Though the tall buildings and homes were draped in immaculate white, the streets were alive with the aroma of various local delicacies. In the chill of winter, clusters of women clad in light attire, revealing their long legs, gathered around steaming food stalls, adding to the picturesque scenery. Jin Xian stood up, her large, sparkling eyes glowing with excitement as she exclaimed, "This is the kind of street that has flavor. Oh, so many snacks." Chengyi promptly pulled her back down, admonishing, "Stay in the vehicle. There will be plenty of opportunities to explore later." Though it was the frigid depths of winter, Changyi felt a surge of warmth in his mind, hastily pressing the accelerator as he sped towards the academy. Jin Xian, muttering softly, frequently glanced back with a look of regret etched upon her face. Upon their arrival at the academy's entrance, they were promptly halted. Vehicles were not permitted within. They reluctantly made their way to the underground parking lot. The two of them shouldered their bags and ventured into the academy, where they were greeted by a world draped in shimmering frost. The branches of the saplings transformed into plump silver ribbons, and the tender green leaves adorned with vibrant crimson petals sparkled with glistening frost. A security guard soon arrived in a school bus to escort them deeper into the sprawling campus. The expanse was indeed vast, particularly the various training squares where numerous figures, drenched in sweat, were diligently practicing martial arts. The guard remarked, "Each class serves as a sanctuary for cultivation, equipped with comprehensive facilities. Classrooms, training squares, dining halls, faculty buildings, dormitories, and more. Martial arts thrive on competition, hence rivalry permeates every corner. You must ascend from the lowest class. All newcomers start in Year 1, Class 9, which is the largest and most populated. Simply seek out a teacher for assistance." Chengyi found it hard to fathom that a single class could function as an entire school, each being independent, with competition lurking at every turn. They soon arrived at the territory of Year 1, Class 9, which indeed proved to be the most expansive of all. The guard unceremoniously dropped them off, and they made their way towards the faculty building through the training square, where many children of similar age to them were engaged in practice, which put Chengyi at ease. He had worried that their youth might set them apart. It seemed that the people at the entrance had already informed others, as a middle-aged man awaited them at the entrance of the teaching building. Chengyi and Jin Xian hurried over, presenting their enrollment notifications. The middle-aged man accepted the documents and stated, "I am Yuan Shi, the homeroom teacher of Year 1, Class 9. Although you have entered under special provisions, this is Tiandu Academy, where all are treated equally. There are no privileges here. Allow me to take you to your dormitory." As Yuan Shi led them towards their accommodation, he elaborated, "This is a martial arts academy, and the essence lies in martial arts itself. There are 5 compulsory courses: martial arts, mathematics, language and literature, moral philosophy, and alien studies. Additionally, you may select elective courses, and you must accumulate a total of 100 points and achieve a breakthrough in innate abilities to advance to the second year. Assessments occur annually. If you score below 60 points, you will return to your original place, and if you fail to reach 100 points within 3 years, you will be expelled. You may challenge for advancement to other classes at any time. The higher the class, the better the resources and teaching staff. The assessments are solely based on combat capability, so you need only challenge others. The teaching here focuses only on the 5 compulsory subjects. So for elective classes, you must seek other areas of the academy. The academy provides essential resources, and if you find them insufficient, you may visit the merit building to earn merits, which can be exchanged for anything. Academy merits are equivalent to federal merits. Cheng-Yi inquired, "Teacher Yuan, can federal merits be exchanged for independent dormitories?" Yuan Shihuang paused in surprise. "Of course. Anything can be exchanged that you possess federal merits." Cheng-Yi pressed on. "Where can we exchange them? Is self-study permitted?" Yuan Shihuang replied, "Only the merit building facilitates exchanges. You may go directly there. Here is a map. The academy is quite free, aside from important notices posted at the entrance. You may roam freely, even skipping classes as long as you can pass the assessments. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me, and do ensure to process your student IDs at the academy office." Yuan Shihuang seemed considerably more relaxed now that he realized they had merits. "Thank you, Teacher Yuan, that we shall take our leave now." Cheng-Yi bowed in gratitude. Yuan Shihuang watched them depart, contemplating. To possess federal merits is indeed intriguing. I must investigate further. The inquiry was rather simple. Being from Donghai City, he could easily gather information by asking the locals. Soon, details about Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian found their way to him. Upon reviewing the information, he was taken aback. Federal third-class Yunhui medals indicated the arrival of a prodigy, though he lamented that they might not be able to stay long, likely advancing to Class 1 shortly. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian swiftly arrived at the merit building, and Cheng-Yi was oblivious to the extent of his own merits, as Jin Xian typically utilized her own. Upon scanning, he discovered an astonishing 323 points, causing the young lady at the front desk to blink in astonishment. This did not even account for the merits from the Sky Battle, which they had yet to claim. An independent dormitory of the finest quality required merely 100 points. Boasting an exclusive courtyard with complete facilities. Chapter 52. The Merit Pavilion. The only drawback was that the academy did not provide transportation, and given its vast expanse, students relied solely on their agility to traverse the grounds. This served as a unique form of training, enhancing their physical prowess. It seemed that the bus they had taken upon arrival was the sole perk granted by the academy. Consequently, Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian decided to head to the office together to obtain their student IDs. Fortunately, the office was not far from the merit building. Utilizing their agility, the two hastened to their dormitory, frequently spotting fellow students darting past them. Upon reaching their independent courtyard, they encountered a young man in a flowing robe exiting from a neighboring courtyard. He exuded an air of elegance and appeared quite handsome. Curiously, he scrutinized Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian and greeted them. "Hello, I am Huangfu Yuan from Year 3, Class 1. Are you two new arrivals?" Cheng-Yi turned around, responding with a friendly smile. "Indeed. Hello, I am Cheng-Yi, and this is Jin Xian, that we have just arrived at the academy." Huangfu Yuan expressed astonishment. "Impressive. You just joined the academy, yet you already reside in an independent courtyard. Are you not aware of the rarity of merits?" Cheng-Yi chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "We had no choice. We are not accustomed to sharing accommodations. While merits are indeed precious, we had to exchange them." His casual demeanor belied the ease with which merits came to him, leaving him somewhat oblivious to their true value. This response came across as somewhat ostentatious, revealing his inner confidence and audacity. Huangfu Yuan smiled. "Then may I inquire about the origins of your merits? Did you acquire them through federal means? As newcomers, you should not possess many merits. It appeared that he considered them to be exceptionally gifted. You should hurry and take the assessments, as the resource disparities between classes are considerable." Cheng-Yi expressed his gratitude. "We have much to learn. We'll observe the situation first as for the assessment process. We are indeed unclear." Huangfu Yuan laughed heartily. "Of course, you prove your strength through combat. Start from Class 9 and work your way up to Class 1. One by one, to simply approach the homeroom teacher and inform him of your desire to advance. He will select some classmates to face you in challenges. Sometimes it depends on his mood, as he may choose the strongest students to fight against you. Therefore, advancing is not a simple task. This is the Academy's unique approach. Cheng-Yi marveled at the complexity of it all. How troublesome. Thank you for the information that if you have the time, do visit our courtyard. Huang Fuyuan regarded Cheng-Yi with a peculiar look. You've just arrived. Perhaps we shall gather again in the future, that I must take my leave now. Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian strolled through their courtyard, examining their surroundings. The space was expansive and beautiful, featuring 4 independent living quarters. Additionally, there was a formation set up in the courtyard that could be activated at any time. Cheng-Yi remarked to Jin Xian, I suspect we shan't remain in Class 9 for long. Our Yunhui medals cannot be concealed, that to avoid drawing attention. Let us advance swiftly. Tomorrow, please inquire about the other elective courses and see if Jin Mei is studying here. Jin Xian nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to access her spatial storage, Cheng-Yi halted her. The fluctuation from the space might attract unwanted attention. Let us activate the formation first before retrieving anything. The courtyard was equipped with kitchen facilities, so they opted not to dine in the cafeteria. That evening, they prepared a delightful dinner themselves and completed their daily training. The following morning, Cheng-Yi and Jin Xian arrived early at the teaching building of Class 9. As Jin Xian had already gone to make friends on the square, Cheng-Yi ventured alone into the teaching building. His maturity far surpassed that of his peers, and he had yet to encounter anyone with whom he could truly connect. Huang Fuyuan was an exception. Though Cheng-Yi felt that he regarded him as too young to as martial artists, they were brimming with energy. If they trained sufficiently, their consciousness would also become potent. Thus, they only required 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day. At 5 o'clock, Cheng-Yi reached the classroom, only to find many classmates already practicing in the square. Classes commenced at 6, comprising entirely of cultural subjects until noon. The afternoon was reserved for martial arts training, which included various weapon practices, combat techniques, footwork, and tactics, each class offering diverse and unique content. Students could enjoy meals in the cafeteria at midday and in the evening, where the disparities in resources among classes became evident. That night, Jin Xian and Cheng-Yi were relishing their dinner in the courtyard. The cafeteria's offerings could not compare to the quality of the crystal rice they had cultivated themselves, leading them to prefer dining in their courtyard. Jin Xian informed Cheng-Yi, elective courses are conducted in public classrooms and are held every afternoon. The content is rich and varied, encompassing a wide range of knowledge that we may also self-study in the library. As long as we can pass the assessments, students in classes above 3 enjoy better resources, even being able to customize medicinal meals in the cafeteria. They can utilize merits or the latest federally developed blood tonic pills to enhance their internal organs, which are distributed monthly to AT present. I have yet to gather any news regarding Jin Mei. The time has been too brief, and I have not ventured elsewhere for inquiries. Thus, let us challenge Class 8 tomorrow. Taking on a different class each day, we must make use of the resources available to us. Additionally, I plan to visit the Merit Hall tomorrow to exchange some items. The safety of the Academy is exceptionally high, allowing us to pursue our individual studies during the day in subjects that pique our interest. Cheng-Yi suggested. That sounds delightful. Our days of freedom have resumed. Jin Xian beamed with joy, her face radiating happiness. Cheng-Yi gently ruffled her hair and softly proposed, how about we sleep together tonight? I have a feeling that the winter here might be quite cold, and 2 bodies would surely provide warmth. Jin Xian laughed and playfully darted away, teasing, I won't sleep with you, you naughty fellow. Cheng-Yi chuckled heartily before commencing his training. The following afternoon, the two arrived at Class 8, where they directly sought out the homeroom teacher. Tang Mu. Without any hesitation or difficulty, Tang Mu inquired, do you wish to use your fists or weapons? Cheng-Yi replied, fists, please. Tang Mu casually waved his hand, summoning a robust young boy. Although the boy appeared youthful, he emanated a steady demeanor, indicative of solid martial arts training that he charged at Cheng-Yi, executing his punches with proficiency and a solid foundation, showcasing rich combat experience. Moreover, he had reached the realm of training his internal organs, demonstrating that his prowess was indeed exceptional. This boy was undoubtedly an elite among the top 10 academies, likely a master of at least the 2nd tier. Cheng-Yi responded with composure, employing only the strength of a beginner to easily withstand his onslaught. After just a few exchanges, Tang Mu decisively called off the sparring. Stop. You have passed. He glanced at Ching Yi and remarked, I doubt you will remain in Class 8 for long. You may leave. There is no need for that young lady to test further. If you wish to advance tomorrow, proceed directly to Class 3. I will inform their homeroom teacher. Ching Yi and Jin Xian expressed their gratitude in unison and departed Class 8. Indeed, the Academy's faculty possessed keen insight. Swiftly arranging for their transition to Class 3, Ching Yi and Jin Xian arrived at the Merit Pavilion, where they were greeted by the same charming young lady from 2 days prior. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, clad in a deep black uniform complemented by a pleated skirt and white stockings, exuding youthful vibrance and beauty. Ching Yi could not help but admire her elegant legs and playfully inquired, Miss, don't you have classes to attend, or are you solely dedicated to this role? The young lady, Xin Bei, glanced at Ching Yi with a sweet smile and replied, My name is Xin Bei, and I am a dedicated staff member here, that I am not part of the Academy. I am an official employee of the Federation. How may I assist you? I would like to see if I can exchange for any treasures. Do you have a list of them? Ching Yi asked with curiosity. Treasures? They are quite valuable, Xin Bei responded. Come with me. A glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes as she led Ching Yi to a room on the second floor. Inside, an unusual machine awaited. Once activated by a magical array, a display screen illuminated, resembling a computer. Ching Yi inquired with curiosity, What is this? Xin Bei proudly explained, This is the Immortal Screen, a wondrous device linked to the entire city's Merit Hall. Through it, you can view all the treasures available throughout the city as long as your merit is sufficient. You can exchange for anything. Ching Yi meticulously browsed the information displayed on the Immortal Screen, discovering a plethora of treasures. Weapons, armor, and various equipment dazzled his eyes, with most items priced above 5,000 merits. Upon examining the section for special treasures, Ching Yi found only 5 options. After careful scrutiny, he identified 2 seeds, a mirror, and 2 unidentified ores. These items were entirely unfamiliar to him, with their merits marked as unknown. Nevertheless, Ching Yi felt an intense interest in them and resolved to acquire all 5 special treasures. Xin Bei expressed her astonishment. You are certain about this choice? Do not regret it. Ching Yi smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall not regret it. How will they be delivered? Xin Bei cheerfully replied, Come back here in 2 days to collect them. You are quite the affluent one. 5,000 merits, plus the 2,000 for the boxing gloves, totals 7,000 merits. Xin Bei warmly escorted Ching Yi down the stairs, waving goodbye with a friendly gesture. You are welcome to visit again. Observing that he had some free time in the afternoon, Ching Yi strolled leisurely through the academy grounds, searching for Yi Mingyao's figure. Despite the snowfall from the previous night, the academy's paths had been cleared by morning. The campus, adorned in silver, appeared particularly enchanting under the sun that he absent-mindedly admired this rare and beautiful scenery, feeling relaxed and at ease. Students passing by hurried along, their eyes reflecting surprise at Ching Yi's presence. Shortly thereafter, Ching Yi arrived at a bustling square that on the stage, an intense battle was unfolding, with the crowd cheering for the duel between a woman in white and a young man in a strong outfit. Upon closer inspection, Ching Yi recognized the familiar face of Nangong Yin. Gently nudging a nearby youth, he inquired, Excuse me, could you explain what is happening here? The young man looked at him in surprise and replied, This is Kong Hu from Class 2, challenging Nangong Yin from Class 1. Feigning ignorance, Ching Yi asked curiously, I just enrolled 2 days ago. My name is Ching Yi. Are the promotion matches held here? The young man smiled and introduced himself. I am Hua Yi Dao, a student from Year 1, Class 4. Ordinary promotions do not require this venue, but students from Class 3 and above often arrange matches here, as they are frequently absent from the academy. This is Kong Hu's second promotion match. Last year he lost to Wenjiechi. Class 1 consists of only 10 members, all of whom are exceptionally talented, with remarkable combat prowess and extensive practical experience. I fear Kong Hu may face a tough challenge this time, as he is competing against a member of the Nangong family, and Nangong Yin is the sister of Tian Feng. His luck seems quite dire. Ching Yi continued to inquire humbly, Is it not possible to select one's opponent during a challenge? Hua Yidao explained, When moving from Class 2 to Class 1, one may specify an opponent, but often they are unavailable. Only during the final assessments do all participants gather, that if you do not wish to wait, you must follow the teacher's arrangements and fight whomever you encounter, that he sighed afterwards. Ching Yi observed the 2 combatants on stage. both having reached the pinnacle of their third training level. The match would be a contest of talent, lineage, and style, as neither had yet grasped the profound essence of their abilities. That it was evident that Nangong Yen possessed a superiority in strength compared to Kong Hu. With a powerful shout, Kong Hu's skin shimmered with a golden glow, transforming him into a formidable figure. However, this golden form appeared to enhance his defense, inadvertently slowing his speed. Despite his aggressive tactics, he could not even graze the hem of Nangong Yan's attire. They found themselves in a stalemate, unable to defeat one another. This contest was undoubtedly a balanced clash, captivating the attention of onlookers. However, it was clear to all that Kong Hu was destined to lose. His talent did not favor him in this arena. He was meant to be a fearless warrior, yet his performance in this match was disappointing. His golden aura, while bolstering his defenses, had hindered his speed. Kong Hu leaped off the stage in defeat, prompting a collective sigh from the crowd. Hua Yidao also sighed. What a pity for Kong Hu. The academy system is to blame. Cheng Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, yet such is life. Each individual has their role. Once he transcends the innate level, everything will improve. Hua Yidao said nothing further, while Cheng Yi and he casually strolled, exchanging various tidbits about the academy. That evening, Zhen Xian returned to their small courtyard. They warmly shared dinner, having specially packed an array of delicious dishes from the cafeteria. Zhen Xian animatedly recounted her day at the academy before suddenly pausing, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Oh, I heard that Yi Mingyao is now in Class 2. However, she is currently out on a mission. Yi Mingyao entered Class 2 immediately upon enrollment. She is quite a renowned figure. Now, she is known as Zhen Meili. Cheng Yi smiled and cautioned, we must refrain from mentioning those three words in the future, lest walls have ears. Regarding the formations, we are still entirely in the dark. Hence, it is prudent to proceed cautiously. Furthermore, we need to remain in Class 3 for a while longer. If 3 students continuously perform exceptionally well, suspicions are bound to arise. This is precisely why Zhen Meili remains in Class 2. Zhen Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. Let us proceed as you suggest. I believe we shall see her soon. The next day, in the plaza of Year 1, Class 3, the homeroom teacher, Liang Xian, observed the 2 children closely. They were of similar age to the last Zhen Meili. Although the Federation boasted many talented youths, the sudden emergence of 3 such outstanding students at Tiandu Academy raised her suspicions, particularly following the recent Sky Battlefield incident, where 3 young geniuses had achieved an unprecedented victory against thousands, only to mysteriously vanish thereafter. Every young talent that appeared now became a subject of her scrutiny, dressed in a flowing red gown. Liang Xian spoke calmly. You may choose either weapons or fists. I shall preside as the referee. Once I declare a halt, the match must cease. Did I ask that clear? Peng Tieji, Zhuang Yiling, you shall come forth first. Internally, she mused, were it not for the absence of several experts, I would surely send forth our finest students to assess your strengths. Begin. Cheng Yi stepped forward, proactively meeting Peng Tieji, with a towering figure and a long knife in hand. Peng exuded a fierce and menacing aura that he swung his blade at Cheng Yi with ferocity, the gleam of the knife flashing ominously. Instantly recognizing Peng Tieji's formidable prowess, Cheng Yi deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the blade's edge while simultaneously striking the weapon's body. Peng Tieji's knife trembled slightly but quickly transformed its trajectory, launching an upward slash aimed at Cheng Yi's arm. Reacting swiftly, Cheng Yi withdrew his arm decisively, retreating to avoid falling into a passive stance. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flickered in Peng Tieji's eyes, and an onslaught of knife strikes rained down upon Cheng Yi like a tempest. Each strike was faster and more ruthless than the last. Cheng Yi's senses were heightened, and memories of that night battling the wolf demon surged within him. His hands moved with remarkable agility, parrying and countering Peng Tieji's furious assaults with ease. Every part of his body, fists, palms, feet, elbows, and knees, deflected the blade's advance. Despite Peng Tieji's relentless barrage, he could not inch closer to Cheng Yi. Eventually, a breath of frustration escaped his chest, and feelings of defeat began to arise. Cheng Yi's mental fortitude had grown astonishingly robust. Not a single movement from Peng Tieji could elude his perception. Seizing the opportunity presented by his opponent's lapse, he maneuvered through the layers of flashing blades, reaching the vicinity of Peng Tieji's chest. Caught off guard by Cheng Yi's rapid breach of his defenses, Peng hastily attempted to counter, but it was too late. His stance had become disordered. Cheng Yi finally grasped the essence of balance. In the past, he had relied solely on instinct or brute force to disrupt equilibrium. Now, however, he possessed a profound understanding of martial principles that to disrupt an opponent's balance or to guide them into a state of imbalance. Revealing vulnerabilities, his strikes became increasingly intricate, each punch and palm landing precisely on Peng Tieji's balance points, forcing him into instability. Peng Tieji retreated swiftly, striving to regain his composure. Yet, Cheng Yi afforded him no respite. Just as his palm was about to imprint upon Peng Tieji's forehead, Liang Xian's voice resounded throughout the arena. "Stop!" Liang Xian cast a penetrating glance at Cheng Yi before addressing Peng Tieji. "Do you understand why you lost? In martial arts, one must apply 7 parts of strength while conserving 3 that your technique is excessively fierce, and your power is overexerted. Return to class 4. When you learn to wield your strength with precision, you may return." Peng Tieji bowed thoughtfully, then silently made his way towards the exit. That on the other hand, Jin Xian's performance was markedly simpler. Her swordplay was divine, swift as lightning, executing the plum blossom sword technique with exquisite precision, each stroke blossoming like a flower in the air. Her movements flowed like a breeze, graceful and enchanting, captivating all who beheld her. Zhuang Yiling, however, was utterly unable to withstand Jin Xian's onslaught. The disparity in speed and technique was glaring, a testament to their differing levels of strength. After Liang Xian halted the match, she was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. She had never been so thoroughly dominated, feeling utterly outmatched. This time, Liang Xian offered no further commentary. She watched Zhuang Yiling depart, then turned to the 2 victors. "Welcome to Class 3, that your strengths require no further guidance from me. For now, focus on refining your bodies and enhancing your foundational skills. If you aspire to enter Class 2, understand that every member possesses extraordinary talent. The decision is yours." The surrounding students erupted in fervent discussion. Faced with such formidable prowess, each felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing that Peng Tieji and Zhuang Yiling would soon return to challenge their standings. Among them, 2 were destined to depart from Class 3. That Liang Xian quietly watched the 2 leave, contemplating their exceptional talents. One had perfected the art of the blade. The other possessed a profound comprehension of martial philosophy. Their paths diverged entirely from those of the likes of Xiao, Yi, and Long Outyin encountered on the battlefield. Yet, Cheng Yi had yet to reveal the full extent of his abilities associated with the 3rd-tier Yinhui medal. Upon returning to their courtyard, Jin Xian expressed her concerns. "Do you think we were too impressive? I nearly made someone cry." Cheng Yi laughed heartily. "Fear not, once your plum blossom sword technique reaches its pinnacle, others will find it unimaginable. Let us enjoy our year in Class 3. We have abundant resources, including yuan crystal rice. The Academy's security measures are stringent, providing an unparalleled environment that I believe we shall soon enter the innate realm." Jin Xian smiled brightly. "Indeed, we must focus on our studies and ensure that Tianyin sect recognizes our prowess in the future." The days unfolded as they wished, serene and fulfilling. Cheng Yi meticulously selected courses in medicine, demonic language, demonology, botany, and the fundamentals of formation techniques, with the latter being a subject he held in high regard. However, the fundamentals of formation techniques only covered theoretical knowledge. Actual formation deployment required yuan energy, accessible solely to practitioners of the innate realm. Thus, they could only simulate practice using yuan energy stones, although Cheng Yi hesitated to expend his hard-earned merits on such costly materials. He resolutely committed to his studies. As for Jin Xian, Cheng Yi refrained from imposing his will, trusting her to choose courses aligned with her interests and talents that he wished for her to flourish freely, shining in her unique way. The 5 treasures had been retrieved, and the system proved remarkable. 2 seeds had been sown. One was a yin-yang spirit flower, which would enhance the 5 vital organs when grown, though Cheng Yi could not consume it, as it was meant for refining his essence. The other was a stellar bamboo, capable of gathering starlight, though its utility remained uncertain. The 2 stones and the mirror were equally enigmatic. Cheng Yi buried them alongside the black-clad individuals from Tianyin sect, as they no longer served any purpose. Chapter 54. The Gravity Chamber. Thus, each day, his essence grew by an additional 2 points, and he pondered the prospect of searching for treasures in various cities in the future. Class 3, as an elite class, comprised only 30 students, and Liang Xian's teaching methods were astute. She could always discern the weaknesses in other students' cultivation. However, she had never offered any comments regarding Jin Xian and Cheng Yi, leading the rest of the class to assume she was targeting them. Cheng Yi maintained a distinctly independent demeanor, rarely mingling with his classmates. Only Jin Xian, with her charm and allure, garnered affection from both her teachers and peers. She had begun receiving various love letters, a common occurrence given the traditional marriage customs of the Yuanxing realm, which Cheng Yi could only respond to with a smile. One day, Liang Xian observed from a distance as Cheng Yi practiced the Taishan pressure technique alone. She approached and inquired. The Taishan pressure technique is merely a common martial art, and its effects on physical training are not remarkable. With your merits, you should be able to exchange for a more advanced training method. Cheng Yi paused his practice and asked, I enjoy this technique. I heard it can cultivate the essence of gravity. Is that true? Liang Xian replied earnestly. The merits building has visualization diagrams of the 5 sacred mountains that if you exchange for the gravity chamber. Practicing this technique will be greatly beneficial. Furthermore, you needn't isolate yourself. Engage more with your classmates and make friends. Cheng Yi felt astonished. Liang Xian was indeed reliable, personally guiding him. Should she know his thoughts, she would surely be infuriated, thinking, it's not that I do not wish to teach, but rather that you have made it impossible for me to guide you. Gratefully, Cheng Yi remarked, There's a gravity chamber? Why has no one mentioned it before? Liang Xian rolled her eyes, but revealed a hint of charm as she slowly replied. The gravity chamber requires merits. Only Class 1 and certain specific individuals can access it. But you are eligible. Moreover, it's not that no one told you. Rather, you have not proactively made friends, so how could others inform you? Cheng Yi smiled wryly. I'll go check it out now. Even Miss Shinbei didn't mention it. Thank you, Teacher Liang, that I'll head there right away, he exclaimed before darting off. Liang Xian smiled and shook her head, contemplating. Cheng Yi is not difficult to get along with. Perhaps his isolation stems from being overly reclusive or other reasons that keep him at a distance from others. Nonetheless, his eccentric personality is quite intriguing. Cheng Yi strolled leisurely across the campus, relishing the beautiful surroundings, treating his walk as a form of relaxation. It was no wonder others considered him a peculiar individual. In this fiercely competitive academy, few possess such a carefree demeanor. From afar, Shinbei spotted the wealthy patron and hurried to greet him. The other attendants at the Merit Pavilion were not surprised. This esteemed guest was well regarded, and they too would choose to personally welcome him. Welcome. What can I assist you with today? Shinbei greeted enthusiastically. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. I heard you offer gravity chamber services. Why didn't you mention it before? Had I known, I would have come more frequently. Shinbei responded in surprise. It's not that I didn't tell you, but rather that informing you would be futile. It's a privilege of Class 1. Cheng Yi nonchalantly produced a medal from his pocket and inquired, Is this of any use? 3rd tier, Yunhui medal. Shinbei's eyes widened as she examined it closely, then she grasped Cheng Yi's arm, exclaiming, Big shot, please take care of me. The other attendants within the establishment were utterly astonished. In such a public setting, Shinbei audaciously uttered such words. Cheng Yi, recognizing the jest, replied, All right, enough of the jesting. May we make use of the gravity chamber? Of course. Shinbei beamed. All the facilities here are at your service. Xiao Shu, Xiao Qian, quickly prepare the tea and fruits. Our esteemed guest has arrived, and the VIP room awaits. One cannot help but commend the Federation's training system for its meticulous precision. While one might assume these attendants were merely jesting, the 2 young ladies executed their duties with utmost seriousness, promptly attending to the preparation of tea and refreshments. Shinbei guided Cheng Yi to the depths of the service hall, where a VIP room was situated. The ambience was warm and inviting, with 3 attendants bustling about, offering him fragrant tea, fresh fruits, and delectable cookies. Cheng Yi could not resist savoring this delightful treatment and smiled as he remarked, I had no idea this medal possessed such multifaceted functions. I truly underestimated its significance. Shinbei, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, This is the 3rd-class Yunhui medal, awarded only to those who have rendered exceptional service to the Federation. In this academy, there are certainly no more than 5 individuals who possess such a medal. It is truly remarkable that you, at such a young age, have attained this honor. I hope you will look out for us in the future. Her words were imbued with warmth and camaraderie. After a light-hearted exchange with the attendants, Cheng Yi inquired earnestly, How does one utilize the gravity chamber? Shinbei smiled and explained, every hour at 5 minutes past, there are only 2 gravity chambers available, and one is currently reserved. However, you would need to displace that reservation holder, who is Yu Xian from Class 1, that there might be a conflict, but she must accommodate you. Cheng-Yi replied resolutely, from tomorrow onwards. Reserve 4 hours for me each afternoon. I will forego today. Shinbei nodded. 4 hours is certainly feasible. We can allocate other times for others to use, thus minimizing potential conflicts. Did I ask there any other specialized service available? I wish to avoid a recurrence of previous complications. Cheng-Yi continued to inquire. Shinbei elaborated, here, you may receive guidance in the innate realm or martial sovereign realm, and you can exchange for various techniques, martial skills, and secret arts. Additionally, upon your departure from the academy, you may hire protectors of the innate or martial sovereign realm, as well as entrust us with various affairs. All these services require the expenditure of merit points. Cheng-Yi pondered thoughtfully and asked, is it possible to procure the secret treasure seeds as we did last time from other sources? Shinbei suggested, certainly, but considering the waiting time, I recommend using 100 merit points for a task commission. This would expedite the process. Otherwise, you would need to wait until someone contributes the secret treasure to the repository. Understood. I will place an order for 5 secret treasure seeds. Cheng-Yi said, glancing at his merit balance, which still held over 9,000 points, that it appeared that he would need to undertake more tasks in the coming days to accumulate merit. With Shinbei's assistance, Cheng-Yi successfully completed the commission order, expending 5,500 merit points, before departing the merit pavilion under Shinbei's admiring gaze. The following day, Cheng-Yi returned to the gravity chamber at the merit pavilion. Shinbei patiently guided him through the controls. This is the adjustment button. You may modify the gravity as needed, with a maximum of 10 times normal gravity. This is the alarm wristband. In the event of a dangerous situation, apply pressure to it, and I shall cut the power from outside, that I will be right outside, and you may call for me at any time should you require assistance. Cheng-Yi attentively absorbed Shinbei's instructions, nodding in comprehension from time to time. Finally, Shinbei added, I recommend emerging every half hour. Prolonged exposure to high gravity may inflict irreversible damage on your body. Cheng-Yi queried, is there external monitoring? Are there any records kept within the chamber? Shinbei replied, no. The users of the gravity chamber are all exceptionally gifted students, each harboring their own secrets. Cheng-Yi gradually acclimated to the gravity chamber's environment and commenced his practice of the Taishan pressure 7-stage posture. He felt an immense pressure enveloping him, yet it greatly benefited his training. His proficiency steadily increased, aiding both his physical conditioning and the cultivation of the 5 viscera spirits. However, having already reached the 5th level of training, ordinary practices could no longer enhance his physical conditioning. Even with increased gravity, that he could only hope to attain further progress by comprehending the essence of gravity and subsequently inheriting the teachings of the Serpent of Infinite Sky. Nevertheless, such intensive training would undoubtedly yield significant rewards.